Persistence. Book 2 in the Ashport Mender series. Written by G.K. Lund. Part 1. Persistence. Chapter 1. It's strange how an odd thing like a leg dangling on the side of a building can change a whole register of emotions. As I stood at one side of Tangier Square, the leg came swinging around the corner of a 3-story apartment building, the motion stopping as the owner of said leg must have hit the wall on the other side. Then it disappeared back around the corner. "Detective," the man in front of me said, "did you get that?" I looked at him and then down at my notepad. Apparently, I had kept writing while being distracted. I hadn't managed to keep to the lines, but it clearly stated he hadn't seen anything before the police showed up. "Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wynne. We'll contact you if we need anything else." As he left the square, his dog in tow, I put the notepad and pen in my pocket and headed for the building where I'd seen the climber. It was a brick building, so it wouldn't be a quick way down. Well, it could be, but not if the point was getting down without broken bones. Factoring in the darkness and cold wind that seemed to pass through bones, I wasn't worried. Cold fingers, poor vision, and few things to hold on to. I simply strolled across the square and rounded the corner with calm, though I kept my hand on my holstered gun. You never knew. I was right about the speed of the climber, but as I looked up, I sighed, let go of the gun, and wondered if I was witnessing a crime or not. She was focused, using window ledges and small nooks and crannies in the wall as she methodically moved down. There came light out of one of the windows on the second floor. Together with the nearest street light, it made it possible to watch this little spectacle. The lithe figure of Maggie Evans moved gracefully as she managed to get nearer the ground safely. She found handholds I couldn't even see from where I stood. The biting wind whipped her shoulder-length dark hair around, but that did nothing to deter her. I figured her hands had to be freezing by now, but letting go wouldn't even occur to her. Not until she had her feet on the window ledge lowest on the wall did she lower herself until she hung by her arms. She glanced down a moment, considered the drop, and then let go. She made no sound as she landed, the wind sore masking any noise, before straightening up. I saw her flex her fingers as she looked to her left and right, checking if she was in the clear. I smiled. "Breaking in or out?" I asked. She spun around so fast her hair was blown straight into her eyes, blinding her a moment. "Hansen, what the hell?" she exclaimed as she brushed it away. She was visibly startled, but seemed to catch up on the situation quick enough. That was more than I could say. I didn't have a clue as to what she was doing. Probably what she was usually up to, I figured, and stepped closer. "I thought you decided we should stop with that," I said, as her confused look turned into a bright smile. I couldn't quite discern the color of her lipstick in the semi-darkness, but it was one of the darker ones. "Stop with what?" "The names." "Oh yeah, old habit." She shrugged. That was true. Getting used to calling someone something different than what you'd always done was like changing a habit. It was weird, but she had claimed we sounded like law enforcement using surnames, and to her, that had been a no-brainer. Her smile vanished as she paid attention to the windbreaker I was wearing. It did nothing other than identify me. It certainly did not live up to its name on this cold night. She grabbed the hem of it and pulled me closer. "Are you working this late?" she asked, not able to hide the little twitch in the corner of her mouth as she eyed the large white letters spelling out who my employer was. She tried her best, but it shone through sometimes, despite the fact that she had gotten somewhat used to it. "Yes," I said as she pulled me closer. "Are you?" Her hands went under the jacket, around my waist before she rested them on my back. I drew breath a moment. "Cold," I said, feeling her icy hands through my clothes. She smiled again at that. "Well, since you asked so nicely before, I was breaking out." "Uh-huh." I brushed a few strands of her hair away from her face. "I don't think I want to know this." "Really? It's a funny story." "It usually is with you, Margaret." I put my arms around her. I could see the warmth in her eyes at this as I leaned in and kissed her. No one called her that. I barely did, but to her it was her true name. It meant a lot to her. I could feel her shiver in my arms because of the cold, but her lips were soft and warm. "I'm done working now, though," she murmured onto my lips after a while. "I'm not." "Way to kill the mood, detective," she said as she pulled back. "What are you doing here, anyway?" I let go of her and led her back to Tangier Square, where the wind felt 10 times worse on account of the large open space. To our right, on the opposite side of the square, stood several police cars, one ambulance, and 2 dark sedans that had crashed into each other. "Car crash?" Maggie asked. "Sort of. We did get the guy who's been smuggling pharmaceuticals in via the harbor." She knew I couldn't tell her much, but one thing did not get past her. "And that other car? Did he stop the first one on purpose?" "That belongs to the first guy's competitor. Seems he felt he needed in on this. Not the smartest smugglers." "I'd like to agree with you, but they have been in business a while." She shrugged and smiled at me again. "So how long are you going to deal with that business tonight?" "No longer than I have to. This wind is going to turn everyone into popsicles soon." I had barely uttered the words as one of the multiple park benches on the square blew over and hit the cobblestones with a bang. The large fountain in the center of the square, which someone had forgotten to turn off, was spraying water several yards around itself. Maggie looked around, and her eyes fell on the only establishment that still had lights on. "I need something to thaw my frozen blood," she announced, "so you can find me in there afterward." She pointed at Mike's bar and, flashing me a wide smile, ran over there to seek shelter. I glanced back at the building she'd climbed down and shook my head before walking back toward my colleagues. Something in me had changed all right. For a moment, I couldn't help a resigned smile.
Chapter 2. "Are you sure about this?" Nate asked as I searched through the flower bed for the correct rock to find a key. "Haven't you learned by now to trust me on things like this?" There was a pause. Way too long. I straightened up and looked at him. He was standing with his arms crossed over his chest, bracing himself against the cold. The wind that night felt like it went right through you. "Feel free to think of an alternative that doesn't keep us in this damn typhoon another hour." It was the middle of the night and freezing cold. He'd let McAllen take their car. I didn't have mine. There were no buses, and it would take too long to wait for a cab. No, Tegan's place was the best choice, as it was the closest. Not what I'd hoped when he'd showed up earlier, but by now I only wanted to stop shivering because of the cold. "Okay, fine," he said. I could hear his teeth chattering. I kept biting my own together to stop that. My fingers were stiff, but I managed to find the correct rock, open the thing, and take the key out. Tegan worked a regular job, and I didn't want to wake her unless it was an emergency. As we got into the building, the immediate shelter from the wind made us both sigh in relief. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it was winter out there. We could still hear the wind howl past walls and crack through tree crowns. Tegan's apartment was thankfully warm. She had obviously gone to bed as it was quiet and dark in there. The light from the streetlights outside made it possible to see inside. She didn't have a guest room, so I pointed out the couch for Nate as I walked over to her bedroom door at the far end of the living room. I knocked before opening it a fraction. "Tegan?" I said, my voice low. I didn't want to scare her. She lay sprawled on her stomach on the bed, dressed in plaid pajamas. I had to repeat her name to get her to react. "Maggie?" She mumbled into her pillow. She didn't even look up. "I'll just be in the other room." I saw her nod, or something like it, before turning over on her side. I smiled and closed the door. To my left, Nate was busy removing the back cushions, effectively making the couch about a foot wider. His quick and brisk movements showed he was still cold. It was no more than a few seconds between him kicking off his shoes and removing his jacket and shirt before he found his way under the blankets. I noted his gray jacket, glad he'd left the other one in the police car. I removed my own, thinking that I had started the day figuring a thin, short parka was enough. Silly me. I kicked off my shoes and joined him under the blanket as he held it up for me. And you actually considered spending more time out in that awful wind, I whispered, snuggling in beside him. I was still cold despite my sudden warm surroundings. At least my teeth weren't threatening to jump around anymore. Yeah, well, our hostess doesn't like me much, he said as he pulled me closer. At least he also had the sense to whisper so as not to wake Tegan. It's your job she doesn't like, I countered. I don't judge her job. She helps the sick and dying. You'd be a horrible person if you did that. He gave a slight shrug and bent his head to kiss me. You taste of the pink stuff, he said after a little while. Be glad I didn't go for the alternative then. I smiled at him. He had seemed rather amused when he came into the bar after the police were done with the car crash. He had found me with the pinkest umbrella drink the bartender had been able to cook up. I didn't know they made those at Mike's, he said, his lips brushing my neck. I don't think they do, but the bartender was as bored as me, so I asked him to make something fun. I had been the only customer in there, likely because of the weather. I didn't know they had those little umbrellas either. A dusty packet on top of a cabinet. I demanded one despite him presenting the Singapore sling without it. Naturally, Nate's lips now focused on the sweet spot below my ear, and the alternative he offered was something called a smoker's cough. I made a grimace at the thought. The comment made him laugh, a low rumble against my neck. I've tasted that. You made the right choice. Exactly, I concluded, wondering what kind of bender he'd been on to drink that swill, and added, What are you doing? His kisses continued as he pulled at my t-shirt a little, moving his lips toward my shoulder. What do you think I'm doing? Hey, I gave a hard whisper and turned a little to stop this. Tegan's in the other room. So? He smiled back at me. It's rude, I pointed out. He didn't seem to listen all that much, his lips tickling my earlobe. I haven't seen you in 5 days and you expect me to just lie next to this all night? He gave me a little pinch that made me squeal a second before I managed to keep quiet. Yes, I expect that, I hissed at him. It didn't have the intended effect as I couldn't stop smiling. Okay then, he murmured as he focused on my neck again. This is a bad idea, I whispered. A door that shut a little too sharply woke me with a start. I felt a jolt run through Nate next to me as well. I looked up at Tegan's bedroom door and saw her standing there. Large black curls framed her annoyed face. She was dressed in a dark blue and white polka dot dress, her arms crossed over her chest as she stared down at us. You two have better not been doing it on my couch, she announced and headed for the kitchen. Of course not, I said, sleep still clouding my voice and thought process. What my brain could tell me was that her comment at least indicated she hadn't heard anything last night. Luckily, we'd had the sense to get dressed again afterward. I didn't like lying to her. I'd have to ask forgiveness later. Preferably with buying her a row of drinks. That usually did the trick with her. I could still hear the wind outside, though it seemed weaker today. Then I took in my own situation. Snug under some blankets on Tegan's mint green couch. Nate lay next to me, his face against my neck. His breathing had changed, so he was awake, but he seemed like he wanted nothing more than to keep sleeping. We had gotten no more than 3 hours worth of shut-eye? I wasn't sure. It didn't feel like much. Listen. I sat up a little. It was so cold last night, we just needed... It's fine. She broke me off. She meant it, but she sure wasn't happy about it. That was clear. She grabbed a green smoothie from the fridge and began shaking it as she collected her coat and purse. There's food, she said over her shoulder and then left. I blinked in surprise and eyed the door a moment. This isn't good, Nate said beside me. She really hates this, doesn't she? I looked down at him, smiling. He didn't want to be the cause of bad things in my life, like friends abandoning me. That was actually her trying to be civil. I was met with a doubtful look on his face that transformed my smile into a smirk. You're considered tame now, remember? I patted his cheek and got up. He hated that term, and the grimace on his face showed it. To him, it sounded like he was under someone's control despite that not being the case. There was no getting around it, though. If he was seen as tame, affiliates of the town's supernatural community would naturally be cautious, but he would be deemed trustworthy. Breakfast? I asked as I walked over to the kitchen, straightening my clothes on the way. Coffee, he said as he followed. Hey, was this really necessary? I asked as I noticed a red mark on my right shoulder. He glanced at it before I pulled my t-shirt back into place. He slumped down onto one of the chairs by the kitchen table. He placed his left elbow on it and supported his head on his hand. He looked knackered, but there was a faint smile on his lips. Kind of. He raised his right hand a little. On the fleshy part between his little finger and the wrist, there was a distinct red bite mark. I did that? I stepped closer before I took his hand to inspect the damage. My teeth had not pierced the skin, but it hadn't been far from it. The mark would bruise. You were somewhat distracted. He pulled me closer now that I was within reach. I must have been. Don't remember doing that. I ran my fingers through his hair, making it stand on end. He needed a shave too, and I liked him like that. He always seemed so together. It was nice to see him as the rest of us now and then. With one hand around my waist, he ran the other up my back and made me lean down a little. The following kiss made me want to stay in Tegan's apartment for the rest of the morning. Sadly, that wasn't going to happen. You have to work today, don't you? He asked. Are you reading my mind? I teased and leaned back a little. That'd be the day. No, you just seem like you need to be somewhere. I shrugged and stroked his cheek, the stubble scratching my fingers. That's true, but I have time for breakfast. Just coffee. You're only saying that because you don't like my cooking. I couldn't quite pretend to be insulted. I wasn't very good at it. True, he agreed with a laugh, but I do like your coffee.
Chapter 3. The weather hadn't improved, but with daylight hours came more possibilities to get around town without walking. After parting ways with Maggie outside Tegan's, I'd gone home for a shower and a change of clothes. I managed to get to work 5 minutes after my shift started. I made my way to my desk and found McCallan already in place at his. It was his first week back after the shooting that had almost killed him and rendered him in a short-term coma. He seemed himself, but I had noticed, as I did now, that he moved somewhat stiffly. He bent forward to reach a case file on the edge of his desk and winced at the pain. He was cleared for duty, though, done with his physical therapy and all. Hopefully, he only needed to get back to the daily life on the job. Caught a new one, he told me, and handed me the file. New? I raised an eyebrow after a quick skim of the file interior. You know who did this, right? Yeah, it has to be Jack Kenzie, but... Oh, let me guess. Drunk again? McCallan nodded. Funny how the robberies keep happening the exact same way, only Jack isn't responsible anymore. Evil twin? McCallan opened his mouth for a retort, but was interrupted by Officer Routledge as he came over. He appeared more tired than I felt, bleary eyes directed at me. Hey, guys. Hey, Gus, shouldn't you have ended your shift by now? Routledge nodded and then yawned to confirm. So, we brought in a new one last night, he began, before the yawn was over. Wasn't too bad at first. He was fighting outside the harbor bar and grill. It happens. A bit strange in this case since the weather seemed to keep everyone else indoors, but... He shrugged. It even looked like he was defending himself. The other two got away before we reached them. Okay, McCallan said. So a warning? Ticket? Routledge shook his head. No, we were trying to calm him down when he panicked out of nowhere and slapped Annie square across the face. Seriously? Yep, so he's in holding now. Okay. I had a distinct feeling, judging by Routledge's attention toward me, that somehow this was going to become my problem. And he refuses to say a word or sign anything, and basically, we're not getting anywhere, except he says he wants to talk to you. Me, as in mentioning me by name? Yes. Why? He refuses to say. I sighed. Of course he does. What's the guy's name? Jordan Halen, according to his driver's license. Which meant he wasn't even admitting to that. Ring a bell? McAllen asked. I could only shake my head. Never heard of him. Can't have arrested him before. Nothing on file, at least, Routledge pointed out. Okay, I'll go down and talk to him, I said, and got up. As Routledge finally found his way out of the station, I made my way to the break room first in search of more coffee. Lucky for me, someone had already made a pot. Since everyone had chipped in on a decent coffee maker last summer, it no longer tasted like burned asphalt, which I actually would have drunk anyway that day. The night had turned out a little different from what I'd expected when the call about the crash came. Though I'd landed on amused, I wasn't wholly convinced I shouldn't be horrified to find Maggie climbing down a wall in such bad weather. But I had learned that there were likely worse aspects of her job that I should worry about instead. I wasn't even sure calling it a job was right. With her dedication and the sacrifices she'd made to protect her community, I sometimes found myself wondering if calling was better. Either way, we'd agreed to keep our working lives separate, and so there were days I didn't see much of her. It actually amazed me how much work she had to do in a small town like Ashport. It wasn't even tourist season. Of course, she was the only one of her kind for the time being, the only Mender, as the supernatural community called their fixers. It was the only comparison I could think of. Fixers with a conscience. I drained my cup almost without burning my tongue, and then ate an apple from a bowl on the counter since someone had left a cheese that was stinking up everything in the fridge. Afterward, I went down to Holding to talk to this mysterious man who'd managed to get himself locked up instead of calming down and walking home to sleep it off. The Ashport police station was an old building made of concrete on the bottom and brick and cement further up. It had originally been a dairy that had gone bankrupt during the Depression, whereupon the town's police force had moved in and stayed. The basement housed our various archives in one end. Despite everything being digital these days, the chief insisted upon paper copies of everything. The archives, therefore, took up more than half the basement. The other and smaller end housed the holding cells. A few years back, before I'd transferred from Ashdale, they'd remodeled the whole thing, so I now found myself entering a light open space with the cells in a row along one wall. The walls were all white, and the bars, along with the furniture, if one could call it that, were a light gray. At the moment, the 5 cells held 3 men, 2 at the far end on my right, our resident smugglers. They were snoring on concrete benches with a rubber padding. In a cell in front of me was a concerned younger man. He was pacing back and forth. I gave a short nod to Officer Lyle, who sat in the small office close to the stairs, and headed over to the cells. Jordan Halen stopped pacing as he saw me and came over to the bars. I couldn't be sure, and that made me realize I'd forgotten to check Routledge's paperwork. But the man appeared to be mid-20s. He was a thin, almost lanky fellow with short, trimmed red hair and a face that now sported some scraggly, rust-colored stubble. "Are you Detective Hansen?" He gripped the bars and almost pressed his face between them to see. "Yes, I heard you assaulted my colleague last night. I can't help you with that. There are procedures." "That's not why I wanted to talk to you." "Okay." Slapping Leland had not been a smart move on his part. I couldn't see what problems a first-time offender who honestly didn't look particularly intimidating could be worried about other than that. "I've heard about you," Jordan went on. You're that tame cop, Maggie's cop." I gave a soft scoff and glanced up at the ceiling a moment. So this was an affiliate, as they called themselves. From what I understood, people could have varying degrees of affiliations to the community, with everything from strong to weaker supernatural abilities to blood relations or being in a relationship with one of them. Those who were in the know were a tight-knit and tight-lipped group. So if one of them was saying this to me, it meant some of them were talking about me. I can't say that the thought of that made me jump with joy. "Listen, Jordan," I said, as calm as I could. "I don't know what you've heard, but if you think for a moment that I'm going to help you out of here, then—" No, I just need you to get a message to Maggie." "What?" "I need to talk to her." "Why?" Jordan opened his mouth to speak and then seemed to think better of it. "Please, I need to give her a message." "Fine, give me the message and I'll tell her." Again, he stopped talking a moment as he stared at me. "I'm not tame enough for that, huh?" "Sorry, detective. You're still, well, a detective." "Mm-hmm." I had worried something like this was going to happen at some point. There were people who'd do anything to get out of trouble, and thinking they had an ally because of some association could be tempting. I hadn't thought it would happen this fast, though. But there was something else going on here. Jordan didn't seem like the felonious type. He seemed genuinely scared and worried. Problem is, Jordan, that Maggie doesn't even work here anymore. So it's not like she can come down here and talk to you. After the tragic case of Andrea Kirby, Maggie had made good on her threat and told Chief Mulligan that she would no longer consult for the police. It had bothered the chief more than Maggie. "Oh," was all the response I got. From what I understood, Maggie's connection to the police had been sanctioned by the tops of whatever hierarchy the community had. Ultimately, though, the decision to leave had been hers. "Well, she'll want to know this, and fast. I wouldn't be asking you for help if it wasn't important." I was about to protest, but thought better of it. He was right. There seemed to be a whole history of these communities clashing with law enforcement due to both harsh treatments and mostly misunderstandings. It was hard to explain the cause of something when it wasn't even supposed to exist. My own place of work had done exactly that to Maggie's previous colleague, Freddie Miller, a while back. "Fine." I shook my head at my own acquiescence, "but I can't promise anything will come of it." Jordan visibly lowered his shoulders as he exhaled in relief. "Thanks, I promise. She'll want to know." Of that, I had no doubt. Maggie was nothing if not protective of her affiliates. Chapter 4. The lobby of the Winter Star Hotel was spacious and airy, with its large glass wall that faced the ocean. It wasn't situated in the harbor proper, but a little north of it, in walking distance to the center of town. Despite tourist season for the most part having ended, there were still a few guests about. Since the waves out there were foaming, most of them stayed inside. There was a low buzz from the murmur of their voices as people socialized or worked all around me. Most of the soft chairs and tables in the lounge next to the lobby were occupied. As the call I made went to voicemail, I hung up. I'd already left Maggie a message about Jordan and didn't need to leave another one. If she wasn't picking up, she was busy. She'd told me she left her phone muted when on business, but she always called back as soon as she could. Girlfriend not picking up? I almost dropped the phone at McAllen's sudden appearance, startling me. "Geez, Bill, did they program stealth mode into you during the operations?" "Ha, I wish. That would have been worth it." His subconscious hand to his abdomen made me doubt that. "Are we done here?" I asked instead, changing the subject. After half a day in the box with the smugglers finally turning on each other, we'd come to the hotel to follow up on a death in one of the suites a few weeks prior. With the autopsy done, nothing indicated more than a heart attack, and none of the staff that had seen the man had anything new to add. Sadly, guests dying in hotels is not that uncommon, and it wasn't the first in this one either. Rosita's getting Alex's gear. Seems there's soccer practice today, and my turn to drive. McAllen shrugged and put his notepad and phone in his jacket pocket. "Anyway, why are you changing the subject? Trouble in paradise? Is that why you have a bite mark on your hand? 'Cause I know that wasn't your saint of a dog." "Huh?" "In my experience, when your girlfriend doesn't answer—" "What experience?" McAllen had met his wife in high school and married her when they were barely out of their teens. Was this when people still used landlines and no girl sat by the phone pining for your call? "Ouch," McAllen said with mock hurt, and then added, "Maybe." That made me laugh. I can totally picture that. So, McCallan went on, not willing to let it go as he nodded toward the phone in my hand. What's with the... Nothing. I hadn't said much about my new relationship with Maggie. I'd heard a lot about it, though, as the other cops were chatty. I'd also had it coming, having been fairly vocal about my displeasure with hiring Maggie as a consultant in the first place. I had not felt she belonged there until I'd learned what she did for a living, so to speak, and what she could do. In retrospect, she was the best kind of interrogator there was. No one could lie to someone who could hear their every thought. It was an incredibly useful, yet horrifying gift. Besides, I added to McCallan, hoping to avoid explaining the whole Jordan thing, I'm not sure girlfriend is the word she'd... So, trouble in paradise. Ugh, come on, Bill. We can't all find eternal bliss with the first woman who looks at us and thinks why not? I'll have you know that it's true, Rosita chimed in with a smile as she'd come up behind her husband. She wore her work uniform, white shirt with dark slacks and blazer, her dark hair pulled back in a tight knot. It was a total marriage of convenience. Get it over with and worry about the things I actually want in life afterward. And to top it off, I decided to curse him with 4 children. Here's the youngest's gear, by the way. She handed her husband a small green gym bag and gave him a peck on the cheek. Hi, Nate, she added. What's he bothering you with? Nothing. I had to stop as the two shared looks while McCallan whispered, despite me standing 3 feet away and hearing anyway. Him and Oh? I had forgotten how you two seemed to melt into a symbiotic gossip vampire. Come on, Rosita said through a smile. We have to live through others, right, hon? Mm-hmm. Lucas threw up everywhere but in the toilet this morning, so there's our elegant and exciting life. And an explanation of why the two, who were the most organized people I knew, had ended up confused about the other boy's schedule. But in all seriousness, though, Rosita took a step away at the sight of a couple approaching the front desk. I'd like to meet her. I wasn't quite sure what to say to that. Maggie wasn't exactly the type, was she? Thankfully, I didn't have to respond as Rosita went back to the front desk with a quick wave in our direction. We're closing the case, right? I asked, before McCallan could say anything else. Being quick to catch on, he let it be. Yes, a heart attack it was. Let's get back to the station. The storm still hadn't subsided, and getting back inside the station house was a blessing. It seemed the whole town had nailed down anything that could fly off after the surprise weather had come in yesterday evening. Other than seeing a new arrestee in booking, a woman who seemed somewhat unsteady on her feet, nothing much had changed since we left earlier. Considering all the cops inside, there had to have been few reports of any accidents, which was nice for once. We were used to bad weather on the coast, but there was almost always someone who couldn't be bothered to pay attention. I found Routledge's information on Jordan Halen and 15 seconds later knew his age. 24, occupation, driver for a delivery service, and address on the outskirts of town, not that far from the Winter Star Hotel, as it turned out. And that was it. Either Routledge hadn't done his job, or Jordan was as normal as they came. Nothing about him struck me as some of the types we usually had in holding. Of course, sometimes people just got in over their heads. This sudden use of violence, though, seemed a bit off. I think there's a cheese doing odorous things in the fridge. McCallan sat down at his desk and sniffed a sandwich with a doubtful frown on his face. Then he shrugged and bit into it. Maybe we should do something about it. Nah, I said, and got up. It's the most mysterious crime we've got going these days. I left him to his chewing and went back down to see Jordan. I hadn't heard from Maggie and figured I should tell him. If he would only start cooperating, he'd be out in a few hours anyway. She's busy? He asked after I told him. Again, he stood with his face pressed between the bars as if the importance of his information couldn't be held in by mere steel rods. She said that? No, she didn't. She had something to do today, and I haven't been able to reach her. Oh no. He looked down at his feet, forehead resting on one of the bars. Well, I told you I'm not here to be your messenger. Crap, we're in so much trouble, he whispered, and shook his head. I sighed. What kind of trouble? Who's in trouble? We can help, you know. That only elicited a short laugh as he kept shaking his head. You guys never do. Okay, I began, getting tired of this, but also wanting to prove him wrong. If they could only be straightforward, helping would be easier. The way I see it, you've only got one option here. Hey, not so rough, a laughing shout came down the stairs. Or maybe that's how you play, huh? I turned to see the woman from booking as she had a bad time navigating the stairs without falling. Behind her came Officer Rollins, who looked like she thought the woman would fall any second. Thinking I'm gonna fall, huh? The woman went on, seemingly without a care in the world. She was tall and with platinum blonde hair that kept getting in her eyes as she kept looking in all directions, except down at the steps she was trying to keep her feet on. Well, I can assure you, I learned to walk when I was... She paused to think about this. There was a slight southern drawl to her accent that it sounded like she'd almost worn off over the years. I don't remember. She stopped to turn to Rollins, but I swear I learned it. That's nice, ma'am, Rollins said, with the voice of someone who would never again be surprised by someone's drunken stupidity. She gave the woman a nudge so they could get down the last steps, which the woman managed in one piece. Hello, boys, she said as she noticed everyone else down there. She gave Lyle a dazzling smile and got a stern look back. It wasn't his first day, and since he liked it down there these days so he could study for his detective's exam, he hated noise. Oof, the woman said. What's his problem? Rollins got her situated into the cell on the end, right next to Jordan's, and a whiff of alcohol told us what was up with her in case we couldn't guess by her behavior. As Rollins went to give Lyle the woman's paperwork, I turned back to Jordan, who'd retreated back into the cell, away from the bars. I judged the conversation to be over due to that, but as I made to move away, he waved me over with a frantic motion and went to the corner furthest away from the drunk woman's cell. There were actual walls between the cells, so he couldn't see her, and vice versa. I walked over and stopped right outside his reach. I was not making that mistake, despite his disappointment at not being able to talk as quietly as possible. I had yet to forget how a buddy of mine had made that exact mistake when we were rookies. He'd gotten too close, and the guy in the cell had grabbed his neck and smacked his head against the bars. To this day, he still had headaches due to the severe concussion. If I tell you, Jordan began, and I had to concentrate to hear him, will you go running to your buddies here with the information? I will if it's about a crime. It's not, I swear, and will you keep your voice down? Fine, tell me, and I'll try to help. Okay, Jordan said, surprising both me and him by the look of him. I'll tell you. Chapter 5. I have something that I need to give to Maggie, Jordan said. He kept glancing sideways as if someone were standing there listening. What is it? I can't tell you. For a second there, I thought we were getting somewhere. I really can't. I'm sorry, Detective. I know I have to trust you, but I can't tell you. What can you say then? I need you to go to my place and get something for Maggie. I'm going to assume you know how that sounds. It's not drugs or anything. Please, just listen. Fine. I held my hands up in a placating manner. Go to my place. In one of the kitchen drawers you'll find... He paused, as if considering the wisdom of trusting me one last time, but decided to go on. A small pile of teaspoons. Uh-huh. Yes, this sounded like something from the life of the most normal person in town. There's a small box under them. You need to take it and give it to Maggie as quick as you can. I considered for a moment. He wasn't exactly normal, was he? Why couldn't he do something about this himself? What's your deal? I asked him. What? Your gift or boon or whatever you call it? I tried to recall the words I'd heard Maggie use. Oh, that's a bit weird to be asking. Weirder than asking people to dig through your teaspoons? Okay, point taken. He gave a slight nod downward, and I glanced down at his hand that was clenched around the bar. For a moment, his skin shimmered a little as it took on a sickly gray pallor before blending fully with the gray paint on the bar. Then it went through the same process in reverse. Right, I said, less surprised than I should be at these things. Like a chameleon? I prefer the word camouflage, but whatever. At least I understood why he was asking for help. There was no way he was breaking out of here of his own volition, nor did I think his community would do it for him for this kind of arrest, but I also knew they weren't above it. Fine, I said, resignation probably bleeding out of my voice. I'll see what I can do. So much for keeping Maggie's world separate from my job, I thought, as I made my way back upstairs. A couple of hours later, after a trip to see a seriously hungover man about a robbery he couldn't have committed, my shift ended. I decided to go check out Jordan's place as I hadn't heard from Maggie yet. I'd tried calling again, and this time it went straight to voicemail. Whatever she was up to, it had to be important. I wondered if this even qualified as I drove the 10 minutes to the address listed in Jordan's brand new file. It was a nice little house, well kept, and recently painted by the look of the sharp white color. Red shutters hung by the windows, matching the blackish-purple tiles on the roof. The garden had been tended to recently. The location by the beach told me Jordan had likely inherited the building as the prices on these properties had skyrocketed in the last decade. I didn't think anyone else lived there either, as I approached via a narrow and hardened footpath that cut through the lawn. Every window was darkened, and there was only Jordan's name on the mailbox. I tried the door, hoping it would be unlocked, and was disappointed. The only possessions gathered from Jordan had been his wallet and his belt. That was it. No phone and no keys, nor was there a spare key under the mat or in any of the other usual places. That would be the smartest way to go about spare keys, of course. I considered leaving this whole thing to Maggie for when she was done with whatever was preoccupying her, but I had gotten a little curious at this point. It wasn't like Jordan wasn't getting out sometime tonight, but he'd seemed too impatient to wait. It could be some kind of a trap, of course, but that guy? I was getting bad at reading people, if that turned out to be the case. I sighed and retrieved my lockpicks from my jacket pocket. Jordan had specifically told me to enter his house, so it wasn't like I wasn't invited. Besides, I wasn't there on official business. I took in my surroundings, but there was no one around due to the ravaging wind, and the neighboring houses didn't stand particularly close out here. I went to work, inserting the tools and feeling around to see what I had before me. It was the one skill I had demanded my dad teach me, and to my surprise, the old man had done it. I guessed that my unwavering resolve in the matter had convinced him. There were some doors that needed opening quick, no matter the rules. It was still the most uncaptain-like thing the man had ever done, that I knew of course. Soon after, I felt something give and had the door open. I walked into a darkened house that gave a welcome respite from the cold outdoors. I didn't bother turning on any lights. The daylight coming through the windows was enough. What I saw, though, as I found my way to the kitchen in the back, was a nicely furnished house with the blend of technology that a young man would bring. The living room was dominated by a large screen and various consoles. Seemed Jordan was a gamer. The kitchen was small, but had everything he needed. I made my way to a section of drawers, pulling out the top one where the cutlery lay on display in its little sections. It was the same in most houses. And sure enough, under the teaspoons lay a small, dark box made of wood. I didn't stay to look closer at it. Instead, I shut the drawer, put the box in my pocket, and left the house. As soon as I set foot outside, the wind slammed into me, reminding me that this was not a day to be outside. I shoved my hands in my pockets, braced myself, and headed up the little slope behind the house where I had left the car. I was almost at the parking spot when the sound of a high-strung engine caught my attention. I turned and saw, to my surprise, a motorboat jumping its way across the unruly water. It was the best way to describe it, as it made large half-jumps on the waves before slamming down hard between them. Who in their right mind was out on the water on a day like this? It had to physically hurt every time the boat banged down on the hard surface. With no shelter on board, it had to be even worse. I walked on toward the sedan, longing to escape the cold wind again, but kept glancing back. The engine sounded like it was slowing down, and it didn't take long before it wound down completely. I saw it glide toward the beach before one of the two silhouettes on board jumped into the shallow and, no doubt, icy water to help pull it ashore. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked back a little toward the top of the slope, where I had an excellent view of the back of the house. I saw the boat and one of the people standing by it. I couldn't be sure because of the distance and the thick clothing protecting against the weather, but I thought they were both men. I didn't see where the other one was at first until the lights started coming on in Jordan's house. I stared in disbelief a moment, and then managed to get myself moving toward a few trees to my right. Granted, standing among trees was not a good place during a storm, but I didn't want to stand out against the landscape should one of the men down there see me. What was going on? I highly doubted Jordan had told someone else to go search his house, and no one I knew were so inexperienced as to be out in a small and open boat like that on a day like this. I put my hand in my pocket and felt the wooden box still there. What had I gotten mixed up in? This wasn't a coincidence. I could see movement in the house as the second man searched through it, which, for one thing, meant that Jordan hadn't told anyone else where to find the box. That meant that I was witnessing a break-in. My first thought was to call it in. The second one made me curse under my breath, which no one would have heard anyway due to the wind. This had to do with the community. I was certain of it. And they did like to handle these things themselves, and I really, really wanted to call it in and go down there. "God damn it," I said into the wind, which swallowed my words. So much for not getting involved in each other's jobs, indeed. It was as if first having seen the hidden community made it impossible to unsee it. I wasn't surprised in the least when the first man came out of the house 10 minutes later, carrying nothing. No, this had not been a robbery. He'd had a certain object in mind, and he hadn't found it. At least I understood why Jordan hadn't waited until he was released from custody. Well, he knew where to find it when he was. As I saw the two men turn the boat and head back out onto the unruly water in the direction of the town center, I turned and walked to the car.
Chapter 6. There was a slight rocking motion as I came to. Came to being the best description, as a foggy sensation in my head told me regular sleep had not been going on. Though not unpleasant, the rocking told me I was not in my own bed. I stopped moving, trying to wrangle my fuzzy brain into working the way it was supposed to, and not getting my eyes to roll around in my skull. For a moment, I was sure I'd see tiny birds flying around my head if I opened them. I decided to focus on breathing. Come on, Margaret. What do you do when you don't know what's going on? I took a deeper breath but didn't move yet. Gather what information I can, I told myself, and did just that. I was in a quiet space and could hear no one else breathing nearby, which meant I was alone. The rocking motion and sound of sloshing water told me something else. I opened my eyes and stared at a porthole not far from the end of the bed I lay on. A boat. Okay, that was disconcerting. Still, it could have been worse, I realized as I sat up in a slow motion. My head didn't hurt, but I felt groggy and my mouth was dry. Considering I didn't even remember boarding a boat, I knew what must have happened. Sure enough, as I searched myself, peeling off my fleece-lined parka in the process, I noticed a tiny red dot on my jeans, on the outside of my right thigh. Someone had stabbed me with a needle, drugging me, and then brought me here, wherever here was. "It's all right, girl," I told myself, my voice a little hoarse. I'm sure it was a nice, clean needle and that every precaution was taken. I tried concentrating on what I could remember. I'd gone home, found warmer clothes, and headed for Sunny Cove, where I was supposed to deal with an affiliate who was getting out of line. Nothing unusual there. I closed my eyes and thought about it. I could remember passing the parking lot and seeing the jetty. Had I stepped onto it? I frowned. I couldn't remember. That must have been where I'd been intercepted then. The sough of the strong wind must have helped whoever it was. Still, I couldn't help the silent berating in my head. I'd been careless. My next step was trying to take inventory. Besides my clothes, which were thankfully still on me, I had been put on the bed, or top bunk, as it turned out, with my shoes on and my little shoulder strap purse next to me. For some reason, it contained all my stuff, including my phone. I felt my heart jump at the sight. Thinking whoever put me here was an idiot, I grabbed it only to find it had no signal. "Only for emergency calls," said a tiny message on the screen. I looked around the little cabin and shrugged. I wasn't sure it was that bad of an emergency yet. I lowered the phone and considered this. Okay, so maybe I wasn't dealing with an idiot. They were at least smart enough to jam the signal. I shoved the phone back in my purse and got down from the top bunk with care. A slight dizzy spell hit me, but it vanished when I got my balance under control. Seemed the vertical position helped. When that was settled, I took in my surroundings. In the back of my mind, I'd thought I'd recognized where I was, and now I was certain that I did. I was in a sparsely furnished cabin. The bunk beds took up most of the space, but there was a sink, a mirror, a small table next to a padded bench, and a narrow closet. It was all nailed down or built into the bulkhead, and it left only a few feet of deck to walk on. I stopped a moment as I saw myself in the mirror. I must have been there for some time. My lipstick was all blotched and uneven. I wiped it off and left it at that. I'd been there before. Not like this, though. I'd been invited then, not brought on board in an unconscious state. Besides, this was where I'd been going. Oh yes, this was the cabin that Jacques and Eddie had shared when they were boys. That meant that I was on the Aurora. The fishing boat had belonged to their family for a couple of generations. I stared at the door a moment. I was willing to bet money on it being locked, and upon closer inspection, I could see two small bolts protruding from the lock into the frame. Trying it to test what I knew would likely alert whoever had locked me in there. I approached the sink next. I was thirsty, but turning the faucet on would likely give the same result as trying the door handle. Someone would hear. I sighed and turned to face the bulkhead next to the closet. Having been invited on board and given a tour of the boat meant I knew the boys' secret. Careful not to make a sound, I grabbed the end of a panel and wriggled it gently until it came off. Behind it was an angular opening that led upward. According to Jacques, it had been a design anomaly between the engine room and the living quarters next to it. The extra space should have been used for something else. Apparently, every part of the boat should be used for something, but it would have been impossible to get even a moment's peace with the constant rumble of the engines in one's ear. So, it had been left like that by every generation of fishermen that had used the boat. I didn't care much about that at the moment. What mattered to me was that the boys' little escape hatch couldn't fit a full-grown man, but I just might get through. It would be a tight fit, but I didn't much feel like playing by the rules of whoever had locked me in there in the first place. I decided to leave my parka behind and got into the tight space. As expected, it wasn't easy to move in there, but I managed to put the panel back in place behind me. At least it would confuse my captor. Or captors. I had too little information on that. Putting the panel back left me with no light, and I had to move by feel and the memory of what I'd seen before the light went out. Using the flashlight on my phone wouldn't help as I needed my hands free to climb. There were edges sticking out in no apparent pattern as this part of the boat wasn't built to move around in. It smelled like an odd mix of diesel fuel and dust. There was also a greasy layer on the surfaces, coated in dust, which made me glad I couldn't see. Slowly, I made my way up by keeping my hands above my head and holding on to whatever handholds I could find. Besides, the space was so tight I couldn't have moved my arms down to my sides even if I wanted to. When a barrier finally got in the way of my hands, I sighed with relief. Using a sloping part of the metal wall to stand on with one foot, I pushed myself upward while pressing the hindrance with the flat of my hands. It had been some years since the Hayes boys had used this little bypass, though for them it must have been a shortcut. The panel above me gave way with a dry squeak, and then daylight flooded inside, blinding me for a second. As I lifted the metal panel, it was clear that as far as I could see, the sky was blue, and the air that came in felt warm. Since no one came running due to the squeaky noise, I decided to get the hell out of there. If we weren't too far from shore, I could even swim. Better to deal with whatever this was after regrouping and getting a better sense of things. But as I managed to pull myself out of there, I realized with dread that there was no shoreline to see. With my legs still in the narrow shaft, I glanced around and saw nothing but blue, calm seas. Nothing that even resembled land broke the monotony of the horizon. The sun was up as well, casting a warmth that was a nice change from yesterday's icy wind. Still, I'd rather have the bone-piercing cold wind and know where on earth I was, literally, than this. I moved my legs out of the narrow shaft and placed the panel back on top. I had come up right behind the wheelhouse, which allowed me the chance to not be seen by anyone up there at the moment. The windows were high on that side, made to be able to see the ocean, not people climbing out of holes in the boat. Still, I needed to be absolutely sure of where I was. I watched the windows up there but saw no one and dared to move to the aft part of the boat to look over the railing. It might have been upside down, but there, clear as day, the golden letters spelled out Aurora. After my little climb, I didn't find it surprising. What it meant in a practical sense was that I was trapped on board a 62-foot white and blue fishing boat for reasons unknown to me. And to think, besides Tegan's glaring side-eye, the day had started out so well. Chapter 7. The sudden rumble of the engines had me startled to the point of jumping. I steadied myself on the wall of the wheelhouse and looked around. Still no other people than me. That couldn't be right. Someone had locked that door from the outside. Standing around out of view wasn't going to help, so I began moving along the side of the wheelhouse. The main deck of 4 came into better view as I walked, but except for the mast and various machinery and equipment for fishing, there was nothing to see. A small swing of my upper body around the corner of the large overbuilding enabled me to see up to the wide windows. There was some movement there, all right. A shadow that was almost hidden by the glare of the sun on the glass. A black plume of smoke rose from the smokestack back where I'd come from. There was only one thing to do. I needed to get up there and figure this mess out. But I wasn't banking on getting much help from someone who'd drugged me and, let's face it, kidnapped me. And Nate said kidnappings were rare in Ashport. They had been rare until the case of Andrea Kirby, and now me. I huffed and kept to the wall of the wheelhouse as I walked. There were 2 ways into the wheelhouse. One was the outside ladder leading up from the deck on the starboard side. It led in through a narrow door up there. The other was the stairs inside, and that was my choice. I walked over to the door leading inside on my level on the port side. I opened it to a narrow gap but saw no one in there, so I walked in and closed it carefully behind me. Instead of taking the stairs down to the galley and cabins, I began my ascent up to the cockpit. It sounded quiet up there now, but the engines rumbling in the bowels of the boat made it hard to be certain. I had seen someone move, though, and did not let my guard down. I climbed the spiraled stairs without a sound. When the binoculars came for my head, I leaned back by reflex, seeing the thing fly over my head. I grabbed the hand that held it and yanked hard, hearing a grunt as my attacker was unbalanced. As he stepped forward, I was already moving my leg in a kick over the top of the stairs that hit his knee. He gave a short bark of a cry as he stumbled sideways. I used the momentum to jump up the 2 last steps and grab his arm and shoulder, before I turned, using my body to pull him into a throw. As he crashed onto the floor, I stepped back and out of his reach. I grabbed the string of my purse and swung it above my head in a movement that allowed me to keep swinging it, ready to hit. "Ow!" my would-be assailant shouted. The man lay on the floor, halfway on his side and stomach. As he turned around, I stopped swinging my purse. "Maggie?" he said as he now saw me clearly. Then his gaze fell to my hands. "Were you going to hit me with your handbag?" The thought seemed ludicrous to him, even though his attack on me had been thwarted without it. Of course, he didn't know it was lined with metal in the bottom, making it a handy and unexpected impact weapon. I was, yes. I put the strap of the purse over my head so it hung diagonally from shoulder to hip again. "Hello, Jacques." "Oh, yes. Jacques Hayes. Fishing boat captain, affiliate, ex-lover, and now a kidnapper?" I missed Tegan's side eye. It wasn't even the worst she'd ever given me, and it only required a steady flow of mojitos to fix it. This was something completely different. "Hello? That's all you have to say? I thought you were here to kill me." "You're not, are you?" he added as he began gathering his limbs under him to get up. He kept his eyes on me as he did, like he expected an attack at any moment. His usual easy smile was gone due to confusion, it seemed, more than any trace of malice, and that wouldn't have been like him either. Handsome wasn't really the word to describe Jacques. No, beautiful was what most women used when it came to him. Beautiful to a ridiculous degree, I might add, with his sparkling blue eyes, full lips, charming smile, and bone structure that had likely been chiseled by an angel. Ugh, it looked like it was true, though. It was beyond most people who met him, regardless of gender, why he insisted on this life captaining the family fishing boat instead of becoming a model or something along those lines. It was even more befuddling to people how his identical twin brother, Eddie, did not give off that same vibe. Knowing Eddie better than most, I blamed that on his fondness for beer and smokes, and a general lack of caring one whit. He also generally wanted not to be noticed too much. Eddie was, after all, an alleged criminal with some questionable computer skills. Jacques got to his feet and stared at me, brows lowered in uncertainty as he straightened his shirt. Yep, gray cargo pants, white tee, and a reddish plaid shirt, and the man looked as handsome as if he was wearing an Armani suit. "I don't know, Jacques," I said in answer to his question. "I just woke up on your boat after having been drugged, so you tell me." I could see his eyes bulging before I finished my sentence. "What? And you think I— What?" "Maggie, no." I eyed him. Nothing in his body language suggested any malice or ill will toward me. I wouldn't ever have suspected him of it either, though our little entanglement, short as it had been, hadn't worked out. That had been for the usual reasons. Nothing that was wrong with him. Jacques was a smart and kind guy, almost too good to be true, though only almost. Like most people. This didn't seem like him at all, but he was the only one here. "Can't you tell I'm being sincere with your thing?" "Thing, Jacques?" "You know I'm not as into the whole affiliate thing as Eddie." Fair enough. He wasn't. They might be identical, but Eddie was the only one with an actual ability. Jacques was an affiliate by blood, and Jacques thought, like most people in Ashport, that my thing, as he called it, was empathetic sensibilities. Empaths were more common and people were used to them. They were not used to someone like me. I could dig into their most private opinions and feelings, and there was no lying to me. If I wanted to, I could glean people's most shameful secrets from them or their deepest wants and needs. It could get disturbing at times. Excluding a misguided, to say the least, time in my early teens, I didn't go around listening in on people. Mostly because it was a violation, but also because sometimes you'd hear the most horrifying things. This was different. I had no clue what was happening, and he was giving me permission, wasn't he? Sort of, at least. He didn't quite know what I'd actually do. "Okay, what are you doing here?" I asked him and stared him straight in the eyes. It was my little weak point, if one can call it that. I needed eye contact to hear people's thoughts. They could look up, down and sideways, but I needed to see. It took little effort to connect and hear him. His shock at being accused of drugging me made the urgency to his explanation louder than the underlying wisps of thoughts. The brain is not a quiet place. I just woke up here. I have no clue what's going on. I woke up here some hours ago, he said out loud. We were going to head out again as soon as you'd come to help out with Kevin. He's the reason the community sent you, remember? Anyway, he's been messing with the electrical equipment too many times. My engineer is going to catch on soon enough. He's not an idiot, and when he does, I'm going to be the one to feel the ramifications from the community, aren't I? Because it's my boat, and I couldn't get that git to stop having fun behind Jenkins' back. And they will too, he thought. They're not all that forgiving. Hard justice. That's what even Menders do, right? Anyway, he continued by talking. We came back early yesterday due to the storm. I figured it'd be best to head out again as soon as the wind died down. Fishing's been good lately, but I didn't go home. Who has the time when business is good for once? I was doing all the paperwork after we docked and unloaded our catch, and I fell asleep here. He pointed to a padded bench that half-circled, though in a square shape, a small table that was bolted to the floor. And then I woke up a few hours ago and have been trying to get us going ever since. This is creepy as hell, he thought. There's no propulsion. I don't know what to do. I swear I didn't bring you on board, he said. I didn't even know you were here. I've been busy with the boat. And I went to the community, remember? I wanted to give you your space. I want you back in a normal way, he thought. Not by kidnapping you like a creep. I sighed as I was reminded yet again why listening in is a bad idea. But I do need help with Kevin, though. Right now, I suspect we're in bigger trouble. Please say you know what's going on. I miss you. I averted my eyes to stop the flow of words. He'd said most of what he'd been thinking, but it was what was left unsaid that usually held the deep truths. Okay. I held up a hand to stop him from rambling on. I believe you. You're not behind this. Really? Really? I nodded and went and sat down on the table, my feet dangling a few inches above the floor. The bench seemed too narrow to move behind with much comfort. How had Jacques been able to sleep there anyway? And more importantly, how did he look like he'd just walked out of a shampoo commercial when the rest of us would look and feel like gargoyles? I think your binoculars broke, I said as I noticed a few shards of glass next to the fat ends on them. Not the best weapon, it seems. He went to pick them up. It's good enough if you don't swing it so your target sees it coming a mile away.
The only attacks I do are on fish, Maggie, with nets or lines. I'm a little out of my depth here, no pun intended.
I shrugged and tried smiling. It must not have come off as very convincing as he frowned and put the binoculars away. At my request for some water, he knew exactly what to do. He found a bottle from a small fridge that had been installed under the control table with all the levers, buttons, and thingamajigs that controlled the boat. It tasted like heaven going down my throat. I'd been more dehydrated than I thought, as I instantly felt better and more alert as well. Feel better? Much. I nodded and put the empty bottle down. So, have you seen anyone else on board? No. Have you searched it? Went down to the engine and back up. Not a soul. This isn't a cruise ship, you know. Not that many places to hide. You didn't find me, and I used your little secret passageway to shimmy up to the top deck. Huh. Jacques leaned against the control table. I figured it had to come in handy one day. Point is, you didn't find me. Okay, but I haven't seen anyone. As far as I know, you and I are the only ones on board. He gave me a smile at that, which wasn't good. Some of his smiles were nothing but trouble, and that one was definitely one of them. Be that as it may, if someone stranded us here and we're not going anywhere, maybe we should think of something else to do? Don't give me that look, I said as soon as he crossed his arms over his chest in a most casual manner. What look? That look. It doesn't bode well. In fact, I was pretty sure that look in itself could impregnate anything it wanted to. Not what followed the look. No, the look itself. And as I'd come to learn about Jacques, that was his dream in life. I was pretty sure my ovaries did a backflip at the sight and was thankful my IUD still had a couple of years left in it. I'm sure his genes were coveted by most. But no. Just no. My comment made him laugh. The last time you were on board? The last time I got a bad sunburn. So did you, as I recall? Yes, well, I didn't mind. I shook my head in resignation. He was probably new to being turned down. Tell me what's gotten you so worried about the boat. How do you know? I couldn't very well tell him I'd heard him think it. He did believe me able to sense feelings, though. You're giving off that vibe. That's the vibe I'm giving off? He flashed a smile that was way too dazzling. That's one of the vibes you're giving off, I corrected. Wow. It's true, isn't it? What? You're sleeping with that cop. I thought it was just gossip. A sudden knot coiled in my stomach at the thought of Nate. I'd hoped to see him again tonight if my business with Kevin had been short. Jacques' comment made me tighten my fists on the table's edge. In what world is that yours? Or anyone's business? I had expected rumors, of course, but Gerard and the other leaders knew, and no one actually had anything to say about it. Nate was considered tame, and that was that. Jacques at least had the decency to blush at my rebuke. I guess it's not. You guess right. Now, about the boat? My no-arguing tone told him to get on with the actual problem of the day. He gave me a sort of blank look and then nodded. I'll show you. Come here. I got off the table and walked over. Look at the water when I try to steer her. I did, seeing out of the corner of my eye that he gave thrust by pushing a lever forward. I could hear it in the increased noise from the engines as well. It was strange how we didn't seem to be going very fast. Now look, he went on, using the little joystick that had replaced an actual wheel a long time ago. The Aurora didn't seem to react to the sideways movements at all. Are we sailing at half power or something? I asked. We're not going anywhere. Jacques walked over to the narrow door that led out to the starboard side ladder. Follow me, he added as he turned around and almost slid down the thing. It was likely something he'd done since childhood. I took the safer path and climbed down like a normal landlubber. Look, he said, already leaning over the railing and pointing at something. I went over to him to have a look. What? I said. Can't you see? Right there, where the hull meets the water? I felt my eyes widen when I did see. There was no real movement, only the water lapping against the hull. I stretched my neck to see how it was behind the Aurora. There were no long tendrils of foamy, disturbed water there. We're not moving, are we? No. Jacques straightened up. We're not even floating and letting currents take us. There's no movement at all. I stepped back from the railing and glanced around the tidy deck. I could feel the slight rocking motion of the boat. It would be impossible for it to lie completely still, but this wasn't even enough to get someone seasick. Did you try calling someone? My phone doesn't have a signal. Mine either. But yeah, I've even sent out a mayday, but there's nothing but static on the radio. No response at all. And, he added, indicating the inside of the railing behind him, I've sent up an emergency flare. Nothing. I peeked around him, seeing the exposed flare gun that hung under the harpoon gun. Those tools were never left out there when the Aurora docked. Both were for emergencies, though the only emergency the harpoon had ever been used for was a giant cod some crew member had once mistaken for a shark. It had become a little joke among the fishermen in town. As for those tools, someone could nick them if they weren't locked up properly when the boat was moored. which again told me that Jacques wasn't lying. He'd been on board and he'd been planning on heading out to sea again as soon as possible. Strangely enough, he went on, that's not the weirdest part. I arched an eyebrow, wondering what could be stranger than this. He pulled up his left sleeve, revealing a wristwatch, a digital one. According to this, it's 1:15 a.m., but it's been like this since I woke up. He pointed toward the sun, which was standing high in the sky, with no seeming intention of setting any time soon. Oh, great! I made sure to let the sarcasm seep out of my voice.
Chapter 8. Morning, Nate. Did you hear the news? I stopped with a sense of trepidation as Maureen greeted me with those words. What gossip was she spreading now? I'd been one of her juicier news with regards to Maggie and myself, and almost didn't want to know. The problem with Maureen, or the best thing about her, was that she was impossible to stay mad at. She was too chirpy and kind, and not in an annoying way. Morning. No, what is it? Someone identify the owner of the cheese? Maureen shook her head, way too seriously for some frivolous gossip, at least. No, and that foul thing belongs to Detective Bowman, by the way. No, there was a death last night. Okay. Nate, what are you doing out here? McCallan said as he opened the door, so abruptly it slammed into the wall. What? That guy, Halen, he killed himself last night. What? I repeated, having forgotten all other words. I followed McCallan inside and found a cluster of cops around Rollins's desk. It looked like everyone starting their shifts now were staring at the same thing. Come on, McCallan urged. We're looking at the surveillance video. Still at a loss of words, I went over and stood at the back of the little crowd to see what had happened. Killed himself? That seemed so unbelievable. The man had been stressed and frightened, yes. On the brink? No. At least I didn't think so. It was strange, though, that he hadn't contacted me about the box I'd retrieved from his house. I was sure he would have been released yesterday. No, he was put back in, Lyle said when I asked. Why? Because he went postal and punched me in the gut when we tried to escort him up from holding. Why on earth would he do that? Beats me, wasn't much of a punch either. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he didn't want to leave. It certainly sounded like it, I thought, as Rollins got the video started. The camera was placed right above the little office so that every cell could be seen straight on. This is about an hour before he died, Rollins said as the rest of us stood around her, craning our necks to see above each other. On the surveillance tape, gray but clear enough, we all saw Jordan sitting on his bench. Our smugglers had been transferred yesterday, and only the woman remained. She sat on her bench, and only the concrete wall separated them. Are they talking? I asked. Mm-hmm. Seems like it, Rollins said. It's a bit hard to tell. They were. I heard Leland tell Detective K, Lyle chimed in. I came in early to study in peace, and saw the ambulance as I came. Didn't last long, though, Rollins said, as the woman lay down on her bunk. Jordan remained seated a while longer. Nothing happened here for a while. Rollins jumped ahead in the video. When she hit play again, we saw Jordan lay down on his bench. Rollins put the recording on a faster mode to skip forward. Wait, what's that? McCallan asked, trying to point between three cops in his way. Rollins hit rewind, and we saw the woman stir from her bench. She turned around so her head was by the bars before she put her arm between them and reached around the partitioning wall and into Jordan's cell. What the hell is she doing? McCallan asked. I think she's grabbing his foot, I said. She didn't seem to be doing much else other than holding on to him. After a minute or two, she withdrew her hand, turned around, and seemingly went back to sleep again. Okay, so 10 minutes later, Halen wakes up. Rollins slowed down the video as Jordan got up from his bunk. He began pacing back and forth a bit, although the room was shrouded in semi-darkness. We could see his arms moving, as if he was talking to himself. He appeared to be arguing. And then, Rollins went on the 33-minute mark, Jordan, in a burst of speed, ran across his little cell and slammed headfirst into the wall right above the bench he'd been sleeping on. The impact sent him reeling backward, and a shadow moved beneath the camera. Leland getting to her feet to see what was happening. She never had time to do anything, though, as we all saw Jordan, who shouldn't even be standing at that point, run at the wall again. As his head smacked into the concrete this time, he fell down so his upper body rested on the bench. There came a slow whistle from one of the officers. The rest of us were quiet. "How was he even able to do the second one?" McCallan asked. No one had a good answer. "Who's the woman?" I asked. "Some late-season tourist," one of the officers said. "Ivy Allister." "She still here?" "Nah, her lawyer came at the crack of dawn. She gave a statement and then left." "A tourist with her own lawyer in town?" Weirder things have happened. That was true, I thought, as I left the group and went to my desk. A lot weirder things had happened, and that death was one of them. It wasn't a coincidence that Jordan had died. What with the two men breaking into his house and searching for the box, and now this? No, I was sure of one thing. Jordan hadn't killed himself. That woman had. I had no idea what she'd done to him or how it worked, but this was more of the community business that had piled up in my lap. "So, what did he say?" McCallan sat down at his desk. "Halen?" "Yeah, he asked for you by name, right?" I nodded. "He did. Must have heard it somewhere." "You didn't know him?" "No, he wanted me to help him." "Oh yeah? With what?" This was what I'd been dreading ever since everything had gone to hell at Steep Rock, and I'd been embroiled in lies and deceit when it came to the police, to my friends and colleagues. How could I tell them a woman had touched a man's foot, whereupon he'd run head-on into a concrete wall and died? It was insane. Actually, it was totally nuts. And yet, I was certain that was what had happened. Hell, if I hadn't seen what I had of that hidden world, I wouldn't even have paid attention to her touching him. He wanted me to get something for him. What was it? I didn't ask, Bill. You know how that sounds, right? Hella suspicious. Exactly. The worst upheaval must have happened during the night shift, and after seeing the video, everyone calmed down and went back to work. After a while, when McCallan dared to brave the refrigerator, I got the little box out of my jacket pocket. I hadn't bothered to open it, figuring that Jordan would show up yesterday to claim it. Things were a little different now, though. I opened it and found a small, green flash drive. That was it. Nothing else. I put the box in a desk drawer and considered putting the drive into my computer. They were notorious virus traps sometimes, but Jordan? No, I put it in the USB port and watched as a folder came up on screen. No virus. In fact, it was only one document in there, but as I clicked on it, it revealed nothing but gibberish, and it seemed to be a long list of gibberish. The decryption was obvious, but there was something familiar about the list-like look of it. "Nothing edible," McCallan announced as he sat down. "Damn it, Bill, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" That made him laugh. "That's rich. Imagine the headlines. 28-year-old healthy man with no children dies of a heart attack." He leaned back and continued laughing like that was the most unbelievable thing he'd ever heard. "At least the Daily would have something to write about. You'd be doing them a favor." Oh, damn it. I glared at the screen. I'd pressed print by accident and would now have 121 pages of nonsense. I ended up stuffing them into the drawer with the box and the USB drive. Whatever this was, Maggie could deal with it when she had the time. After that, the hours ticked off fast as I had nothing but usual work to deal with. As the lunch hour came by, I lost a coin toss with McCallan and had to go outside to get food. The wind had given way last night to heavy rain. I pulled up the hood of my raincoat and hurried across the street, going no farther than the deli to get anything. As I did, I noticed a hunched figure by the corner of the station building, standing just so the rain, for the most part, didn't fall on him. I didn't think much of it until I came back again, trying to protect a bag of sandwiches from the downpour. The figure craned his neck and waved me over. Not sure what to think, I slowed down and changed direction. You never quite knew what to expect in this job, so running straight over to someone with violent plans was not encouraged. As I got closer, though, he pulled his hood back. I sighed and made no move to hide it. "Hello, Eddie." I stopped in front of him. He was standing with half an unlit smoke in his hand that appeared to have been extinguished by the rain. Something you want to tell us today? Heh, that'll be the day. We'll be waiting. Eddie was a slippery fish, suspected of a number of crimes, primarily of the cyber kind. I'm sure, Detective, but I'm here on other business. That's nice. I'm gonna go eat lunch, I said and turned. If he wasn't confessing to anything, I wasn't interested. It's about Maggie. Except that. I stopped and turned. What about her? Eddie licked his lips and put his wet smoke there before realizing there was no life in it. Something's wrong. I can't find my brother, Jacques. He seemed genuinely shook, and not because of the cold rain that splattered down around us. He was supposed to meet with Maggie due to some conflict on his boat, but I haven't heard from him, and he always checks in with me. The words boat, Maggie, and storm suddenly swirled in my mind. Had something happened? I wouldn't ask this if it wasn't important, Eddie went on, with a quick, pointed side-eye up at the sign that said Ashport Police on the wall above us. But I think I need your help.
Chapter 9. There has to be something holding the boat, I repeated as I concluded both sides looked the same. The boat did not cut through the water due to speed. I'm telling you there's not, Jacques insisted as he followed me. The anchor isn't even lowered. What are you doing? Going for a swim. I was taking my shoes and socks off, as well as my jeans and shirt. I hadn't thought to bring a bathing suit to my kidnapping, so my underwear and a simple cotton camisole would have to do. Why? Jacques, I said as I climbed onto the railing. I want to go home. Let's just figure this out, okay? I didn't give him time to answer. Instead, I jumped into the water, seeing his confused face as I went in. I kept my legs straight and went deep down on the jump, feeling the water pressing around me. It was warm and pleasant. I hadn't expected that despite the sun. The Aurora's hull changed color under the surface from white to a brownish red. Though being a landlubber with a capital L, I had learned a few things during my years in Ashport. Boats were often painted with some special chemical that kept certain organisms off the underside. Feeling like I had a sufficient air supply in my lungs, I dived a little deeper to see if I could see the bottom of her. The water was clear enough, especially with the sun rays permeating the surface and reaching down several feet. I did reach her keel, and I saw nothing. Nothing but endless masses of water and a part of the propeller to my right. Nothing wrong with that either, as far as I could see. It turned steadily, but I didn't even feel slightly drawn toward it. It had no effect on the water whatsoever. I swam up toward the surface then, confused and in need of air. As I breached the surface, I saw Jacques draw a breath of relief. I'd ended up a little further from the Aurora on my way up, and began swimming toward her. It became a little harder than it should be. Maybe the drugs I'd been given were still working? I put some muscle into it, but the boat didn't seem to come any closer. Maggie! I heard Jacques' shouts, but the water was sloshing against me, confusing me and basically slapping me senseless. Then I went under. I could taste the salt in my mouth, not thinking why that was the case. I felt something pulling at me. It gave a sense of soaring backward through the air. Only it wasn't air, and that was what I needed. I struggled and kicked my way up, barely getting my head above the surface. I swallowed as much water as the lungful of air I got before I went under again. This time, I fought my way back up at once. The sun still shone as if these were some tropical waters. This was no storm. I was trapped in a strong current. I could see the boat, and I fought to swim toward it, but each stroke felt like swimming in molasses. The water splashed and kicked as much as I did. I didn't even have the strength to shout for help, and I knew Jacques couldn't steer the boat after me to do anything. I was pulled under again as I felt the current twirling around my legs. It was as if the water itself was grabbing hold of me. I glanced up, kicking for dear life to breach the surface, and saw something round twirling in the air above, something round that landed with a splash behind me. The speed with which it glided above me startled me into a panicked reaction. This was my one chance. I kicked and crawled my way up, the water gliding around me, willing me back under, but I managed to grab hold of the lifebuoy before it floated out of reach. I shot my other hand forward and grabbed on with that as well, refusing to let go. The lifebuoy stopped floating away, but I could feel the pull from the other side. Jacques had the rope. A moment later, I felt the surface washing over my face as my mouth opened without being ordered to, sucking in both water and air alike. I wrapped my arms around the ring, holding on for dear life as I felt myself pulled in two directions. I gasped and sputtered, but the extra time with air gave me my senses back. I started kicking, swimming with rhythmic, decisive strokes as Jacques pulled at the rope from the Aurora. It was the strangest sensation, but it felt like the water didn't want to let go. It pulled and slapped at me until I was so close to the boat that there was no chance of me not escaping. With a few strokes left, it suddenly stopped. "God damn it, woman! Do you have to be so stubborn?" Jacques barked as he helped pull me up and over the railing. I landed on deck in a heap of sputtering and gasping. "You almost got yourself killed." I drew a few steady breaths and then bent my head back so I could see him. "You were right. There's nothing under the boat." Of course I was right. I can tell by the movements. And I have an echo sounder. Oh. Oh? Really? You scared the bejesus out of me, Maggie. Well, I got to my feet. Now we also know about the freak current out there. Actually, freak wasn't the right word, I thought, as I began pulling my dry clothes on top of my wet ones. Yep, what a lovely day this was turning out to be. I stared out at the now calm water. It looked positively inviting and innocent. I think that current is sentient. No. Really? Jacques said, still angry and cursing more than usual because of it. Of course it is. Something is completely wrong here, and we are most certainly nowhere near Ashport with these waters. I shrugged. He would know, wouldn't he? He was the one who worked on that stretch of the coastline. If he said this wasn't it, then I believed him. We went back up to the wheelhouse, and Jacques killed the engines. There was no point in burning fuel if we couldn't move. The Aurora was effectively dead in the water, and we were trapped on board. You know, he said after a long pause of silence between us. I suspected he was still angry, but as it turned out, he'd crossed back to curiosity. You never told me why. He sat down on the bench next to me as I was seated on the table again. Why what? Why you ended it? I didn't, I said. I thought I'd been pretty clear about the matter. I had learned over the years to both end and have my affairs ended for me. It came with the job. You got used to it and moved on. You just said it wouldn't work out. That was it. It wouldn't have worked out, I told him. That was obvious. I thought of how to make it any clearer when a creak sounded from the stairs. I shared a look with Jacques. Then it sounded again. So loud and long it couldn't possibly be an accident. I jumped off the table and stared down the narrow spiral stairwell. There was no one there. What are you doing? Jacques whispered as he got up. I smiled with as much confidence as I could muster as I snatched an elastic band from my jean pocket. I pulled my wet hair back and fastened it with it. What do you think? I'm going to check it out. Wait here, I added in a tone that brokered no argument and began my descent. No, Maggie, listen. But I didn't as I listened for more sounds below deck instead.
Chapter 10. The windshield wipers pushed the rain away at high speed as I drove through town, heading south along the harbor. No sane person was outside without a raincoat or umbrella, and there were few who ventured anywhere, even with those. If you light that smoke in here, I'll drive really slowly by your usual hangouts, I told Eddie as he fumbled to get a cigarette out of a half-full and battered packet. He'd already made a point of sinking low into the seat as if being seen in a police car was the greatest embarrassment imaginable. It didn't even seem to matter that it was a plain car. Eddie rolled his eyes but didn't light the thing, nor did he put it back in the packet. Instead, he held it like he couldn't wait to get out of the car to begin working on it. I don't understand why we're going to the boat. I told you there's nothing there. I don't have much faith in what you say or do, Eddie. This is about family. I wouldn't be telling fibs when it comes to my brother's safety. Now that I did believe, I knew enough of the community by now to know he would not have gotten in the car if this wasn't important to him. Fair enough, but why come to me? I didn't. At first, I tried getting a hold of Maggie. She usually knows what to do, but I can't find her. Yes, that seemed to be going around. I'd thought she was simply busy, though. What if something bad had actually happened? Don't you have a backup if she's otherwise preoccupied? She's never too busy for us. Eddie sounded perplexed at the thought, and I suppressed a smile. Of course, she wasn't. She lived for her community, didn't she? Besides, he went on, she did have backup. You guys arrested him, and now she's on her own. Oh, yes. The infamous Freddie Miller. He'd been the mender in town before her, as well as at the same time. For a while, at least. Yes, we had arrested him. He'd been innocent, as it turned out. But there was no way to prove that, and so he'd been broken out of a prison transport, never to be seen again. I had a strong suspicion that Maggie and her friend and previous mender, Annalise, had been part of that breakout. Eddie's tone was not lost on me, though. This was the reason these people with their supernatural affiliations to the community didn't trust anyone in law enforcement, which was why it was strange that Eddie had reached out, despite his worry for his brother. No one else can do what she does? Not really. That's why we have our menders. Don't you get it? Someone to put our world back together when we break it. Which, judging by Maggie's schedule, they did, often and on a varying scale. Anyway, Eddie continued, I figured since she's stooping you for some inexplicable reason, maybe you could help look. The windshield wipers did a few turns back and forth. Did you say stooping? I'm watching my language in front of you people. Cops are sensitive folk. I bet he was. But this meant that for the second time in as many days, someone had approached me due to my connection with her, asking for something. In this case, I hadn't hesitated, but I was wondering if I was seeing the beginning of a pattern here. I was certainly seeing things I wouldn't have noticed before. I put those thoughts aside as we reached Sunny Cove and the array of jetties there. Being the closest to town, the Sunny Cove Marina had a waiting list for those wanting a space for their boats. For the most part, we passed leisure vessels of varying sizes, including small sailboats and a few motor-driven boats that bordered on small yachts. There were a few fishing boats there as well, though. From what I gathered, they'd had spots there for decades, with previous generations having acquired them. The Hayes family had done exactly that. I followed Eddie as quick as I could, glad of the added rubber on the wooden jetty in the rain. It would be easy to misstep, slide, and land in the water on a day like that. The Aurora lay in her spot on Pier 9, which was built for larger vessels, just like Eddie had said. She was a medium-sized fishing vessel in this neck of the woods, with a white and blue color scheme, and her name written out in gold along the bow and aft. She also looked wholly deserted. There was no gangway out, but I followed Eddie's lead. With a long stride up onto the boat's railing, I stepped over the fenders between the boat and the jetty and boarded with ease. Eddie went straight to a small door on the starboard side of the wheelhouse as I scanned the deck. There was nothing out there that hadn't been nailed down, no trace of anyone. Coming? I turned to see that Eddie had the door opened, and I hurried inside, glad to be out of the rain. So was Eddie, as his cigarettes materialized from under his raincoat. The first puff of smoke came out in a relaxed sigh. At my instruction, he explained the layout of the boat. We were standing in a small corridor with a winding staircase in front of us. On the other end, I saw a door that, according to him, led out on deck again, on the port side. Above us was the cockpit, and below was the engine room in the aft section, then the cabins and galley, and then the tanks for fish or ballast afore. It seemed straightforward enough, and I was accompanied by Eddie and his plume of tobacco smoke as I checked out the cockpit first, and then went below deck. The galley was the center of the crew's living quarters. It contained a small kitchenette, a table with a bench encircling it in a square shape, much like the one in the cockpit, though larger. There was a widescreen TV mounted on the bulkhead, and every cabinet and shelf was bolted in place. Other than a few week-old newspapers and some battered board game boxes, there wasn't much out of place. It seemed like Jacques Hayes kept a tight ship, and I figured it was for the best that Eddie hadn't taken over the family business. He not only came off as unstructured, with his scruffy appearance of crumpled clothes, unkempt hair, and scraggly beard that probably wasn't meant to be one, he simply gave that general impression. "This cabin," he said as he opened the door to one of them, "is Jacques, and the other two are for the crew." I glanced inside them and saw nothing unusual there, either. He only has two these days, though, so they each get theirs. A crew of two meant he actually wasn't doing that bad these days. "And this Kevin Stevens was causing trouble?" I asked. "Yeah, but I talked to him and he's not behind this." "And you're sure of that? Because—" "He's scared mindless of Maggie. He almost didn't go to work because he knew Jacques had called her. But when he did, no one was here, and so he left. And quite fast, I'd imagine. She can give people that impression." Eddie snorted. "She's pretty badass." I refrained from commenting and nodded toward the stairs. "We should go talk to him." "But I already did." "Yes, and now I'm going to hear what he has to say." "Seriously? You can't even trust that I'm telling the truth about this?" "We've been over this, Eddie." He took a drag of his smoke and went over to a porthole. I seem to remember a certain police detective who had no issues with using my services a few weeks back. He unscrewed the locks and threw the smoke out the opening and into the water below. That was to make sure certain people would get off her back. Maggie Evans did, in fact, not live in Ashport any longer. At least, not on any official document. It was one of the reasons she'd told Chief Mulligan she wouldn't work for her anymore. It wouldn't have taken long to find out that she had changed her name, and not through the proper channels either. "Yeah, but still," Eddie went on as I got my phone, "if you're thinking for 1 second that you can use that information against me, then go ahead and try. I'd rather lose my job than be blackmailed by the likes of you." I typed out a text to McAllen saying I wasn't coming back today, my thumbs hammering a little harder on the screen than usual. "Geez, man, calm down. I was only joking." I didn't bother to hide my suspicion as I eyed him. "Come on," he pleaded. "I just want to find my brother." "Then let's go. He's clearly not here."
Chapter 11. Everything seemed quiet as I entered the galley. Not a person in sight. It was more spacious than the cabin I'd woken up in earlier. Every shelf and cabinet had been put in place with care, with the sole table and bench to make the most of the space. The flat-screen TV was a welcome pastime addition and an invention that suited such a tight-fitted space. I checked the cabins, but they were empty. The one I'd been locked inside was now open, which meant whoever had brought me there had finally checked on me, only to find me missing. Jacques' cabin was also empty, but the collection of tools laid out in there stopped me short. Various implements of the pointy metal sort lay in neat lines on the table in there, and there were ropes on the sole bunk. Not good. I screamed inside my head and took a deep breath as I forced myself to close the door. I was sure this wasn't Jacques' doing. I was also sure that I would never again trust him to do a proper search. He'd likely not seen anyone in the galley and gone straight to the engine room and been happy with that. I opened the door to the cramped little bathroom but found no one there either. That sound had come from someone, though. It had been too deliberate. I went back into the galley and decided to go up to the wheelhouse again. Maybe whoever was here had found my shortcut out and taken it. It was an uplifting thought in its own way, but as I headed straight forward, a movement to my left told me otherwise. I stopped by the table, trying to identify the cause of the movement. At first, he struck me as a mere shadow, but as he turned toward me, a man came into view. "Hello, Peggy," he said as I finally saw him properly. My hand jerked to the table and I grabbed onto the edge. Peggy? That was an old name. I hadn't gone by that since it was given to me in Seattle 10 years ago. "Or is it Meg now?" he went on and took a step toward me. I really wanted to take one back, but refused to back down. "Meg Avery?" He was a broad-shouldered man, an inch or two taller than my own 5'6". He was blond with a short-trimmed beard a shade darker than his hair. Blue eyes considered me above a smile that did not strike me as genuine, especially after seeing the torture tools in Jacques' cabin. I might have overlooked his smile if I'd met him on the street, but not now. His use of my oldest and newest aliases told me something else, though. He knew me from Seattle, not Ashport, and had recently found me. The why escaped me. No matter how I stared, I didn't recognize him. "Call me what you like, but I'm afraid I have no idea what to call you." A ripple of contempt at my not remembering him made his lips curl. "Oh, a revenge thing then." I scanned the galley for anything helpful, but no apparent weapons were in sight. "My name's Rafe. We met a long time ago." "Sorry, Rex. Doesn't ring a bell." Maybe there were some knives in the kitchenette section? Knife fights were a messy business, but if I was the only one bringing one, could I keep myself between him and the kitchenette? "Rafe," he snarled at my deliberate use of the wrong name. I knew where this was going, could see it in his eyes. There was no mistaking someone egging for a fight, and this guy clearly believed I'd done him a wrong. It was probably true. But usually, I didn't do that unless he'd done something in the first place that called for it. "Did you do this?" I made a quick gesture to indicate the boat. "This is some kind of illusion, isn't it?" That drew a smile of pride. "I did. I've had some time to master my craft." "Craft, huh?" He was a big fella. He was dressed in worn jeans and a button-down that did nothing to hide the bulge of muscle underneath. I'd be a fool to think him weak. "Remind me, did you do something like this when we supposedly met last time?" I truly couldn't remember it, and I would have if I'd been trapped in a different world. "No." There was a distinct growl to his voice. My lack of remembering irked him. "You're the reason I ended up in a mind lock." "Then I'm sure you had it coming." I could bolt for the stairs, but he'd likely grab me by the foot and pull me back, which would leave me at his mercy. "You were just a brat." I shrugged. I've been doing this since I was 17. Being put in a mind lock was a punishment only for severe cases that couldn't be sent to a normal prison. They didn't have the sense to control themselves, and having the authorities notice the use of their abilities did not lead to good things. To add insult to injury, being taken out by a teenager had likely not helped. "What happened to your keeper?" "She's dead." That explained that. There were few affiliates with the capacity to control others, and I'd only known about one female in Seattle with that kind of juice. That also got my alarm bells chiming even louder. Rafe? Rafe Parker or Porter or something? A vague memory of someone causing a lot of problems by tricking people, affiliates and otherwise, into doing things they wouldn't usually do. If you thought someone was attacking you, you'd defend yourself. To others, it looked like unprovoked murder. There'd been a variety of scenarios. If I remembered right, he'd done it for the hell of it. One of those who just likes to watch the world burn. He had a new goal now, though. I thought of the cabin I'd woken up in. I could run in there and use the hatch, but as with the stairs, he'd catch up too fast. "And now you're here because you're on some vengeance spree?" There was no way out of it. That much was obvious. His eyes on me were too intent, the tools back in the cabin a reminder of what he truly wanted to do. In peace, where no one would hear me scream. This was really craptastic. "Maybe I should thank you," he said and shrugged. I spent years in the grip of that woman. It gave me no leeway to be me, but I could imagine and focus. I learned a new trick. I see that. He had recreated the whole of the aurora and the ocean around her. From what I remembered, his illusions had some basis in reality, but I'd never experienced them myself. He'd had to be taken by surprise. I wasn't going to be as lucky this time. The galley was cramped and suddenly, to me, cluttered with furniture. I knew I had real power behind my kicks, and that I could move fast. This wasn't the place for that. My old teacher in self-defense and hand-to-hand combat would never approve. Always move the fight to your turf, and if you can't, sure as hell don't fight on theirs. I could hear his voice clear as day. But how the hell was I going to find somewhere equally bad for the both of us inside this psycho's illusion? I eyed Rafe's body again. I couldn't compete with the upper body strength behind those muscles. From what I remembered, he could hold his own. The odds were not in my favor at the moment. That was the reality of it. I'd be a fool to think otherwise. Maybe you should consider being a little more grateful then, instead of, full-on creepy. I could spot the ease in his body language a mile away. He wasn't worried at all. He was about to answer me when I grabbed a nearby box of Monopoly from a shelf and slung it at his head. He raised his arms for protection and averted his face as cardboard and tiny pieces flew everywhere. I grabbed hold of a small bookshelf bolted to a wall, hoping it would hold, jumped and kicked at his face. His arms took the brunt of it, but it sent him on his ass. I landed in a crouch, saw him reeling, and sprang for the stairs. I had my hands on the edges of the opening above me when, out the corner of my eye, I saw him spring into an attack. I felt him grab my left foot and yank so hard I lost my grip. My upper body smacked down on the steps, making me gasp with the shock more than the pain. An arm snaked around my neck, pulling me back up. I tried twisting away and felt Rafe slam his fist between my shoulder blades. It sent me sprawling into the drawers and cabinets of the kitchenette, sending plates, pots, and glasses flying to the floor. I cried out in pain and clenched my teeth as I got to my feet, again helped by Rafe, who grabbed the back of my shirt. I swung around before he was done and sent a fist to his face that sent him staggering back a few steps in shock more than anything. I could feel the jolt of the impact vibrating up my own arm. I saw a knife among a few spatulas and ladles on the floor and picked it up with a quick movement, turning back to my opponent in the same motion. Rafe grabbed my wrist in the grip of a vice. Damn, he was fast. He pulled at my wrist, unsettling me, and punched me in the face. The pain had me blinded a second. I hardly knew what happened next as he threw himself forward while wrapping his legs around me and slamming me to the floor with his weight. I cried out in pain and felt him move, but did manage to hold on to the knife. Rafe sat above, straddling me, his back to my head as he tried forcing the blade out of my hand. I hit his back with my left hand, but the impact was weak, probably like a mosquito bite to him. I could feel my fingers being forcibly pried from the knife handle and reacted the only way I knew how. As he wasn't straddling my hips, I had a better momentum than he thought, and I managed to kick him in the head with my right leg. Before he could gather himself, I threw both legs back in a spinning motion and wrapped them around his neck. With the momentum, I managed to pull him forward. To avoid the pain, he did the rest for me, loosening his grip on my hand as I lost the knife and rolling forward to get away. We both got to our feet, breathing hard and staring at each other, assessing. Then he came at me, quicker than he should be able to. I ducked his initial blow, spinning and turning to face him as he whirled around. I could see a smile on his face. Apparently, he liked this as much as the torture session he'd planned, or maybe he was still planning on that. What a lovely day that would be for him. A quick feint from me, moving my left shoulder, ostensibly to hit him, had him leaning to the side long enough for me to land a kick in his ribcage. He fell back, causing more crockery to fall out as his arms slammed into the top cabinet before he landed on his ass. The sound of breaking glass and porcelain seemed to never stop. Not even the sticky, non-slip cloth under them held them in place from this. I went forward, landing a second kick on his hip as he scrambled to get up. He grunted in pain, and I pivoted, hoping to catch him off guard again, but his forearm came up, blocking me. Normally, I'd have recovered, if not for the crunching glass under my foot that had me wobbling, and Rafe's other arm as he grabbed my leg and pulled. I toppled over and landed on my back, crying out as several little glass shards cut into my legs and back. A hard boot to my right ribcage had me flopping over to my side. I tried getting up, but felt his hand land on my throat. I was dragged a few feet before the back of my head, and shoulders slammed into the lower part of the stove. I gasped in pain, or would have if any air had been able to go down my breathing tube. "Maggie?" I heard Jacques' voice full of concern from the stairs. I couldn't see him. I didn't want him down here. "No. Stay away, Jacques," I managed before Rafe tightened his grip on my throat. Silent gasps of no air escaped me as I gaped up at him. I saw him glance back at the stairs and then turn back to me, smiling. He hadn't known there was someone else on board. Jacques was a stowaway on his own boat, and Rafe now knew it was someone I knew, someone to hurt. I started kicking my legs wildly as I needed to breathe. I had no control, and Rafe knew it. I clawed at his thick arm as he controlled me with one iron grip. He squatted down beside me, paying close attention. I had no idea if he was going to choke me to death or into unconsciousness so he could finally get his little playtime in his makeshift torture chamber. Either way, I didn't want any of it. He smelled of sweat and blood, and through my blurry vision, I could see he'd taken some cuts. I reached up with my left hand, trying to reach his eyes. Rafe only craned his neck at this nuisance, but it made him unaware of my other hand. I felt around on the floor and grabbed the largest piece of glass I could find. Whatever it had been part of, it had been something sturdy. Rafe saw and scoffed through a condescending smile as I began to see black dots before my eyes. Maybe he thought I was going to cut at his arm or face. He was ready for that. But I didn't move my hand that way. Instead, I found the heel of his shoe, moved the cuff of his jeans away with my thumb, and let the glass cut in with what little strength I had left. The sharp snap of his rupturing Achilles tendon was the only sound before Rafe roared in pain. For some reason, he tried standing up, which made him fall down, landing over my legs, screaming in pain and shock. He'd let me go, but as a consequence of my oxygen-deprived brain, I blacked out a minute. When I came to, it felt like the world had shifted like a channel change on the TV. I glanced at the stairs, seeing a streak of blood only broken by the steps. "Jacques. Damn," I whispered, my throat hurting. I got to my feet, unsteady at first as I went for the stairs. I wiped something from my eye, which turned out to be blood. I heard a crash from somewhere above and hurried my steps. As I entered the cockpit, I saw Rafe with his hand on the back of the neck of a half-conscious Jacques. I shouted something intelligible that never jostled Rafe from his movement. He slammed Jacques' head into the control table, and he sank to the floor with the same ability of movement as that of a crash test dummy. I'd had it then. I took in Rafe's general shape as I approached him. He was bleeding and bruised, much like myself, I imagined, but his left leg was hemorrhaging and he couldn't put weight on it. I evaded his attempts to punch me, pivoted, and kicked him hard in the shoulder. He staggered back, misstepping as he put weight on his left leg by reflex. He cried out and fell to his knees, yet blocking my next kick with his forearms. He got up again, jumping backward a little on his right leg until there was no room behind him anymore. There was nothing but the door leading out to the steep ladder. He'd never make that climb, and he knew it. He took up a sort of stand, but I was faster. I kicked his left leg, making him howl with pain before I adjusted and sent a foot straight into his left pec. The jolt had him crashing back into the door, which, to my surprise, gave way under the pressure. I watched as he struggled to find a handhold. He leaned on his left leg again, lost his balance completely, and fell backward. I ran over to the door as he hit the railing, breaking his neck, and then toppled onto the deck. I breathed hard. My throat rasped but felt better than it had below deck. Then I turned my eyes up at the sky. The sun shone as if it had no worries in life. The water looked as warm and inviting as before. Ah, crap, I whispered to myself. We're still here.
Chapter 12. The dark blue, spotless BMW stood in its spot, looking like it had never had a stray piece of gravel jump up and nick its varnish. So her car's here? So what? Eddie took another drag from his smoke and shifted from foot to foot with apparent unease. A door slammed further inside the garage, but no one came our way. She loves this thing more than anything, and judging by the fact that it's this clean, I'd say it hasn't been out since the storm came. It was true. It seemed like the only things Maggie spent real money on were her lipsticks and her car. All right, but it's a short walk from her apartment to Sunny Cove. Maybe she decided to walk. Right, so that supports what you're saying. She likely went to your brother's boat. Seriously? You're still checking my story? Of course I was. I had no idea what had happened, but neither Maggie nor Jacques were picking up their phones. There was nothing but voicemail on the other ends. My only ally was not trustworthy beyond caring about his brother, as far as I could see. Why aren't we searching her place? Wouldn't that tell us more? I highly doubted it. Maggie's apartment was simply a place she slept now and then. It had a few keepsakes in it, but nothing she couldn't leave in a hurry, something she'd had to do a few times in her life already. No, that would be creepier than checking her car. I began walking toward the exit. Okay, so where to now? Eddie's hasty steps sounded on the concrete as he came scurrying after me. We'd talked to both of Jacques' crew members, but sadly, Eddie had been right in his assessment. They'd both found the Aurora empty when they were supposed to leave after the wind had settled. Jacques hadn't given either of them any notification about his seemingly altered plans. Tell me about your brother. We made our way back to my car out in the rainy street. As I said, he's responsible. He always texts me or emails when he takes the Aurora out and when he returns. Always? He'd mentioned this earlier as well. Yes, it's a sort of family tradition. Ever since Granddad died when we were kids. He was out alone with the boat then, and no one knew about it. Eddie dropped his cigarette and stomped on it before getting into the car. A whiff of tobacco still clung to him. Would it have made a difference? I asked. People seldom survived long out in open waters here. It was usually too cold. No, I guess not, but we might have found him, at least. I'm sorry. Eddie shrugged. Well, the Aurora ran ashore near Charlotte Bay a day later. At least we got her back. And so Mom demanded everyone report their use of the boat from then on. And your brother keeps to this? It's just the two of us left now, but yeah. But not during his unexpected storm hiatus? No. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel as the soaking wet streets of Ashport glided past. I'll grant you it seems strange. Gee, thanks. Jacques does seem the tidy, structured sort. And here I thought you'd detest him. Why? Eddie twisted in his seat. Because, never mind. What? Well, he and Maggie used to go out. I thought you knew. No, well, yes, she might have mentioned it once, come to think of it. There had been something familiar with Jacques' name, but I hadn't thought about it until now. Eddie was the one who was known to the police in this town, and so I'd forgotten about it. Now, though, I felt an uncomfortable twist in my gut. I'd never really been the jealous type, so I didn't quite know what to make of this. Eddie sank further down into his seat as we passed another car. You know they can't really see you, right, with the rain? Eddie scoffed and remained in his awkward position. With people's workday nearing the end, we were likely going to meet more than the occasional car, despite the weather. I wondered if he'd slide down to the floor then. "Where are we going anyway?" he asked as he retrieved the next smoke so as to keep it ready. "Somewhere where I hope we can get some answers." I slowed down as I turned into what I thought was the correct street, trying to separate the houses from each other. "I figure if anyone in your community has any answers, it'd be your boss." "Boss?" Eddie sounded like he had no idea they had one. "Yes, Gerard. I believe you call him Judge." "Oh," Eddie said, and then changed his tone to a disappointed, "Oh." Gerard had just come back from work and ushered us inside as his raincoat, and ours, dripped all over his hallway. I was once again seated in his weirdly soft couch, sinking down to an uncomfortable position. I'd wondered, the last time I was there, if the couch was an interrogation technique in itself, or whether the big man actually found it comfortable. I'd yet to see him sit in it. "I trust you're staying out of trouble, Eddie." Gerard walked toward the kitchen that lay next to the living room, separated by half a partitioning wall. Yes," Eddie said as the older man vanished behind the wall. "Are you okay?" I asked him, keeping my voice down. Eddie sat, wringing his hands as he couldn't quite sit still. It couldn't be lack of nicotine. He'd managed to smoke a quarter of a cigarette between the car and the door. "Yeah, it's only he knows everything." "You mean the empath thing?" "Yeah, he holds a lot of clout in the community." "Doesn't it freak you out?" "Kind of." I'd been scrutinized by him before and found that the best thing was to be honest. Besides, emotions were not as revealing as thoughts. I'd learned that the hard way. Maggie had made me a promise in that regard. A promise she'd claimed she didn't need to, but she'd done it anyway, since she had permeated my mind once. She would never do that again. I'd seldom seen her as serious as in that moment. Eddie jerked in surprise as we heard a clang from the kitchen. "Calm down, man. Maybe we should hire Gerard at the station and have him have a go at you." That suggestion earned me a view of Eddie's middle finger. "I have one of those coffee makers with a timer," Gerard said as he emerged from behind the wall carrying a tray with coffee cups on it, saucers and all. It kind of clashed with his overall appearance. Gerard did make an intimidating figure with his barrel chest and limbs like logs. Though bald, he sported a gray and neatly trimmed beard, and in between that, a pair of brown eyes that gave off a more welcoming vibe than his general physique. He offered us a cup each and slumped down into a soft chair that faced the couch and sighed in obvious comfort, before taking a sip of coffee himself. It does make for a nice change when you come home to a house smelling of fresh-made coffee, especially on a day like this. "So, Detective Hansen, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." I scoffed at that. "You didn't expect to see me again at all, Mr. Hartman?" He waved me off. "Gerard, please." I shrugged. "Nate, I wasn't there for work." "All right, boys, tell me why I have this unlikely alliance knocking on my door." We did, that is to say, I did, with a demure Eddie nodding and grunting his agreement here and there. I figured that though he was a useful affiliate of the community at times, he wasn't the most respected one. And they did keep their people in line when it came to possible discovery by law enforcement and other parties who should not be in the know. No wonder he felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of Gerard. It's a most strange case," he said as I finished. "Are you sure something's wrong? They do seem to have vanished into thin air." "This may seem a little indelicate," Gerard said, "but they may have gone off together for a while." He raised an eyebrow and an otherwise blank face. To my surprise, Eddie was the one to dispute that. "No, sir, Jacques wouldn't go away like that without telling me, and Maggie wouldn't leave the community without warning." I settled on leaving it at that. I was sure Gerard knew every piece of gossip about Maggie and me. "Well," the big man finally said. He drained his little cup and leaned forward to put it on the coffee table between us. "I can't say that I know of Mr. Hayes' messaging habits, but I do know you're right about Maggie." "Okay," I said, glad we were done talking about her and Jacques in this manner. "Then can you tell us what was so special about this job of hers?" "Special? It wasn't special at all." "How so?" "Usually this is the kind of thing that people go straight to Maggie with. And that didn't happen this time? Gerard shook his head. No, as I recall, Mr. Hayes called. He trailed off and cleared his throat as he glanced at me. Eddie didn't bother with that. Ellie Torp. She's a friend of the family. I rubbed my face with my free hand as Gerard gave Eddie a thoughtful stare. I don't care, I said. I thought the name sounded familiar. She might be working in the town center or something. It didn't matter. Well, she talked to me and I contacted Maggie. Other than that, I don't know anything. You're saying you have no procedures for this kind of thing? We're not the police, detective. No, I put my untouched coffee on the table. That much is clear. Chief Mulligan had 2 non-negotiable rules. Wear a tie and never go anywhere without a partner. I hated the first one and respected the second one. It was why we never got into this kind of trouble. We always had backup. We know where our people are, I added, and headed for the door. I grabbed my raincoat and walked out as Eddie came running after me. Hey man, wait up! Detective, came Gerard's voice rumbling from the doorway. I turned, hoping against hope that he had something of value to offer. I know you're worried for her. He is, Eddie said. He doesn't look it. Maggie can take care of herself. If she's in trouble, she can take care of it on her own. I didn't answer him, merely gave Eddie a sideways nod toward the car and walked away. Gerard wasn't wrong, I knew that. She could take care of things. That was what her community trusted her to do. But it did strike me as wrong that she had to do it in such a solitary fashion. What's your next plan? Eddie asked as we reached the car. Plan? More interviews to conduct? The rain splattered down, bouncing off the metal roof of the car as I glared at him over it. It didn't seem to faze him much. Gerard had been the one to do that. I glanced back at the open door where the judge still stood, watching us. What's your point, Eddie? Can we stop playing police now? I know. He held his hands up in a placating manner. Maybe we should start thinking like Maggie instead. I glanced back at Gerard again and then got into the car. Sure, just disappear mid-conversation, Eddie said as he got in on his side. Not like that's rude or anything. I started the car and drove off, tuning out Eddie's rambling. I turned into the next street and then found a place to park. Eddie glanced around, wondering why the drive had been so short. What are we doing here? What did you mean back there, Eddie? Mean with what? Thinking like Maggie? Oh, yeah. He wiped a drop of rain away from his forehead and grabbed his trusted packet of dwindling cigarettes to have something to fidget with. This isn't working. You're doing this as if this was a normal police investigation. I mean, if I wanted to report Jacques missing, I'd have gone into the station and done it properly, right? I highly doubt that. Nice that you agree. My point is, this isn't a normal case. That's why Maggie was sent there in the first place, right? I sighed. Right. This is exactly the kind of job she'd be sent on. Right. I stared out the windshield, seeing a blurry street as the rain had already formed a blank film across the glass. So the question was, what would Maggie do? Not who had she and Jacques talked to, who had seen them, what was the timeline, etc. No. What would she do? There were probably all kinds of answers to that, but I didn't know any. We'd agreed to keep these things separate. I shook my head. Gerard was right about my worrying. Something had changed in me the night I saw her climbing down that wall by Tangier Square. I was deeply concerned for her. Something was indeed wrong. I knew it in my gut. I leaned my head back on the headrest as I glanced up. I did know one person who could help. He didn't have any reason to, though, at least not in helping me. What? Eddie said. He must have seen something on my face. I may have an idea. See? Eddie pointed his finger back and forth between us. We're totally simpatico here. I groaned and banged my head back on the headrest as Eddie laughed. We'll need to head back to Maggie's car first. Okay, so what's the plan? Do you know a Rob Lawrence? There was a pause as Eddie thought about it. No? Nah. Heard of him, though. He's psychic or something. I shook my head and turned the key in the ignition. Nope. He's retrocognizant. Chapter 13. The rain had let up a little by the time we arrived at Rob's house on the north side of town. As we stepped onto the large porch and I stared up at the two-story house, I saw nothing but darkened windows. Eddie studied the rusted, old doorbell, shrugged, and banged on the door. "You seem somewhat apprehensive, Detective," he said as we waited. "Isn't that a long word for you, Eddie?" "Hey, they didn't let me into college at 18 for nothing. But seriously, you seem more like a plank of wood than usual. What did you do to this guy?" "Why do you assume?" "Well, he tried to arrest me, for one." We both turned to find Rob coming up the footpath behind us. Like us, he was wearing rain gear and he carried a laptop bag in his hand. He looked like he was coming home from work. He'd stopped a good 15 feet away from us, though, or more likely, me. "Yeah," I conceded. "About that." "And he accused me of kidnapping a woman," Rob went on, looking at Eddie. "So why he's standing here is as perplexing to me as calling a shrimp jumbo." He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and moved his gaze to me. "So, what am I accused of today? Am I still kidnapping women, or have I moved on to killing them as well?" "Geez, dude," Eddie said. "And you wonder why people hate you guys." "Certain people. That's discriminatory." "Really, Eddie? This is what you think is important now?" "Hey, I'm just saying." "And you are?" Rob asked, gracing Eddie with a little smile due to his comments to me. "Eddie Hayes, affiliate in my own right." He pointed sideways at me with his thumb. "I'm stuck with this guy because of his cheery disposition and people skills." Again, certain people. "Listen, Rob, I know you don't want a visit from me, but I need your help." Rob eyed me in silence a moment. "Oh, I'm sure that was a joke. I'm not laughing, you see, because it's not funny." I sighed, as Eddie chuckled. "You're not helping." "I'm not trying to." "We need his help," I reminded him. At least it stopped his laughing. His brother was mixed up in this, after all. "Maybe I should call the police," Rob said. "There is a trespasser in my yard." The use of the singular form was not lost on me. Eddie, being an affiliate, was not on Rob's hate list. "As if you'd call the cops," I said. "You'd call Maggie." Rob snorted and took his glasses off. The rain had subsided somewhat, but they were wet to the point of blinding him now. "She's why I'm here, Rob. She's missing, and we need your help finding her." That got his attention, at least. His anger seemed to melt away into apprehension. "Is he telling the truth?" he asked Eddie. "Oh, for God's—" "Yes." Rob drew a deep breath and then nodded. "You'd better come in then." We followed him inside after he unlocked the door and left our raincoats on a coat stand in the hallway. The last time I'd been there, I had indeed wanted to arrest Rob. As we walked straight ahead through the hallway, I glanced left into the living room where Maggie had read my mind. I could still remember the shock as I'd understood what she could do. Rob showed us into the dining room where I'd first seen him use his ability to help Maggie. He flicked on a light switch as the dim light from the large window didn't do much. Then he went over to a sideboard and got a paper napkin, which he used to wipe his glasses as he sat down by the dark dining room table. Neither Eddie nor I sat down. "So," he began as he worked on his glasses, "you didn't leave a particularly good impression on our first and second meeting. Why should I listen to you, Detective?" Considering Eddie was in the room, I was grateful he didn't mention the third time. That was the day we'd spent cleaning up a crime scene together. "I'm one to admit when I'm wrong," I began, and was interrupted by Eddie clearing his throat. "Not about you," I said. "Listen, I'm sorry I accused you of kidnapping Andrea." "And?" "And that I tried to arrest you." Rob studied his glasses a moment, deemed them dry and clear, and put them back on. "Okay," he said. "Okay?" He nodded. "Maggie is my dear friend, and I have no idea what she sees in you, but I suppose it has to be something. And since you're willing to apologize for your mistake, I say okay." "Okay," I echoed with some uncertainty, deciding to ignore the backhanded compliment in there. We were moving forward, after all. "Tell me what's going on," Rob continued, and yet again, I found myself relaying the few facts we had. Rob considered it all in silence a while before he said anything. It's not unheard of for Maggie to be busy with a job over a prolonged time period. But it is unheard of for my brother to just disappear. You're really worried, aren't you? Rob asked of us both. Can you help? I asked. Of course. If Maggie is in trouble, I'll do whatever I can. He put his hands flat on the table. I'll need something of hers, though. I nodded to Eddie. I'd remembered this from Rob's reading of Andrea's locket. Eddie, who had a plastic bag in his hand, lifted it and handed it over to Rob. He peered inside it and then started laughing as he pulled a license plate out of it. Oh, detective, she is going to kill you, he said with a heavy emphasis on the penultimate word. Let's hope we find her so she can try. Can you use it? Oh yes, she loves that car. As with the last time I'd seen him do this, it didn't take long. Rob took the license plate in both hands, seemed to focus on it, and that was it, except a slight narrowing of his eyes. He laid it down on the table. This is what I see from where she's been. She was on a fishing boat, blue and white. I believe it's named Aurora or Aurelia or something like that. There was something I couldn't quite grasp on that boat. Something hidden. And it gives me a bad feeling. What kind of bad feeling? Eddie asked. Are there many kinds? Rob retorted. It's something bad. Makes the hairs on my neck stand up. We checked the boat, I said, amazed at the guy's accuracy. They weren't there. Rob shook his head. This wasn't long ago. The impression was too strong for it to have been more than an hour. He glanced at the window and frowned. Although it was sunny, how odd. The heavy layer of gray clouds outside had not let much sunshine through the last couple of days. It can't hurt to go back and check, Eddie said. They might have come back, right? I doubted it, but what else was there to do? Yes, Rob agreed. I don't understand about the sunshine, but we should check it out. We? I asked. Of course, I told you, she's my friend. He stood up with such an abrupt move that the chair made a loud scraping noise behind him. I'm coming with you.
Chapter 14. As my pulse slowed and the surge of adrenaline left my body, jolts of pain hit me. I made a grimace as I moved away from the door and back toward Jacques, and regretted it at once as my left eye protested wildly. I could feel the skin swelling already. Jacques? Can you hear me? I sat down on my knees next to his head. He was awake, but his eyes were mere slits. His face was a grimace of pain, too. His forehead was red from the impact with the control table, and would likely turn black and blue soon. He also had a split and bloody lip. What happened? His voice came out in a rasp. You took a pounding to the head. God, it hurts. He tried raising his hand to feel, but gave up as soon as his index finger reached his temple. Yes, I would guess you're going to have a nasty concussion. He managed to focus his eyes on me then. Oh God, Maggie, are you all right? I look that bad, huh? I leaned over him to reach the little fridge. Nothing but water and soft drinks in there. I grabbed a water bottle and held it against his forehead in lieu of an ice bag. Jacques closed his eyes at the sensation. This is why it would never have worked, I told him and winced as I leaned back a little. With my free hand, I felt my leg and pulled loose a small shard of glass from my calf. I dropped it on the floor and became aware that I felt more of the same pain. I found another one lodged in my upper thigh. What? Jacques was oblivious to my removing several pieces of glass that had gotten stuck in my skin. I probably would have arrived at the wedding looking like this, I told him and winced as I, one-handed, managed to pull out one near my left shoulder blade. Wedding? Come on, Jacques, I said, twisting my arm to get the last piece of glass out of the right side of my back. That one really hurt, because that side hurt all on its own. I remembered Rafe's kicks and winced. It's what you want in life, isn't it? A wife, a couple of kids, a house with the cliched white picket fence. You know, the whole shebang. He'd never said it straight because we hadn't been together long enough to get to that particular talk, but there had been little comments here and there. It didn't take a genius to figure out. Is that so bad? He asked me as I breathed a sigh of relief at being able to sit a little easier. No, Jacques, it isn't. I moved the bottle, trying to spread the cool sensation around for him. It's not bad at all. I simply don't fit in with that. Menders tended to have two outcomes in life. One was retirement and trying for something else, as Annalise had done with her academic career. The other and more common one was retirement by lack of a pulse. It was something we all knew and accepted. I'd hardly thought much about alternatives. My life had revolved around surviving with my ability since the age of 13, and then I'd found a purpose in helping others. I looked down at Jacques. His breathing seemed less rushed, like he was falling asleep or passing out from the pain. There was one more reason, of course, but he didn't need to know about that. Jacques was sweet and fun, but there had been no challenge between us. Only his wish for something I couldn't conform to. It made me think of Nate, and I felt a pang in my chest that had nothing to do with pain. He was also sweet and fun and good-looking and smart. All of that. And he would call me out on my bullcrap, which, and I would never admit this to him, was probably necessary at times. God, we both liked to be in control, which made for some interesting gives and takes, spending the nights together being a prime example. But I always found that it was those quiet moments afterward that revealed our true intentions on a different level of intimacy. Those caring looks, soft touches, and sweet kisses. To me, they were more intimate than the act itself. Neither of us was in control then. Neither of us cared to be, simply giving in and feeling no loss of self because of it. I sighed and glanced up at the sun, which hadn't moved across the sky at all since I woke up. I missed Nate then, missed his dry comments and always put together composure, missed chiseling away at it with some remark that rattled his equanimity. To do that, though, I needed to get out of there. I had thought Rafe's illusion would break when he died. Actually, I had thought it would break if I rendered him unconscious. It had back in Seattle. But that dog had learned more than one new trick. The illusion he'd created of the Aurora told me he'd always been strong. Every affiliate was born as strong as they were ever going to be. No one was born with full mastery of their gifts, though. We all had to learn what our limits were. But sometimes, there were those who'd never known how strong they truly were. I suspected Rafe was one of them. The mind lock had given him nothing but time to figure out his potential. And now, he'd been able to use it. But how was the illusion still running? Was he so strong that it would linger after his death? For how long? I shook my head in confusion and looked down at Jacques. I got my phone out of my purse and checked the time. Then I double-checked his wristwatch. My phone showed the time to be 5 hours ahead of his watch. Some more searching revealed his phone in his pocket. That showed 45 minutes before his watch. I glanced up at the sun again. Rafe's illusion messed with more than night and day, it seemed. I couldn't do anything about that, though. I would have to deal with what I could. Not being sure if Jacques was sleeping or out cold, I pulled him into the recovery position, figuring it couldn't hurt. At least he wouldn't swallow his tongue as I went below deck to see if I could find a proper bag of ice for his head. I couldn't remember neither Rafe nor I destroying the fridge, and seeing as Jacques and his crew had been close to heading out to sea, it was a safe bet it would be fully stocked. Rafe had copied the illusion perfectly after the real Aurora, after all. I headed for the stairs and took comfort in the fact that my being able to walk upright meant there were no ruptures or broken bones, at least. My right side did not feel good as I walked down to the little corridor on level with the main deck, and I knew my ribcage had taken a hard blow during the fight. I kept my hands on the banister just in case, as something made my stomach knot. A sense of something predatory nearby. I was almost down the top flight of stairs when a fist lunged at my face. It hit me with a jolt of pain that would have knocked some teeth out if I hadn't moved my head back with the punch. As my hands were on the banister on both sides, I moved on instinct. I tightened every muscle in my arms as I pulled forward and lunged, landing both feet in my attacker's face. The sudden counterattack took him by surprise as he advanced on me, jerking his head back, and he stumbled a few steps before he fell on his ass. Gathering my feet under me, I stared in bewilderment as Rafe groaned in pain. Blood sputtered down his face due to a broken nose. How was he alive? How was he unhurt excluding his nose? There were no cuts, no bleeding leg, no freaking broken neck. His clothes were even clean. He muttered some nasty things as he eyed me, getting back to his feet, leaning his shoulder on the bulkhead on his way up. "Here's the thing, Ron," I said, forcing a smile to replace my gaping mouth. He actually growled at the wrong name. "I think this means more to you than it does to me. Revenge could hardly be worth it if your target didn't remember anything. I'm going to bloody kill you, Peggy," he snarled as he advanced, though a little more guarded. His use of my old name reminded me he was stuck in a life I was no longer part of. "Yes, I understand that's your plan," I said as we eyed each other. There wasn't much room in the corridor, and I had all the leverage I was going to get by being on the stairs. At least it gave me some height on him. "It hasn't been going very well, though, has it?" He came for me then, ran straight on, but evaded my kick with a feint and sent a sideways fist into my thigh. I gasped and pulled back, but he was too close now, a jab of his elbow hitting my upper arm. He tried getting his arms around me, but I went the only way I could. Up. With a half-hearted kick to his shoulder followed by a proper one, I jumped up, grabbed the railing further up, and slung my legs around his neck as he stretched his back, trying to catch me. I had no weight on him, but a leg at the back of his neck and the other one snaking around the front had him gasping for air immediately. I squeezed my legs as hard as I could, leaving only a little focus on holding on above me. Rafe tried twisting but couldn't escape my hold. That's when he went on a full-on attack on my legs, hitting with closed fists so hard I cried out in pain. I didn't let go. In fact, it would have worked if it wasn't for one thing. So far, the stairs had been my friend, but when Rafe's fists finally weakened due to lack of air in his lungs, he became unsteady on his legs. Normally, I'd have let go then and taken the hit with the floor to keep on strangling him in his weak state. The edges of the steps under me, though, would leave a hell of a different kind of pain if I landed on them. As Rafe's body began dragging me down with him, I released him. I swung over him and let go of the railing, landed on the deck, and turned back. I grabbed my purse, yanked it open, and ripped at the lining in the bottom. I could taste blood in my mouth from his initial punch, and my hair was beginning to escape the elastic band. All these little updates raced through my mind as the most important occupied my every action. I needed the little piece of metal, anything, to use as a weapon against him. I didn't reach it. Rafe came to his senses too fast. He hadn't been rendered unconscious due to my early release of him. He was still coughing for air as he ran at me. A stupid move, really, but he obviously didn't care. Vengeance, hurt pride, and pain. It all urged him on. I saw his hook a mile away and twisted, my body just slipping past him as the contents of my purse spilled out on the floor. Rafe turned, quick as a snake, and grabbed my arm. The yank backward hurt more than the fall. I felt his painful grips on my shoulder and arm as he pulled me back up. Another punch between my shoulder blades had me staggering forward, seeing the corridor blur a moment as I gasped for air. I turned in desperation, fist ready to strike. Rafe was faster. I didn't even see his leg before he kicked my hand so it smacked into the wall. The next thing I knew, a foot hit me in the stomach so hard I slammed back into the bulkhead. I cried out as jabs of lightning stabbed at my right side. Then a fist hit me there as well. I felt a cool sensation against my back as I slid down along the metal wall behind me. But Rafe was having none of that. I was pulled onto my legs again and felt his steel grip on the back of my neck as he turned me around. Remembering the sight of Jacques' head slamming into the control table upstairs, I willed my body to react as I saw nothing but the white bulkhead in front of me. I jumped up, trusting Rafe's grip to keep my upper body elevated long enough. My feet hit the wall, and I kicked as hard as I could. When my body came back on him, he lost his grip and fell with me. I didn't land on him, though. I cried out as I crashed to the floor but rolled around and got to my feet regardless of the pain. Rafe was not as quick. He'd hit his head on the lower part of the banister and was stumbling a little as he got up. I didn't wait for him to gather himself. I launched a kick to his side and sent him crashing into the door that led out onto the main deck. He hit it with his side and turned so he had his back to it. I noticed him gasping for air as he tried to focus on me. That was the second I needed. I yanked the piece of metal out of my purse and lunged at him. My first strike missed as he blocked me with his arm. I wasn't having that, though. I swung under his attempted jab and stabbed him in the knee. The metal didn't hit deep, but he cried out in pain. As he drew his leg back, I was already on my way up, sending the metal sideways into his stomach. I pulled back from his grappling arm and made the same move toward his neck before he'd even had time to cry out from the wound in his gut. His mouth froze in a petrified grimace of pain as the metal lodged itself deep in the side of his neck. He met my eyes, and I tried listening to his thoughts. For some reason, there was nothing. It shocked me. He wasn't dead. Not yet. I steeled myself and yanked the metal out. Blood spurted everywhere, and I stepped back a little too late to escape the spray. Rafe remained leaning back against the door as he bled out. I stood there, watching him, feeling my side hurt with every breath that thankfully came slower as I calmed down. Eventually, I was certain. The man was dead, pale due to the lack of blood, and there was no pulse. I dropped the piece of metal and steadied myself against the bulkhead a second, my hand leaving a bloody print. I stifled a sob that threatened to escape. "Not now, Margaret. Just get through this." I straightened up and walked back to Rafe. By some weird happenstance of balance and gravity, his body remained vertical, leaning against the door. I scanned the corridor and noticed the numerous spots of blood on the walls. Some of it was undoubtedly mine as well. Careful not to slip in the pool of blood around Rafe, I decided to open the door. Better to leave him out on the main deck than have him standing here like a freak show. I pushed the handle down and he fell backward as the door slid open due to his weight. He landed on deck with a thump. I groaned as my body protested to bending and lifting his legs over the elevated doorstep. It made a short, hysterical laugh burst from me as I thought it would work on keeping blood in, as well as water out. With his legs outside, I stepped over him to pull him out of the way of the door. I grabbed the shirt over his shoulders and heaved. I winced in pain but managed to drag him a few feet at least. Then I fell on my ass. I was breathing hard and I hurt all over. I didn't even care to check what was bruises and what were cuts. Grabbing onto the railing, I managed to get myself standing again on what felt like wobbly legs. That's when I noticed it. My heart did a double thump into high gear as I stared over at the starboard side. There, still under the ladder below the wheelhouse, lay Rafe's body, his neck still broken, a small pool of blood around his left foot. I glanced down at the body next to me and then clutched at the railing, feeling like I was about to fall off the damn boat. I drew a deep breath and swallowed hard, the taste of blood nauseating me.
Chapter 15. The rain had begun pouring again as we drove toward Sunny Cove for the second time. Rob's description of some danger close to Maggie had me on edge, but I couldn't see how returning to an empty boat was going to help. "Maybe stop drumming your fingers on the wheel and hold on to it instead," Eddie said from his half-seated and sunken-down position in the front seat. "It looks like a nervous tic, and as a passenger, I don't find it reassuring." I decided to ignore him. "Are you sure about this, Rob?" I asked, seeing him in the rearview mirror. "At this point, I almost find that insulting, Detective." I sighed. "Can you try again, then?" Nothing but silence came from the back seat. Then the rustling of the plastic bag. I kept quiet as I slowed down by the sign announcing our arrival at Sunny Cove and drove toward the parking lot. "The same," came Rob's voice after a few seconds. I saw his lowered brows in the mirror. What? Something new? Rob glanced out the window, a frown on his face. Still that strong sunshine and... Yes? Blood. A lot of it. I felt my pulse speed up as I parked the car. Instead of exiting at once, I turned to Eddie. What exactly is your ability, Eddie? How often do you change your underwear? He shot back so quick it had to be rehearsed. Still, it was as confusing as it was likely meant to be. I opened my mouth and then realized what a weird thing he'd actually said. I believe, said Rob from the back seat, that was Eddie's polite way of saying it's rude to ask. What? Why? Jordan had had an awkward reaction to the question as well. At least until people know each other well. Sorry, Detective, Eddie chimed in. We ain't that close. How does Maggie do her job with these weird rules? Rob smiled. She's exempt from the rule. Okay, but here's the thing, Eddie. I need to know if you can provide something helpful in there in case they've come back. Eddie glanced back at Rob in a less than subtle cry for help. Rob only shrugged in response. Eddie turned back, and the packet of cigarettes materialized, ending up in a fidgety motion between his hands. I don't want to tell you. Are you 5? No, but you'll make a thing out of it. We're trying to find your brother and Maggie, remember? Eddie sighed in an overdone manner and stretched his hand toward the ignition. A slight frown appeared on his face. In the next instant, the car rumbled to life so quickly, I stomped my foot down on the brake before it started jerking forward. Eddie kept his hand there a moment longer, and then the engine turned off. I stared at the ignition a moment after he removed his hand. Cars? Eddie shook his head. Locks. How interesting, Rob said. This must be a mix of telekinesis and technokinesis. I did not find that interesting. Informative? Oh yes, a criminal who could open locks like that? We broke into the boat earlier, didn't we? I said. I was now sure he hadn't unlocked that door at all. I said you'd make a thing out of it. I'm not... I began, and was met by 2 sets of eyes clearly conveying that he had told me so and that I was. Fine. I held my hands up, palms toward them. Let's find the boat. The Aurora lay where we'd left her earlier in the gray gloom of the rain. We boarded, and this time I paid attention as Eddie opened the side door that led into the wheelhouse. Hello? Eddie shouted as he stood with a new cigarette between his lips, lighting it. There was no answer. Do you see something? I asked Rob as he'd frozen into place right inside the door. He visibly startled when spoken to and stared at me with confusion. No. His eyes darted back and forth in the corridor and he swallowed. It's only, I saw a lot of blood here. Creepy. Eddie walked over to the stairs. Let's go up. We followed him, but the cockpit was as deserted as last time. This is your brother's boat? Rob asked Eddie. Mm-hmm. He blew out a puff of smoke. Fishing's not really my thing. I snorted and walked over to the window. Rain splashed down on the deck below me, the only movement I could see. When I turned, Rob had put his hand on one of the levers on the control table. His closed eyes twitched. Too much history, he said, his voice low. A lot of people with a connection to this vessel. Eddie shrugged. It was a confirmation, I guessed. Rob quieted and then opened his eyes as he stared down at the floor beside him. He let go of the lever. You and your brother, you look similar? Twins, I'm the good-looking one. Rob didn't respond. Instead, he glanced my way. What's below deck? I told him. Obviously, they're not here. Are you sure you're not being confused by something? I am certain that I am. Rob headed for the stairs. Will you stop doubting him? Eddie told me, his tone unusually crass. You just met him, I pointed out. So, he's an affiliate. He shrugged as if this should be clear. Besides, if Maggie trusts him, then I'm not going to disregard what he says. Ouch, I sighed and followed them down the stairs as Eddie rambled on about the various rooms below deck. As I set foot in the corridor, though, something made me halt my steps. Between Eddie's accounting for the engine room, there was a definite sound. I let go of the railing and stepped toward the door in front of me. Guys? I strained my neck, trying to catch something. Guys? A shout? No, more of a cry of pain? Guys! I shouted after the other two. Rob was already halfway down the stairs. I put my index finger toward my mouth as I glanced back and forth. Did you hear that?
Chapter 16. I was wheezing like a chain smoker by the time I dragged myself up the stairs to the cockpit. Everything hurt, and my left eye was swelling by now. It wouldn't be long before I only had one functioning peeper. The sound of retching was what met me as I stepped away from the top of the stairs, afraid I'd fall in if I didn't remove myself. Jacques was standing by the table, supported on his arms as he threw up on it. Well, I'm not a doctor. My voice came out as a rasp. But I bet you do have a concussion. Shouldn't have stood up. He wheezed and wiped his mouth on his shirt sleeve. Then he groaned and sank down on the floor where he tipped sideways, ending up half leaning against the bench more by coincidence than any plan. "Oh, Maggie," he said when he saw me. I was glad there were no mirrors up there, because if I looked as bad as I felt, then we were having a gargoyle in a head-on collision situation on our hands. "Why didn't you let me help you?" Jacques asked. "He's after me," I said. "So? Why do you always do this?" "Do what, Jacques? Refuse to rely on people and simply barge ahead?" I smiled, and then winced as the motion seemed to crack open the cut in my lip again. "You're supposed to rely on me." I hobbled over to the window to lean on it. I couldn't very well sit on the table anymore. Didn't quite feel like sitting next to it either. And I wasn't mistaken. We were trapped in a seemingly unbreakable illusion with a man who wanted me dead for some past wrong. I couldn't even fathom how he'd found me, but it was my job to protect Jacques, not the other way around. As it turned out, that wasn't what he meant. That's just an excuse to not trust anyone. I sent him my best glare with 1.5 eyes, but he'd closed his own, the sharp sunlight too bright for him. We didn't say anything for a few minutes, only kept to ourselves in the same space, dealing with each of our injuries, physical and otherwise. "I thought you said he was dead." Jacques broke the silence as he adjusted his position with care, so his neck could be supported by the padding on the bench. "He was, is, I don't know." I turned to look down at the bodies and my heart sank. The second body on the port side lay as dead as the other one, but I could see small streams of a blue liquid pouring from it. It looked like a web of thick veins that snaked their way across the deck, joining at the same point a few feet away from the corpse they came from. "No, no, no, no," I mumbled as I pressed my face to the window. What was this? Had he cloaked himself in his own illusion? Was that how he came back? He wasn't immune to physical injuries, but if this was how he came back, then how long could I hold him off? "Maggie?" Jacques must have noticed my reaction. "It's okay." I backed away from the window. "Don't worry." I shook my head and headed for the door Rafe had fallen out of before his first death. If he managed to trap me in his little torture chamber or outright kill me, I wasn't sure if he'd given up on the former. Then Jacques was next. I groaned as I forced my battered body down the ladder. My right grip was weak, and I slipped and missed a rung, causing a bolt of pain on my shin as my leg slammed into the metal. As I got down, I approached the figure that was emerging on deck. There were tiny lightning bolts inside the pulsating blue veins as they converged and grew. Before my eyes, a grown man formed from blue liquid and into a blurry shadow that slowly regained colors as he began moving. I didn't wait for him to stand up and orient himself. I ran toward him and dropped to the deck, my feet slamming into his legs with enough force to send him reeling forward. He fell over his dead self and crashed into the railing. A cry of pain told me his shoulder took the brunt of it. I didn't stay down, but forced my stiff body to get up. Rafe did the same as I backed up. At least on the open deck, I was more on familiar ground. Tight spaces weren't the friend of powerful kicks. "You don't look all that good, Peggy," he said with a smile as we circled each other, assessing our weaknesses. Mine were more revealing than his. Everything on him appeared like when I first saw him in the galley. It had to be a hell of an illusion to take the brunt of death. That's not a nice thing to say to a lady, Ray. His eyes narrowed, but the forced smile remained. Who sent you anyway? I added, noting that his left arm wasn't moving as much as the other. He could be faking it, of course. Wouldn't you like to know? Well, I thought, that confirmed that suspicion. Someone had tipped him off about me. Too many people had found their way to Ashport and me lately, and the new identity Eddie had gotten me hadn't stopped this guy. Rafe made a feint to my left and I stepped back, making sure to be a little slow. If I looked it, I might as well play the wounded horse. It worked. The next time he did it, he followed up with a right hook immediately. I sidestepped and grabbed his arm, forcing it down to my knee. He grunted in pain and twisted away. At least it had hurt him more than me. As he turned back, I kicked him square in the chest. He fell back, rolling to a standing position before I could reach him. He roared up toward me, and I grabbed the upper part of his outstretched arms, pushing him hard to the side. He slammed into the mast, yelped from the impact, but swung around with impressive speed as he came up and slapped me backhanded so hard I almost fell. "What's wrong, Peggy?" he taunted. "Too much? Not fair?" His mouth twisted in mock sympathy. I bent a little, ostensibly with pain, and lunged forward. One fist in his gut, the other in his thigh as he tried twisting away, the third in his face as he fell down to his knee. He saw my next hook and evaded my arm before he shot up, grabbed me around the waist and threw me back. I lost my breath as I crashed onto the deck. I scrambled to get up as he loomed over me, but he took hold of my ankle and dragged me toward him before he kicked my thigh. I returned the favor with my free leg, though I only hit him in the shin. It didn't help. He bent and smacked my face before he grabbed my arm and the front of my shirt, pulling me to my feet. Eyes on his clavicle, I saw the punch come from his left arm and not the feint with his right. I evaded it, but my body was screaming for a reprieve now. Rafe turned and kicked me so hard in my stomach it felt like I flew back. I hit the railing with my side and cried out as I heard something crack before I fell down. For a moment, I saw his dead, bloodless body a few feet away from me. Then a boot landed on my throat, pushing my head back against the cold metal behind me. "That's disappointing, Peggy," he said and laughed. I decided to join him. I couldn't laugh, though, as he was pressing down on my windpipe, but my literally bloody smile unsettled him a moment. As it should. This was a dumber way to strangle me than what he'd tried below deck. Before he could think about it, I kicked him in the groin and rolled sideways, while wheezing for air. I crawled the first few feet and then got upright as I moved to the starboard side. When I turned, I saw that I hadn't hurt him as much as I'd hoped with that last kick. He was still standing, and he eyed me with a smile that was more genuine than he'd managed so far. I supported myself with a hand on the railing as I breathed hard, trying to gain some control. Then I noticed the harpoon gun mounted under the edge. I took a few deep breaths, noticed Rafe advancing slowly as if assessing whether I had any strength left. What was the point? He'd only regenerate if I managed to kill him again. Maybe I could severely hurt him? Keep him like that until he released us? Ah, who am I kidding? I said to myself. I wouldn't last that long. I grabbed the gun and yanked it loose with shaking hands. If nothing else, his death would buy me a few minutes. "I need a freaking break," I gasped.
Chapter 17. I don't hear anything. Rob glanced up at me from the stairs. Maybe I was losing my mind? I'd been spending so much time going about this the way I would normally do it, that I might be hearing what I wanted to now. "Eddie?" I asked. We all stood still as he cocked his ear, but in the end he shook his head, the smoke from his cigarette making sideways waves with the movement. "Sorry, man," he added. I sighed and checked the door next to me, but it was locked. I went over to the one we'd entered through, but it only revealed the rain we'd escaped from. I couldn't see a single person anywhere on the jetty, let alone further in on land. There was no one there to make a sound. I closed the door and rubbed a hand over my face. It was a bad sign to be hearing things. "Hey," Rob said, "we're all a little on edge here. Let's go below deck and continue our search." I nodded and walked back to the stairs to follow them down. Only Eddie was in my way, and he didn't move. "What?" I said. "Shh." I did, looking back and forth in the small corridor. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked. "No, tell me." I felt my hopes rise a little. "Sounded like yelling." Without a word, I stepped aside and the other two came back up the stairs. "There's no one outside." "I'm telling you," Rob said as he touched the bulkhead and stared at it, brows furrowing. "They were here not long ago. I've actually never felt so much like being in a haunted house." "Oh." Eddie walked over to the open door and threw his cigarette butt outside, over the railing. "You mean it's like they're here? Now?" "I can't really tell about now as such. That's not my thing, but yes." Rob nodded his agreement. "I think we simply can't see them." I have seldom felt so out of my depth. A part of me wondered how two adults could be having this conversation. Then I remembered I was also part of it. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. "What the hell does that mean?" I asked. "Well," Rob went on in his calm, factual demeanor, "I suppose there should be an entrance somewhere." "An entrance?" "Well, this isn't my area of expertise, you understand?" "Fine." I flicked my hands out in impatience. That was when another yell caught my attention. Judging by the looks of the other two, they'd heard it as well. We were all standing, straining our necks toward the bulkhead, nearest the outer deck. The sound was muffled, but definitely a raised voice, kind of like the echo of a radio channel when almost on the right frequency. I turned and stared at the locked door. From this side, I thought of it as an exit, but that all depended on what was on the other side, didn't it? I went back and grabbed the handle, shaking it in frustration when it didn't open. "Detective?" came Rob's voice somewhere behind me. In desperation, I put my right hand on the door and tried jolting it with my left shoulder. It brought me nothing but a jab of pain. "Dude," came Eddie's voice, "it's a metal, watertight door." I turned to him at the same time I reached into my pocket for my lockpicks. Then I stopped. Eddie was faster, wasn't he? "Get over here," I said, indicating the lock. "Get it open. Now."
Chapter 18. As soon as I had the harpoon gun loose, Rafe charged me. It didn't matter. There was no scenario where I was going to be able to load the thing with him barreling down on me and with my shaking hands. I dropped the gun as he slammed into me. I groaned at the sudden impact and then cried out as he pressed me back against the railing. He placed a hand on my chin, forcing me to look at him, his other hand clamping down on my left arm. I couldn't help but wince at the pain, and he squeezed harder when he noticed it. "Here's the thing, Peggy," he said, his warm breath right in my face. "I can do this forever, and we both know you can't. There's something you don't know." I rummaged with my free hand under the edge of the railing. "Whatever it is, I don't care," he said. My fingers clasped around cool metal, long and thin. "You should." I yanked at the harpoon itself and drove it up toward his side. The dart pierced his skin as the opposite end of the shaft hit the deck. He seemed aware of the sound of it before the pain. Then he staggered back, releasing me and pulling the dart from the rest of the harpoon. The dart hadn't gone deep, probably no more than an inch. I could see the end sticking out below his ribcage. Before he had time to regroup, I was on him. I rammed the harpoon itself into his gut, above the belly button. Rafe grabbed onto the thin metal tube, trying to push against me. "It's about the name, you see." I wheezed at him, putting all my weight in pushing the harpoon inside him. The 5-feet-long projectile gave me some leverage, and the pain I caused didn't help Rafe's strength. The dart might be lodged in his side. That did not make the rest of the harpoon any less dangerous. "It's not Peggy anymore, it's Maggie." I don't know if he heard me through his desperate attempt at pushing the harpoon out. It was not as important to him as it was to me anyway. Changing tactics, I stepped back and yanked the harpoon out so fast his eyes bulged at the sensation. For a split second, he bent forward a bit as the thing was out of his body. I raised the harpoon then and thrust as hard as I could toward his chest. He screamed in pain. I felt a jolt as the harpoon hit bone, but a jerk down made it slide off and burrow deep inside the man. "I want to be Maggie," I told him. I let go as he staggered backward. I did the same. I didn't have much more in me. If it hadn't been for the railing, I would have stumbled into the water and that nasty current again. Instead, I sank down on my knees, heaving for breath, never taking my eyes off Rafe. He stood on the port side, no attention or curiosity at his other dead self. He only stared down at the harpoon that protruded from his chest. He was bleeding, but not too badly. "Die already," I whispered. I couldn't take much more. I only wanted the reprieve while he regenerated. It didn't matter that I knew I wouldn't make it through another round with him. I was more experienced. I'd learned that. But he was physically stronger, rested and fresh every time he came back. I had to steady myself when I felt the world spin. Was I going to pass out? Now? Rafe raised his hands. It looked like he wanted to pull the harpoon out. As I put my hand flat on the deck, a jolt of pain slapped me back to attentiveness. It had to be a broken finger. When had that happened? I wondered as I glanced up again and saw the door behind Rafe open. The sight of a gun, followed by the tall frame of Nate as he bent to avoid hitting his head on the low door frame, had me gaping. Luckily, Rafe was too preoccupied with the painful harpoon to notice. Nate stepped out on deck and his eyes seemed to do a sweep of the scene in front of him. From the boat itself, the sun, the dead bodies, me, and Rafe. Was I seeing things as well? Was this a trick? Had Nate been inserted into the illusion? How did Rafe even know about Nate? I gasped in pain as I tried with desperation to stay focused. Then I saw it. On Nate's right hand as he pointed the gun in Rafe's direction. That little bite mark that had now turned blue due to bruising. Rafe couldn't possibly have known that. An impulse struck me at the sight of what I realized was an exit. We only needed Rafe gone long enough to get through. "Push him overboard, Nate!" I screamed, my voice cracking after the abuse my throat had been through. "Push him! Nate! Do it!" Nate held his arm out behind him in a stopping motion at someone behind him in the doorway. His eyes flicked to me and I saw a short nod as he moved to Rafe. He put the muzzle of the gun to Rafe's temple and his free hand on the man's throat. I'm not even sure Rafe noticed the firearm. As Nate pushed him the few steps to the railing, his legs seemed to react on reflex. He didn't struggle until it was too late. He tried grabbing onto Nate, but he shoved him hard and Rafe toppled backward over the railing, head first into the water. I bent forward then, my forehead hitting the deck as I heard Nate's approaching steps. Then, a ripping sound broke through the general susurration of the calm waters. It sounded like a mix of tearing fabric and thunder. I gazed up to see a tear in the sky, nothing but dark gray cutting through all the blue. I blinked, and then the sky was full of them. The boat began jerking in a way that wasn't natural. I saw a crack right in front of me and could see nothing but blue water below. "Oh no!" I glanced up at Nate. "The illusion's breaking." I had not counted on that. He didn't say anything, simply nodded and holstered his gun as he made a move toward me. "No," I yelled, waving a limp hand toward the wheelhouse. "Get Jacques, he needs help." He hesitated a moment. "Go!" I screamed and began getting to my feet. I could help myself. Except I couldn't. It had taken my last strength to impale Rafe. I watched as Nate climbed up the ladder and disappeared into the cockpit. Moments later, he reappeared with Jacques, who seemed barely conscious. That ladder was not made for helping anybody. Jacques had to climb it himself, and it was only luck that got him halfway down before he fell. The tears in the sky and the boat intensified. One appeared right before me, so close I would have fallen in had I not scooted back. "Time to go, Margaret," I said as I gripped the edge of the railing and tried hauling myself up. I had forgotten about the current. I only wanted Rafe out of the way a few minutes, but it seemed he couldn't regenerate when his new form was taken by the current and drowned before he could wake up. His own deadly boarder was taking him. Nate got down and jostled Jacques up in a fireman's grip. I must have blacked out for a second then, because the next thing I remembered was them by the door. Jacques being lowered and received by someone inside the wheelhouse. At this point, I was standing upright, my one good and one pained hand clinging to the edge. "Maggie, come here," came Nate's voice, full of controlled worry. I turned to him as he came walking. Then a tear ripped through the boat between us. For a moment, I saw nothing but gray. Then Nate reappeared, shock written all over his face as he stepped forth. "Can you walk?" he shouted through the deafening ripping noise as the illusion shattered like glass. Some of the rips in the sky did not vanish anymore. I nodded my answer but felt his arm around my back and limped my way toward the exit with him. I heard a splash of something behind us and the harrowing metallic screech of a groaning hull. Not something you ever want to hear when at sea. I sensed Nate look back, and he hurried our steps, his grip on me tightening as I felt myself lifted the last few steps before we reached the door, and he jumped through. I bent with him at his subconscious motion through the low doorway, and then saw the white walls of the corridor inside the wheelhouse. I turned my head back, and the last thing I saw of the illusionary Aurora was her bow missing, and nothing but water, and those gray rifts replacing it. Then someone, Eddie, I thought, slammed the door shut. I felt my legs buckle then, but I didn't fall. Instead, I felt myself lifted up. I groaned due to the pain, but it was okay. "Let's get them to the car," Nate's voice said above me, "and whichever of you has Dr. Morris's phone number, call her now. We're going to the hospice." I smiled against his shoulder and felt a jab as my split lip protested this, but I couldn't help it. The fact that he knew what to do for our kind meant something. There were more voices and jostling around me, and as the most soothing sensation of cold rain against my burning skin hit me, I could finally pass out. Chapter 19. I barely noticed as Tegan elevated the hospital bed so that my upper body didn't lay flat. Nor was I sitting, but it was somewhere in between. It helped me breathe easier. She bent down a little and smiled at me, but it was such a sad smile. I knew she worried, but I couldn't take it in. I was stitched up and cleaned up. My whole body ached, everything from dull thumping to searing pain if I moved. There was no more adrenaline, no more imminent danger, only a stiff, sore, and battered body, and I felt equally worn out on the inside. At my lack of response, Tegan straightened up, though I saw the uncertain look she sent over me to Nate, who sat in a chair next to the bed, behind me. "Press the alarm if there's anything, all right?" she said. I couldn't answer, but I knew I needed to give some kind of response. I managed the tiniest dip of my chin. It seemed to be enough. She moved to the door, and I heard the murmur of her and Dr. Morris's voices. Whatever they discussed, it didn't take long. I heard them open the door and leave the room moments later. I closed my functioning eye a moment, but that didn't make the pain go away. I opened it again and stared at a glass of water that stood by the nightstand next to the bed. The shock of getting off that boat alive had subsided, and with it came the realization of what had happened. I had no illusions about what my job entailed, but killing someone wasn't easy for me. I supposed I should be glad of that. I had no regrets about Rafe. If he could do that to me, then he would certainly have moved on to others if he'd managed to finish me off. But it was so cruel, and I was exhausted. My left eye was swollen shut. There were bruises and cuts everywhere, and everything between them seemed to hurt on the inside. My right ring finger was broken, as was one rib along with several bruised ones. I felt like hell. Looked it too. I felt the threat of tears behind my eyelids. I swallowed hard and took a deep breath to control it. It hurt my throat, of course. I closed my eye, willing the damn tears away. I was aware I was not alone in the room. I lay on my left side, leaving the least amount of pressure on my right. The hospital gown smelled faintly of bleach, and the blanket over me, thankfully, was light on my sensitive, bruised skin. I realized I still didn't know what time it was. Rain pounded on the window. It was usually a soothing sound, but I couldn't be lulled to sleep. There was too much pent-up tension coursing through me despite hardly being able to strain my muscles. The only good it did me was ground me in this quiet place, reminding me that this was not some illusionary trap set to hurt me. "You can leave, if you want," I said after a while when I thought my voice could carry a whole sentence without breaking. I barely managed it. "Good to know." There was a faint rustling of clothes as he shifted in his chair, but he didn't get up. I sighed and then squeezed my eyes shut again. I focused on breathing for a while and then inhaled slow and deep so I could get the words out in one breath. "This isn't, I mean, thanks for coming for me and all, but this isn't what you signed up for." "Nice of you to inform me of that, too." His voice was an odd mix of stern and soft. "I mean, you don't have to stay," I blurted, and the lack of focus on getting the words out meant my damn voice finally hitched on the last one. I balled my fists and then gasped as pain erupted from my broken finger. Behind me, Nate stood up so fast the chair scraped on the floor behind him. I heard an odd sound I couldn't place. "What are you doing?" My voice was shaking, and I didn't have the strength to turn over on my back to see. "Taking my shoes off." I couldn't get the follow-up question out of my mouth but didn't need to as he got into the bed with me and lay down beside me. He smelled of rain, soap, and for some inexplicable reason, faintly of tobacco. A soft touch, with no more than his fingertips to my shoulder, guided me to lean back against him. "It's going to be okay." He stroked a stray lock of hair away from my face before he kissed the top of my head, the only place that hadn't been cut or bruised. Then he moved his arm over me and rested his hand on the side rail so as not to put any weight on me. I stopped fighting the tears then because I believed him. With the comfort of his warm body next to me, I wept in silence, the rain drumming against the window the only sound to be heard. Part 2. Fractured. Chapter 20. Bruises are, in a way, fickle things. They don't last long, but the bad ones are kept in your memory. They all tell a story, don't they? It was weeks as I lay in bed looking at them change. It happened slowly, gradually. Usually, you never notice. A small yellow dot appears on your shin, and you realize you must have bumped into something a while ago. Not these bruises. During the first few days, I noticed little, could barely follow a conversation, let alone see how my skin had turned red and blue. These uneven marks, large and small, decorating my body in a sinister remembrance of the occurrence that landed them there. I had one broken and a few bruised ribs. One finger was broken as well. None of this fascinated me as much as the bruises. The broken bones didn't show. They hurt like hell, as did the bruises, but no one could see those injuries. Not one part of me was left without one of these temporary marks. Arms, legs, torso, my face. I looked awful. There's no denying it, but I felt rather distant to this visible sign of my struggle. Fighting for my life. It had been grueling, painful, frightening. And yet I survived, spending the next few weeks in more pain. I had watched the dark marks fade into a sickly green before they, sometime after this, turned yellow, making me look ill and feeble. It was how I got through those moments when I was alone, fixating on the pain, dealing with it, getting used to it, acknowledging when it eased up, knowing I could deal with this. And when I was not alone, I somehow did care a little. I didn't like them seeing me this way. I was supposed to help them, not the other way around. At least, not on this level. I spent most of the time in my bed. Rob had brought some books, and though I tried, I always came back to studying the bruises when alone. Maybe you should come outside with me, Rob had said one day as he sat on the bed, pinching the slightly sloped bridge of his nose. It was kindly meant. I knew it came from a place of concern for me, but I wasn't ready. I was healing, and I was paying close attention. Only after 2 weeks did I go outside, and then only at night when it was quiet and I could focus on the sensation the healing injuries gave me. I knew I was getting better, could feel it every day. I only took the dog with me, despite the other offers. She didn't disturb those moments, only walked with me, happy to be there, sharing in our silence. Tegan came every day. She'd even brought food until she realized my apartment for once was brimming with it. She didn't like my obsession with the marks left behind by a would-be murderer, but listened with patience nonetheless if I remarked upon it. She could tell me straight out how they were caused, how long they usually lasted, but not how it felt to be dealt this pain. How it was to feel your stiff body trying to take a few steps mere days after you got them. How it was to truly feel the agony of trying to see through swollen eyes, to chew food when your jaw ached with every movement. She knew the mechanics in theory, but not the pain. Not truly. Annalise understood. She also understood how it was to observe one's own body reacting to pain and disease. The latter I did not know, and it shook me out of my reverie somewhat. Be glad you're healing. You can't keep this study of yourself up for long. And be thankful, she had added, holding up her own shaking hand. I was. I knew I would heal and go on. In truth, I didn't know of any other way. You moved on and did what you had to do, helped others the best you could. But things were a little different now. I had my job, of course. There was never any doubt I would continue after this. But I didn't seem to be alone much anymore. Friends showed up during the days, but he was there every night, sleeping soundly beside me. He'd wanted to take me to his apartment after the stay in the affiliate hospital section in the local hospice, but I had wanted to go home. So, he'd taken me there, cared for me, left Kona with me the whole time, though making it clear she was there on loan. The thought made me smile. I had wanted to steal her from the first moment I met her. Her white fur had become a familiar fixture at the foot of my bed during the day. At night, she had to settle for her basket as her owner wouldn't have room for his legs otherwise. She was good company, a silent companion who said nothing about anything, simply enjoyed being around me. To be fair, she liked everyone, though not as much as her owner. She'd fly out of the bedroom when he came in the door in the evenings, greeting him happily. He had stayed with me every night since he found me on that boat, and I had become used to it. I was so focused on tracking every development of my injuries I hadn't noticed, at first, the elevation of expectation when he showed up after work. He would come to my place, spend the night there, though he barely touched me. In the mornings, he would leave at least half an hour earlier than necessary to get to work. I knew he went home to shower and change. He never left a personal thing in my home, making sure he wasn't invading my space more than being there for me, or keeping a distance. I wasn't quite sure. What I did know was that it felt okay to have him there. My spirits lifting when he came through the door told me that. I wasn't all that bothered with the way I looked, either. I figured since he hadn't been scared off that first day in the hospice, me slowly getting better wasn't worse. I hoped he wasn't there only because of a guilty conscience. I didn't think so, but again, I wasn't sure. He worried about the damage that had been inflicted upon me, temporary as it may be. He hardly touched me, concerned he might hurt me more than what had already been done. It was understandable, as bruised as I had been, but I now had an even better understanding of what I could withstand, what I could endure, and knew it would be possible to get through. Inevitably, The day came when I woke and knew it was time to return to normal. But normal was not the same anymore. I was not much wiser on the matter, but my old normal included only me. I wasn't alone, though, was I?
Chapter 21. I woke up a couple of minutes before the alarm went off. There was a sensation on my right forearm that I couldn't place in my half-sleeping state. The light touch of fingers stroking back and forth on my arm. I opened my eyes and saw Maggie beside me. She lay on top of the covers, dressed in a white camisole and panties. She had done that often since the boat. Like the injuries had caused some heat that rode her all the time. She kept the bedroom window open a fraction, despite the chilly weather outside. She stared up at the ceiling in silence as she absent-mindedly moved her hand back and forth, her other hand holding onto my wrist. I realized then that my arm was slung over her chest. I truly awoke then, snatching my arm back and sitting up. "Oh, damn it," I said. "I didn't mean to do that." She eyed me with surprise, but didn't get to say anything as the alarm went off. I got my phone from the floor and muted the beeping sound. "Are you okay?" I asked as the piercing noise disappeared. She raised an eyebrow at that. "I was until you removed that arm." "Your ribs, Maggie," I pointed out and put the phone down on the floor again. "My ribs are healed, all fine, stronger than before. That's how bones heal." I eyed her with skepticism and didn't try to hide it. That might be true, but she wasn't there yet. I saw that in the way she moved. She was still in pain, despite being better. One of her ribs had even been broken. A clean break, according to Dr. Morris, not a threat to lungs or other organs, but a break nonetheless. I'd had broken ribs before myself and knew how painful it could be. Her bruises were gone for the most part by now, only patches of yellow showing on her skin here and there. She'd been oddly focused on them, but now they were gone, she had gotten more and more impatient. Like her injuries had been a project to her through these weeks, something to focus on to get through it. In a way, I hadn't been surprised. She was fierce in everything she set her mind on. A fighter, always with her mind on how to survive, how to help others. I suspected that was why she always seemed to enjoy life so much in those times when things calmed down a little. When bad things happened around you that often, it made you appreciate the good things. She had treated her convalescence as a fight, studying her opponent like someone to defeat, judging if and when she could do it. I'd never seen anyone deal with healing that way before. "You're much better," I said carefully. "I can see that. But those ribs still cause you discomfort." She sat up on the bed, taking care to look like her body wasn't stiff and sore from what it had been through. Discomfort and pain are two different things. A pragmatic way to differentiate when to lie down and when to push on, but still. She smiled a little then. "Is that why you've barely been near me these last weeks?" "Of course. What did you think?" "It was one theory." She looked down herself. There was nothing but faded yellow bruises to hint of how badly she'd been injured, how she had looked. I was a little shocked for a moment. Was she being self-conscious? Maggie? That was not her style at all, and it was oddly comforting that she showed that unseen side in front of me. She was always so self-assured and confident. She had been through enough in her life so far to see what was worth bothering with and not. I gazed at her and realized I was seeing something few people had ever seen. That was not an issue. I laid a hand on her knee, no bruising there. Her skin was cool due to the exposure of the cold air coming in through the window. Her dark hair was tousled from sleep, more voluminous than usual, hanging above her shoulders. Her dark eyes took in my hand, and she smiled a warm smile. She was beautiful, and the morning light enhanced it as it lit up her face. "When I brought you to the hospice that day, I thought you were done for." She gave a slight shrug at that, as did I there a moment. She leaned toward me and kissed me, while I was too close to get away, I suppose. Not that I wanted to. It hadn't exactly been easy lying next to her each night for over 3 weeks, only allowing the simplest of caresses. It had been quite chaste. Her lips moved against mine, before her arms went around me, pulling me with her as she lay back on the bed. It didn't take long, though, before a choked sound escaped her as drawing breath pained her. In one distracted moment, I had forgotten myself, my weight on her causing her pain from the pressure against her sore ribs. "Crap!" I blurted as I eased up on my elbows and then moved away from her. "That's exactly what I was afraid of." "No." She sat up, a grimace only somewhat concealed as the movement caused her side to ache. "That was nothing." "Nothing, huh?" "Nothing at all," she tried, convincing me, scooting over on the mattress to get closer. I knew I should get out of that bed, but her touch grounded me. Her hands first, then her lips. I glanced at the door, then at her. Damn it. "Seems some stupid sense of decency is telling you to leave, but I can tell you want me to go on," she whispered between her kisses. "Hey," I began, a little suspicious despite what was happening. Not listening in, she interrupted. She placed a hand against my chest. "Your pulse is racing and your body temperature just increased," she offered as an explanation. "Is this you begging?" I teased. "We both like to be in control too much for that." She scoffed against my neck, a ticklish sensation. "As if," she said, "this is me luring."
Chapter 22. Much as I was loath to be helpful right now, I said it anyway. "Don't you have work?" Nate was half asleep next to me, but at this, he got moving. Crap, I forgot. He startled, moved back, and in his haste, promptly fell out of the bed. "I should hope so," I commented. "Ouch! Damn phone!" I turned over on my back and reached for a pillow to put under my head. "Ah, crap!" came a groan from the floor. "Didn't you just get laid?" "I meant yay." "That's better." I watched him dress in silence, which he did with an impressive speed. I knew this was the day for me to be done with this. No more lying in bed, staying indoors. He might be right about my ribs not being all healed up yet, but I was done with the sickbed now. It held little interest anymore. No necessity either. I could live with a little pain. Nothing new there. Besides, other things weighed on my mind. They had for a while. Not only that there was no one out there doing my job. No, things had changed so much. I watched his hands moving up along his dark green shirt, his long and slender fingers methodically fastening each button, while his face looked annoyed at this waste of time. I knew that if he left now, he would get to work right on time, but he wouldn't if he went by his own place first, like he'd done every day. I must have given off a thoughtful look because he turned toward me, brows furrowed. "Something on your mind?" he asked, the last shirt button forgotten. I put on a smile and gave a slight shake of my head. "You're in a hurry." He reached out for his hated tie but stopped himself and focused on me again. "Yeah, but I'm gonna be late no matter what now." So, he was going home then. I pulled my knees up a little and straightened the hem of the top I was wearing. No need, really, but I was at a loss here. We were nearing the time of an end, but something felt different about this. He seemed to catch on to my difficulty in getting the words out, so he picked the tie up from the top of my dresser and sat down on the bed. "I once heard you tell a priest off loudly in the street for shouting at a noisy child. Being blunt is kind of your thing, no?" I couldn't help but smile at the memory. Children are noisy. Just because that robed guy wouldn't have any didn't mean the rest should appear muted and only seen. Nate was right, though. This wasn't like me, but this situation wasn't what I was used to either. "Are we weird?" I finally asked. He appeared a little surprised first before a broad smile erupted on his lips. Damn, he was gorgeous when he did that. "Yes," he said as he put on his tie. "So weird." That was part of what worried me. A few months ago, he'd thought I belonged in prison while I'd looked down my nose at him and tried to stay away from him and his kind as much as possible. Things started off a little abrupt. He moved closer to me on the bed, Without thinking, I reached out and placed my hand on his thigh. It didn't bother him one bit. Not long ago, he would have recoiled at something like that. Not just abrupt, I said. Surprisingly. He nodded. What's bothering you? Not bothering me exactly. I find myself comfortable having you around and confused you're still here. Not exactly like us, huh? No, I said, and couldn't help half a smile. I almost expect us to return to the old status quo any day now. Especially now that I was feeling so much better. He needn't feel guilty about it now. I didn't say it but could see understanding forming on his face. What is this? I continued, indicating us both with a gesture. Between us, I mean? He didn't say anything, his face serious now. I went on. Are we a thing? Like a couple? Or were we only sleeping together until he began being indifferent again? I didn't really have relationships. Hadn't been in a long-term one in years. Didn't have the time, nor the right life. Sure, there were flirtations and romantic entanglements, but they didn't last long. More often than not, my life scared men off, or I couldn't meet expectations in the long run. 2 or 3 months were usually it, and Nate and I were nearing that. I decided not to tell him, though. I saw the smile return on his face, the kind of smile that told me he knew something I didn't. Yeah, he answered me, in all our weirdness. Well, I sat up. In that case, I should be nice and fix this. I ignored his look of concern at the sight of my stiff movements. I sorted out the last button on his shirt. He hadn't noticed as he hadn't straightened his tie properly. I did that for him too, making sure to leave enough slack for him not to be too annoyed by the thing. I felt oddly good about this, like a weight had been lifted, though I couldn't put my finger on it, especially since he distracted me by kissing me. I took his hand at this and placed the flat of it against my ribcage, telling him that way that I was not falling apart, but growing stronger. The sound of padding paws on the floor made itself known as the golden white shape of Kona came into the room. She jumped up on the bed and placed herself between us, effectively separating us. Morning, girl, I greeted her as she waited for me to scratch her behind the ears. As I obliged, her tail swung back and forth on the covers. I'll take the hint then, shall I? Nate laughed and stood up. I did have one more thing to tell him, though. Today truly was the end of this. I had so many things to do, people to talk to. I needed to catch up on what had happened when I hadn't been able to be there. My friends had refused to say much of anything, stating the community could survive without me for a short time. Well, that short time was now over. I could see Nate wanted me to stay where I was, but he said nothing. Not like I was going to listen to him if he did try to protest anyway. Thankfully, he seemed to get that. I can't say I didn't expect you would do something like that soon, he began and then glanced around the room before heading into the living room. I got you something, he said over his shoulder. Got me something? We hadn't been the gift-giving types so far. Kona didn't care about this. As I stopped scratching, she lost interest and moved to the foot of the bed where she promptly lay down, head facing the door. Nate came back shortly with his jacket in his hands, pulling something out of one of the pockets. A small rectangular, charcoal-colored box. Here, he said and handed it to me. I tentatively accepted the thing, hoping it wasn't jewelry. I couldn't handle more serious matters in one day. I was a little appeased to find the box being made of thick and smooth cardboard. What kind of jewelry store used such boxes? I could also tell it had been in his pocket a little while. The gray color was worn down to white on the corners, which meant he had been worried about giving it to me. I realized I couldn't wait to open it any longer. He stood by the bed, watching me. Please don't be jewelry. I opened it and, to my relief and surprise, tipped something black and cylindrically shaped into my hand. It had a little weight to it, but it was not heavy. There was a thin layer of rubber around it with a wavy pattern. It gave a good grip. One of the ends was a rounded knob, and it was placed inside the cylinder shape I held. Then I realized what it was. With a decisive flick of my hand, the expandable baton sprang out in its full length, revealing 2 more telescoping shafts. All in all, the 3 shafts seemed about 20 inches long. I looked up at Nate in surprise. I know you don't really carry weapons, but I remembered you using that rake, and how you staved off a guy who outweighed you by likely over 120 pounds. He put on his jacket. I figured you know how to use it, he added, and gave me an expectant look. I remembered that. I'd seen the rake, been in a hurry, and used it as a substitute quarterstaff. The thing had broken in the middle of the fight, naturally, but it had done the trick, getting the assailant, a big-ass kidnapper, away from Nate. I nodded at his assumption and considered the weapon. Not a quarterstaff. Those were a little tricky to carry around anyway, since we didn't live in Sherwood Forest. I had learned to use it because my old trainer liked these kinds of impact weapons. The baton was a handy one, intimidating and efficient in use, as well as easy to conceal when retracted into itself. And, Nate continued after the little pause, I hope you will use it. I hefted the baton, realizing it was a good fit. The weight right. I didn't usually carry weapons. He was right about that. Too easy to get into trouble with. Too easy to get caught by the police and their forensic measures. And here stood a policeman, giving me a weapon. Funny world. You know, when I think of you, one word that repeats itself is fierce, he said, his voice void of any laughter now. You killed Porter 3 times with nothing like this. 3 times. I looked down at my knees at this, remembering the aurora that Rafe had created as a cage of an illusion. I could sense in Nate's voice that he was proud of what I had been able to do to survive that. It also made me realize this gift was not given because he thought I couldn't cope. He trusted that I could. He only thought it could make it easier. I felt his hand rest against my cheek, and I leaned into it without thinking. I only want you to be safe, or at least as safe as possible, he added and smiled again. I nodded and smiled back. I clenched the baton handle in my hand, suddenly a little overcome with emotions. Thank you, I said. I will keep it with me. I'm glad. He kissed the top of my head. And I also have to go. Bill will be killing me shortly. Kona sprang from the bed and followed him as he walked out of the room. She always did that, seemed to know when he was supposed to wake up and when he was supposed to leave for work. It didn't take her long to come back and retreat to her daytime spot on the bed again. I was going to miss her, but my loss would be Mrs. Gaines's win. I sighed as my eyes peered down at the thin black baton. I was so happy that it hadn't been jewelry. This was so much better. It meant so much more. Chapter 23. Here you go, girl. I opened the door to Nate's apartment and let Kona in first. What followed was a 2-minute dog party of running through the place, barking with joy, tail wagging, and sniffing everything in case her owner had changed anything during the last few weeks when he'd barely been there. Really? I watched the spectacle with amazement as she pattered around, checking everything from the bookcase to the right of the door, through to the couch area, and over to her basket in the corner, next to the kitchen entrance. Were you that miserable in my place? I laughed as she came back to me, sniffed my knee, and gazed up at me. That's not fair. I bent down with care of my side to scratch her behind the ears. You know I can't resist those puppy eyes. No one could withstand those big, soft eyes. Come on, let's get you some water. I had fed her before leaving my home, but I had no idea what plans Mrs. Gaines had for the day, and I didn't want to leave her without something to drink. Kona did her round in the kitchen before running into the bedroom to do the same scouting as I spent way more time than necessary in retrieving her bowl from the floor. My right side was sore and tender, and a tiny bolt of pain shot through me as I reached down. When I returned the bowl to its place, brimming with water, I remembered to use my knees to avoid bending too much. I scoffed at myself, and then looked around. Like Kona, I realized I was glad to be back. Before the Aurora, I'd spent more time with Nate here than at my place. My apartment was filled with a few keepsakes and some things that I liked, but it was mainly a place to sleep. Nate's home was, well, a home. It was put together with care. Orderly? Yes. Light blue colors in the living room that gave a modern feel to some rustic elements. The kitchen was the true core, though, with its light walls, fully equipped and stocked shelves, and fridge. The benches and the big island were all a little elevated to accommodate for Nate's height. He cooked, bless him, and he was good at it too. But it seemed more of a meditative thing than anything else. I'd seen him spend time preparing things that made my mouth water, and then not eat anything himself. It seemed to be about the process. A sharp bark sounded as Kona came running from the bedroom so fast she smacked her behind into the wall. "Hey, what's gotten into you?" And then she passed me like a white, furry cannonball on her way to the living room. I recognized the barks and followed the sound. It was the same she used when she could hear Nate's steps outside the door. That surprised me. From what I understood, both he and McAllen were due in court today to testify. I'd left the door unlocked, so I wasn't surprised to see it open after a short knock, but the person entering had me at a total disadvantage. Kona couldn't keep still as her tail wagged close to overload at the sight of a woman who smiled at her canine welcome party. She was tall and slender with light brown hair in a tight bun under a flight cap. To me, the most baffling thing was the military uniform, from the somewhat clunky high-heeled shoes to the knee-length skirt and jacket. It was all in a dark blue shade, decorated with medals and insignia I didn't understand, and it gave off an elegant silhouette, as the woman simply said, "Sit, Kona." The dog did exactly that. Not only did she sit. She stopped barking and her tail stopped wagging, though there were some definite suppressed twitches. It made me stare more than the uniform did. That was when the woman noticed me. "Oh, hello. I didn't know there was someone here." I said in my most eloquent English and half pointed at Kona, who sat like a prim little dog statue. That made the woman chuckle. "Yes. Kona and I know each other well, don't we, girl?" The dog gave one single bark and left it at that. Kona was an active and happy dog. She loved people and expressed her joy with no shame. And she never bothered anyone. She was curious, yes, but seldom jumped up on people unless she was overcome with emotions. She would follow orders, but telling her to sit usually meant she did, and then 10 seconds later walked away to do something else. She could take a hint. But now, 30 seconds later, she still sat there, full focus on the military lady. It was like a goddess of canines had appeared before her eyes, which made me focus on the woman again. Who was she? Why was she here? And why did she have access to this apartment? "I'm Captain Elmore." She extended a hand when it was clear I had forgotten my words. All caught up in my thoughts, I startled and took it. Maggie." And what was with all the ums? "Nice to meet you." I was greeted with a wide smile that backed up that fact. "And unless Mrs. Gaines had some serious work done since last I saw her," she said, as she put a small travel bag on the floor, "I'm gonna assume you're seeing my brother." "Brother?" I said and looked closer. Yes, there were physical similarities. The height, of course, though she was some 6 inches shorter. The coloring matched as well, which included the same light blue eyes. But for the most part, they seemed to have inherited a few things from different parents. Her face was softer with a more sloped nose and thin lips that formed into an easy smile. It took some prompting to produce that from Nate. She seemed to be the older sibling as well, early 30s perhaps. I take it, from that reaction, that he hasn't told you much about the family. No, but then again, things had happened, and we hadn't even been seeing each other, as it were, until this morning. Besides, I couldn't talk about my own family, and so I hardly expected him to. I uttered. Oh, God damn it. Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. My husband Doug and I usually stay here when we're in town, but I didn't know that. No, I don't live here. I shook my head for emphasis and told her to do what she wanted. I was only there to bring the dog back before leaving. I'd promised to meet Tegan before her shift because she wanted to see me now that I was up and among the living again. I'll be out of your hair. Oh, please. She waved that off. You wouldn't be going into town by any chance, would you? And so, for some inexplicable reason, I was cajoled into giving the captain a ride. Us affiliates were not fond of law enforcement, but military personnel were a gray area. Many affiliates served and minded to keep their abilities to themselves. If the authorities didn't know about them, then there was nothing to exploit. As long as people weren't some kind of police, we didn't mind. But there was something about Captain Elmore's stance and keen eye that had me on the alert. Oh, and call me Sarah, by the way. Just give me a sec to change. For some reason, she picked up her travel bag and headed for the bookcase. I was about to say something when she pressed the shelf itself and a section of the thing popped open, like a door. There's a secret room? I blurted and went over. I'd never seen this before. Not secret, she said. It's the guest room. Sorry, I have to see this. I pushed past her and noted her amused smile. The room was small but held a queen-size bed to the left of the door with enough space to walk on one side. To the right were a small desk and a narrow closet, and past that was a freaking bathroom with a corner shower, a toilet, and sink. I turned in circles and stared. How many times had I not been in this apartment? Clearly not enough, as I'd never even guessed, and I was usually good at getting a proper feel for my surroundings. It's our grandfather's doing. Sarah walked in behind me. He used to live here. He loved his books and had the bookcase bespoke for that wall. That way he could fit the door as well. Your grandfather owned this place? Sarah nodded and took off her hat and put it on the desk. He did. When he died, he left it to Nate and me. Doug and I had no use for it as we live in Ashdale and have no real time for a vacation home. So Nate bought my half, and effectively got a decent-sized apartment for half the price. Huh, was all I could say to that. It dawned on me that I knew nothing about these things of Nate's life. I didn't even know he had familial connections to Ashport. I'd assumed he moved here for work. Why hadn't I ever asked about it? The more this woman was telling me, the more I found I wanted to know. But I didn't inquire into anything else. Instead, I left her to change and found Kona settled, snug, and quiet in her basket. She perked up at the sight of me as I came and said goodbye before I walked outside to wait. It turned out that dressing fast ran in the family. I hadn't waited more than 5 minutes before the captain came outside and headed for my car. She'd changed into black pants, a light blue shirt, and a green jacket. Her hair had been set free from the tight bun and converted into a ponytail. She seemed to be walking with casual, fast steps as she approached me while talking on the phone. Something in her gait told me this woman walked with alert purpose. It was spur of the moment, she said into her phone as she opened the door. I know, but it'd be nice if you'd said something. She got in on the passenger side and gave me a smile before she made a yapping motion with her free hand. Well, I could have scared her to death barging in like that, she said, and then cocked her head as she listened. Why are you laughing? The next thing was a puzzled look in my direction before she ended the call. Okay, she said, confusion on her face. According to Nate, The only thing that would scare you is if the Oompa Loompas went on strike. He's not wrong. I turned the engine on. I'd be the first to go postal in a non-sugar world. The mere thought reminded me how long it had been since I'd eaten anything sweet. Of course, it made my stomach rumble. Sarah didn't seem to notice. "What brings you to town?" I asked as I hit the gas and turned out onto the street. I had to admit, I was curious. This was obviously not a planned visit. Work, actually. Don't usually see any kind of military uniforms in Ashport. That's true. The base is closer to Ashdale, and it's bigger, so... She flicked her hands out in a resigned gesture. It's nicer here, though. She glanced out the window a moment and seemed to disappear into some memory. Then she yawned and stretched, as much as one could in a car, and a small glint of sunlight hitting metal drew my attention. A badge, of course. "I thought you were in the Air Force," I asked while keeping both my voice and driving neutral. Sarah glanced around in confusion and then down as she saw her badge was visible due to her jacket having moved. "Oh, yes, I am. I recently joined AFOSI as an agent. That caused some family issues, I'll tell you." "Yes, please," I blurted. "Because gossip about Nate's family? Count me in." Sarah laughed. "The thing is that I'm the black sheep of the family." "Really?" "Oh yes. Everyone in our family becomes cops. Everyone. It's expected." Mm-hmm. And I didn't want to. But my superior convinced me I should apply, that I had what it takes. And here we are. Shouldn't that make you a nice little sheep then? Maybe, but I don't like the newfound smug quiet of my dad. She leaned forward. "You can take a right here, Oh, never mind," she said as I was turning in that direction anyway, down a narrow street that would take us to the center of town a little faster. She'd said she was going to the police station and I was meeting Tegan nearby. "I don't think I've ever seen you before," Sarah went on. "What's your last name?" "Evans." I didn't give her my new name. Sooner or later, I knew that would cause all kinds of confusion and suspicion if she found out I used two in this town. "Not local, then?" "Nope." "How'd you meet Nate?" I stared straight ahead and pushed through on a yellow light. Through work. Making up a complete lie wasn't going to help. If she knew people in town, she'd catch on when no stories matched up. Of course, her next question was what kind of work. Was I a cop? I almost laughed out loud. Almost. "I'm a conflict consultant." Which was sort of true, and besides, consultant is the most non-descriptive job title there is, isn't it? "Conflicts? Like between nations?" I snorted as the corners of my mouth refused to stay down and neutral. "Try families, couples, friends, a man and his dog on one memorable occasion." "A therapist, then." "Not licensed." I did not want her to go snooping into any records. "Anyway, I did some jobs for the police a while back." "Oh, okay, I see. Is that how you got injured? At work?" I must have made a grimace of confusion because she hurried to explain. "I noticed you move a little stiff. Favor your left side. Ribs? I've been there." "Yes. A miserable guy who decided to take his baggage out on me and a friend of mine." I wasn't going to offer any more information on that, and thankfully, she didn't pry. Even more thankfully, she moved forward again as she noticed the police station further ahead. "Oh, there's Mel." Sarah nodded in the direction of a tall, familiar woman walking on the sidewalk in front of us. "You know Detective K?" "Sure, she's my cousin. Would you mind letting me out here?" "Cousin?" I had no idea. That meant she was Nate's cousin, too. "Yes. She's a Larson originally." "Of course she is." I mumbled and remembered to smile. I'd never thought to ask. Sarah shrugged. "Except height and occupation, she gets more from the other side of the family. Anyway, will I see you later? Um, sure, I managed as she flashed me a smile and then got out of the car. I backed up a little and parked in a free spot as I noticed the women embracing and then continued down Little Trumpet Street toward the police station. They looked like longtime friends if their easy body language was any indication. Their freaking ponytails even swung in a synchronized rhythm. It couldn't have been more adorable unless they linked arms and skipped down the street. I shook my head in confusion, suspicion, and I groaned and banged my head back on the headrest. She was really nice and easygoing. More cops. Just what I needed. I got out of the car and began walking down the moderate decline of Little Trumpet Street myself. They'd already reached the bottom by this time. That's where I was going. Little Trumpet Street was the old area for prostitution in town. What had once been a row of small brothels now housed cafes and quaint little bakeries. At some point, decades ago, people had let the S in the name fade, and it was now known as Trumpet, even though there was no music store or entertainment of any musical kind nearby. I'd always wondered if there'd ever been a big Trumpet Street somewhere. If there had, every letter had been erased. I found Tegan in the small cafe at the end of the street, seated by the window on a counter stool by a raised table. She smiled, waved through the window, and I went inside into what felt like a tiny time shift. The cafe was one of her favorites, and it reminded me of a tea house with its light-colored and antique furnishings, and the old-fashioned tea sets one would expect to find in a grandparent's home. Tegan's victory curl bangs and high ponytail combined with dark cat eyes and a poofy white sleeveless dress with a turquoise floral pattern around the hem didn't contrast with the rest of the cafe. If I hadn't known any better, I might as well have walked into a 50s cafe. Her tiger and pin-up tattoos on her upper arms grounded me in the present, though. I was swooped into a hug that made her wide skirts rustle against my legs. "I'm so happy you came, Maggie." She made a small backward jump onto the counter stool. "But are you sure you should be back? You can't possibly have healed yet?" I gave a mental sigh and took a seat myself. "I'm fine." I was rewarded with a pair of doubtful eyes, but she said nothing more of it. "Well, either way, I'm glad to see you up and about. It may do you good to move around a little." "I'm more interested in the menu." I glanced around. The scent of spices from tea and freshly baked pastry hit my nose, and I felt my mouth water. I turned back to Tegan as she bit into a big cookie, chocolate chips, nuts, and all. Tegan's brows creased in confusion. "Do you want my cookie?" I must have been staring. Damn, I can't deal with those puppy eyes. She handed me the cookie. Yep. I must have been staring. And taken a lesson from Kona. It was a brownie cookie with chocolate chips and cashew nuts. It was freshly baked, soft on the inside, and with a delicious crunch in the nuts, as well as bitter and sweet chocolate. It was so good. "Are you—" Tegan pursed her lips and tipped her head sideways a moment. "Are you having a sugargasm?" "Shh, I'm busy," I said, not bothering to wait until I'd chewed through my bite. "I love you." "Are you talking to me or the cookie?" "Yes." After weeks of not eating anything sweet, my taste buds were having a party. Every flavor of sweetness was intensified. "Sweet Lord, I thought New Guy was feeding you all this time." Tegan took a sip from her teacup. I chewed with haste so I could talk without sounding like a cave woman. "He did. But the thing is, he doesn't bake. If only I could get him to bake." I took another bite and sighed dreamily. At least it made Tegan laugh. "He doesn't eat sugary things?" "I didn't say he doesn't eat it. He doesn't keep it at home." "Whatever for?" "To avoid this, I guess." I pointed at the diminishing cookie with my free hand as I took another bite. Tegan smiled and announced that we needed more goodies before she disappeared toward the counter to place an order. I chewed happily as I glanced down toward the police station. I could see Sarah and Detective Kay had stopped to the side of the building, their heads bent over one of their phones as they discussed something. Whatever it was, the light conversation from before was gone. By the building's entrance, I noticed two familiar figures exiting, Nate and McAllen. They went down the steps in a hurry and never noticed the two women, who, in turn, didn't notice them either. They rushed across the street and toward the parking lot. Both wore suits, so I figured I had remembered correctly about Court. It made me stare a little extra because Nate, while staring at the deli with longing, looked good. I noticed a woman nearby turn to see, her wavy blonde hair almost white in the sun before she hurried across the street, and then kept her face turned away from every cop near the station. Interesting. My gaze fell back to Nate and I smiled as I saw him loosen his tie before going after McAllen. No time to buy something to eat. Tegan returned with tea, cookies, danishes, and a strawberry frosted cupcake. I was pretty sure she would have to roll me out of the cafe before long. As we ate, I listened to what news and gossip she had about the community and her own life. As it turned out, her whole day was planned out. A date with the same as last week? Thought you were not super attracted? Sure, but then I bumped into him during karaoke night with the other nurses and boy, can the guy sing. Tegan glanced out the window as her mind brought that memory back. So I decided to give it another go. I was halfway through a Danish that I put down. My hurried intake of sweets suddenly made me need a break. I found myself unusually curious about the matter. What, exactly, are you going to do? Tegan gave a slight shrug as her red lips formed into an almost shy smile. Dinner, I guess. And maybe the concert that's playing at the Marbella, now that I know we have that in common. Sounds nice, I said, though I didn't catch what else she said about the concert. Soon enough, she caught on. Are you seriously pining for the police station? I sat up straight and put my cup of sweet chai down. No, I don't pine. I couldn't hide the indignation in my voice. I was looking in that direction. I lied and directed Tegan's gaze towards Sarah and Kay because at least that was less embarrassing. I told her about this morning's surprised introduction and pointed out which of the women were which, especially since an older red-headed woman had joined them. She seemed to be talking primarily to Kay, as Sarah stood and listened in polite silence. Tegan leaned back and pursed her lips a moment. Besides the vertical jeans, I don't see it. See what? The bad apple thing. Unlike New Guy, she doesn't look like she has a stick up her ass. I snorted into my tea and set it down. I don't think that... Wait, why do you keep calling him that? Did you promote him or something? Tegan had actually referred to Nate as the cop, with a tone of mixed snide and derision so far. And though I wanted her to come around, I knew I would have acted the exact same way if she had begun any kind of relationship with a cop. I couldn't really blame her. But this was new. Tegan eyed me sideways and lifted her teacup. Maybe. Why? She shrugged like a 7-year-old who didn't really want to say anything and held her tiny teacup between her perfectly manicured fingers. Then she licked her lips, put it down, and turned away from the window. So maybe I noticed he stayed with you that first night in the hospice, and maybe that earned him a star. But, she added and flicked up an index finger before my face as I couldn't help but smile. I easily demote as well. I nodded. Noted. Then my eyes swiveled past Tegan and to a woman who had stopped right outside our window. She was middle-aged, dressed in a black skirt that stuck out just below a long beige parka. Red, long hair flowed down over a lowered hood, and sad eyes fell on me through the glass. It took a second for my mind to catch up. It was the woman who had been talking to Detective Kay. There was something familiar about her as well. Oh, that's Mrs. Halen. Tegan gave the woman a little wave she didn't seem to notice. Her eyes were solely on me. I wasn't unaccustomed to quiet, shy requests for help, and knew as I smiled and indicated she should come inside that despite her surprise at finding me, I was who she wanted to see. "I'm so sorry to bother you, Ms. Evans," she said as she walked inside and over to us. "I heard you were out of reach a while." I nodded as I offered her a third counter stool, which she declined. Gerard had kept quiet about exactly why I was out of commission, and so people probably thought I was busy rather than injured beyond functioning in my job. "I'm not now, Mrs. Halen. Camilla, please." "Camilla, you can call me Maggie. Halen, that's a local name, right?" She nodded her answer to that. Local affiliate families usually knew about each other as they had been exposed to each other for generations. Since Tegan remembered her name and I sort of recognized her, it had been a safe bet. "Now, what's wrong?" People seldom approached me with so much worry on their faces if everything was all right. "Well, I tried talking to the police. That Detective Kay, she was the one investigating it, but they—" She stopped talking and tried to choke down a sob. Tegan put a hand on her shoulder as she handed her a hand-stitched floral handkerchief. "It's all right," Tegan said, her voice soothing and calming. "They usually don't get the whole story. Mind telling Maggie what it's all about?" Camilla dabbed at her oncoming tears with the handkerchief and nodded. "It's about my nephew, Jordan. He died a few weeks ago, only the police claim he did it himself." "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Camilla?" "Thank you. I need your help if you don't mind. They're wrong, you see. I'm sure of it." This time, Tegan was the one to snort into her tea. They always are. Chapter 24. I left it just as I found it. It's a shame, really. Poor Jordan, but I didn't want to destroy any evidence. Camilla shuffled her feet, gazed down rather than in through the open front door. Things were scattered around in there all right. "Evidence?" I took a step in. "Do I look like a girl in blue, Camilla?" "What? Of course not. I didn't mean—" "It's all right. Let's see what we have here, shall we?" I turned and indicated she should follow, which she did. "This house belonged to my parents once." She glanced around, arms crossed, holding on to her own elbows. "When my brother and his wife died, Jordan inherited it." She shook her head, her grief obvious still. "He took such good care of it. And to think, he won't find a nice girl and settle down here now. There's so much room for children." She stifled a sob and looked down at the floor as she fought to control herself. "I'm sorry, Camilla," I said. "That's an unfair deal you've been given. All of you." I glanced around. Books, knickknacks, clothes, and other things lay strewn on the floor, and furniture in the hallway, living room, and kitchen. I told Camilla to wait in the living room, and she sat down on the edge of a recliner, her posture stiff from the foreign vibe of the house she grew up in. I did a quick search of the house but found nothing useful. Judging by the chaotic mess, I could see the person responsible had been in a hurry. The search had been thorough, though, with many a small place emptied out. Someone had been looking for something, and I didn't think they'd found it. If they had, they would have stopped tearing the place apart at some point, but every room had been searched. What had Jordan been involved in? And why on earth had it been necessary to kill himself over it? Camilla claimed he couldn't have, but unfortunately, those left behind didn't always know. "You were right," I said as I walked downstairs and back into the living room. A giant flat screen had been left standing, but the 3 different gaming consoles were all scattered on the floor, one of them even broken open. "Someone was here looking for something, but I don't think they found whatever it was." Camilla nodded. "Do you know if he was involved in anything unusual that could cause this?" Camilla visibly swallowed and shook her head. "No. No, I can't even imagine what that would be. He drove for the library mailing service, for crying out loud. He liked his games, had friends over that also liked the same thing. Not that I ever understood any of it. He went out as most young people do. Blue eyes stared at me in confused despair. She was right. Unless Jordan led a secret life no one knew about, then this whole thing didn't make any sense. I walked over and picked up some photos from the floor next to a bookcase. Every frame was broken and ripped apart. If the person who broke in thought what he'd been looking for was in there, then it was a small thing. I turned a photo over and saw a happy Jordan smiling at the camera. His eyes were covered by sunglasses, and I could see the phone reflected in them as he took a selfie. A woman took up half the photo. Blonde hair and a wide smile. Her eyes also covered by sunglasses. They posed cheek to cheek. Behind them was nothing but deep blue water and a lighter blue sky. I found another one of them, this time on bikes in a city far from here. They'd gotten someone else to snap the pic for them. A third showed them in a restaurant, looking happy and handsome while dressed up. "Who's this?" I asked as I picked up more photos from the floor. Most of them were of the couple or only the woman. Ellen. She used to be his girlfriend. Could she? I don't think so. They broke up almost a year ago, and she moved out of state. I wondered what had caused the breakup but didn't ask. It wasn't likely Jordan had told his aunt anyway. They seemed so happy, though, as they traveled and did all those things together. I carefully put the photos down again, the images facing up so as not to scratch them on the broken glass and plastic before I stood up. "Are you all right?" Camilla asked as she saw the grimace on my face as I forgot my damn ribs again. I waved her off and nodded. "Whoever messed this place up did a fine job with that, but I can see through the mess that your nephew lived a normal life. This break-in doesn't make sense. At least, not yet." "I know he didn't kill himself. The police are wrong." I nodded slowly at that. If it had only been him taking his own life, I would have agreed with them. But when adding a search of the guy's house, well, something was not right. I realized I needed to ask Nate about Jordan. We'd agreed early on to not mix our work lives, and I had adhered to that. Normally, I would have gotten the information via an affiliate. It was amazing what information could be gleaned with the use of alcohol and a thirsty officer. The affiliates were only too happy to help in that regard. Free drinks and tricking an unsuspecting employee of the police? Perfect. Since the cops knew me, thanks to my now finished stint as a consultant for them, I had never been able to do it myself. Until now. And though it would be fun to see Nate drunk, since I never had, I guessed a simple question would suffice. Oh well, one couldn't have all the fun all the time. "Yes," I added to Camilla. "There's something more to this." "Will you look into it?" "Of course. That's what I'm here for. I'm only sorry you had to wait so long." "I understand. There's only one of you, and so many of us." I pressed my lips together. I knew the rumor that had started spreading through the community. Some out-of-town affiliate had gone crazy on Jacques' boat, and I had handled it. That was pretty much the truth. The damage both Jacques and I had been dealt had not been talked about. Most folks probably thought I had been busy when looking for me and not finding me. So yes, Camilla was right. I was all they had, and me being bedridden didn't help anyone. The trashed house around me told me that. Camilla had left it like this for weeks, waiting for me to have the time. "Are you all right, Maggie?" I realized I was staring at the wall while my hands hurt due to me pressing my nails into my palms. Yes, only thinking. The poor woman had enough on her plate without me spacing out because of my own issues. "I'll look into it." "Thank you so much." There were tears threatening to spill from Camilla's eyes, both from grief and gratitude. I felt the sting in my right hand as I pressed my nails into my palm again. "This isn't good. Focus, Margaret. Tell me about Jordan's friends from the community. I'll start with them and see if they know something." I waited patiently as she wrote down names of which I, for the most part, already knew. Ashport wasn't that big. After that, I left her to begin the work in the house. With a last glance at the photos on the floor, I walked out into the sunny yet cold day and felt relieved as the cool and salty air from the beach enclosed around me.
Chapter 25. I hope she'll forgive our rudeness, Kay said, as we all dug into our food. If we were to wait any longer, it would get cold. Then again, she added, and shrugged, she's the one who suggested we meet. You're the one who knows what she's up to. I bit into my hamburger. It had been a long day, especially with a trip to Ashdale and the courthouse, and we'd driven straight back without more than some water to drink. Then again, the food at Danny's was worth it. The place was starting to thin a little after the main dinner rush, and it was possible to talk normally before the diner would be filled up in the evening again. We occupied a booth by the window with a clear view of people bustling home in the cold afternoon air. Aren't people in the military supposed to be punctual? Maybe the Air Force is the exception? What's she doing here anyway? McCallan asked, while scrutinizing the extras around the sandwich on his plate. I didn't think there'd be anything interesting for the AFOSI in Ashport anyway. He sighed, and then, due to the lack of something salty, snatched some French fries from my plate. Hey, I blurted through a piece of hamburger. Kay laughed at me. You've become his work wife. McCallan snorted. Where's your work wife anyway? I thought he was coming. Kay lowered her spoon, Danny's excellent chili forgotten a moment. He went home after a grueling happening with someone else's dinner today. He proclaimed that was the last time someone will ever throw up on him again, and that was that. Bowman had been on the force longer than any of us, and if anyone knew how untrue that statement was, it was him. Still, days like that only made you want to go home. Well, in that case, I thank him for not coming. McCallan made a sniffing grimace to make his point. Oh, and speaking of... He nodded toward the door as Sarah came walking into the diner. She was dressed in civvies and carried her badge on her belt. It was still strange to see, considering all the arguments she'd had with our dad over the years about not becoming a cop of any kind. Her joining the Air Force had barely been tolerated, as it was better than anything else. Everyone in our family joined law enforcement. It had been like that for a few generations now, and the only ones exempt from the rule were those who married in. Kay's husband, for an example, was an ambulance driver. Unlike my sister, I had never thought much about it. I liked the job, liked figuring out the puzzles that presented themselves, liked making a difference. So did she, of course, but in a different way, something Dad had some issues understanding. Hey guys, Sarah said as she sat down next to Kay after she scooted over to make room on her side. Sorry I'm late, got a little busy. With what exactly? Sarah smiled. Aw, Bill, that's so cute. Nice try. I'm going to assume it's work since you showed up on my doorstep early in the day without Doug in tow, I said. When they visited Ashport, they usually came together, and they would give me a heads up. This spoke of haste. No nice to see you, Sarah? No, it's so nice to have my sister visiting? No, this is great, let's catch up? Sure, all those, but I agree with Bill. I'm curious. Sarah shared a look with our cousin and smiled again. They had always been great friends, spending every minute possible together when we visited our grandparents as kids. Well, if you must know, she said after a moment, I am here looking into something. It's a federal matter, though, and it doesn't impede on anything you guys are busy with. That made Bill chuckle. I think that translates to, it's secret and none of your business. Sarah arched an eyebrow as she smiled and crossed her arms, which told me McCallan was right. And if you were so busy you were late to something you yourself suggested, I'm going to guess you came across someone. Following is my guess, McCallan added. Following, I agreed, and then lost them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Are they always like this? Sarah asked Kay, who nodded while rolling her eyes. It's annoying. Sure is, Sarah agreed, but she was laughing. Fine, but it's not like Ashport is that big. It's usually only a matter of time before you bump into someone here. Hey, Sarah, nice to see you. Can I get you anything? Josie interrupted as she came over to our table. See, Sarah said, and focused on the waitress. Yep, she was right about that. The town was big enough for no one to know everyone, but small enough to bump into people you knew. Having spent most summers here as kids, we had never been complete strangers to the town. Sarah ordered the day's special, which was the chili, and then managed to turn the conversation away from herself completely. Speaking of your doorstep, Nate, imagine my surprise at finding what appears to be a new girlfriend there this morning. That, of course, brought on some badly stifled snickering from the other two. What? Sarah glanced back and forth between them. What am I missing? Oh God, where to start? Kay said. Hey, I objected, and then thought of nothing else to say. I took a bite of my hamburger and chewed with indignation as my so-called friends caught my sister up to speed with what they knew about Maggie and me. There was no point in shushing them. Sarah would catch on and get their version anyway, but my neck and cheeks felt warm to an uncomfortable degree nonetheless. Nate, you're an ass, Sarah said when they were done. Yeah, so that elevated the degrees of shame somewhat. And she was so nice, taking care of my dog and everything. She's not your dog anymore, I objected. She had given Kona to me since Doug was so allergic his face bloated if he lived in the same space as a fur animal. The thing about Kona was that people had a hard time separating from her. Kona and I have a different opinion about that. Sarah shrugged. Anyway, I had hoped Maggie would join us. That elicited more poorly disguised laughs from Kay and McAllen. I turned and made a quick scan of the diner. Besides us, there were 3 more cops in there. No, Maggie would not be eating here at this hour. Kay leaned toward my sister in a conspiratorial manner. So Maggie's not super fond of cops. The comment prompted a snort from McAllen, who was chewing happily on his sandwich. So, Sarah began, as her eyes pointed upwards while she was trying to piece this together, your girlfriend is a criminal? Geez, Sarah. No, and could you speak up? I'm not sure they heard you across the street. She has an interesting past, McAllen said, which was diplomatic, as he knew a little, but not too much. Officially, neither did I. She tolerates Nate, though. I rolled my eyes. Are we done with this now? I disagree, Kay said. She tolerates us. Nate persuaded her to like him with something else. Ew, Mel. That's my little brother. Yes, ew, Mel, I chimed in. Ew to all of you, by the way. But seriously, though, Kay went on, ignoring me like the other two were, it's too bad she quit. She is really good at reading people. We could have used her on the Pullman case. You solved that, McAllen said. Yeah, but it took 3 weeks. Maggie may be snarky, but she gets results fast. I'd like her back. Then ask her, I said. I knew what the answer would be, though. Maggie had agreed to work for Chief Mulligan out of guilt, and because the higher-ups in her community had wanted to experiment to see if some contacts with the police could be beneficial. In the midst of that, Maggie had done what she felt she had to, not what she wanted. And what she wanted was to not draw that kind of attention. So yeah, Kay could ask, but I knew what the answer would be. So, Sarah said, she's an expert in interrogations techniques? I couldn't tell them the truth about that. First of all, they wouldn't believe me. Maggie had no need to learn those techniques. No one could hide information from her if she decided to extract it. It was a challenging ability to have. She even kept it secret from most of those affiliated to the community, which was hard on her. The rest of them only kept their abilities secret from all of us. It must have been that thought that made me notice the usually unnoticeable on the other side of the street. As the others kept discussing Maggie's uncanny way of weeding out pertinent information from suspects, I saw an abnormality occur in plain sight. A man my own age walked up behind another, slightly older man who was walking and minding his own business, staring at his phone like half the other pedestrians out there. What caught my attention was the fact that the younger man's hair turned from brown to pitch black as he reached the other one. I blinked, and then I stared some more. Surely the man's hair had been brown? I forgot all about that as the man with the phone began walking with unsteady steps. There was some distance between us, but I could swear he was also getting unusually red in the face. Then everything happened so fast I barely had time to think how crazy it was. The older man dropped his phone and staggered sideways to lean against a wall as he looked around. As he noticed the now black-haired man, he seemed to panic, but he couldn't have yelled. No one around them reacted to anything. The man moved backward, one hand on the wall for support. The black-haired man followed with slow steps. He was in no hurry. That was when the increasingly red-faced man changed tactics. Instead of fleeing, he moved toward the younger man and extended a hand. The younger man jerked back, but he wasn't fast enough. There was a sharp spark of green light, like lightning, between them, and the younger man was thrown back. Before anyone around them reacted to the sudden movement, another flash of lightning shot from the older man's hand and hit the younger one. Then came the screams and running from others, and the uniforms that had come from behind the older man. "Oh no," I mumbled, realizing they hadn't seen what had actually happened. I tried getting up and then remembered I was boxed in by a table and McCallan. "What the—" he began. "I need to get out," I said, and then gave up. The booth behind us was unoccupied, and I climbed over the bench, knocked my shin into the other table, and got out to the floor. "Okay, we won't talk more about—" And that was all I heard as I ran out of the diner. My worries were not disproved. By the time I managed to cross the street without being run down by a car, the uniforms, which turned out to be Rollins and DeMar, were already subduing the phone man. "Guys, no!" I shouted as I ran up to them, and the second cuff enclosed around the man's wrist. "He attacked me!" the other man shouted as he got up from the ground. I stared. The guy's hair was brown. It had been black, hadn't it? My confusion must have been clear as day, because the man noticed it, and it unsettled him. He probably wasn't used to people noticing. "Hey, officers!" an older woman shouted at Rollins and DeMar. "There was a flash. I'm sure someone took a picture of it happening." I sighed and eyed the cuffed man who sat on his knees on the ground. The man was in his late 30s, with light brown hair and a pair of eyes that stared at us with venom. His lips twisted into a smile at the old woman's attempt to help. I understood, though. Of course, that was the answer to the flash for the few who had noticed something. The same went for the younger man's hair. I had no idea what that was all about, but he was not used to anyone noticing. God, how many times in my life had I seen something like this only to have my brain make up plausible explanations for me? "Detective Hansen," DeMar said, "what's wrong?" "He attacked me, that's what's wrong," the now brown-haired man said as he came closer. "You saw it," he added to Rollins and DeMar, who, unfortunately, didn't look like they had any objections to that. I quickly explained how I'd seen the whole thing from a different angle, that the man they were attempting to arrest for his blatant violence had in fact been defending himself. "He's lying," the younger man protested. The whole thing was getting exasperating. One of the men was reacting exactly as most affiliates did, by not talking to us. The other was unusually willing to talk, though it was obvious he was using us as a tool to continue his torment of the other man. And yet again, I couldn't tell my colleagues what had actually transpired. "Sir, please step back, stand by the wall," I told the younger one. "What's your name?" The man did as told, with some deliberate hesitation in his steps. "Orland Fanton." He almost spat his own name at me. "Hey, detective," DeMar said, a wallet in his hand. "This one's name is Fanton, too." "Listen, Mr. Fanton." I lowered my voice so only Orland could hear me. "I don't know what kind of voodoo crap you just pulled here, and right now, I don't care." I knew he wouldn't do it again, not with so many people watching. I turned and saw Sarah and the others about to cross the street. "Stand here and don't say a word until we find out if the other Fanton wants to press charges." "What?" "You see that woman crossing the street?" I pointed at Kay. "If you try to run, she'll catch you before you can change hair colors again." I had never seen anyone outrun her, and he was welcome to try, but it was my last comment that had him frozen. Oh yes, there were rumors spreading through the community about me, but this guy had clearly not heard them, and I could only imagine his shock at a cop telling him outright that he knew about his ability. As it turned out, the other Fanton didn't want to talk, no matter the urging from Rollins and DeMar. I caught the others up to speed, and McAllen had a talk with the uniforms. There was little doubt that the angle from the diner gave a better view. In the end, I picked up the dropped phone and handed it to the older Fanten, who was named John. Here, you really should talk. If you don't, they have to take you to the station and sort this out. I know you don't want that. That statement got me a curious glance at least. He'd been freed from the cuffs and was standing upright. With a careful movement, almost like a frightened animal, he reached out and accepted his phone. I saw what you did, I went on, making sure no one around us could hear. The others were busy with Orlin, who was giving his version of events. I can't tell them that. They all think you pushed him, unprovoked. That only elicited a snort as a response. It had to have been a hell of a push, as Orlin had flown 10 to 15 feet backward. He even had burns on his clothes from the lightning bolts, but seemed to be more than fine judging by his animated gestures. John could not have used his full strength. Or maybe he had. According to Maggie, it was different in every case. I told them otherwise, I went on, in case he hadn't heard us talking. His lack of surprise showed me he had. The confusion told me he didn't get why. Hey, I'm extending a hand here. You should know to accept help when it's offered. The man glanced over at the others. Rollins was jotting down what Orlin was saying in her notebook. He's my brother, he offered after a while. Okay, any reason he was trying to give you a heart attack or something like that? The man's eyes narrowed slightly at this. He looked like he wanted to ask how the hell I knew about it, but in the end, he refrained from talking more than necessary. There's an inheritance issue. I sighed and nodded. This was not the first time I'd encountered this. It was something that could tear most families apart. I waved the others over. Tell them, and be done with this. But leave the lightning thing out of it. John stared at me as we were soon surrounded by the others, including his brother. But he did do as I said. Apparently, the brothers were half-brothers, and when Orlin's mother had died, she had left everything 50-50 to the men, which Orlin felt was wrong, since she wasn't John's biological mother. It was an old story. Too old. In the end, they were both let off with a warning and contact information to a family counselor I'd bet money they wouldn't use. I was starting to see why these communities had their own people to solve these problems. That guy didn't seem particularly interested in defending himself, Sarah said, when we, after a while, crossed the street to return to Danny's and what was likely some cold food. No, I agreed. It was like he didn't see the point. If I hadn't seen it, his brother would have been able to press charges, and John would simply have gone with it, expecting nothing else. It made me feel like crap. Likely Maggie would have been sent to get Orlin to withdraw the charges, and that would have been that. But at a later point, John had assumed the worst when we had shown up, and normally he would have been right. He got lucky there, Sarah went on as she opened the diner's front door. Did he? I wondered. He'd seemed more scared and confused than happy he'd been given some help. Hell of a punch in that guy, though. Yeah, I eyed our vacant table, our food still there. Hell of a punch.
Chapter 26. By the time I had talked to Jordan's friends, darkness had begun to set in, and a chill ran through town to emphasize the lateness of the day. I zipped up my jacket and shoved my hands in my pockets as I walked through the quiet streets on the east side of town. Most of the people I'd talked to lived close to each other, so I'd found a parking spot in one of the streets and simply walked between the houses. Not that it had helped any. I was still at a loss as to what Jordan had been mixed up in. No one who knew him well had an inkling as to what could cause someone to search his house. They didn't even understand his death. It was a mystery to them all, and sad. They were all affected, all in different stages of managing, but all grieving. It made me feel like an intruder, but as affiliates, they knew who I was, or at least what someone like me did. With his friends and family not knowing anything, though, I was left with his job. which posed somewhat of a challenge since he drove books and other shipments between the libraries in Ashdale and Charlotte Bay. That didn't narrow things down at all. I shuddered in the cold and noted I was a block away from my car. It was after closing hours everywhere, and no point in checking into this tonight. No, I figured I should go to the Ashport library tomorrow and at least start there. Which meant there was nothing else to do for now. Which also meant it was time to go home. I wondered how that would be now. It would be quiet, wouldn't it? The fact that I even thought about it made me halt my steps a little. I had become so used to not being alone in the last few weeks. I'd never even thought about the lack of company in my place before. I dealt with so many people on a regular day that a nice, quiet place was a small blessing when I stayed there. It had been, for sure. I bit my lower lip and glanced toward my car, which was standing further ahead, across the street. But it wasn't my beloved engine that caught my attention as I drew cold air in so fast my windpipe hurt. A few feet past my car, coming in my direction, though on the other side of the street, was a walking ghost. It was like he hurried out of my past, conjured from nothing. That was only my nerves, of course. There are few actual ghosts about. Maybe it was the grueling time I'd spent on the Aurora that had sharpened my senses when it came to looking for certain faces. I recognized the man instantly, at least. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been a teenager, living in Seattle at the same time I had. I didn't run. I didn't make any sudden moves. He hadn't seen me, and I made sure he didn't as I moved under a nearby awning outside a now-closed bookstore. I moved all the way into the shadowy doorway and watched in stunned silence as a boy I'd known as Dax Dubrow passed by me on the other side of the street. I was sure it was him. His dark red hair was clearly visible as he passed under a streetlight. We'd gone to the same school, though we hadn't been particularly close. I'd helped his dad with some issue with another affiliate at one point, and his son had been around then. I remembered Dax as a chubby kid who kept to himself. He had only associated with other affiliates, the only ones he felt comfortable around, if I remembered correctly. Now, though, his 5'6" body was framed by an athletic build that suggested he'd changed some things in his life. What I saw of his face suggested handsome, clean-lined features. He was a couple of years younger than me, which put him at about 23. What interested me most was why he was here in Ashport. First Rafe Porter and now Dax, all in a span of a month? It couldn't be a coincidence. I sure as hell didn't think Rafe was one, which meant this was connected. Rafe had been out to kill me. Slowly. I glared across the street as Dax walked on past me, not a clue I was watching. I would bet money this was connected. Something was strange about him, though. Beyond the obvious, that was. At first, I thought he'd been checking out my car and keeping an eye out for me, but as he kept walking down the sidewalk, I noticed his speed and constant glances over his shoulders. It really was too much of a coincidence for him not to be involved with Rafe, but right now, I was pretty sure he wasn't looking for me. He was afraid of someone. As he passed me, I scanned the street behind him but saw no one following him. Whoever had shaken him so much was not there. I disentangled myself from the doorway and followed Dax at a distance, on my side of the street. From what I remembered, his dad had been a technokinetic, and I thought Dax might have the same ability. If that was the case, I had little to fear, but I knew memories were untrustworthy at times, especially with so many years and people between them. Still, my caution did me a disservice as I lost him 10 minutes later when he vanished into a large junkyard on the outskirts of town. I considered going in to search, but decided to leave it. Someone would have seen him somewhere. I would have to put out some feelers. I stared into the darkness after him and felt my sore ribcage, remembered Rafe's hands on my neck as he squeezed to kill me. And this little brat was involved? Mistake, Margaret, I reminded myself. not a brat. A grown-ass man who'd changed considerably. In the end, I walked away, tucking the information in the front of my mind to look into. I didn't go home. Or where I wanted to. About half an hour later, after making sure Dax hadn't doubled back on me, I knocked on the door of a small house on the northeast side of town. A young woman greeted me happily as she left her husband and children to work on the kids' homework in the kitchen, while she let me into a small bungalow in their backyard. They used it to rent out, but it was at my disposal if I wished at any time. I'd checked before knocking that the lights were off. It was a safe place. No one knew I used it now and then, and that included living ghosts from my past. I found a spare set of my clothes in one of the closets and knew that the next time I'd find the ones I was wearing now, washed and dried for me in the same spot. It was part of the small favors the affiliates were allowed to do for me, as it was helpful in getting my job done. It was amazing how many times I'd avoided walking with bloody or filthy clothing in public this way. As I lay down in the guest bed, I felt a surprising relief at the soft mattress under me. Despite taking it easy the whole day, I could feel my body needing to rest. It was frustrating. I was used to injuries, but not like this. I needed my body to respond to my needs, not the other way around, especially if there were people in town who meant me harm. Still, I couldn't figure out what I'd ever done to Dax. The thought troubled me and left me in a restless sleep that never settled. Restless and cold. Chapter 27. The Ashport Library lay in the center of town next to the movie theater and the Ashport Daily. As I walked into the small space with bookshelves crammed into every nook possible, I saw that it was Connie manning the desk today. She was not an affiliate, and I knew that I would find no help there. Since she was working, though, the town's only other librarian had to be next door. The Ashport Daily did not, in fact, come out daily anymore, nor was it published weekly. To survive the times, it was now mostly digital, and they had a monthly edition with longer, local pieces. Still, the digital version at least made it possible for them to keep the name. As I walked into the newspaper's offices, I saw Rob hunched over one of several big boxes scattered on the floor around the 3 desks in there. Despite the computer age, there never seemed to be an end to all the paper. I wouldn't be surprised if they had half a rainforest in that office. "Be with you in a minute," Rob said without looking. He worked part-time in the library and part-time for the Ashport Daily. In addition to him, they had a freelance photographer and a full-time editor. That was it. I sometimes wondered if these places would survive without the souls who cared so much for them. Even the movie theater was only open 3 nights a week. "Yeah, no worries," I told Rob. The sound of my voice got him moving, though, as he dropped the papers in his hand and turned. "Maggie?" He got up and swooped me into a hug. "It's so good to see you up and moving." "You saw me 5 days ago." I put my arms around him. "Yes, but then you were ill. Now you probably still are, but I'm glad to see you anyway." "I'm happy to see you too," I said and let go. Now it's turning into one of those awkward, long hugs. "I don't care. Bear with me." He hugged me tighter, minding to not hurt my side. Okay?" I smiled and waited it out. And to think I'd almost had to leave town for good. Leave my friends. People I cared for. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision when I'd decided to stay in Ashport. As Nate had pointed out, the people hunting me wouldn't think I had. Maybe it was stupid of us to take that chance. But as I stood in Rob's inescapable embrace, it felt so worth it. I had severed bonds without so much as a goodbye before, and though I knew the ones I left behind understood that something had happened, it didn't make it stop hurting. God damn it. Why couldn't someone I cared about follow me across the country instead? Rob finally released me and flashed me a wide grin as he pushed his glasses up again after all the movement. Please tell me you're here for day drinking. Aren't you working? The most interesting thing that happened today was a car blocking 10 others near those old shops in Bay Street, causing half the shop owners to be late. Andy's out on some case or other, so I don't have anything pressing. Andy, the editor, was the one who wrote about crime and the like in town. Rob dealt with what could be deemed local news in the truest sense of the word. A car blocking the street. Sorry, I said. I wish I could go day drinking with you, but I am actually working. I laid out Jordan's story for him, hoping he could shed some light on something for me. I knew him. Yeah. Rob sat down behind his desk, gesturing for me to take a seat behind the one next to it. Jordan would start his route here in the morning, and then finish here as well in the afternoon. How'd it work? Rob shrugged. Someone comes searching for a book they like, and if we don't have it, we order it from the library that does. Usually, it's nearby. The orders are prepared and then sent with the messenger service. That was his job. Any chance that job could lead to his house being searched? Rob made a grimace of disbelief. Not unless he was smuggling something in the car, and then kept it in his house. But Jordan? I don't think so. Me neither, I agreed and leaned forward, resting my chin atop my folded hands. He seemed so normal from what I've gathered. A trustworthy affiliate, too. Rob leaned back in his chair. Yes, he was. He did volunteer when we needed help with things. In not too long, he would have been invited to the more. Rob clicked his tongue. Interesting things. I smiled at that. Those interesting things involved cleaning up messes that shouldn't be seen by non-affiliates. Our community needed to stay hidden to survive. And if Rob and the others saw Jordan as a decent, trustworthy guy, then he had been. Anyway, Rob went on, the way he died was all kinds of crazy. What do you mean? Rob cocked his head as he gave me a quizzical look. Don't you know? His aunt told me he took his own life while in police custody. She didn't tell you how? No. I guess I just assumed. What happened exactly? And how do you know? We report the things that happen in this town, remember? It's not like it's a lot, but the few things that do occur, in the non-affiliate world at least, are documented. I nodded and waved my hand to get him to continue. So, Andy went and talked to the detectives in charge of the investigation. It wasn't new guy, by the way. I groaned in exasperation at the name. Did you talk to Tegan? Sure did. Anyway, it was pretty clear they couldn't have done anything. There was a surveillance tape and everything. Rob, please just tell me. He did. I stared at him a moment. Then I leaned back in the chair. He ran headfirst into a wall? Yep, twice. That's insane. And fairly graphic, which is why Andy decided to simply run a small notice about the death. It's a sensitive subject. Yes, I would have remembered reading about that. This only made the whole thing even more confusing. I don't know what happened here, but it sounds less and less like some non-affiliate thing. I agree, which is why I believe that whatever you're looking for is here in Ashport. I didn't know him well, but I don't think he had any affiliate contacts outside town. His family is local, right? Yes, for generations. I'll look around for you. Maybe Connie knows something. Ugh, Connie. I placed my feet on a small non-paper covered part of Andy's desk. It made Rob laugh. Connie's nice. She always looks at us with disapproval. That's because we talk too much. So? It's a library. I scoffed at that. Everyone in there went up to the first floor anyway. That's where the tables and chairs were, and no sound traveled from downstairs. Maybe she'd lighten up if we took her day drinking. I don't think that would improve her view of us. Just admit it. It's me. You are a bad influence, Maggie. He laughed as I swung my legs down again and got up to leave. True, but sometimes bad is the best good.
Chapter 28. The path under my feet crunched as I ran from the hard, trodden ground of Green Farm Park and onto the gravel path that led past some old factory building that stood by the river where it had once needed the water to run its machinery. The gravel path would lead back into the more wooded area below, where I saw I was not the only one out running after work. My mind had not been at ease since the incident with the Fanton brothers yesterday. Running usually made my mind zone out and go blank. It was a perfect state when your feet hit the ground and you moved freely, letting your thoughts sort themselves out without being hung up on something. Not today. The other cops had chalked it up to being an inheritance argument blown out of proportions, with the younger brother exaggerating his fall as the older one had pushed him. It was amazing how their minds made them rationalize the whole thing. But that wasn't what bothered me the most. No, it was the older brother's absolute belief that we'd assume the worst, which had been the case. No one had seen the true attack from his brother. He hadn't laid a hand on him. I stopped in my tracks next to the deserted factory building. My pulse was up, but I hadn't even been out for 10 minutes, and my breathing was controlled. For a moment, I fought the urge to go and kick the wall. Breaking my toes wasn't going to help. A couple ran past me in the opposite direction, their faces focused and their breathing audible as their feet hit the ground in a steady rhythm. I envied them their focused workout and decided to just keep running until I became too exhausted to think. But as I turned my gaze up, I saw an older part of Ashport stretching out before me. Rows of smaller houses, white with reddish roofs, that had been here for generations, marked the boundary to the park area. I glanced down toward the forest again as an idea struck me. Not the best idea, but at least something to do. I grabbed my phone from the pocket in my hoodie and checked to see if I remembered the address correctly. Turned out I did not, but it was the right area. I drew a deep breath of exasperation as I put the phone back and then figured why not. Instead of continuing on the footpath, I walked away from the factory and followed an asphalt-covered road toward the old part of town. 15 minutes later, I stood inside a large, open courtyard, surrounded by small white, gray, and a few yellow houses. An open gateway from the street was the only way in there, and I had taken an abrupt left as the house I was looking for lay closest to the street. The front door was on this side of the gate, though, allowing for considerable privacy from pedestrians, but not the neighbors. Not that anyone was using the open space now that the weather had gotten chillier lately. I stepped up on the concrete porch, noted the overfilled ashtray next to a plastic chair, and rang the doorbell. There was loud music coming from inside, though I could only hear the bass as it made the walls vibrate. I wondered for a second how the neighbors put up with it, and if the doorbell could even be heard through it, but then the sound vanished as it was turned off. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a scruffy-looking face. "Hello, Eddie." Eddie's eyes went from slightly narrowed to wide as saucers in a millisecond. Then he slammed the door shut. I sighed. "That's not going to help, Eddie," I said, hardly raising my voice. I'd seen that the door wasn't thick enough for him not to hear me. "Just a second," he shouted from the other side. I could hear some scraping and shuffling noises, and I rolled my eyes. When he'd hidden whatever he was hiding, the door opened again, though only a fraction. A blue eye peered out at me. "What do you want?" "That's hurtful, Eddie?" I made a grimace of mock hurt, and here I thought we were getting along splendidly. He opened the door a little more, but only to check if I was alone or accompanied by my colleagues. "Of course," I went on, and shrugged like I didn't have a care in the world. "I can stand here all night. Sooner or later, someone you know is bound to walk by." That got the door open. "I haven't done anything," Eddie said as his chosen words of welcome. I walked past him and inside. A whiff of cigarette smoke came off of him, but the house itself did not smell of the stuff. "You keep saying that. But I'm not here for work, obviously." I indicated my running gear. The fact that you're spewing some health crap doesn't make me inclined to trust you anymore. In fact, I'd say it lessens the chance. A soft scoff escaped me as I tried hard not to laugh at him. There was one empty and one half-finished bottle of beer on the kitchen table, along with some dubious-looking takeout boxes. There was a general mess on that table and the kitchen counter, but the overall look of the place was clean and not worn if you considered the walls and floor. Like most of the houses in this neighborhood, one entered into a small kitchen. Next to it would be a sitting room and then a pantry in the back, behind the kitchen. Upstairs usually contained 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. It was what people had needed a couple of generations ago. These days, many chose to remodel, but there were a significant number of the older versions still intact. In Eddie's case, there was a lack of anything resembling ornaments and knickknacks. The furniture was mostly bare, except for an embroidered tablecloth on the living room table and some old photos hanging on the wall in the staircase. My guess was he'd inherited the house from someone he cared about. "So," Eddie went on, clearly uncomfortable by my even seeing the inside of his home, "what is it I've done this time?" "Why do you say that?" He shrugged and then patted his pockets, looking for something. "It's always something." He glanced around and then walked over to the coffee table in the sitting room and fetched one of 4 packets of cigarettes that lay there. He took one out and then took in his surroundings, remembering where he was. Whoever the previous owner had been, they must have had a strict rule about smoking inside. Eddie sighed and settled for twiddling the cigarette between his fingers. "Last time you guys talked to me, I had apparently acquired the skill of forging customs documents and altering some information in the harbor master's database." "How silly of us." "Right? I'm a mere normal citizen who pays my taxes." "You sure do pay those," I agreed. Officially, he made money as a freelance programmer, creating websites and such. On paper, it was all above board. "See, it's that tone of voice that makes me think you don't believe me," he said, barely keeping the feigned insulted tone intact. "So what have I done now? Oh, I know, I'm into burglary, aren't I?" The extra snark suggested he was actually worried and not only annoyed, and I realized he was concerned about my knowledge of his ability. Opening any lock with his mind? I can't say the thought hadn't occurred to me, but I actually didn't think he'd do that. It wasn't his style. Besides, I couldn't exactly claim the moral high ground when it came to picking locks. Not that I'd tell him that. "I won't tell anybody about your ability if that's what you're worried about." Eddie snorted and put the cigarette in his mouth, before remembering himself yet again and removing it. "Yeah, who's going to believe you?" I sighed inwardly. Apparently, my word wasn't good enough. "Listen," I said instead, "I'm here because I need your help with something." He really did try not to laugh, but in the end his lips couldn't stay closed no matter the pressure he put on them. The whole thing caused his cigarette to break in his hand. "Are you done?" "Sure," he wheezed and made a rolling motion with his hand to get me to talk. "It's about Jordan Halen. Do you know him?" At least the question stopped him laughing. "Yeah, we went to school together. He was a few years younger than me. Heard he died." He did. And horribly, I thought. How had he even managed that second run into the wall? He shouldn't have been upright at all after the first crash into the concrete. The thought of that death must have shown on my face because it removed every trace of mirth on Eddie's. "He had me get something for him," I went on, and got my keys from my other pocket. I'd hung the little flash drive there, and I now unhooked it and held it up for Eddie to see. I don't know what it is, but it made Jordan choose to get arrested rather than face whoever was after him. Not that it had helped in the long run. They had still gotten to him. So this is community business? I guess so. Why isn't Maggie here? With everything that had happened with the Aurora, I had forgotten about it, but the incident involving the Fanton brothers yesterday had brought back the whole thing. Jordan hadn't trusted the police either. We'd only been better than the alternative. And I merely happened to know about his kind. That was it. That was the only reason he'd asked me for help. She has enough on her mind with Rafe Porter, I think. I offered Eddie the flash drive. I figured you could have a look, and then, if it is something of importance, I'll tell her. Eddie stared at the proffered flash drive a moment, and then, to my relief, took it. "How's she doing anyway?" he asked, as he nodded toward the stairs. "She's up and running." "Good. And your brother?" "Headaches are decreasing. Doc says he can begin work again in 2 weeks." "Good." Eddie stopped at the top of the stairs. There were 2 doors to our right and one on our left. "Just wait a sec." He went in through the left door so fast I didn't have time to get a glance through the brief opening before it slammed in my face. "Seriously, Eddie?" I shouted after him. "We're doing this again?" He didn't deign to answer me, and once more I heard scraping and things being shoved around. Then the door opened, and I was allowed inside. The room had probably been a bedroom at one point, but now it was a freaking computer lab. There were several screens and hard drives placed on a desk that took up most of the space. A few of the screens were turned off, likely in my honor. The room was warmer than the rest of the house, and a window with a thin metal mesh on the inside stood open to let air in. No one was climbing in here to steal expensive equipment. At least it was clear what Eddie spent his cash on: cigarettes and computers. I couldn't help myself. "Really? You need all this to build websites?" "Hey!" Eddie held up an index finger in front of his stern face. "Fine." I made a placating gesture and waited as he rummaged through a large plastic box on the floor that contained odd pieces of electronic equipment. He withdrew a battered laptop and set it on one of the few vacant spots on the desk. "What?" I began. "You honestly think I'm going to insert this thing into my equipment?" Eddie tutted and shook his head as he booted up the laptop. "How do I know it's not some trick from you people?" "You're that worried we'll outsmart you, huh?" That elicited a genuine laugh, at least. No, he knew damn well he was better than most of us at this, including me. Why else would I ask him for help? He inserted the flash drive and opened up the same file as I had the day Jordan died. When the encrypted document opened up, Eddie turned quiet. He scrolled down what was reminiscent of a list written in an alien language. "So," I began as the silence allowed for too much thinking about yesterday, "what kind of ability makes your hair color change?" Eddie snorted, glanced at me, and pressed his lips together in a suppressed laugh. "Seriously? Fine. Been meeting smolder hexes, huh?" "A what now?" "Smolder. Hex." He repeated it slowly, like I was an idiot. In this particular instance, I probably was. "And that would be?" "One of the few abilities that actually allows for many tricks. They especially manipulate fluids, but it's a whole array of things." "Fluids?" You've heard of witches cooking their nasty little spells in cauldrons, right? I nodded, with apparent hesitation. Witches and cauldrons? Nope. I was not having that. "Let's put it like this," Eddie went on. "Smolder hexes don't need cauldrons. That's in fairy tales. They will boil your blood while it's inside you." He laughed as he glanced from his laptop to me again. "I see you've been introduced to their art." I sure had. So that was what Orlin had done to his brother, made his blood start to boil, literally. The hair thing is a part of their process, and a nice little warning to the rest of us. And this was what Maggie dealt with every day, without an active ability of her own. Eddie seemed less troubled by these problems. He kept his focus on the screen, scrolling through the file and opening up small tabs with codes that were as alien to me as the original file itself. "Well," I asked, after a while of this, it was best to get my mind off blood-boiling witches. Eddie startled a little, like he'd forgotten I was there the last couple of minutes, and rubbed a hand over his face. "It's something, all right." "So?" He turned toward me and made a sigh so dramatic it belonged on a stage. "I'll make a copy and look into it for you." "Excellent, Eddie," I said, and because I couldn't help it, I added, "My employer thanks you." It was a total lie, but the groan of desperation that escaped him made my day.
Chapter 29. Maggie. Gerard glanced up from his desk at my knock on his open door. He smiled and turned away from his computer. "It's so good to see you." "Thanks. Do you have a minute?" I glanced back into the store behind me. Gerard owned 2 grocery stores in Ashport called Hartman's, and he kept his office in the one closest to his home. There were no customers between the aisles closest to us that I could see. Of course, have a seat. He indicated a chair next to his desk, but I waved it off. The less bending I did, the better. I won't take up much of your time. Nonsense, how are you? I didn't expect you back so soon. I'm fine, Gerard. Peachy, in fact. Good. So, what can I do for you? I told him of Jordan and how Camilla had approached me. Gerard leaned back in his chair, making it creak under his large frame as he listened with half-closed lids. It was terrible what happened to him, he said when I was done. I did think it strange he would take his own life. Is that why no one told me? Oh, Maggie. Gerard shook his head. No. We didn't know this was more than a tragic death. Even if I had, I wouldn't have told you. You needed to heal. Everyone insisted on telling me that. I kept quiet on that particular subject. Yes. Well, I'm looking into it. Something rubs me the wrong way with both the death and the search of his house. Then I'm glad you're on it. He cleared his throat and looked down a moment, a clear-cut sign something awkward was coming. Have you, considered asking your... He glanced at me and winced. Your cop about this? Since this all happened at the police station? My cop, huh? I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorway. How I lived my personal life was no one's business, and no one actually had any say about the fact that I was seeing Nate. It did help that he'd been considered tame ever since Steep Rock and everything that had happened there before, and after we'd all cleaned up what had turned into a dumpster fire of a crime scene. I was aware of the fact that if he wasn't seen as someone to trust, then my association with him would cause people to lose their trust in me as well. In the end, I wouldn't be able to do my job. When it came to the community, it was as Annalise said, the police should be tame or far away. Most affiliates thought like that. Gerard made an apologetic grimace. Well, I sighed and released my arms. Yeah, I'll talk to him. I had tried calling him after I left Rob earlier, but it had just kept ringing. I figured he was busy with something or other. I glanced behind me again, but there were still no customers close enough to hear us. I felt a knot in my stomach as I turned back, but that couldn't be helped. I had one more thing to ask the judge. Did you ever hear anything about Rafe Porter? Rob had promised to talk to Gerard for me during his first visit after the Aurora. People were usually pretty quick to report back if they knew anything when Gerard asked. He did wield quite the influence in town. Unfortunately, that didn't help if no one knew anything, and judging by Gerard's pursed lips and head shaking, he had no news. Sorry, no one saw him before the incident. Incident? Right. Who contacted you about Jacques' boat and the troubles they were having? Gerard hesitated a moment. I don't think that's pertinent. I'm not saying whoever it was in on it, but they might have come in contact with Porter unbeknownst to them beforehand. Again, Gerard hesitated. It was Ellie Torp. Huh. I thought about that a second. She was one of our community leaders. She knows the Hayes boys, went to school with their mother. I nodded. Jacques had said he'd contacted someone other than me personally to give me some space after our breakup, if one could call the end of flings breakups. Thanks, Gerard. I'll talk to her. It's a mystery how Porter found you, though, Gerard went on. A mystery that is best solved. I might have a lead. Really? Gerard sat up and leaned his thick arms on his desk. If ever there was an invitation to talk, this was it. I laid out what information I had about Dax, his appearance, and my past connection to him. I think you're right to be cautious. Gerard stared past me as he thought about this. I wouldn't think it was a coincidence either. Exactly. Will you put some feelers out? I'll let my own sources know too. He nodded and folded his hands in front of him. Of course. Relieved that there were some steps being taken to figure out where Dax was and what he was up to, I chatted a bit with the judge about some matters I should look into now that I was back. About 10 minutes later, I walked out of the grocery store and got into my car. I didn't start the engine, though. Instead, I leaned my elbow against the door and rested my head in my hand as my brain churned on. How had Rafe found me? If he was working with Dax, how had he found me? I understood one man's motive in hunting me down, but not the others. I scoffed and grabbed my purse from the front seat and rummaged through it for my lipstick as I checked my lips in the rearview mirror. No need to touch up, though. As I withdrew my hand, the whole purse vibrated because of my phone. I got it out and saw that it was Rob calling. "Miss me already?" I asked as I answered. "I'd like to say always, but the blind date catastrophe of the day before your 22nd birthday will make me a liar." I'd been the one to set him up on that. From what I recall, no, we're not talking about that. I could hear the embarrassment in his voice and smiled. "What have you got then?" It turned out Connie was the one to talk to. I rolled my eyes at that. I was sure she was nice enough, but she really didn't like Rob having visitors at work. Jordan came into the library twice most days. For his first and last deliveries or pickups. But in the last couple of weeks before he died, he began spending some more time there. Why? According to Connie, he got a little fixated on someone who was using the library often. Fixated? Yeah. He kept asking Connie what this guy wanted, what he was working on, who he was with. I leaned back in my seat and stared blindly toward the entrance of Gerard's store as people walked in and out through the automatic doors. That sounds awfully like he suspected someone of something. I'd say so, Rob agreed. The thing is, it's a little weird. The guy he was asking about is some historian or something doing research for some class he's planning as a guest lecturer next semester at Ashdale College. That sounds positively snoresome. And the people he was with? No clue. People have friends. Yes. Could Connie describe the guy? She could. But I did you one better. We caught him on our camera last time he was here, a week ago. That made me smile again. The Ashport Daily had, over the course of its 100-year tenure, been broken into a few times. The old camera that was put up some 15 years ago still worked. The angle it was set up to record did catch a small part of the street in front of the library as well. I knew that because it paid to pay attention to surveillance cameras in my job. I've sent you a screen grab. Hope it helps. You're a treasure, Rob. You don't have to tell me. Sure enough, as soon as I hung up with Rob, I noticed the incoming message. I opened it to find a black and white screen grab from the surveillance video. The image didn't exactly scream mustache-twirling maniac. The guy looked like a teacher in his blazer and jeans. He appeared to be in his 40s, handsome enough and with short hair. I couldn't see the color but assumed it to be some kind of brown. He came off as healthy-looking, but I couldn't tell from this photo if that meant a threat or not. Weird, I muttered to myself and turned the engine to leave. I wouldn't have looked twice at a guy like that in a library, but if Jordan had obsessed about him before his tragic and, frankly speaking, bizarre death, then I should look into it. Looking for Ellie Torp turned into a more time-consuming event than I'd hoped for. I missed her at her office, before also missing her at a pottery class and then a yoga class. She was nothing if not busy, and she had a lot of friends, both affiliates and not, who could point me in the right direction of her trail. I could have called, but I always preferred to have these kinds of discussions in person. It was amazing what one could learn from people's reactions, especially if they were caught off guard. I didn't always need to read people's minds to see what they were thinking. In the end, though, I didn't catch up with her until I found her at her home in a large house in the middle of town. "I'm sorry you had to run around like that looking for me." She led me through the house into a spacious, spotless kitchen in the back. Steel and granite surfaces dominated clean lines and culminated in a large kitchen island. It housed a sink, knives, and a sizable wooden slab for cutting, as well as some assorted herbs whose green color livened up the sleek interior. A large glass wall faced the garden behind the house, which I almost couldn't see as darkness had fallen while I was searching for Ellie's yoga class. Don't worry about it. I leaned my elbows on the island as I accepted a glass of lemonade when she offered. So I heard about your ordeal on the Aurora, Ellie went on as she found glasses in a cupboard and filled them up from a pitcher she retrieved from her fridge. I'm glad to see you have recovered. Ellie Torp was a woman of medium height with long auburn hair that revealed its dark red shine in the kitchen light. At around 50, she appeared healthy and alert, not athletic despite her affinity for yoga, but some would call her plump in all the right places. Blue eyes sparkled in her post-exercise mood, and I smiled back as she put one of the filled glasses in front of me. I liked her well enough, but excluding Annalise, I knew few of our leaders on a personal level. I usually dealt with Gerard when it came to my job. Yes, I said to her observation. I'm here about the Aurora, actually. I took a sip of the lemonade. This is really good, I added, and got a genuine smile in return. The beverage was citrusy enough to know it was homemade and sugary enough to counter the sour lemons. Thank you. So, tell me how I can help. I laid out the information for her. How I knew she was the one Jacques had contacted about his unmanageable crew member. Yes, he did. She drank from her own glass. I got the impression he didn't want to bother you. I raised my eyebrows as she smiled. She probably knew about my past connection to Jacques. But, Ellie went on, I don't remember anyone named Rafe Porter. That's the man who attacked you? I nodded in silence. Ellie shook her head. I'm glad you're both okay. From your description, I don't remember ever seeing the man. I find it unlikely he could have gotten your whereabouts by knowing about your job. Is it possible he was following you? It's possible, but I doubt it. I had learned early on in life to look over my shoulder. Surely I would have noticed an old face shadowing me. Well, if he found out by following me, I'm truly sorry. I do wish I had some useful information for you. I shrugged. Do you mind having Eddie look at your phone, in case someone's gotten into it? Not at all. I'll drop by him tomorrow. I've been meaning to have a word with that boy anyway. I stayed a few more minutes and talked, but as soon as I'd finished the lemonade, I left her to herself and headed back into the streets, which were now emptying. Maybe I should have headed home. That would have been the smart thing to do, even with Dax in town. He'd been here a while already and hadn't once come there. I should find some food, something to drink, get some sleep. But my mind would not still. I needed to deal with this. Figure it out. And fast. And yet, instead of going back to my car, which was parked in a safe area, my steps eventually led me up to the roof surrounding Nate's apartment. A familiar path I'd taken many times now. I knew where he kept the spare key, of course, but where was the challenge in that? Besides, the streets were quiet as most people had retired to their homes. Most were asleep, judging by the lack of lights around me, which meant no one noticed if I did some unconventional training. When on the correct building, I went over to the side facing the street and located his place. There was one apartment above his, but that was no hindrance. I eased myself over the edge and used the window ledges, the upstairs apartment's tiny balcony as well as a sturdy drain pipe. It was a wonder to me these people got insurance. Practiced as I was at this particular route by now, it still took me a little longer than usual before I was perched outside Nate's bedroom. I opened the window by jostling the lock a little, while I held onto the drain pipe with one hand. My sore side caused me to move slower than usual to avoid any nasty pain that could unsettle my balance. The drop below me didn't concern me, though. If it had, it might have gotten a hold of me, and I couldn't be having that. Instead, I climbed inside the darkened room and hoped Nate was home. The rustling of bedsheets told me he was, before he spoke. "Maggie?" His voice came out hoarse and confused as he struggled to wake from a deep sleep. "Yeah, it's me." There was a pause, and I thought he went back to sleep again. "Did you come in through the window?" "No, that would be silly." He mumbled something that might have been okay, and then went silent. I smiled at that innocent trust. He knew I'd found a way in via the roofs, but didn't like it much. Though I'd tried to explain how essential keeping your climbing skills up to date was, he seemed more concerned with what the neighbors would say. Also, he'd pointed out that he didn't want me to fall, which was almost insulting if it hadn't been for the concern in his argument. I fumbled around as quietly as I could for a few minutes, used the toothbrush I'd left here early on, and found one of Nate's t-shirts to wear, which was oversized for me, but comfortable. As I climbed into bed, Nate turned around and lifted the covers for me to lay under. I felt myself pulled into his embrace as he nestled me to his side while I lay on my back. "How's it feel?" He stroked his hand so lightly across my right side I could barely register it. "It's getting better," I told him and felt him kiss the top of my head. Moments later, his breathing slowed again to a steady rhythm. I decided to wait until morning to ask him about Jordan. I didn't have the heart to wake him now. I smiled as I lay in his warm embrace, one arm under my head, the other over me, not causing any pressure to my ribcage. He seemed to do that subconsciously now after the weeks in my apartment. But then again, even his indubitable movements as I joined him were subconscious. That was the thing about Nate. I always felt welcome. We'd had a rocky start. Actually, we'd had 2 years of a suspicious, snarky, and rocky start. But as misunderstandings had been uncovered and reveals of our general intentions in life had changed things, I never felt anything but welcome around him and cared for. Not only in those few weeks I'd been injured, before that as well. It confused me because I wasn't used to it. Not while being this close to someone. To him, it seemed obvious on an intuitive level. I closed my eyes and inhaled and exhaled slowly. I could barely see the contours of anything in the bedroom anyway. I could smell the clean sheets and Nate, who must have showered recently. I heard nothing from the rest of the apartment, which likely meant Sarah had tucked in for the night too. Not even Kona had made a sound as I came in, but I suspected she knew I was there. The lack of barking was probably because she knew me by now. It was a peaceful atmosphere, and I felt part of it. That thought made me open my eyes wide. I still saw nothing but darkness and shadows. There were no monsters there, though. Those I could deal with. The rest? Alien as this feeling of belonging was to me, it would have to wait until morning.
Chapter 30. Being woken in the middle of the night and called out on something or other was not unusual for me, especially in a town where the number of officers on duty was reduced at night. If more hands were needed, off-duty cops had to be called in. That's how budgets work. Receiving a call about a break-in at the police station was new. I'd left a warm bed containing Maggie at once, only to end up waiting outside the old building with everyone else while forensic measures were being taken inside. There really were better ways to spend a morning. The cold of the early hours had everyone standing with their arms crossed, shivering, and trying to wait out Sweeney as he did his thing, dusting for prints from what we could see through the glass panes in the front door. "Is this for real?" McCallan's voice came behind Kay and me. His sudden appearance made Kay jump as she'd settled into a snooze-like state. "Geez, Bill, no, we all just like hanging out here." "We usually do this every night without you," I added, and noticed the pillow impression on the right side of his face. "It's a cult I'm glad I missed out on. What happened?" "We don't know much yet," I admitted. "Someone broke in tonight. Everyone inside was rendered unconscious, while the burglars roamed free." Oh, crap. It's a crap load, all right, Kay said. A steaming pile of it. It made us both look at her. She wasn't usually one to use such imagery, though I suspected it stemmed more from wanting to get out of the cold and inside than anything else. Who's in there? McAllen asked. Sweeney, I indicated the entrance with a nod. The technician's slim frame moved back and forth in there as he did his job. Further in, next to the front desk, stood the chief and Bowman. They'd been first on scene as the cops inside had called her first. All in all, it took 20 more minutes before they came outside to inform us that what we'd heard so far was true. There had been 4 people that broke in, released some gas that had knocked out the 2 officers in the building, 1 down in holding, as well as the 1 resident we had down there, and 1 upstairs. The burglars had then disabled the surveillance cameras. 45 minutes later, as they were waking up, the returning patrol had found them and called the chief. Francis is done in there now, she said, as we all stood before her in silence. We can't see that anything's been stolen. Our archives and evidence locker are untouched. If you find anything out of the ordinary, let Francis and me know. Mulligan walked down the front steps as everyone began walking inside the building and stopped in front of the 3 of us. She seemed as tired as everyone else, and her usually neat hair was gathered in a loose bun on top of her head. What's going on? McAllen asked. Hell if I know. She shook her head and yawned. The whole thing doesn't make sense. Why break in here, of all places, if you're not going to steal something? Maybe they didn't find what they were looking for, Kay suggested. I don't know, detectives. It's baffling, to say the least. Anyway, I want you to go with your partner and go to the hospital and talk to our witnesses, she told Kay. Are they awake? Yes, they were when we arrived, but we sent them there to be on the safe side. We have no idea what kind of gas they were hit with. You 2, she added to McAllen and me, go through the surveillance tapes. I can't make heads or tails of it, so I think more sets of eyes are a good thing. She was about to say more, but then rolled her eyes as she saw something behind us. I turned to see Andy Peters, the editor of the local newspaper, as he came bustling across the street. He did have his ways of getting information fast. Someone must have seen us out here and alerted him to the fact. Oh, crap. Mulligan moved a hand to her bun and ripped the elastic band out before she walked on down to meet him. The rest of us hurried inside, glad to be out of the cold, only to find that the chief was right. The whole station seemed untouched. As far as we could tell as the morning wore on, nothing had been taken or disturbed. Everything was where it should be. It made no sense. Okay, here it is, McAllen said an hour later when we were done searching and seated in the station's tiny control room. I would bet money it had been a cleaning closet before this kind of technology had been invented. It was so cramped the door had to be left open to allow for breathing unused oxygen. The tapes hadn't been copied yet, and while we did that, we watched them there as well, instead of at our desks. It started at 3:24 a.m. McAllen clicked play. On the screen, we could see 4 masked figures approaching the back entrance of the building. They wore clown masks, which was creepy enough. We had cameras overlooking both entrances to the building, the holding cells as well as the little control room. I glanced up at a camera mounted on the wall above us and noticed that the little green light indicating it was recording was on. Everything seemed to be back in order now, but no one working here had done that. We watched as the burglars appeared on the various feeds, first the back door, then 2 of them entered this room where one sat down at the controls. At the same time, the officer and the inhabitant of one of the cells fainted. Less than a minute later, the feed down there went to black, as did every other camera. And that was it. 45 minutes later, when the feed came back on and the patrol came running down the stairs to holding, the burglars were gone. Then followed the arrival of the chief, Bowman, Sweeney, and the rest of us. I see why the chief is confused, McAllen said after a while. 1 woman and 3 men. That's all I could make of it. Me too. It's weird, though. What? McAllen stifled a yawn and then blinked hard before focusing on the screen again. I don't see the guy who sat down in here actually pressing that many buttons. Maybe he inserted something with some kind of a virus or program that did it for him? Could be. McAllen clicked to transfer the video files to our user accounts so we could get out of the undersized space and work elsewhere. But his little discovery had my mind churning afterward. As I watched the tape again and again, I saw that there was indeed not much typing done on that keyboard. As the room wasn't brightly lit either, it was hard to see if a flash drive with something had been inserted. As we neared the lunch hour, I was enough on edge that I went outside to make a call in private. "I've been meaning to talk to you," Maggie said as her way of greeting when she picked up. "Yeah, you were still sleeping when I left." "Don't worry about it. Listen, I don't have much time, but I need to ask you something. Is everything all right?" There was a distinct thump on her end, then a crash, and then a groan. It did not come from her. "Peachy," she said, and then shushed someone. Okay. Anyway, I tried focusing on the problem at my feet. "Do you know anyone with combined burglary and computer skills?" "Why do you ask?" "We had a break-in at work last night." The thing was that the only person who fit that description was Eddie. I didn't know him well. I knew his rep, but not his person. Still, it didn't strike me as something he'd do. He didn't seem that, Maggie picked up on who I was thinking about without any more information. "Eddie's not that stupid." I exhaled. I didn't think so either. "Is he in trouble?" she asked. "Seriously, you can't go after him every time." "Oh, wait, hold on." "No, Ms. Evans, I swear I don't know anything." A crash and a groan sounded again. "Are you sure everything's all right?" "Yes, now what about Eddie? Are you guys going to hassle him again?" "Probably." He was a likely suspect, wasn't he? Even if the other cops didn't know about his special break-in skills. "That's not cool," Maggie said. "No! Please keep that thing away from me," the other voice sounded. Then Maggie's voice got a little muffled as she likely moved her phone away from her face. "It's only a snake, Elroy." "A snake?" I asked as she moved her phone back. "Oh yeah, a pet." "Yours?" "God, no, ugh." I shook my head and felt a sense of relief. I walked over to the wall of the police station to get some modicum of privacy. There were people milling about everywhere now that the sun was up. You can't keep blaming Eddie for every data theft in town, you know. "Actually, I agree with you." "What?" "I agree. I don't think he did it." Oh, damn it. Elroy, get back here." Maybe we should talk later?" "Get back here. How are you going to fit through there, huh?" There was a scraping sound, and then a short, "Yeah, talk later," before the line went dead. I stared down at my phone a moment, at a loss of words, or thoughts as it were. Then it hit me. Her choice of words. Data theft. She hadn't meant anything special by it, but nothing physical had been stolen. No one had broken into our server room, archives, the evidence locker, nothing like that. I returned to my desk fast and logged into my account. It was only a tiny, sneaking hunch, but I had to check, and it turned out to be right. Our system was programmed to back up our files, even ones that were temporary. It was a safeguard against accidentally losing information we needed. Sure enough, as I checked the backup files, the one containing the encrypted document was gone, erased and removed like it had never been there. I sighed and leaned back in my chair. This crappy day wasn't getting any better, was it? Chapter 31. The thing about noises in the night is that you get used to some, like a familiar step next to a certain window, when that is a preferred method of entry. The sound that had me pulled out of my sleep and into an alert and agitated state was not that. I opened my eyes and realized I was holding my breath. There was a sound in the room, but with my back to the door, as well as no lights, I couldn't see anything. Maggie lay beside me, breathing the slow rhythm of those who sleep. I could see her as a dark figure, though the contours of her face were barely visible in the dark. She'd come in after I'd gone to sleep, like last night. There was no creak in a floorboard or anything like that. No, all I heard as I lay still was a soft footfall nearby. Someone was in the room, and that someone moved with near-perfect light steps so as not to be heard. My mind raced, collecting what information it could. It couldn't be Sarah. She wouldn't do this, nor was it Kona. She couldn't remain that quiet. God, had someone killed the dog? She wasn't making any noise at all. My gun was in the nightstand, and all of a sudden, I could swear I heard a step right outside the bedroom door. Whoever it was sure knew how to move. With slow movements and care not to make the sheets rustle, I turned and stretched my hand toward the nightstand. As I put my hand on the drawer, I sensed a presence by the door. Had the intruder heard me? I froze, ready to pull the gun out. I had no idea whether the intruder had a weapon of their own. Then a hand slid across my chest before it rested on the mattress. Maggie wasn't sleeping at all. She must have been controlling her breathing and listening. She was pulling her legs up and slowly turning over on her side. I focused on the bedroom door and could see a faint shadow there. That is to say, something that was darker than the air around it. Was someone watching us? Assessing if we were in fact sleeping? As I grabbed for the drawer, Maggie sprang over me, somehow managing not to step on me in the dark. She flew out of the bed with a leap that reminded me of a feline attack and moved toward the door before whoever it was could react. I heard a muffled grunt and then a crash, likely into the wall. I yanked the drawer open and was on my way out of the bed while I picked up the gun. I ran for the door as sounds of fighting could already be heard from the kitchen. The dark in there wasn't as all-consuming as there were only blinds in the windows. The streetlights outside provided enough help in the dark, and I saw Maggie duck as a figure, dressed in black from head to toe, including a ski mask, threw something at her. The sound of glass smashing against the floor followed, and none of us cared. I tried aiming at the intruder, but Maggie used her movement to swing a low kick against him. She only half hit as he staggered backward. The most troubling thing was her reeling against the kitchen island a second for support. I shouted for the intruder to stop, which resulted in him bolting for the living room, Maggie at his heels as she disregarded her own pain. I saw the intruder run past the couch. The shouting and running had Kona barking. I barely had time for the relieved thought that she was alive. I yelled for the intruder to stop again, but he was running straight for the window, furthest away from us, the one that could open wide. To my left, Maggie ran, jumped over the coffee table, and then the couch before she crashed into the intruder. Damn it! I lowered my gun and moved closer, seeing them as hardly more than shadows as the intruder tried to get away and Maggie tried to incapacitate him. Then I saw Maggie stagger back as she was hit. The intruder raised his arm and there was something in it. Maggie, down! I yelled while I aimed, put my finger on the trigger, and pulled as she did what I said. The shot sounded like thunder in the closed space. I saw the intruder twist and take a step back, and then another shot came. I registered the flare to my right and turned that way. The intruder scampered toward the window and jumped up. Sarah? I yelled, and got an affirmative as I saw Maggie get up and move toward the window while the intruder's shape vanished upward out there. No! I ran over and grabbed Maggie by the waist and hauled her back. What the hell, Nate? She protested, though only verbally. My pulling her back had lost her any chance of catching up anyway. Her muscles relaxed as I put her down. Kona kept barking frantically and the lights went on. I turned around to see Maggie in one of my t-shirts, breathing hard after the ordeal, Kona barking and staying by her basket. Sarah in a nightdress with her gun by the door and the light switch. I inhaled and rubbed a hand over my face, put the safety back on, and indicated Kona should come. Are you guys okay? I asked. I bent down and scratched Kona behind her ears. She stopped barking, but she was shaking. The intruder must have spent a little time with her when he first came in. Kona was always curious about people, and too naive. It took a lot for her to go on the offensive. I could count on one hand the number of times she'd growled at someone. Yes, Maggie and Sarah confirmed. I'll call it in, Sarah said as she came closer. I nodded. What? Why? Maggie blurted. I turned around. Because 2 gunshots were fired in here. If we don't call it in, the neighbors will. They probably already have, Sarah said. Then she cocked her head sideways as her eyes fell on Maggie. There was no hiding that she didn't like this. Her dark eyes positively screamed out her disagreeing opinion. Conflict consulting, huh? Sarah said, a small smile on her lips. Interesting skills needed for that job. Maggie only shrugged. She was too agitated to bother keeping up the pretense of whatever story she'd told my sister. Sarah didn't spend time trying to wheedle it out of her and instead went to fetch her phone. Nate? Maggie didn't like this at all. It has to be done. She sighed as I stepped past her to close the window. Standing there in only my boxers, with adrenaline leaving my body, I realized how cold it was inside. The window had been open since the intruder came in, and I wondered how long he'd been here. Can I? Maggie went on and gave a sideways nod toward the front door. It made me smile. Nope. Even if I left her out of the account, Sarah wouldn't. Oh, come on, Maggie grumbled and rolled her eyes. She was standing there, looking a bit forlorn, her hair in disarray after the fight. She kept one hand on her side, but her upright and non-hunched position told me she hadn't broken or re-injured anything. A sense of relief shot through me, and I drew breath as I smiled in gratitude. What? She said, misreading my expression. For some reason, it made me laugh. Nice t-shirt, I said, instead, as I now noticed which one she'd grabbed in the dark. She peered down the worn and comfortable piece of clothing and saw the 4, for her, upside-down letters clear as day. ADPD, from my days as a rookie cop in Ashdale. The groan she elicited rivaled that of Eddie's.
Chapter 32. The apartment became flooded with cops. That may be an exaggeration, but it sure felt like it. I sat cross-legged on the couch as they talked to all three of us, examined the bullet holes in the wall, and checked the windows. A couple of them even went up to the roof. Not that they found anything. The intruder had gotten away the moment Nate pulled me back in. According to him, during the brief words we'd had while getting dressed before the cops came, climbing out like that, barely clothed in the cold, following someone else's chosen route onto the roof, was not a good idea. I hadn't argued. I'd been annoyed at first, but he was right. It simply grated on me that someone had broken in here. Coming in via the roof meant a minimal chance of being seen by the neighbors. I would know. Only a black piece of fabric, one of the cops said behind me. Not any blood or tissue that I can see. Too bad, Sarah said. Like Nate and I, she had also changed into jeans and a shirt before the oncoming invasion. I peeked over at Kona, who was now lying in her basket. Normally, she would be beside herself with joy at so many visitors, but she stayed quiet, only perking up when someone who walked by stopped to pet her. She'd been spooked by all the ruckus, poor thing. So, Maggie, McAllen said as he sat down in front of me on the coffee table, diverting my attention from the dog to him. You all right? He seemed a little tired as he'd likely been woken up for this. His blonde hair, which was a little longer on top and usually slicked back, couldn't quite stay in place. He had faint shadows under his eyes, too, and I remembered that there had been another break-in last night. Seemed the detective needed his full 8 hours. It probably didn't help that he still seemed to have a little pain from his gunshot wound, at least judging by his slight wince as he sat down. Sure, I said. Anything else you remember? Something you want me to remember? Maggie. Nate's voice came from behind me. I sighed. I told everything to the first officers who came. I had. I'd even confirmed Sarah's version of events as she'd been the first to talk to them. I'd downplayed it, of course. As it was, I couldn't claim any lack of knowledge of any kind of self-defense any longer. I'd always made sure they didn't know I could take care of myself. Of course, since McAllen had been in on investigating me with Nate, I figured he, at least, knew. Oh yes, McAllen likely knew all sorts of things. I know, he said and smiled. It seemed genuine. He was nice enough. Had always treated me okay. If he'd been a teacher or something instead, we could probably have been friends. So it turns out that Nate's bullet barely grazed him, which means we have no good leads. I nodded. No blood or tissue meant no DNA. Not that I suspected them to use much resources on something like this. I don't know what else to tell you. He was strong, tall, slim, dressed in black and with a mask on. It was too dark to see much. Not a lot to go on. Sorry. McAllen shook his head. Do you have a sense of what he was after? The question rattled me, and I fought to sit still. How was I supposed to know that? What was McAllen after? The officers who took my statement hadn't asked that. They'd simply jotted down what I said. Did he think I was in on this? What possible reason could he think I had? And how could he think I'd jeopardize Nate and the others' safety? I was already looking him in the eyes, ready to figure it out when Nate walked into my field of vision, a slight shake of his head. It was barely noticeable. I pressed my lips together and met McAllen's blue eyes again. I didn't intrude upon the man's thoughts on the matter. Wasn't it just a robbery? I asked as I forced myself to calm down. I mean, the intruder crept around in the bedroom like a total perv, if that helps. It doesn't really match the MO of last night, came the voice of Detective K, also behind me and the couch. Yeah, but nothing was stolen neither here nor there, McAllen pointed out. Then he focused on me. You didn't hear that, by the way. I kept my mouth shut and smiled. It could relate to Sarah's case, Kay went on. What is that exactly? McAllen asked. There came no answer. Fine. Do you think it could be related to whatever you're investigating? He asked Sarah. I hardly think so. No one knows I'm here for work. They went on like that for a while, back and forth, trying to see if the two break-ins could be connected. They did not find an answer, though I could have told them that. Still, it moved the attention away from me, and I waited with polite patience until they finally, 45 minutes later, left. It was 3:30 a.m. by then, and I sighed with relief as I sat down on Nate's bed while he closed the door behind us. Sarah had gone back to her room. The dog was calm, and there was silence around us. I had no fear the intruder would come back. Not after the circus that had been caused. Nate sighed and leaned against the door. Bill's only doing his job, he said after a few seconds. I know. It's not personal. I shrugged. It's only that you were the one closest to the guy. It's easy to forget things when it's chaotic. Woman. Huh? It wasn't a man. It was a woman. I folded my hands in a slack grip on my lap. Nate opened his mouth, then closed it and squeezed his eyes shut a moment. Then he looked at me again. How do you know? His voice was level and measured, probably concealing some exasperation. Punched her in the boob. Nate scratched his head, leaving half the side standing on end. It was cute mixed with his increasing anguish. Anything else you'd like to share with the class? Not the class, no. She pulled a weapon on me. Are you all right? Well, yes. I already told you that. She was trying to get away. She didn't get many hits on me, but she was good though. Anyway, I think it was a Kubotan. Nate nodded in some inward understanding. I thought it was a knife. Difficult to tell in the dark. Unless you were struck with it, of course. I refrained from telling him she'd hit me with the hard and stick-like short weapon. She'd only grazed my thigh, though. It probably wouldn't leave much of a mark. She stole some papers, I think, I said instead. She had a thin bag of sorts, almost like a fanny pack, but across her upper body. I made a diagonal line across my own. I heard it rustling as she moved. Papers? Nate repeated, and seemed to forget my well of hidden facts about the intruder. I nodded, and he opened the door and went out for about a minute before he returned. Yeah, she stole some papers. He closed the door again and put his hand flat on it. Why didn't you tell the others? It's not their business. Maggie. It's not, I insisted. I'll handle it myself. You don't know all the facts. I have a good guess as to who she is. Again, he was about to say something and then stopped. His brows creased, and he walked closer and crossed his arms. Care to explain? I shrugged. Her general build matches that of a woman I thought I saw following you a few days ago. Following? I wasn't sure. She might have been, enjoying the view. Meant to talk to you about it, but things have been going on. I hadn't been all that worried, but after tonight, I was. Nate looked like he had 1,000 questions. In the end, he settled on a logical one. What did she look like? I gave him the description of the blonde woman. Think of her as the love child of an Amazon and Marilyn Monroe, I added. Nate stared back at the door for a few moments. I didn't need to hear his thoughts to know what he was thinking. There's no point in telling them. He didn't look happy, but at least he nodded. What's this thing about stolen papers? I asked to take his mind off keeping secrets from his friends. It worked. Better than I expected as I was introduced to the missing piece of Jordan's last days. Turned out Nate had been the one to ask all along for more than some simple information about the bizarre death that had occurred. So he actually asked you, to get it for him? I asked after he finished telling me what had happened while I'd been aboard the Aurora. You sound more surprised than Jordan was. That made me smile. Upon reflection, it did make sense. If Jordan had heard about my connection to Nate, it wasn't crazy that he'd asked for help. He'd clearly been afraid of something, and I had been unreachable. That thought wiped the smile from my face. So these papers? I printed the document by mistake, brought it home and put it in the bookcase. Not like I could keep it at work. He sighed and began pacing back and forth. They deleted the same thing from my work computer last night. I think that is what the break-in was about. If nothing had been stolen and someone had gotten into Nate's computer, that was probably a safe bet. Yes. I gave a quick recap of my side of things, how Camilla had waited for me to be reachable and then contacted me about the case. I know Jordan was suspicious about some historian, but I didn't know the blonde woman had anything to do with it. She must have if she's keeping tabs on you and breaking in here. Nate nodded. That woman's name is Ivy Allister, by the way. I'm pretty sure she killed Jordan. This time, I was the one at a loss for words. He noticed. Yes. By the sound of it, we've been dealing with the same thing on each our end. I scooted back a little on the bed so I could sit cross-legged. I was trying to keep to our agreement. Yeah. Nate stopped his pacing and looked down. So was I. Then, when I realized this was more in your ballpark, we seemed to miss each other at every turn. It wasn't good that when our worlds collided, we even tried to keep that part of our lives separate. We both knew it. Neither of us said anything. This encrypted file, I said instead. They've stolen it back then? Yes and no, I still have a copy. Not that it matters much. I can't decrypt it. But I did give one copy to Eddie. I didn't stifle my laughter fast enough. You went to see Eddie? Yes. Why wouldn't I? I shook my head. I could see the hint of a smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. No, you're right. I'm sure he offered you cake and coffee. Would these people know about it? I added on a more serious note. Doubt it. Difficult to follow runners in the park without being noticed or losing your target. Too many crossing paths among the trees, and it was a spur-of-the-moment detour. The whole thing did make me worry, and I suggested Nate check with Eddie to see whether he still had his copy of whatever this was. Sure, calling that guy in the middle of the night will make him happy. Actually, Eddie did understand the necessity of nighttime hours when it came to the community. Still, I did convince Nate to at least text him. If these people had sniffed out Nate, they could do the same to Eddie. He was good at what he did. That didn't mean no one better existed. And I had no idea who we were up against, though I was beginning to suspect. Nate's phone sounded a minute later as Eddie was either awake or had been awoken by the initial text asking if he had lost or still had the file. Nate sat down next to me so I could see. Isn't it a bigger chance that you'd be such a dum-dum so as to lose the file? Nate strained the muscles in his jaw as he replied. I'll take that as a yes. Duh. Of course I have it. Don't say you actually lost yours. 2 copies stolen and erased. 1 left. Wow. Anyone follow you here? Dum-dum. I smiled at Nate's reply but kept quiet. I'll keep working on it. It's more complex than I first thought. And it doesn't help my concentration having certain people at my door asking about a damn break-in. Nate scoffed. I guessed it was about the break-in at the police station. He had been right when he figured Eddie would be asked some questions at least. Nate typed a response. Certain people? That's discriminatory, isn't it? Eddie's response came as a string of symbols, expressing his opinion on that. Oh, I think you're growing on him, I said and laughed. He actually censored his slurs. How considerate. Nate flung his phone on the bed and sank back on it. This keeps getting worse. I sighed, drew my knees up and put my arms around my legs. It's not good the way this has affected your job. I know how much it means to you. It's not your fault Jordan got himself arrested. No, but... And it's certainly not your fault you were trapped on that boat at the same time. I closed my eyes a moment as he stroked his hand up and down my back, gentle and comforting. What I don't get, though, he went on, absent-mindedly moving his hand, is why it took so long between Jordan's death and the break-ins. I can answer that. I perked up a little. This one was easy. They are clearly affiliates, of some kind, and they probably didn't, even in their most fanciful moments, believe Jordan would entrust the information to a cop. But the woman saw me talking to him. So? I turned and looked down at him, and I couldn't help but smile at his confusion. They probably didn't even know about us until tonight. It likely took them this long to understand that Jordan did what they themselves would never have done. Nate rolled his eyes and gave a lopsided smile. Yeah. Who in their right mind would entrust cops with anything? I gave a slight shrug, turned over and climbed on top of him, straddling him. I'm kinda partial to you. I got that from your lion leap toward the bedroom perv, as you called her. I scoffed at that and bent down to kiss him. I didn't know what to say. He might be jesting, but he was more right than he knew. When I'd woken to the sound of someone in the room, my heart had raced at the close danger. Too close to Nate. After that, I'd simply acted on instinct. To feel him so close now was a bigger relief than I'd expected. I sighed as I sank deeper into the kiss. I know you're trying to distract me, he said after a while, as our lips brushed against one another. Is it working? Yup, it'd work better if you put that t-shirt back on. I'd rather wear a coarse and itchy burlap sack.
Chapter 33. Nate, did anyone notice you? Sarah asked before I'd closed the door of her rental. Coffee, sandwiches, chocolates, energy bars, and water, I said instead. I handed her a black backpack full of the stuff as well as a coffee cup from the nearest diner. A little surprised, she took them and stared ahead out the windshield in case she would miss her mark. It had been a stupid question, and she knew it. Sometimes she forgot that, despite her being older than me, I had actually been a cop longer than her. I noticed she had her eyes on the Greenwood Motel, a decent-looking establishment with white buildings that surrounded a central courtyard. To be honest, this wasn't my first time on a stakeout here. It wasn't a seedy motel, but it was more low-key than the hotels, and sometimes persons of interest would stay there. "Who are you keeping an eye on?" Sarah snorted and drank from the coffee. She looked a little tired and closed her eyes a moment, enjoying the intake of caffeine. "If you need an extra set of eyes, it would be easier if I know who I'm looking for." "Food's enough, thanks." "Sure thing." She'd called me when Mel had been busy taking her kid to some activity or other. Seems a bad idea to send a lone agent on a long stakeout. Sooner or later, you're going to lose your focus. I love it when my little brother preaches. Nah, you hate it when I'm right. Same difference. She drank some more, her eyes never leaving the entrance under a wide gate with the motel name above it in large black letters. I'm guessing the reason you're here alone means something shady is going on. Something shady is always going on. Something that's an embarrassment to someone, something out of the ordinary at least. I was spot on. I knew it, because she used my choice of words to change the topic. Out of the ordinary, like a family conflict therapist taking on a masked intruder like it was the most ordinary thing. I don't think she'd call it ordinary. Both Sarah and Maggie had been gone before I woke up this morning. I'd guessed Sarah had gotten a call about her lead's whereabouts. Maggie? Who knew? She was either working or avoiding Sarah and potential questions. I couldn't really blame my sister for being curious after last night. Maggie knows how to look after herself, I added. Oh, I could see that. I mean, from what little I could see in the dark, but still. Sarah rummaged around in the backpack and went to work on one of the sandwiches. She ate fast as she kept watch. How long had she been waiting here? The whole day? You sure found an interesting one, Nate. She took another bite. Then she froze mid-chew and sat up. I turned my head to see and noticed a man had come out under the open gate. Young, tall, and with short, dark, reddish hair. The man came off as nervous as he glanced around himself in all directions. Not very discreet. Is he worried about you following him? I asked my sister. He might be, yes. She put her food and coffee on the dashboard. Unfortunately, he saw me a couple of days ago when I had to catch up with him. This is the first I've seen him since then. The motel clerk called me. Outside, the red-headed man began walking in the opposite direction of the car, which was already parked at a distance from the motel. Crap. Sarah scrambled to get the door open. Nate? She stopped moving. You wouldn't mind keeping an eye on him, would you? Sure. I opened the door on my side, though I didn't make a move to get out. If you tell me what I'm dealing with. Sarah bit her lower lip as she considered, but she didn't really have time for that. If the guy could recognize her, it would be better for her to stay back a little. Fair enough, she said. His name is Chester Brown, and... Ah, crap. This is a delicate matter. Do you understand? You're losing him, I pointed out. Of course I understood. Fine. She scoffed in exasperation. A week ago, some things were stolen from the base, and it involves some, let's say, indiscretions by my superior. What kind of indiscretions? The embarrassing kind. Right. He's a general, and it will be a scandal if it gets out. And that guy's involved? He has an accomplice. I nodded. That was why she hadn't simply arrested the guy. She needed to find his partner first. Okay. I got out of the car. Sarah had come to our aid last night with the burglary at my place. This was the least I could do.
Chapter 34. There was a sense of relief that existed within the walls of Annalise's house. At least, that's how I felt it. Yes, she herself didn't necessarily radiate any kind of calm and tranquility, but I never had to stand on ceremony there. Never had to keep it together for others. It did help that she had been a mender in her youth. She knew what it was all about. Knew the ups and downs, what was rewarding and downright bad. And she never tried to pretend otherwise, nor did she try to hide her own weakening body despite hating how her years of control seemed to fade away in a slow tremor-induced nightmare. I sat in her main living room and saw her bustling about in the kitchen through an open entryway. She carried her little tray of pills and vanished out of my sight. She couldn't have been taking any at the moment because she emerged moments later with the promised coffee, always dark roasted in this house. The smell reached me first, and I perked up with anticipation. Here you go. Annalise sat down opposite me on a dark gray couch. It was soft and big, a new addition to the antique furniture in the living room. I preferred her green little den, but as I looked around the room with its paintings and glass decorations that caught the light coming in through the windows, I understood her liking for it. The windows stretched from floor to ceiling, letting in the still green back garden, blending the inside with the outside. No, I don't know what to tell you, Maggie. She crossed her legs and sat back and closed her eyes a moment due to the alleviation. She was a slim woman in her early 50s, elegant yet frail-looking these days. She wore black slacks and a black blouse that emphasized her thin frame. Her skin had taken on a pale pallor, though her cheeks were rosy. A short, neat bob of steel gray framed her face, which, if people didn't know her, looked like the face of a prim and proper lady who had aged, adding some lines to the mix. If in the mood, she had a mouth that could match that of the dirtiest stevedore. I hardly think Ellie let someone follow her to gain information. She is a community leader for a reason. I know. Like the judge, our other leaders, kind of like an unofficial council with connections throughout their communities, were chosen due to their proven loyalties, experience, and trustworthiness. However, Annalise went on, she might be ditzy enough for someone to have gotten into her phone. It happens more often than you think. True. As for your historian, I have no idea who he is. No one had any information? Annalise shook her head, her bob not moving out of place at all. I'd been waiting while she made some calls. She had been a professor at Ashdale College until her all-too-early retirement, and she knew a lot of people there. There is no guest lecturer that matches that description, nor are there any lectures scheduled for him. Huh. I reached for my coffee and drank some while I mulled this over. Why had Jordan been so interested in this guy? Had he stolen the file he gave Nate from the man? It seemed the most obvious answer. But why? And what was it? Do you have any idea who these people might be? Annalise asked as she reached for her own cup. She took it with a ginger grip and drank some before putting the cup down on the table again. She never leaned back with a hot beverage anymore. She'd gotten a nasty burn a few months back when her tremors had overtaken her hand as she sat the way I did now, relaxed and with a steaming cup of joe in my grip. It was odd how one took these things for granted when one's body obeyed the orders given to it. She seemed all right now, though, somewhat tired, but her body remained calm but stiff this morning. I had an idea, yes, I admitted. But the whole historian thing and complete lack of press gang mentality doesn't fit. You suspected the Yorov group then? Yep. I did. I had hoped they'd left town for good after the crap storm they'd caused by kidnapping Andrea Kirby by mistake instead of me. From what I knew, they had. So who were these people? They were obviously affiliates. But affiliated to what? Well, it doesn't matter, Annalise said after I'd relayed my musings to her. Either way, they're up to something. And when it comes to the community, lurking people usually lack good intentions. Yeah, I know. Annalise gave a contented smile. Good. She glanced out the large windows a moment, watching the birds that ate the seeds she'd put out in a small red birdhouse that was mounted on a pole. No, I think you're right to connect that Rafe Porter to your old acquaintance. Dax, was it? I nodded and drank some more. You have a lot going on by the sound of it. I nodded again. Yeah, well, with Jordan's thing, my thing, and the assignments Gerard handed me, I'm not bored. No, I suppose not. Well, she put her hands together and rested them in her lap as she half-stretched her back. Unless someone's health or life is at stake, you're free to prioritize as you wish. I'd focus on your old friend Dax. I was, though so far, no one had seen anyone matching his description. Ashport was big enough for someone to fly under the radar if they put their mind to it, and Dax seemed to be doing that. We talked some more on the matter but got no further. I was sad to hear about Jordan, Annalise said as we moved on to his case. It usually helped me to talk through these things with her, and she didn't mind giving her input. She did, after all, have a point of view that stemmed from experience. None of the other leaders had that. He was doing some good things for the community, would have moved upward if he'd stayed with us. Nate is sure it was murder. Annalise exhaled slowly as she thought about this. By the description you've given me, your cop may be correct. My cop. There it was again. Like he was my problem and/or responsibility. He may have been considered tame, but he was still a tough pill to swallow, it seemed. I told her about the break-in last night. And the one before that? Annalise snorted through a half-concealed little smile at first. I think our Jordan might have done something smart by giving the file to the detective. Don't think it was planned. I tried to not think about the Aurora. No, but giving it to the police, as it were, delayed the search for it. Not forever. Seriously, there were cops everywhere. Annalise gave me an I told you so look, eyes wide and perfectly plucked eyebrows raised. That was my own fault, apparently, for spending time with one of them. On purpose. Well, it would have given me nightmares. Annalise leaned forward to drink some more of her coffee. Nightmares? The night had been anything but. After the break-in. That thought must have shown on my face as Annalise almost swallowed her coffee down the wrong tube. Ugh, Maggie, I don't want to know about that. I stifled a laugh. Usually you don't blush like this. Normally your dalliances involve affiliates or completely ignorant normal guys. Yeah, I agreed. Short-lived, fun affairs that lasted until my job put an end to them. It had been the same with every Mender I'd ever known. I met Annalise's eyes and asked what I wanted to. Did you ever have a, for lack of a better word, normal relationship with someone? She'd told me about her life both during and after her years as a mender. There were things that she didn't say, of course, as I didn't. Some things were best kept to oneself. Why do you ask that? Now? I shrugged and looked away. Don't know. Something seems a little different this time. The answer is no. I have made lifelong friends and even a second career I have found greatly rewarding. I've done what I wanted to do with my life. She stared absent-mindedly at her still hands, knowing that the tremors would return no matter what she did. Eventually, they would overpower her. Long-lasting romantic relationships that include me aren't meant to last. Because of the jobs? Annalise shook her head. No, because they weren't what I truly wanted. You shouldn't settle for what I have found worthwhile in my life. We all have different needs and wants. I could feel her scrutinizing stare on me, despite looking out at her garden. I understand your time on that boat has gotten you rattled, Maggie. I shook my head before she could say anything else. No, well, yes, but this started before that. God help us all. A cop? I'm sorry, I am trying to be supportive. It's only that my experiences with them are bad. It is for most affiliates. When the police don't understand what's going on, they make dangerous assumptions. And when they do understand, they make it worse. I once spent 3 weeks in jail before the charges were dropped. The arresting officer had seen me using my ability. He didn't have to make assumptions. He knew. I'd been practicing on controlling it. I was 17 then. Practicing in the woods, and he'd seen me while hunting deer. His brain assumed I was dangerous, so he made up some charges. You've never told me this. It wasn't like her story was unique, but I'd never heard her be so specific about it. The charges were dropped, but he hounded me for the next 5 years until he had a stroke, and he wasn't the only one I had to deal with as I became a mender. I know. I've had run-ins with them myself over the years. I know you have. So why is this one different? I shook my head. Not sure. Nate did know about us and he was trying to make sense of it. God, he'd been a jerk when we met. And I hadn't been much better. But I didn't see him turning on us. I'd be greatly surprised if he did. We don't make sense to them. They're trained to keep order. We are the complete opposite. Did you know? I began as I turned and eyed her again. That everyone keeps telling me I shouldn't be back yet? That I need more time to heal? People are like that. It comes from a good place. I know, but it's annoying. I know. She smiled in our shared aggravation. You don't do that. Instead, you're helping me do my job. Without question. I understand how much it matters to you. Better to assist you than hinder you. Exactly. He does the same thing. Nate hadn't tried to stop me going back to my job. Did he worry about my injuries? Yes. But instead of badgering me about it, he'd tried to help me manage. Annalise was about to say something and then closed her mouth as she eyed me a moment. Fair enough, little grasshopper. I guess it's the important things that add up. Even with cops. Yeah, I agreed. I'm still confused as hell, though. No more than I am. I might have been bewildered, but as I left Annalise's house half an hour later, I at least felt a sense of knowing what to do and what order to do it in. I walked through the streets of central Ashport to get back to my car and was about 2 minutes away from it when that plan went down the drain. First, I was derailed by Blue Nana's bakery and all the pastries in the window. The blue indicated the bakery's popular cupcakes with that color frosting, and not a depressive grandmother baking them. I'd never much cared for the cupcakes, though. The color reminded me so much of the icky stains that often appeared on the food in my own fridge when I'd been away too long. The sprinkled raspberry donuts, on the other hand. Blue Nana knew how to make those. I bought one and happily bit into it as I turned to leave, and saw the second distraction appear as Nate passed by outside. At first, I figured I'd join him. Then I noticed how alert he was. He was dressed for work. Jeans, gray shirt, black jacket, and a tie that had been loosened hours ago. There was no indication he carried a badge. If I remembered correctly, he should be done at work now, though. I hesitated a moment. Should I go after him? He could be working. I didn't want to intrude on that. I really didn't. That only meant dealing with the rest of the cops. But that was it. Didn't they usually work in pairs? I stepped over to the window and scanned the street. There were no familiar faces to be seen. I glanced at a nearby trash can while I made my decision. The donut tasted so good, though. Nope, I thought, and stepped away from the trash. No way was this delicious piece of sweetness going to waste. I took it with me as I went to see what was going on.
Chapter 35. I saw Chester Brown enter a small building on the corner of Lake Street and Warren Street. It was a 2-story blue building with what seemed to be a basement underneath, judging by the rectangular, narrow windows set in the foundation. I checked out the area, texted Sarah the location, and waited to see if Chester would come out. What had this general of Sarah's been mixed up in anyway? The guy I'd been following didn't strike me as particularly threatening. I shrugged as I waited across the street, leaning against the wall of a clothes store, ostensibly checking my phone. Sarah was there 5 minutes later. "Where?" she demanded as she came up to me. She'd been keeping a distance, following in her car. I indicated the building with a nod. "Doesn't look much like a residential home." "I think it's an old tailor shop or something." I couldn't remember every original function of every building. That was McAllen's thing. He'd lived here his whole life, and he liked to share the information. Sometimes it stuck. More importantly, there's a back door. But since I'm only one person, I had to gamble on the guy using the main entrance if he chooses to exit. Sarah nodded. "Uh-huh, I'm going in. Thanks, Nate." "And backup?" "As I said, this is on the down low." "What about Brown's partner?" Sarah exhaled with a huff. "Fine, come with me then." She nodded sideways in the direction she intended and began walking, leaving it up to me if I wanted to follow or not. She really didn't want to involve anyone in this, but at least she saw the sense in not going at it alone. We found the back door on the other side, a narrow black thing that contrasted with the withered long grass in what had once been some sort of a garden. There were some overgrown bushes and a large oak that had been allowed to grow freely over the years. It was now taller than the house. The back door was locked, but before I could say anything, my sister had her own set of lockpicks out. Listen, this is official business. She must have seen the doubt on my face. We have a warrant out for him. You are doing it quietly. She nodded and went to work. So she had cause to enter, but the front door would have been better. When she had found out that I had gotten our dad to teach me to use these tools, she demanded he do the same for her. So he had, because he expected us both to become cops, and according to him, some extra skills never went to waste. I had never wanted to learn because of any career, neither had Sarah. What are we up against, exactly? You can't tell anyone. Secrets are becoming my specialty. What? Never mind, fine, but I do prefer knowing everything I can when in these situations. Okay. She moved her chosen picks some more and then heard a click. She smiled and tried the door, which opened. Chester and his partner, Clea Cho, are blackmailing honeypots. Your general? Sarah bit her lip as she put away her tools. Not mine in particular, my boss. He has a thing for young lovers, preferably in their 20s, usually one of each sex. There were some pictures. Some information was stolen. You get the idea. I did. If it got out, it would embarrass not only the general in question, but the Air Force as well. If their security was that lax, then it wouldn't look good under scrutiny. So this information you allude to that was needed to steal whatever they stole? Yep. Sarah tightened her ponytail and put her hand on the doorknob. They met online, so he didn't suspect that it wasn't a coincidence, not until after. He's got a wife, kids, grandkids. He was an easy target, but he didn't have the conscience to leave it alone. I nodded. That means that they stole something important. Yes. Possibly dangerous? Might be. She shrugged and indicated the door with her head. I sighed and pulled out my firearm at the same time she did. She wasn't telling because she knew that if I knew anything about it, I would have to go to my boss with it. Then everything would be out. General or not, I couldn't say my thoughts about the man were all that high as I followed my sister inside. We moved quietly through some back rooms and hallways that were packed with old boxes and appliances for some reason. The general feel of the place was that of neglect, with dusty surfaces and paint peeling off the walls. Whatever the building had been used for originally, it seemed more like a forgotten storage space now. How did you find out they were here in Ashport? I whispered, as Sarah signed an all clear from a small and occupied but filthy room. We're a federal agency, Nate. We have some resources. If they'd met online, they likely had their suspects' photos. If the theft had happened on base, they were bound to have surveillance tapes. Or were they? Maybe Sarah hadn't been completely honest when she denied her case overlapping with our break-ins. Muffled voices sounded, and we stopped to listen. There had to be at least one wall between us, I decided, and pointed down a narrow, bleak hallway. Sarah nodded, and we walked on. As we opened the door at the end, the voices came out clearer and not worried. I took that as a sign of not being noticed. I opened the door so I could see through a gap and saw nothing but large white and gray shapes in front of me. I opened it completely and stepped into an open space. A front room for the old shop was my guess. From outside, the building looked like it had 2 floors, but at some point, the first floor had been removed. I could see traces of old beams sticking out of the walls and, of course, the beams holding the gable roof up. We were surrounded by closets, bookcases, more appliances, and a mess I didn't know what was. It was all interspersed with lower-reaching furniture like chairs, tables, and couches. All of it was dusty. Some of it looked like it would tip over at any second. The reason why became clear as we walked on, careful to stay quiet and hidden as we heard 2 voices, one male and one female. They'd cleared an area in the middle of the room simply by pushing some of the crap to the sides. A dark brown dining table stood there with some mismatching chairs around it, the only things that had been dusted off. Next to this stood the red-headed Chester. He was talking to a dark-haired woman, who I assumed to be Clea Cho. A glance at my sister told me this was the case. The look of determination on her face was not to be mistaken. She signed for me to go to the left so we could come at them from the sides and hopefully stop them from escaping. I followed her lead with a nod and circled around some big white closets. I couldn't help but breathe in dust that floated in the air from the movements of Chester and Clea. It didn't smell musty, more shut in and dry. "I can't wait any longer," I heard Chester say. "She's on to me, I know it." "You don't know anything," the woman argued. "General Andrews is acutely aware of what happens if he sends someone after us. And I'm telling you, that woman was following me. She's a cop. I'm sure of it." "Calm down, Chester. Let's hear what the others say. If they think you should keep staying low, then fine. But we have a job to do." I stepped around the last closet and saw the two suspects right in front of me as my brain sifted through the pertinent information. They didn't notice me that first second. They didn't have any visible weapons, and Sarah was in my line of sight past the two suspects. I gave her a quick nod, and we both stepped forward. The initial confusion as Sarah identified herself and shouted at them to get their hands up and stand still was over quick. The two backed up against the table and assessed us like we did them. "I told you," Chester told Clea. "Hey, keep quiet," Sarah ordered him. She nodded at me as she holstered her gun and withdrew a couple of plasticuffs from her pocket. I kept my gun aimed at the two as she stepped behind Clea to cuff her. When we'd approached them, I hadn't seen either reach for a weapon, but if these two had stolen something from an Air Force base, then I wasn't taking any chances. I didn't get a threatening vibe from them, but they were both fit, on the alert, and capable of more than petty theft. And so much more, as it turned out. "You know what will happen if you bring us in," Clea said as Sarah grabbed her hands and forced them behind her. "If something happens to us, General Andrews' career is over." I could see this bothered Sarah. She had probably had a lot of respect for her superior. I knew she didn't care about the indiscretion itself. That was his business. But the cover-up and potential damage to her employer's reputation, that was a harder pill for her to swallow. She was steadfast as she tightened the cuff. "Shut up." Clea did exactly that. But there was something about her smile, something that made me step forward just as my sister got a blank look in her eyes. She glanced up, looked like she had trouble drawing breath, and then fell down behind Clea. A slow fall due to complete muscle failure by the look of it. She hit the floor with a thump. It dawned on me too late what this was. "Oh, crap. That's right, hun." A familiar voice sounded behind me as I felt the muzzle of a gun against my back. "I thought you knew about us." Put that thing away before you hurt anyone." I had no choice but to lower my hand and felt the gun being taken from me. I turned from the gloating smiles in front of me to see an annoyingly chipper one. The last time I'd seen her was before she'd committed a murder. "Oh, don't look so glum, Detective," Ivy Allister said as she smiled wider. "After all, it's in your nature to underestimate us."
Chapter 36. Perched on top of a big closet, I could just about see what was going on in the cleared space in the middle of the room. It made my pulse speed up. If Nate was right, that woman was a cold-blooded murderer, and she had a gun on him. I'd followed him and Sarah, as it turned out, from a distance. I'd been curious as hell but hadn't wanted to intrude. I'd followed them inside and found a nice spot to watch. This was their world, after all. Or, it had been until it turned out to be mine. Why was Sarah following Dax anyway? And why did they keep referring to him as Chester? From the little information I'd been able to glean by eavesdropping from up high, it revolved around a general and some blackmail. But Dax? I had no idea about the dark-haired woman next to him, but I couldn't wrap my head around it. He'd been such an innocent, introverted kid. "What did you do to Agent Elmore?" Nate said, not willing to give them any leverage with the knowledge that she was his sister. The question only elicited a snicker from the woman they called Clea. "Is she dead?" Nate pressed. I could barely see the limp form of Sarah as she lay on the floor.
I couldn't tell if she was breathing. If I raised my head too high, they would be able to spot me. Unfortunately, there was more than one ability that had the potential of killing instantly, or slowly. Either way. More dead-like, Ivy said and moved around him and indicated with her gun that he should step back. She'd put Nate's weapon under her hoodie, in the waistband of her dark pants. Her light hair cascaded around her face as she kept that annoying smile there all the time. She was nothing if not confident. It gave me a sense of a snake circling Nate. It made my heart kick up to a new speed. Ivy glanced back in silence at the other two, some order given before her eyes were on Nate again. She was too well trained to give him even a second to react. Now be a good cop and get down on your knees. Nate hesitated, but she glanced demonstratively at her weapon. He did what she said, realizing, like me, that if she'd wanted to kill him, she would have. But a gunshot in here would draw outside attention. We were in a shopping area, and there were a lot of people out there. If she planned to kill him, she couldn't do it there unless he forced her hand. I jerked back a little as a piercing ring wailed through the large open space. The stored furniture couldn't stop the echo, as there was so much bare wall above it all. For a confusing moment, I thought it was my phone, but I always put it in don't disturb mode in situations like this. I did not want. Here lies Maggie. Her phone vibrated at the wrong time, to be my last epitaph. Ian? Ivy's voice turned stern as she answered what was in fact her phone. Change of plans. We're blown. She listened and nodded to herself. I know. 2 cops. 1 from a foci is my guess. Yes, I'll handle it. Just don't come here. Then she hung up and stuffed the phone back in her pocket. Nope, I thought. There would be no handling. Or manhandling, I added as I grabbed my own phone and noticed Ivy begin to pat him down. I believe you have something that belongs to us. Haven't you been through all my stuff by now? That's sweet. She patted his cheek and moved her hand down. That's sweet, I mouthed, and grimaced as I hit the call button. Then I froze. What the hell was happening to me? I had an uncomfortable burning feeling in my stomach, and a need to snap at the blonde Valkyrie down there. Was this jealousy? Ugh, how annoying. And potentially distracting. The generic ringtone, because of course he had a non-specific one, that sounded from Nate's phone reverberated through the open space much like Ivy's had. I smiled as she jerked back at the sudden noise. While she fiddled with his jacket pocket to find it, I prepared a text message. Not long after, she declined the call. I had expected that. Not like I could talk without giving away my position anyway. Ivy glanced at the phone in her hand. Maggie. The Mender? Clea asked. Oh, yes. Ivy lowered the phone. Her gun was still pointed at Nate. She never lost control of that. See, that was surprising, I'll tell you, she added to Nate. I could see he was assessing, his face neutral as he scanned his surroundings, considered his options, and must have come to the conclusion that he was not leaving his sister, alive or dead. His eyes kept returning to her lifeless form. One thing was finding out that the town's new Mender was, in fact, the old one. But finding her in your bed, she shook her head and tisked at him. Never seen that before. Perv, I muttered under my breath. Are you for real? Dax interrupted. Isn't he a cop? Yes, Ivy confirmed. Imagine my surprise. Makes you a hard nut to crack, she added to Nate. I stifled a growl in my throat as I moved in silence up on the closet, phone ready. Was I getting a moral lecture from the bad guys now? Seriously, I hit call again, and as soon as I heard the phone ring, I went over the edge of the closet and landed on the floor in a crouch, hidden behind the large piece of furniture. Any noise I'd made had been masked by the ringing. I got up, winced at the damn jolt of pain in my side, and got ready. She doesn't take a hint, does she? Ivy declined the second call as well. I hit send on the first text. Dax. Dax? What does that mean? Ivy asked as she received the message, only some few feet away. There was nothing but bulky furniture between us. I typed out another message. "What?" Dax blurted, playing into the confusion I was hoping to create. "Is that from the Mender?" I hit send again, and there'll be no cracking of any of his nuts. There was a moment's silence as Ivy's brain tried interpreting this. I was already putting my shoulders into pushing the closet, and by the time she caught on, it fell forward. "Crap! She's here!" she shouted. Whatever else she said was lost in the noise from the closet as it banged into other things and caused an avalanche of toppling furniture, culminating in a big-ass mahogany closet near them that crashed to the floor. Dust and splinters flew everywhere as the sound was all that could be heard. By that time, I had run between some sideboards to my right, swung myself up on a sturdy bookcase with its shelves facing me, climbed to the top using them as a ladder, and thrown myself forward. I could feel the bookcase tip due to the movement, but I had no plan to be part of that trajectory. Only mid-air did I see I had calculated correctly. A surge of relief hit me at the sight of the big closet between Ivy and her crew. Ivy herself staring at the destruction between them, Nate who'd rolled back and was getting to his feet. Then I crashed into Ivy so hard she wasn't the only one who cried out at the impact. She hit the floor with a grunt of pain that killed her cry, and I felt my protesting ribs object even more by sending signals of pain to my brain. I felt nothing crack, though, and didn't hesitate to get up on my knees. I rammed an elbow into her back and grabbed Nate's gun from her waistband before pushing the muzzle into her cheek. As I saw her let go of the grip on her own gun in her outstretched hand, I registered a figure jumping over us, heading toward Ivy's crew. There was shouting, and the sounds of fists hitting flesh and bone. I turned my head to see Nate in the midst of it as he kept Dax between himself and Clea. Clever boy, he'd noticed she needed skin contact to do whatever she did. A cry of fury sounded from Ivy as she twisted over to her side and unsettled me. She slammed her arm into mine, making me fall forward. I tried keeping my balance and was pushed off. I cursed at my own stupidity and tried moving away, but she was freaking fast. A second later, she was on her way up, and she used the movement to send a low kick my way, effectively kicking the weapon out of my hand. It skidded across the floor and settled under an antique vanity. I didn't wait for more kicks. I was pretty sure my poor ribs couldn't take much more of them. I rolled to the side and gained enough momentum to grab the baton from my purse as I circled Ivy. I noticed the little kubaton in her hand then. I had been right. The hard little stick that protruded from each side of her fist could do a lot of damage in the right hands. I sure wasn't going to doubt she could use it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Nate punch Dax so hard he staggered backward into Clea. When had the kid learned to hold his own anyway? There was no time to wonder as Ivy launched her attack. A feint toward my face followed up by a real strike to my knee as she flowed with her movements. I took it because it opened up an opportunity for me. I grunted in pain and pressed my teeth together as I flicked the baton open and swung it toward her, striking the side of her head as I did. Ivy gasped and stepped back, rattled but not retreating. She lunged at me, but I deflected her kubaton with my new weapon and swung to her side before I slammed the baton into the backside of her knees. Then I noticed Clea advancing on Nate. He sent a fist into Dax's solar plexus that had him topple over in agony. Nate then yanked him upright by the shoulder and, with a boot to the stomach, kicked him so hard he fell back and into a pile of chairs that fell down over him. That was Clea's opportunity, and she was too close. I left Ivy to herself and ran for the two, knowing I wouldn't make it in time. As I jumped across the mess that had been a perfectly fine closet, I saw Clea stumble. She seemed confused, eyebrows creased as she glanced down at a hand that held fast around her ankle. It was Sarah's desperate attempt to make her barely responsive body react. It was all I needed. Actually, it was all Nate needed as well. He turned, saw me and Clea, kicked her feet from under her so she fell on her ass, as I came close and swung my baton down, knocking her unconscious. I breathed hard, turned around to assess the threats, and saw Dax and Clea on the floor. Ivy was gone. I heard a door slam somewhere in the back. I drew a deep breath, hoping to calm my body's need for oxygen a little. There was no point running after her. She'd hide with ease out in the street. Yeah, so, I began as I smiled at Nate, relieved to see him standing upright with all his extremities attached. I think our jobs got mixed up again.
Chapter 37. What happened? Sarah asked, finally. I stepped over to her as she tried to sit up a little on the two-seater we'd put her on. At least there was one benefit to being stuck in a storage space for furniture and fixtures. How do you feel? Like crap, Nate. Crap. She managed to get her shoulders up against the armrest, but that was it. It had been over half an hour since Ivy had fled the house. Since then, Sarah had been in and out of consciousness, and she'd remained motionless. How she'd even managed to trip Clea was a mystery to me. I'm not an expert. Maggie walked over, baton still in her hand, but I think Clea has a concussion. The assessment sounded like it came from someone who had seen their fair share. Probably had a couple too. I glanced back at the woman and saw a distinct puddle of vomit next to her. Her head hung heavy, black hair cascading down around her face, hiding it from us. We'd cuffed her and Chester and separated them while we waited for Sarah to wake. Chester was still out. He lay limp on the floor, his hands secured behind him. Sarah swallowed and closed her eyes a moment. I'll call for transport to the base. Just give me a sec. She closed her eyes again and looked like she fell asleep. I'd asked Maggie earlier what had happened to my sister, but she wasn't sure. Her best guess was that since Ivy had used the ominous words dead-like, then she probably had been like dead. There were drugs that could induce such a state. Why not an ability? I had nothing to say to that reasoning. Why not indeed? Maggie? Sarah said, without opening her eyes. Yes? Fancy seeing you here. I get around. I'm beginning to see that. Must be lucrative, this conflict consulting business. Maggie didn't answer her, but her bright red-colored lips twitched into a brief smile that she hid away below dark eyes that crinkled with humor. And speaking of colors, is that? I tipped my head sideways as I stared at her. Is that pink frosting on your cheek? What? She touched the wrong cheek with one hand and then the other. Of course not. Must be a makeup mishap. I couldn't help but smile. She did have a way of diffusing a situation, whether on purpose or not. Problem was, the fuses kept getting lit. One of them in the form of Chester, who woke up and scrambled into a seated position as he called out to Clea. Her pain prevented her from answering him. I'd been right when I thought the baton would be a good weapon for Maggie. I had not anticipated how much force she could wield it with. Maggie reacted at once as she turned on her heel and went over to him. I was about to follow as Sarah shifted her position a little. Where's my phone? She fumbled to get it out of her pocket and then lost the thing on the floor as her grip on it was too weak. I glanced back as I picked it up and saw Maggie squatting in front of Chester, the tip of her baton under his chin, forcing him to look at her. A jolt went through me at the sight. Nate? I turned back to Sarah. Tell me the name and I'll find the number for you. She did, and I hit the call button for her. As she called for backup, I glanced back again and saw the frightened face of Chester as he talked to Maggie, their voices low. He'd woken briefly as we pulled him out from under a pile of chairs. He'd looked straight at Maggie then and stuttered, Peggy? Maggie? Before passing out again. It didn't take a genius to figure out he knew her from before her life in Ashport. She did not seem all that happy to see him. It made me wonder if he had anything to do with the Aurora. Porter had also been a remnant of her past. After Sarah delivered her message with me holding the phone for her, I put it back into her jacket pocket. My own phone had suffered a cracked screen when Ivy had lost it in the chaos, but at least I still had it, as well as my gun. That was something, I thought, as I left Sarah to rest and walked over to Maggie and Chester. I can't do anything for you now. Too many eyes, I heard Maggie say. You know what you have to do. Got it? The man was frightened, and he gave a timid nod. I had expected him to be terrified of Maggie, and he didn't seem comfortable so near her, avoiding her eyes. I did get the impression that there was something else he feared more. What exactly does he have to do? I asked as I came closer. Maggie's head whipped around at the sound, but her whole demeanor relaxed as she saw it was me. With a final look at Chester, probably emphasizing her words, she got up and turned toward me. She nodded sideways as she collapsed her baton and put it in her little shoulder-strap purse. I followed her so we were out of earshot, but had no trouble seeing the other three in the room. Are you helping him? I asked. What? No! How can you even ask that? Because you said you can't do anything for him, as if you normally would have. Is it because Sarah and I are here? You misunderstand. It's not like that. Then tell me. She stepped closer and lowered her voice even more than we already had. We have our own ways of dealing with people like this. I raised an eyebrow and crossed my arms. She huffed. We don't kill everyone who threatens us, you know. We have other ways. I was not sure I wanted to know what, considering what some of her people could do. So what is it he has to do? Keep his mouth shut. I can't stop this arrest. It's his duty to shut up and never tell anyone outside our communities what he can do. That goes for her as well. She gave Clea half a glance over her shoulder. Did you honestly think I was going to get them out of this? My hesitation in answering lost me my chance to speak. It's their own fault they got arrested, and I have no loyalties to them. She kicked at a splinter that flew up against the closet that had almost fallen over Ivy earlier. It sucks that we are still having this kind of discussion. Yes, it did. I had nothing to add to that. There was still so much I didn't know or understand about her kind. That went the other way, too. Clearly, since she was telling these two not to talk to Sarah. He knows your old name, I said instead after a small, silent pause. Yeah, his name's not Chester, at least it wasn't. She told me about the boy named Dax, who she'd barely known in her old life, but that she remembered. How she had been surprised to find him in town, how she suspected him to have been involved with the Aurora. Did he tell you anything? Not much. She bent her head a little. You listened in? She nodded. Yes, I did. She looked me straight in the eyes, daring me, I supposed, to chastise her for it. Why would I? Did I have a problem with her being able to hear people's most private thoughts? It sure wasn't easy to know about. To me, there was something absolutely sacred about the only thing about a person that couldn't be seen or heard by others. One's own true feelings and opinions, no matter what needed to be said in real life. But I didn't flinch, didn't look away. There was one thing I trusted, and that was that she did not listen in on my thoughts without my say-so. What did you glean from him? I asked. She seemed a little surprised. Not much. He's barely keeping it together. He knows he'll be brought in for a theft. He's not so worried about that. There's something else that dominates his mind. Something that scares him more than years in prison? You know, he used to be this quiet kid, nice, never caused anyone any trouble. Now he has a new name, new looks, new skills. Sure, he knows how to defend himself. Good technique, less experience. She nodded. And where had he learned that? He is terrified of someone he owes everything to, as he put it himself. How exactly does he put it? It's a lot of, they're going to kill me, over and over again. Interspersed with, I failed them. She sighed and crossed her own arms. When it comes to people with abilities like that, there's only one group I know who poses such a threat, and holds that kind of power over someone. The Yorov Corporation? I felt my stomach sink as she confirmed it. They had come to town earlier, attempting to kidnap Maggie and force her to work for them. Not only did she have a troublesome ability when it came to people's deepest privacy, but it could also be lucrative to the extreme in the wrong hands. The mere thought of all the secrets she could obtain, if she wanted, was overwhelming. She must have seen the worry on my face. It sucks that you got dragged into this. Will he be killed? I asked, instead of acknowledging this. I doubt it. Unless he starts talking, Yorov will let him rot in prison. If he's important enough, they'll get him out somehow. I doubt that as well, though. He's technokinetic. He's special, but not unique. I rubbed a hand over my face and startled as Sarah's phone rang. She managed to answer it through her fumbling. She was steadily getting better. How long till her team gets here? At least an hour, probably faster. It's a rather urgent matter. Maggie glanced sideways as she thought about this. Do I have to? No, you can leave. We'll manage. This wasn't like the break-in in my apartment. Her being there was normal. Her being here was something that could catch the attention of someone she didn't want to be noticed by. Okay? Yeah. She hesitated a moment before she walked away out through the front door. Did this mean she would leave town? I was glad she had decided to stay the first time the Yorov Corporation had found her, but if they were back, then what was the point for her? I thought about how she'd attacked Ivy earlier. She was fearless. No wonder Menders were respected and feared if they were all like that. The more I got entangled in that world, the more I saw of it. Whether I wanted to or not. Nate? Sarah slowly dragged herself up into a seated position. By the time her team got here, she would likely be a lot more active. I walked over to her, while keeping an eye on our two cuffed affiliates, or suspects as my sister knew them. What happened? She asked me, and I realized it was the second time she'd uttered the question. I sighed. I could tell her that she had been the victim of an ability rendering people in a state of near-death symptoms, that her other suspect was likely guilty of disabling alarms and surveillance systems due to his ability. You got attacked. Yeah, but how? I felt paralyzed. I thought back to the search for Andrea Kirby when she'd still been alive, how one of her captors had rendered me paralyzed, and how I had interpreted that. You were tasered and knocked out, sis, I said, wondering how long it would take before she realized she didn't have any marks from a taser gun. Still, I left it at that. I hoped what I was doing was right. The right thing for Sarah. She let out a deep breath and leaned her head back. It's a good thing your girlfriend showed up then. She's kind of awesome. I smiled. Yeah. Chapter 38. I relaxed outside in the cool air as I watched the car taking my sister and her suspects away. We'd waited over an hour for them to arrive, and then everything had happened fast, as Clea and Chester, or Dax as it were, had been moved into the large vehicle via the house's back door, where there were fewer prying eyes. With a last lie, telling them to stay out of Clea's reach due to her violent tendencies, I'd sent them off. The lack of dust in the air was freeing, and I smiled as I drew the black door behind me shut. Still here, huh? I asked out loud. There was a slight rustling from browning oak leaves as the branch they hung onto moved. Well, came Maggie's voice from above. Well? I realized I didn't actually want to leave you in there. I nodded and glanced up to find her perched on a sturdy-looking branch some 12 feet above ground. Unless you want me to, she added as she dangled her feet a little. What kind of question was that? Want her to leave? I was waiting for her to catch up. Had been waiting since that stormy night at Tangier Square. Where was this even coming from? I opened my mouth to respond and then shut it as it hit me. She really was worried about our jobs getting mixed into each other. She knew how it affected me. And it did. I didn't deny that. I couldn't unsee any of it. But I didn't want to unsee her. Yes, I want you to stay, I clarified, both right now and in general. But is it safe for you here anymore? I honestly don't know, but I don't think they're after me specifically. Not this time. Why send Porter after me then? So that was Dax's doing? That's unclear. I nodded again. Chester had been rocking back and forth most of the time since waking up. His hadn't been the most stable mind after failing his employer. Fear could do that. I felt bad for him, though. Judging by what Maggie had told me, Dax must have been taken by the organization at an unusually high age and changed into a loyal asset for them. The thought made me shudder. I peered up between the leaves again and saw her dark eyes watching me in silence. The last rays of the setting sun gave an added soft beauty to the dark brown of her irises. You're going to have to come down here, though. 'Cause I'm not climbing up there." That made her smile. She moved one leg over the branch and swung herself down in a careful and disciplined motion so she hung by her arms. "You should really take up climbing, Nate. It has its advantages and it's fun." She swung back and forth a little and then moved in a controlled fall to a lower branch like a gymnast. She held on for a second and then let herself drop to the ground. A graceful bend to the knee would have been all had she not winced at the pain in her side. But that was it. It hurt her, and she dealt with it. It worried me to see it, but I knew that she had the sense to rest when it got too bad. Since she was still walking upright after her actions inside the house, she had at least not gotten worse. "You're getting better," I said. I was rewarded with an unexpected smile. She seemed almost grateful. Strange. She walked the few steps over to me and put her arms around me in a spontaneous hug. This time I was surprised. To think how intimate we'd been in the physical sense, but never really like this. I put my arms around her and held her tight. "Are you okay?" I asked as we stood close. Her hands pressed against my back. I moved a hand up and cradled her head, enjoyed the closeness of the moment, a warmth spreading in my chest. I felt her nod against my neck, her wavy dark locks soft against my skin. "I want to stay here with my friends, with you, and I want to do normal stuff." Normal? I should think diving off a bookcase onto a gun-wielding murderer at least gets me some dinner, right? Dinner? What was she? I stared wide-eyed at the oak next to us, its large branches bent down, looking like the tree wanted to snatch us into its own embrace. Was she saying she wanted to go on a date? Maggie? It made me smile. We really hadn't started off things that way, had we? "Yeah," I agreed. "That bookcase diving definitely warrants food." I felt her sigh against me, her warm breath brushing my skin. Then her arms tightened around me as she didn't let go.
Part 3. Illumination. Chapter 39. As the door slammed in my face, I scoffed at the rude behavior of the man behind it. Then I withdrew my phone from my pocket and texted Nate, saying I would be late. I pulled the hood of my jacket over my head and stepped down from the porch. A vibration from the phone in my hand informed me I'd gotten an answer. "Meet you there, then?" I sent a thumbs up back, stuffed the phone back in my pocket, and hefted the shopping bags in my hand as I rounded the side of the two-story building. I was in a fairly old part of town where most houses had a store downstairs and a living space upstairs. The man wasn't going there, though. I had checked out the house and surrounding area before knocking on his door. Judging by the information his ex-girlfriend had given me, if he ran, he would run out back and hide in the small storage building he had there. Sure enough, as I rounded the last corner of the house, the door to the storage building slammed shut. "Way to use stealth, Marty," I said, and walked after him. As far as I could tell, there were no surveillance cameras back there, and if there should happen to be one, my hood would conceal my features. I doubted Marty would go to the police, though. He knew better than that. I stopped at the door and considered my bags. The paper might cause some faint rustling noise. I sighed and put them down by the wall. I swear, if it starts raining on them while I'm in there... I bit my teeth together and straightened up. I yanked the door open, knowing that Marty would not shoot me with anything. The only weapon he'd had was a paintball gun, and that now rested in a nearby dumpster because I was not going to end up with paint in my hair. Besides, tactics and subterfuge were not this 50-year-old man's specialty. He was a time waster, though. "Marty? What are you doing?" I said into the gloom of the storage room. The lights were out, but with daylight and a few windows, there wasn't really a huge difference with switching them on. "I swear, if you make me any later than I already am, you will not be capable of regretting it." The lack of an answer didn't surprise me, and I sighed as I stepped inside. As I pushed the hood back, I closed the door behind me with my foot to shut out any noise. I needed to hear properly. The dusty smell of old books hit me at once, just as it had earlier. Marty ran a small and quaint bookshop that he'd managed to keep in business by selling both new and old ones. For the most part, it was the tourists that kept him afloat. The shopping boom in the summer kept him going through the year. The room I was in had a workspace with a desk that stood somewhere under stacks of books and paper. Other than that, I was surrounded by shelves upon shelves of books. According to Michaela, his ex, he would get sudden deals on loads of books from libraries or private collectors, and he needed more space than he had in his store. He also loved to peruse them and sit behind his desk and read the ones he found most interesting. Oh yes, he felt safe here. Well, he had felt safe. "Come on, Marty. You knew this was coming," I went on, as I listened for the tiniest of sounds to give me an inkling of where he was. Likely, he would do one of two things: try to get around me and run outside, or try to attack me. Neither action would help him in the long run, but if he managed to flee, then I was sure as hell going to be too late. Or did you honestly think that scaring the bejesus out of Michaela was going to bring her back to you? Was that a sharp intake of breath? I turned right between some shelves and walked with soft footfalls. He might see me move if he was close, but other than my taunts, he didn't hear me. I hoped I could coax him out fast. Was that the plan? Wear her down until she finally said yes and forgot why she left you to begin with? That only happens in the movies, Marty. There. I turned left. A small whispered insult. I smiled. At least I was getting to him. You miscalculated, you see. You only came off as hella creepy. When she hadn't slept for days, she couldn't take it anymore. She called for help. And judging by your great stand right now, I trust you know who I am. Most affiliates in town did, but not all. Marty had an interesting ability, I thought, and I hadn't considered it used as a weapon before. As a dream weaver, he could manipulate people's dreams, make them pleasant and memorable. Dreams created by dream weavers were dreams you didn't forget. They never slipped away moments after waking like a normal dream. Marty wasn't the strongest of his kind. He couldn't make people fall asleep, and he couldn't keep them in that state. But as with most dream weavers, he could use both ends of the spectrum. Poor Michaela hadn't slept for a week due to the constant nightmares when she'd had a nervous breakdown. She'd seen past her embarrassment of her petty ex and contacted Gerard, who was a friend of hers, and he had called me. Apparently, she'd left because of Marty's lack of commitment, though he was speaking up in his own way now. I was not surprised by her breakdown, but I was amazed that she'd lasted a week of Marty's douchebaggery. The brain needs its sleep, but I supposed a few hours of horrific nightmares every night counted. Come on, Marty, you're making me late for a very important date. The noise from a few books falling sounded like an avalanche inside the room due to the silence the clattering broke through. It came from the innermost corner. Really? He thought I would fall for the old throw something in the opposite direction of yourself trick? I rolled my eyes and made a few loud-sounding steps. It was enough to lure him out. He'd kept darting back to the short ends of the shelves as I walked back and forth between them lengthwise. Now he sprinted for the door. I wasn't as far away as he'd thought, though, standing by the same wall as the door. Unlike me, he had to make a 90-degree turn to get to it. As he reached the door, I yanked him back by his shoulders. Marty was a slim guy, but tall and broad compared to me. It didn't matter, though. He fell backward and landed on his ass with a pained "oomph." He scrambled backward and more or less stumbled to his feet, never taking his eyes off me. "Get away from me!" he shouted, his voice cracked due to the stress. Then he lunged at me. I was between him and the door, after all. Of course, I saw the raised fist 4 steps away from me. I ripped my baton from its specially sewn pocket in my little purse, flicked it open and swung it. Gut as he attacked, shoulder as he bent, and then the back of the knee. This time his back got a smacking as well as he fell again. "I will defend myself if you force me to," I told him as he groaned in pain, white teeth biting together in his obvious discomfort. I walked closer to the man as he twisted in agony. I wasn't particularly worried about any sneak attack. From this guy, I'd see it a mile away. I stopped next to his upper body and kept my baton in sight. The way his eyes bulged due to its close proximity, I had his undivided attention. He was thinking more about not being struck with it than escaping. "I'm not here to hurt you," I said. "That's a lie." "No, it's not, I told you. If you behave, so will I. I am only here to set you straight, but now you've made me spend 20 minutes on this stupidity." "Please, Ms. Evans, I won't do it again. Leave me alone." "You're right. You won't do it again." I squatted down beside him. I pushed the end of the baton to his chest, and he actually raised his hands like I was holding a gun. "You've never caused trouble before, Marty. In fact, you've been a model affiliate from what I can gather. So I'm going to chalk this up to jealousy and entitlement on level with a 13-year-old. I only wanted her back. I wanted to show her that with me, her dreams can be so much better." "Silly Marty," I clicked my tongue. "Has Michaela burned your house down?" "No, because she's responsible with her pyrokinesis. You should take a cue from her, in more than one way." He should have said something when he had the chance. He would never get that now. Why not simply move on? It struck me as odd. This longing and lurking around didn't help anyone. Say it straight and be done with it. That's what I always thought. "I will. I promise." His thick, graying blonde hair stood out on all ends, and his forehead was beaded with sweat. I smiled at his words. "I don't really care about your promise, Marty. You'll say anything to make me go away, won't you?" He nodded. "Yes, I mean no." That made me laugh. "Yeah, I thought so. Instead of your promises, we're going to go with my threat. And make no mistake, I deliver on my threats." I tapped his chest lightly with my baton. "If I ever hear of anyone, not only Michaela, but anyone, who suffers from unusually real nightmares in this town, I will come back. And the next time, it won't be to merely set you straight. You're getting a chance now, due to your past, but that's it. Do you understand me?" He nodded fast and hard this time, his breath catching. I eyed him a moment, but I was satisfied. Unless he was downright stupid, he wouldn't do it again. What I saw before me wasn't an idiot, but a lovesick creep. "Good." I stood up and pushed the baton between my hands, collapsing the cylinders into each other. "Just stop being such a creep," I added, and walked away as I drew the hood over my head again. The last I saw of him was him lowering his head on the floor and taking deep breaths as I closed the door. I found my bags and checked the time on my phone. Then I swore as I saw how late I was. I was supposed to have been at Tegan's 15 minutes ago. Considering Michaela's trouble, though, it wasn't as if I could have postponed this endeavor until tomorrow. I might be late, but at least she would get a good and peaceful night's sleep. It had become dark as I came walking along the front of the Marbella. The old brewery turned cultural hotspot loomed over me, with its restored brick walls interspersed with glass walls and roofs to fuse the old buildings together. The mixed-use development housed everything from restaurants, a bakery, art galleries, a bar and nightclub with a rooftop terrace. As with everything in Ashport, the summer season brought the most revenue. But with gathering all these venues under one roof, the owner, who'd named the place after his wife, had hit the nail on the head. The people in town used the place, especially during the weekends. As it was Saturday, I wasn't surprised to see a lot of gussied-up people outside on the steps and open space in front of the building. The sound of voices and music flowed out from the Marbella, giving off a welcoming vibe, including a warm and inviting light that shone through the windows and glass sections of the new building. Despite the chill of the evening, I hurried down the steps toward the tallest form I saw there. Nate was easy to recognize, being half a head taller than a few and a head taller than most. He stood with a hand in a pocket while scrolling on his phone with the other. His relaxed form in a fitted two-piece charcoal suit made me stop a moment. The light from his phone illuminated the angular lines of his handsome face, though both his eyes and hair came off as darker than they were.
I smiled at the sight of the tessellated gray and blue tie that was accentuated by a white shirt and tightened properly at his neck for once. There was a dress code for most of the places inside the Marbella, and as I saw him like that, I was glad. The sight was worth it. I sidestepped a handsome couple laughing together on their way inside as I walked over to him to get his attention, which I did. "Whoa," he said as he took his eyes off his phone. "I'm going to let my brain translate that into an eloquent compliment," I said, and smiled at him. "You should." He stepped closer. "You look beautiful." I instinctively stood on my toes as he bent to kiss me, light and with care. I smiled as I checked that he'd escaped my lipstick. I kept to high-quality cosmetics, as my line of work usually left anyone with mascara and lipstick all over after a particularly harrowing day. But now, with the way he looked at me, I was glad I had everything in order. I could feel my pulse speed up a bit. I was wearing a Bardot dress with a high-waisted black skirt that had an overlay of black floral lace, which brought a subtle contrast to the fabric. The top was dark burgundy and sleeveless, with the Bardot neckline and a slight V-cut out front. From the top down to my knees, there was an array of tiny black buttons that was a decorative detail, as well as the back fastening, which was why Tegan had been an integral part in getting me into it. The whole garment was closely cut and a slim fit that I couldn't do much more than walk in. I liked it, though, and was happy to see that I wasn't the only one. As close as we stood, I felt the warmth of his body and shivered. It made his eyebrows crinkle. "Aren't you freezing?" he asked as he noticed the missing outerwear. "Let's get inside." I'd been in such a hurry to get here, I'd left Tegan's place without borrowing a coat. Thankfully, I'd taken a cab and not walked. The nights were getting more and more chilly. "Let's," I agreed. "I've been looking forward to a normal night out. Besides, you look good in a suit up close." What? Never mind.
Chapter 40. The foyer of the Marbella was a large glass section that connected two of the buildings that had been part of the old brewery. Though the factory part was now removed, one could still see traces of it in the reinforced ceiling beams in the old brick buildings due to the potentially explosive goods they had produced. 3 red brick buildings remained, placed parallel to each other with the new glass additions between them. The middle one housed a small bakery to the right inside the entrance and a small microbrewery further in. Upstairs were the art galleries and some offices. The third building, placed on the right, housed a bar among other things. It was the Mediterranean restaurant in the left side building we headed to. It had an open and light space decorated with a mix of flowers and old industrial pieces of metal used for decorations. I didn't pay much attention to it as Maggie walked with assertive steps. I'd never seen her in such high heels before, but as usual, she moved with ease and control. The dress she wore molded to her and showed off a silhouette that, well, flattering, didn't quite cover it. But it was her radiant gaze across the table that showed me how much she enjoyed being there. Her dark hair was pulled back into some intricate fastening in the back, and her dark eyes glowed warmly in the golden light from the bespoke metal chandeliers above. For once, there were no jobs or differing worlds, only the two of us as we ate and talked while surrounded by people doing the same thing, our joined murmur filling the room. Which is why I would come to wish I hadn't seen the waiter, eyes flickering, who seemed to walk into the kitchen before he jerked back at his mistake. Then he glanced left and walked that way through another door. The oddity drew my attention despite the distance, but he was dressed like the rest of the waitstaff in a white shirt, black pants, and apron. I mentally chided myself for paying attention to things that were none of my business, and my focus was easily shifted back to Maggie. "It's so good, I might start crying." She took another spoonful of her tarrator soup. "I thought you weren't hungry." She lowered her spoon with care and considered me, her dark red lips pressed together a moment. I lied. She leaned forward like a conspirator divulging a secret. You should know that I always check the desserts first in any restaurant, and they have a chocolate fondant here that I have my eyes on. I thought about this a second. The dessert menu is separate. We hadn't seen it yet. Never underestimate my sense of desserts. She smiled widely and then made a subtle sideways nod toward a couple a few tables away from us. I spotted it on our way in. I sat facing the right direction and, without obvious staring, saw the half-eaten chocolate fondant that was placed between a couple. "It's a waste, really," Maggie said as she refused to look at the horror that was a forgotten dessert. Her indignation made me smile, which got me a dazzling one in return. I indicated my own plate of beef kofta because I had been hungry, but she cut me off before I could offer her anything. "Oh, sweet, innocent man, if I get a taste for your food, I will devour it in front of you. I'll wolf it down in a very unladylike manner." "I kind of want to see that now." "I bet you do. At least you've been warned. I'm learning all kinds of things about your culinary inclinations here. I suppose those particular inclinations are more appropriate in public, at least." I was about to retort when I noticed one more waiter disappear through the same door. Why weren't they going to the kitchen? And where had they come from? I scanned the restaurant and saw a few, the same few, that had been waiting on people all night. "That had better be a closet or nook you're spying," Maggie said, "because unless you're planning on taking me to one, I might think that's your suspicious face." "That sounds more like one of your ideas," I said with a smile, focusing on her again. "You've never been hard to convince so far." She tapped the rim of her wine glass thoughtfully. "There it is again," she added. "What is?" I couldn't quite help noticing the chef that had now wandered between the tables on the other side of the room. He also walked through the door. The suspicious face. "You've named my face?" I asked. Somehow I could hear the capital letters in there. She shook her head and winked at me. "Just the one. You know, when the muscles in your jaw tighten, your eyes narrow, and you get that look." I was about to protest and then thought better of it. "Look?" "Mm-hmm." She took a sip of her wine and nodded as she swallowed. "Like you know something's not right, and the cogwheels are working hard to figure whatever it is out." "Oh." "Yeah." She set the glass down again. "So, what has you going into work mode?" That made me feel bad. I knew she had looked forward to going out like everyone else around us. Like normal people, as she'd said. I supposed her life didn't always allow for that. I knew from experience that planning far ahead with her wasn't easy, and she'd sworn up and down that she was going to be here tonight. And here I was reacting to waiters who were likely sneaking out for a smoke. "You know what?" I said. "Nothing. I swear I'm not working." "Oh, shush." She waved me off like it was nothing and got up from her chair. "Let's go see so we can get back to dinner." "Maggie, you don't have to," I protested as I got to my feet. "Don't worry about it. I'm used to unforeseen things changing the course of my day." She stepped over to me as she had no idea where to go yet. "I'm sure it's nothing," I said, and then stopped talking. "What?" she asked as she had her eyes on me. She must have seen the confusion on my face. Standing upright, I could see the entrance to the restaurant across the room, and two uniformed cops walked in. None of the guests reacted to them other than a glance here and there. They walked between the tables with easy steps, a nod to a waiter, and some words between them. Then they reached the same door as all the waiters I'd seen, opened it, and walked through. Maggie had turned a little and seen them without staring, and she now turned back to me, an eyebrow raised. I shook my head. "I don't know who they are, but they are not cops." I didn't recognize the men at all, and they sure didn't work for the Ashport police. "Let's check it out then, and if it is something, I'm sure your colleagues can deal with it." "That's strangely normal of me?" She beamed up at me. "I really want that chocolate fondant." We quickly assessed the room, deeming the waitstaff busy with other tables. We were far from the exit, which they all had an eye on in case someone decided to dine and dash. Not that I'd ever heard of anyone doing that here. Without notice, Maggie and I slipped over to the door and soon had it closed behind us. We found ourselves in a long corridor, white and dull with fluorescent lights. We could hear the buzz of voices and work through the wall as the kitchen lay on the other side. "Can't those cops be from another town?" Maggie asked as we walked through the corridor. "Why on earth would they be here then, on a Saturday? With nothing going on? I'm telling you, they are not cops." "Okay," she said as we reached a door in the far end. She opened it with care to not make a sound and listened for a moment. Voices flowed out, low and murmuring, but it sounded like they were far away, rather than someone speaking in hushed tones. We continued toward the voices and made sure to stay quiet. It took me a minute to notice that Maggie walked on her toes, her heels never hitting the floor, to avoid the clacking sound. Again, I was amazed at her sense of control when moving. That could not be comfortable. As we reached an open space, the voices grew louder. It sounded like a group of people. We were in a storage room, and judging by the signs with the names of the different businesses inside the Marbella, it had to be a shared space for all of them. The restaurant only had the easiest access. I tapped Maggie on the shoulder and nodded toward a huge stack of beer crates that likely belonged to the microbrewery across the hall from the restaurant. She dipped her chin and followed me behind it, where she moved swiftly, despite the skirt that hindered any long strides for her. She peeked around the corner of the crates and then pulled back behind them. She gave a sideways and silent indication that I should look. I did, and what I saw were the waiters I'd seen go through the door, 2 chefs and the 2 cops, all milling about some opened boxes. Most of them were changing clothes. At least I hadn't been paranoid. This was not a simple smoke break. There was more staff here than the restaurant needed, and when adding the fake cops, something was wrong. "This is more your business than mine," Maggie whispered as I pulled back from the corner. "What's going on?" I could only shrug, but as I took another look, my heart started beating faster. 4 masked people were moving among them, and more were putting masks on. "Oh, crap," I whispered as Maggie managed to have a look around me. "If I'm guessing," I said as we both retreated behind the crates, "I'd say robbery." "They're gonna rob this place?" "I suppose there's some money to be found. They make most during the weekends." Fridays and Saturdays did bring the most revenue in a town like Ashport, but it was an awfully big crew considering what they would stand to make robbing the Marbella. "Are you armed?" Maggie whispered and glanced around the corner of the crate stack again before retreating fast. I shook my head. I hadn't brought anything relating to my job and told her so. "Aw, that's so sweet." She smiled as she whispered, "You didn't come as a cop on our date." "That is an odd thing to be charmed by," I said. Unlike her, I was regretting it. I got my phone out of my pocket, but I couldn't stand around and use it here. There wasn't any time as a female voice cut through the room. "All right, you heard him. Spread out and find it." We heard the group rustle into movement and realized that our exit would be seen as they would no doubt walk the same way. I glanced around, noticed a door on the wall to our right, and nudged Maggie in that direction. We managed to keep stacks of dry goods between us and anyone who could see us. Maggie reached it first and found it to be unlocked. We slipped inside and closed the door behind us without a sound, as we heard the robbers move closer in the storage room. They were quiet, except for a few orders shouted. This must lead outside. We were in a stairwell, and Maggie tried the only other door on our level. It was locked, and a key was needed to open it. "No lockpicks either." I eyed the metal stairs. "Up," I added, and went that way. "How many did you count?" I asked. 10? "Me too." I slowed down. "Do you need help?" As I was taking 3 steps at a time, Maggie, with her tight-fitted dress, could only take 1 and 1, using more energy than she would have otherwise. "Do not mock the dress," she said without breaking a step. "Not mocking? No. Enjoying the sight of some enhanced parts? Yes." She flashed me a smile, and then stopped abruptly as we heard the door slam open below us. 5 minutes, someone yelled before we heard the door close. Feet pounded on the stairs as 2 robbers made their way up. Maggie pointed at a door a few steps above us, and we ran up and through it, banking on not being heard through the noise the robbers below us made. We rushed through it and found ourselves in an office corridor that was dimly lit. Lines of offices with half a glass wall next to the doors left no doubt about what was behind them. In here. Maggie reached for the nearest door, one without the glass. I followed her inside and saw a cleaning trolley in front of me before I drew the door shut. Then darkness engulfed me. Here, Maggie whispered and grabbed hold of my arm, leading me to the left, away from the door. Things clattered to the floor in the tight space, and as she nudged me against the wall, the door to the stairwell opened with a bang. We froze as the armed robbers now entered the floor. We heard them as they talked about checking the offices, and then the door to our cleaning closet was yanked open. For a moment, the weak light from the corridor let me see the cleaning supplies on shelves all around us, and Maggie, as she pressed against me, her face turned toward the door. The robber must have stared straight into the closet and not to the left past the door, because a second later he slammed it shut. I felt Maggie sigh as we heard them continue on to the next door. She began rummaging through her little bag before I felt her pulling at my pockets. "What are you doing?" I whispered, while trying to figure her actions out and listening for the robbers outside. "Putting my things in your pockets," she said. I heard the sound of her handbag landing in the garbage bag that hung from one end of the cleaning trolley. This night is turning out a little different than I thought. Best to not be bogged down with stuff. It sounded like the robbers had reached the end of the corridor as the sound of opening doors subsided. "I don't think you're going to get that dessert," I whispered. "That's all right." I felt her hands brush against me as she moved them up along my tie before she loosened it slightly. "I got you in an enclosed space, at least." She pulled gently on my tie, so I lowered my head to a waiting kiss. "I told you this was more your kind of idea," I murmured onto her lips. "Yes, but you're so easily impressionable." True. I moved my hand up, cradling her head as I parted her lips with my tongue. The little sigh that escaped her made me deepen the kiss. "This floor's clear," one of the robbers stated outside the cleaning closet. 3 minutes. Up, the other one said. We stood still, hands on each other, breaths mingling, as we listened to them walk the few steps to the exit and then disappear through it. "They'll be back down shortly," Maggie whispered as the door smacked shut behind them. She was right. There was nothing but the roof up there. They would be coming back down after checking for people. It was best to wait. Still, even though I couldn't see her in the darkness, I could feel her hands on my arms. Apparently, she thought I'd barge out of there. "Are you attempting to hold me back? You made it clear you're not fond of added restraints." I couldn't see the smirk on her face, but I sure could hear it. One more reason I didn't bring the cuffs, although I put my arms around her and stepped forward, backing her against the wall. It'd be fun to see you struggle in them. I dusted a light kiss on her parted lips. "I'd love to see you try." She sighed as I moved my hands to her hips. "Then again," she added. Her breathing intensified a little as she was pinned between me and the wall. "You don't really need them." Her fingers brushed through my hair as she exposed her neck to my kisses. Heavy footsteps sounded a moment before we heard the door to the stairwell open. 1 minute, one of the robbers stated as they entered the corridor again. "This way," the other one said. A gentle hand on my cheek guided me back into a deep kiss, our lips pressing hard against each other as the steps outside faded down the corridor toward the other exit. There were many words one could use to describe Maggie Evans, but skittish was not one of them. As a door yet again closed behind the robbers, I broke the kiss. "That'll be them going down via the main stairs." I opened the door and peeked out into the corridor. "Let's go." There came an audible sigh behind me. "Do we have to?" It made me chuckle as I stepped into the corridor. "Yes." I reached a hand out to her, which she took as she came forward, stepping over fallen cleaning supplies. "Fine. And you can also tell me where my phone is," I added. It certainly wasn't in my hand anymore, and I had need of it.
Chapter 41. "Let's go up so we can see," I said, instead of answering Nate's question. The phone wasn't far away. I'd moved it to one of his pockets while he'd been distracted.
"I need to call it in," he said as he patted his pockets and settled on the left one of his suit jacket. Not with that one, you don't. I took my phone out of his hand and stuffed it back where he'd found it. Come on, I added, and yanked the door to the back stairwell open. This time, I heard or saw nothing of anyone else in there. The tight dress didn't allow for long steps, and yet again, I found myself having to take small ones on the stairs, only making one step at a time. The heels were the least of my problems. Oh, here it is, Nate said as he caught up with me. I glared at his long legs and pushed on until I reached the top. Wait! I reached my hand out and put it on top of his and the phone. His eyebrows crinkled in an unspoken question that I didn't answer. That's when the rap-tap-tap of an automatic gun could be heard through the building. Surely they only had handguns, I said, as Nate's eyes widened. He pushed past me, phone forgotten as he unlocked the door leading out to the roof and ran through. I stopped the door as I made to follow him. I had no intention of being locked outside up there. Luckily, I saw an ashtray next to it and stuffed it between the door and the frame, ashes and cigarette butts spilling out on the floor. Then I went after Nate. Screams and continued shooting rose from the building under us. The 5 minutes had to be up. I had never been on this rooftop before, but I had an inkling of what awaited us from seeing the building from below. The old factory buildings had flat roofs with only a slightly slanted angle to drain away rainwater. The glass extensions between had gable roofs. They were also built in with brick along their short ends, making the roof the best place to be when looking inside. What I hadn't expected was the nifty passageways between the roofs and the outer walls. They made it easier for the maintenance staff to keep the roofs clean, especially the glass ones. Tons of leaves and filth would not make a good impression from the inside. At the moment, though, the passageways made it easier for Nate and me to walk along the glass roof to see into the foyer below. The sight that met me as I caught up with Nate and crouched down beside him was not uplifting. The robbers were dressed in black from top to toe, their masks not even showing their mouths. The only thing that distinguished them from each other besides body build and gender were armbands of different colors, a simple way for themselves to recognize each other. They were all armed with handguns, but we'd heard it right. One of them carried an automatic rifle, which he used to scare the life out of the patrons of the Marbella as they were herded through the glass foyer and into the restaurant. The shots hit the brick walls above them, making dust and small pieces of brick and mortar rain down. But that was it. Still, no one down there was used to being shot at and screaming. Panicking people had to be forced inside by the other robbers. I counted 5 of them, which meant that 5 more were other places. Still, with the weapons, they had no problem gaining control as they filled the restaurant with people. I couldn't see much of it as it lay inside the old brewery building to our left, but what I did see was upended tables, chairs, and food that lay scattered on the floor. They must have come in via the door Nate first saw them disappear through, and now they were retrieving fleeing guests. I recognized many of the nicely dressed people that had sat at the tables around us. The light from Nate's phone caught my attention. Please don't. Why on earth not? He lowered it as he stared at me, confusion marring his face. I couldn't answer him. This was one of the things that seemed unsurmountable between us. He seemed to catch on, though. Maggie, do you honestly think you'll be blamed for this? Is that how much you distrust law enforcement? Did I think I would? No, not in this case. I'd only eaten dinner when these people had decided to rob the place. I inhaled and glanced down into the foyer again. What happened the last time I was present during a crime? I could see out the corner of my eye that he lowered the phone, his face turned toward me. Besides, I added before he could say anything, what happens if your colleagues decide to check out every witness in here? There was a slight pause. They'll figure out what I suspected. Exactly, I nodded. Maggie Evans doesn't exist anymore, does she? Maybe not officially. He placed a warm hand between my shoulder blades. But she's very real to me.
I stared at the people being herded like cattle into the restaurant. The cries and screams could easily be heard from outside. One man was foolish enough to attempt punching one of the robbers. All it earned him in a room with armed people was a whack to the side of the head from a robber behind him, while his intended target jumped back and avoided the untrained attack with ease. I felt Nate's hand twitch at the sight of someone being treated so brutally. "Make the call, Nate." "You sure?" "Hell no." I nodded nonetheless. He looked at me for a moment longer and then dialed. It took me a few seconds to realize that he wasn't talking to anyone. "Busy." He dialed another number. It left him with the same result. "I guess you're not the only one calling them." I leaned my hands on the glass as I strained to see inside the restaurant. There was a pile on the floor now with wallets and phones. That could surely not be all they were after. "No," Nate said to my comment. "Quite a few of them ran away at first sight, judging by the number of stragglers they're bringing back. There must still be people calling for help." It appeared that many had taken refuge in the microbrewery and the bakery across from the restaurant. The robbers had them exit the places and head back to the restaurant. Our assumption about the callers turned out to be correct, as the distant sound of sirens wailed through the night. The police station wasn't far. They'd be there in a couple of minutes at most. "There isn't anything we can do," I said, and looked at Nate. "You're right." His deflated expression made it clear he wished I wasn't. "Let's get you out of here." "Really?" He smiled then, a warm and sad smile at the same time. "Of course."
Chapter 42. We didn't get far down in the middle building before we heard voices again. The clacking from Maggie's shoes stopped immediately at the sound, but she didn't stop walking down the stairs. We were outside the back entrance to a small art gallery on the top floor as she stopped outside the large metal door that led in there. Or out, as it were, since it was a fire exit. Maggie stepped over to the railing and looked down as I noticed that the phone in my hand was ringing. "One robber, one hostage," she whispered as she stepped back, armed. I nodded as I stared at the phone. They were calling everyone in. "Are you okay?" she added when she noticed. She put a hand on my arm but didn't try to take the phone. She'd been right up on the roof. After the break-in at my place, there had been no need to check on any of us. We all knew each other. But this? A robbery turned hostage situation? Every single person in this building would be thoroughly checked out when this was over. One could never know if the robbers had anyone on the inside. And when that happened, they would find discrepancies with Maggie's identity. It wasn't like Eddie had digitally killed her. But Maggie Evans no longer lived here, was no longer active online in any way, had no money or other possessions. Everything had been transferred to Meg Avery, a name that would come up upon scrutiny. That would ring all kinds of alarm bells. No, Maggie was right. She really shouldn't be found in here regardless of her innocence. "I'm fine," I told her as I nodded. "If we're going to get you out of here, we need to get to ground level. There are more exits there." My phone flared up again as McAllen tried calling me this time. Luckily, I'd had the wherewithal to silence the thing. The steps below us in the stairwell would likely increase in speed if we were heard. Maggie squeezed my arm gently and smiled. "I'll be your alibi." "My job's not forced labor, Maggie. I don't need an alibi." How close tabs did she think the police kept on their own? I was off duty and could technically be anywhere in the world. She shrugged. "You're going to need a story to tell about your whereabouts?" She was right. It wasn't like I was going to say I was out of town. If we got Maggie out, I would join them out there. "Move!" a gruff voice shouted below us. I nodded toward the door. We'd better get in there. The little art gallery was empty as we stepped into a small world of faces, staring at us from all angles. The walls were covered in black and white photos, portraits of older faces, staring, smiling, thinking. Every line and mark from a long life enhanced in the sharp contrasts among the gilded frames. On the floor stood 5 pedestals with busts of equally old faces, though these sported more serious and dignified expressions. We didn't have time to peruse the exhibit, though, as more voices reached us from the main entrance on the other side of the room. Someone else was coming the opposite way. I looked at Maggie, who indicated the door we'd just come through. I nodded, and we moved to each our side. If we were lucky, we could make it back through it. We'd barely taken up our positions when the door flew open. Someone yanked at it hard from the other side and burst through, a man in a dark suit with graying hair. He came in so fast that the door started to bang shut, forcing the robber behind him to focus for a second on the door not hitting him. It was all the man in the suit needed as he half pivoted and delivered a perfect kick to the robber's face. I hardly registered the robber's grunt as I pulled him through the door and added a punch to that face. Maggie swooped down behind him and delivered her own fist to the back of the man's knee, causing him to drop to the floor. He lost his grip on the gun, cried out in pain, and was then silenced by a well-placed second kick by the man in the suit. "Thanks for the assist," he said with a smile as he picked up the robber's gun. "That idiot caught up with me downstairs." The man, who introduced himself as Jansen Sterling, appeared to be in his late 40s. His proficiency with self-defense and firearms, as he checked and flicked the gun's safety on, told us not to think him a man who'd wasted away with his years. "Any idea what's going on?" he asked, with a smile, as neither Maggie nor I gave more than our first names. "Besides the obvious, I mean?" "No," I began, and then ducked on instinct as a shot cracked through the room and hit the door behind Maggie and me. I registered Sterling throwing himself to the side as I grabbed Maggie and pulled her with me to the floor. There was nothing to hide behind. Taking it all in strides, she was already rummaging through one of my pockets as another shot was fired. This time it was Sterling. A grunt from the other side of the room told me he hit someone. There were screams from what had to be more hostages and shouting that told them to shut up. Then came the most baffling shout. "There he is! Don't shoot!" I glanced over at Sterling, who was crouched behind one of the pedestals. Not that it gave much cover. A last bullet hit the bust on top of it, making the marble face explode in little pale shards. "Oh crap, there's Green," one of the masked men blurted as they came nearer. He had to be referring to the unconscious robber, who was wearing a green armband. The other robbers in the room wore a red and an orange one. An easy way to identify each other. I glanced toward the other entrance and saw 4 scared hostages. They didn't run, even when left to themselves. Red ran over to Green as Orange advanced on the armed Sterling. "Something's off," Maggie whispered in my ear as she nudged me off her. I moved with calm, trying not to attract the attention of either robber. "He dead?" Orange asked, without taking his eyes off Sterling. If either man shot now, they'd both get hit. Sterling didn't seem to care. He saw no other opportunity as he fired the weapon, and ostensibly hit Orange. Except the robber didn't even flinch. "I knew it!" Maggie hissed. She rolled to the side and got up in a strained motion as her skirt hindered her, while I had an easier time of it. As I got my feet under me, Sterling had gotten his bearings, though the utter confusion was clear on his face. He simply turned and fired at Red, who was crouched over Green. Orange turned in what I imagine was horror under his mask. At least his comrade's fall to the floor had him turn away from us. I didn't think much after that, which my next words were proof of. "I'll hold him down while you kick," I shouted at Maggie. Without seeing if she followed, I pounced forward, grabbed Orange's arms, and forced him down to the floor. Unfortunately, I landed under him as he resisted last minute and twisted in a failed attempt to get away. Maggie didn't kick. How was she supposed to do that anyway with the skirt locking her legs together? No. She flicked her expandable baton and brought it down on the robber in a fluent motion. He cried out in pain, but she'd already moved on from his stomach to his shoulder before she slammed the weapon to the side of his head. "I'll hold him down while you kick?" she asked as she grabbed the robber's shoulder and helped get his unconscious frame off me. "Seemed like a good plan," I offered as I got to my feet and saw the 4 people by the door turn and run back out of the room now that the robbers were down. "No, you're right, it was," she agreed, and flashed me a smile I couldn't help but reciprocate. Then her eyes moved past me. I turned to see that Sterling had pulled the mask off Red, who lay writhing in pain on the floor as a bullet had hit him in the thigh. He'd been grazed in the shoulder when they entered the gallery, but it seemed the less painful of the two wounds. The bastard had been lucky. There was blood, but not enough to come from a nicked artery. Sterling didn't look like he recognized him. Red glared at us as he groaned, his teeth ground together. Then his eyes turned an odd emerald green, almost glowing. Maggie didn't hesitate as she stepped forward and brought her baton down again. She didn't knock him unconscious, but the smack had his head lolling as he gasped in pain, eyes closed. "Let's get out of here," she wheezed. "The best way is up," Sterling said. Much like before with the bullet that missed, he had a bewildered look on his face that culminated in a deep crease between his eyebrows. I knew that look. His brain had trouble interpreting what he'd seen. "No," Maggie protested. "We're going down." "Surely you understand the best way is up and away from them." I did understand that. If our goal was to get away and not care if we were seen by anyone outside, including the drone they were bound to send up, then yes. Up was probably best, especially if one could avoid whatever patrols the robbers would set up when things calmed down. "Nate?" Maggie eyed me with something akin to doubt. Was she afraid I'd changed my mind? "They're going to wake up soon," she added, an eye on Red, who was in fact still awake, only not in any shape to be much of a threat. "We're going down," I said. "Very well." Sterling tucked his newfound gun into his waistband. "Thanks for your well-timed help." I picked up Orange's gun and followed Maggie, who didn't bother to take the last weapon, toward the main door where we'd seen the other 4 patrons run. "You understand what happened back there, right?" Maggie asked as she kept her baton ready in her hand. "Yes, that robber had some sort of defense mechanism against projectiles heading his way." "Some sort of force shield is my guess. Usually you can see them." "And the other guy?" Those eyes had almost been shining bright with the unnatural green color. "No idea. That's why I stopped him before we could find out." In the midst of all the absurdity, that made me smile. "This is worse than I thought," Maggie went on, oblivious to my appreciation of her pragmatic thinking. "These aren't robbers out for a quick payout." "No, they're affiliates, which makes it all the weirder." She stopped by a door that led out to a small reception, void of any people, affiliates, or otherwise. She stopped a moment and eyed me with soft regret. "I guess it was my people who ruined dinner." I shrugged at that, a little surprised myself at my own nonchalance despite the worry pooling in my stomach. "They may be affiliated to one of your communities, but tonight they've wreaked havoc on mine. That makes them both our problems."
Chapter 43.
It doesn't make sense, Nate insisted as he tried a door and it happened to open. We both glanced around but saw no one. We could hear them, though. A couple of the robbers were running around, checking the hallways and empty rooms of the middle building of the Marbella. We entered the darkened room beyond with lithe steps.
I'm telling you, none of this makes any sense. It's not like affiliates gang together for this purpose.
No affiliate is a criminal? I could hear the doubt in his voice. He'd initially thought me one, and truth be told, I probably was to some extent, at least if one stopped calculating intentions. But I did understand what he meant. That's not what I'm saying. There are probably loads of criminal affiliates. They simply don't flaunt their abilities like that. And old James Bond up there? I have no idea why they're after him. He clearly didn't know about them. No, he didn't. I shrugged it off. He can obviously take care of himself. He's not your responsibility, then? I huffed and stepped over to what had once been a window to the outside. Now it overlooked the glass extension between the older buildings. No, he isn't. Right now, my only concern is getting you and me out of here. I saw a robber with a white armband push a staggering man in a beige suit in front of him toward the restaurant. Things were calming down now if this was the last hostage. To the left, I could see the faint blinking of red and blue lights.
The square outside had to be filled with emergency responders by now. I could hear some distant sirens, but the overall noise from outside and inside had subsided. I stepped back. It was best to stay away from the windows. "Well, we probably have a few minutes. They've checked this area already," Nate said as he inspected the room. It was an office, one of many in the building. A lot of rooms seemed to have been added over the years by putting up new walls to accommodate the changing workforce. This one seemed oddly matched to the building proper, since the windows were the right height and actually fit inside the designated space. We'd come across a few oddities on our way down with doorways and windows that were cut off by a new floor or wall. "Another door," Nate said from the shadows, behind a large desk. I walked over to him as he opened a narrow door next to a bookcase. Careful not to make a noise, he opened it only a fraction. Light streamed inside, and we stared down a stairwell with narrow metal stairs that led down a floor. From what little we could see, it was likely a kitchen down there. And clanging. Lots of clanging. Whoever was moving around down there didn't bother hiding, which only meant one thing. Nate closed the door. "That's probably the bakery." He got one of the chairs that stood in front of the desk and shoved it under the doorknob to prevent anyone from coming inside. "It's our best way down another floor, I think. I suggest we wait until they leave." I nodded, and then answered as I remembered it was hard to see in there. I went and sat on the desk as Nate glanced out the window. "I guess that's the 'we're in charge' speech," he commented, as we could hear a male voice that was shouting something. It came out muffled to us due to the distance, but I didn't need to hear it to know what was being said. The hostages were hearing the rules, gathered together inside the restaurant, frightened out of their wits most likely. As far as I could see, the robbers weren't intent on killing anyone, but they were using violence. That kind of thing could give them more than enough control. "How will we get out unnoticed?" I asked. "No idea. The building's surrounded by now. There will be reinforcements coming from both Ashdale and Charlotte Bay for something like this." He stepped away from the window and came around the desk and me, where he crouched down and checked his phone so the glare from the screen wouldn't be visible to anyone that happened to look up from the glass-covered lobby. I glanced over and saw he had 8 missed calls. He sighed and put it back in his pocket. "We can stop this, you know," I said. I didn't want to drag him into this mess if I could avoid it. The faint light that came in through the window let me see him shake his head as he stood up and walked around the desk corner to stand in front of me. "This isn't your fault. And you are right. There will be extensive background checks on us all, if we're here. I don't want to deal with the consequences of that." I felt his hand on my neck, this soft touch as he moved it up and stroked his fingers behind my ear, soothing and familiar. "I suppose that means you kind of want me to stick around then?" "Kind of." I could hear the smile in his voice more than see it. I didn't know why that made me feel so relieved, but a sense of pressure eased from my chest. I knew he had my back in a fight, but there were things that we didn't see eye to eye on when it came to our different worlds, especially his need for mine to abide by the laws of his. With such uncontrollable forces as were in mine, it didn't work that way. But everyone had their issues, didn't they? Couldn't things be worked through? I'd even stopped worrying about how I usually did things. I did not want to end it with him. No, I didn't want to be forced to leave. As if he'd read my mind, he pointed out the same thing. "With or without me, I don't want you to have to leave your home again." Oh, the ridiculous feels. All of them. I felt a lump in my throat as I stood up and was enveloped into his embrace, our lips meeting in perfect coordination despite the darkness. The anxious pressure that had left my chest was now replaced with a new one of bursting excitement that went all the way down and made me curl my toes in my tight shoes. I didn't need to see him to truly know who I was with. I recognized every touch, smell, and taste as something I wanted, and something I wanted more of because I would always be surprised despite the familiarity. Nate had only meant for a single kiss because he pulled back a little and drew breath to say something. I stopped him as I claimed his lips with mine. I felt too overwhelmed to say more,
but not too overwhelmed to show him what his concern meant, what he meant. He managed as our lips moved. We're in the middle of a hostage situation. I know. I slid my fingers through his hair, let my tongue slide across his lower lip, and moved my hand up his chest to his neck so I could pull him closer. But we have nothing to do right now but wait. We shouldn't forget to work on your alibi. That made him turn his face away as he was too late to stifle a laugh. I don't need an alibi. Everyone needs an alibi, I teased, and put my hand on his cheek to turn his lips back toward mine. And I will only back up one type. Really? I felt his arms tighten around me as he pulled me close. I dusted his lips with light kisses. Can you imagine Detective Bowman blushing and stuttering when I describe in detail the intricacies of doing it on a desk? God damn it, woman, Nate blurted, and burst out laughing over my shoulder as he leaned against the desk with one arm and held me tight with the other. I don't want to think about Bowman right now. For such a straight-faced guy, Nate had the warmest laugh. Unfortunately for me, he managed to rein himself in so as not to attract attention from outside. It didn't matter, though. I had his attention now. I turned my head and kissed his neck, a trail of soft kisses up toward his earlobe. Before I could tease my goal between my teeth and with my tongue, I felt myself lifted onto the desk. A crash into the secret door made us freeze. It sounded like someone had walked right into it, thinking it would open. We both stared at it. There came some muffled cursing on the other side. Then came a rattling noise as whoever it was tried jostling the door again. Damn it! Those words were loud and clear enough to reach us in an intelligible manner. Despite knowing the danger we were in, I shrugged as best I could in my position and moved one hand up to Nate's face as we heard stomping going down the stairs. I gently stroked my thumb over his lower lip. He barely got his "really" out before I leaned up and kissed him again, silencing his surprise. I wanted nothing more than to be near him at that moment. I didn't care about everything going on around us, whether it was this night in particular or in general. I lost myself in our kiss. I felt his hand slide down to the small of my back and up again along the row of buttons to the top. I have no idea how much time passed before Nate managed a onto my lips. It was a thoughtful not one of pleasure, and he gave me only half receptive responses to my playful nips at his lower lip. Seems we have an issue here, he finally said, and pulled away from the kiss, for some reason trying to look around me. That's charming, I said, twisting to try and see what he was doing. Oh, no. Why are these tiny buttons fastened with these microscopic loops? I instinctively tried reaching back and could just about feel the top ones that were loosened. I'd forgotten about that in the heat of the moment. It was impossible for me to get into the dress on my own, but the buttons made for a sleek line that accentuated the form-fitted dress. It was what had drawn Tegan's eyes when we went shopping. Damn it, I sighed. Yup, Nate agreed. It's like you're wearing a chastity belt. He stopped poking the buttons and stood back with a playful smirk on his face that was wiped away as he saw my face. I am going to effing kill Tegan. What? Oh. I shook my head as my voice trembled with newfound thoughts of revenge. I am going to fill her whole damn apartment with animals, and when she's forced to send them all away, they'll stalk her until the freaking end of time. Cats, maybe. Oh yes, lots and lots of meowing cats. Have her use her little mind trick on them that left any animal longing to be part of her pack despite her dislike for them. What's happening? Nate asked. Don't you see? She did this, found the perfect dress. And it's damn near impossible to get out of... Why? I bet it's because of the couch incident. Incident? I was pretty sure Nate raised an eyebrow, though I couldn't quite see it. You make it sound like a fender bender. I smirked at the memory, and then remembered the buttons again. She must have suspected. Oh, I am going to kill her so slowly. That made Nate laugh again, this soft, low rumble that always got to me because it was so unexpected. "Oh, well played, Tegan," he said, and shook his head in amusement.
Hey, I jumped off the desk. I could use an accomplice.
"In what? Killing Tegan or getting you out of the dress? Because I'm really only up for one of those."
Well, I said, as a sound tugged at my ears, I'm sure I can commit a revenge murder on my own. Then my homicidal plans of she who now owed me tons of drinks vanished as the sound of a door being opened got through to my brain. I glanced back, but the narrow door behind the desk was still closed. Then the light from the hallway we'd come in through caught my attention as the form of an unsuspecting masked robber strode into the room.
Chapter 44. As I turned to see what the noise was, I felt Maggie put a hand behind my head and pull me in for a kiss. That's when I registered that the door had opened behind me, the one we'd come through. That hallway had been empty of both robbers and hostages. So much for luck, so much for waiting them out. I wasn't quite sure if Maggie had seen or heard anything, but with the light coming in from the hallway, how could she not? Besides, her kiss felt mechanical and distant, as an almost theatrical moan escaped her. She broke the kiss and glanced around me. Then she squealed. She put both hands over her nose and mouth and jumped sideways as the desk hindered any retreat. "Please don't hurt us!" She panicked and breathed hard into her hands. Both the robber and I stared in stunned silence a moment. Then the robber, Yellow, by the looks of her armband, remembered she had a gun. I couldn't tell anything about her due to the mask and dark clothes, but gender and build. Of course, now I also knew that there was even more to these robbers than masks and normal weapons. "Hey, you're not supposed to be here," Yellow said, her voice measured, as only those in control can keep it. "No, no, 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 please don't hurt us, please," Maggie begged, her voice high-pitched and terrified, yet not very loud. "Shut up!" Yellow did raise her voice as she waved the gun in Maggie's general direction. "Oh, God!" Maggie moved her hands to her chest, crossing them flat over each other as she breathed hard and uneven. "Please don't kill me!" Then her eyes rolled back in her head and she passed out. "Oh, for crying out loud," Yellow said with pointed exasperation. She'd probably dealt with more than one panicked person today. With a silent glare in my direction, she stepped closer to see whether Maggie had died of fear or simply fainted. She could not have been overly experienced in reading body language. The one thing Maggie Evans did not do was beg. As Yellow bent a little forward to see, I moved toward her and got my stolen gun out. Before Yellow could do a thing, I had the muzzle placed under her chin and a hand on her neck to prevent her from stepping back. "Put it down," I said as Maggie opened her eyes where she lay below us on the floor. Her lips formed into a little smirk as she sat up and took the gun from Yellow's hand. "Thank you," she said as she smiled widely and got up. "Tell me," she added as she turned to face the woman, "what's your boon then?" Yellow only answered her with a snort under her mask, but her eyes were clearly visible. I felt myself draw breath as Maggie stepped closer and stared the woman down. "Like I'm going to tell you," Yellow said. Maggie's smile reformed into a smirk again. Then she turned to me. "Let's get out of here. We should take her with us." I only nodded. If Maggie said we should take her, then her ability wasn't an immediate threat. I yanked the ski mask off Yellow's face and saw a young woman emerge underneath in a flow of static blonde hair. She couldn't have been more than 20. No wonder she'd been too inexperienced to see through the ruse of a woman who needed more than a gun to her face to be terrified. "Let's go downstairs. They must be done there by now." Turned out I was right. The kitchen was left empty, lights on, and with a whiff of sweet pastry in the air. It had closed before we arrived at the Marbella, but it did fairly well in the day. Surrounded by metal cupboards, appliances, and benches, I found an apron that I ripped up to tie Yellow to one of the legs of a sink. All the while, she gave us the usual glare. "What's her thing?" I asked Maggie as we stepped out of the woman's earshot. "Some sort of illness delivered by touch. but she assessed she didn't have enough time, so I think she needs to be in physical contact with people for a while. Of course. I nodded, like this was obvious. It made Maggie smile. She reached out and wiped her thumb right below my lip. Lipstick, she explained, and shrugged. How was her makeup still in place? Her lips still had the dark red lipstick, the shade she seemed to favor most. Except for a hint of swelling, she didn't look rumpled at all. Maybe I'd been dreaming? Her soft touch of my upper arm told me otherwise. We need to figure out what's going on, she said. Obviously, I said, no sarcasm this time, which means I'm going to have to talk to her. I paused. Listen in, you mean? Yes, Nate. I glanced back at the woman who was watching us intently. She wasn't screaming, which told me she knew none of her team was nearby to hear anything. Are you asking permission or something? Maggie shook her head. No, I'm telling you, but I know how you hate it. Nuh-uh, not hate. No, but I honestly do find it troubling. I couldn't lie to her about that. She drew breath, but didn't look away. I understand. I find it troubling too. Most do. I didn't know what to say to that. She sounded so lonely in that moment, and then it was gone. Every ripple of sadness smoothed away into a mask of assumed unconcern. She was already next to Yellow when I had something to say. What's your name? I heard Maggie ask as she stopped just shy of the woman's reach with a potential kick. With her hands tied to the top of the sink leg, she could stand upright. There came no answer. But as usual with Maggie, that wasn't necessary. I heard her ask more questions the woman refused to answer. I watched without interfering. I understood the necessity of doing this. There were people running around the building with guns, taking hostages. What the hell was their plan anyway? They were surrounded by cops on all sides. No, I understood why Maggie did it, but it gave me a bad feeling. What kind of world would it be if even our private thoughts weren't ours anymore? I shuddered at the thought. Do you know who I am? Maggie studied Yellow a moment and then leaned back a little. Interesting. What are you? Yellow finally said, her words filled to the brim with bile. Some kind of empath or something? Maggie only smiled. Her ability was stronger than that of an empath, much more fine-tuned. Who are you working for? No audible answer came. Why are you here? Yellow's eyelids twitched shut a few times. Then she seemed to catch on, probably not to the actual truth, but certainly to the fact that letting Maggie maintain eye contact was not in her best interest. Come on, Belle, Maggie said, revealing what she was up to. Either you talk, or I pry those pretty eyes of yours open. Oh, hell, Belle hissed as she stared into the sink. There was only one way Maggie could know her name without Belle telling her. I gave a heavy sigh and walked over where I stopped next to Belle. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. All I had to do was stand there with my hands clasped in front of me, Orange's gun in one of them. But, Belle began as she forgot the sink and stared at me in the silent threat. You're a cop. How do you know that? Maggie asked. Whatever the answer, Belle didn't look away fast enough because Maggie nodded to herself and stepped back. I've heard enough, she told me. I glanced behind me. Walk-in fridge? Maggie smiled. Sure, the freezer will do. I eyed her with mock suspicion. Fine, the fridge. I was about to tuck the gun back into my waistband when Belle lashed out. Her leg kicked out right in front of me and hit a box with a plastic lid straight at Maggie. A cloud of white burst as it hit her hip. She stepped back on reflex, but it was too late. Ah, damn it, she waved through the cloud of what had to be flour. How could you do that to me? Belle chided her, not caring in the least that I untied her and led her to the fridge. She would be cold while waiting for her crew or the police, whoever found her first, but not hungry. I pulled at one of the metal workstations and placed it in front of the door so she couldn't open it from inside. Are you all right? I asked as I returned to Maggie, who had now managed to brush off most of the flour. Due to the layered skirt, she couldn't get all of it off. It's fine, she said, without looking at me. She was not impervious to Belle's indignation. Besides, we have other things to worry about. Such as? The fact that they are looking for you. Her eyes met mine then. I didn't have to utter the obvious question. They are here for you, Nate. It's the flash drive, not James Bond up there. She's ordered to get it. They all are. I glanced around, my subconscious expecting them all to come bursting through the door to the bakery itself. I shook my head in disbelief. That doesn't make sense. They stole the other copies. I even think Ivy went through my laptop at home. Why would they suspect, let alone know, I still have one? Maggie went quiet a moment. Then she pressed her lips together as the smirk emerged. That can't be good. What's that? That smirk. It never bodes well. She arched an eyebrow, the smirk growing bigger. I glanced up at the ceiling a moment. I used to hate that, because I suspected you were pulling one over on us, and that you were up to no good. And? Turned out I was right, and now I know what kind of things you are up to. At least that turned her knowing smirk into a full-fledged smile as she couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I said. It doesn't make it easier. I'm not going to like this, am I? Oh, God, no. She waved off the idea like it was ludicrous to even think it. But I am. 5 minutes later, as we sat on top of one of the counters, shoulder to shoulder, I answered my phone for the first time that night. Do you think I sit at home waiting for your calls or something? I have a life, you know. Eddie's way of greeting came through with a lot of talking and some indefinable music in the background. Do you think I call you out of the blue because I only want to talk? I parried. I'd tried calling him first and then sent him an answer your phone with a fitting expletive inserted in there. At least it got him to take my call seriously. Of course I do. Why wouldn't you? I have a calming and pleasing effect on people. I couldn't help the huff that escaped me at that. I was pretty sure my blood pressure skyrocketed. Maggie patted me on the cheek and took the phone from my hand. Hi, Eddie, she said, her voice cheery, which was something after Belle's comment earlier. Oh, hiya, Maggie. How's it? Good, good, she said, taking in our surroundings. So we're in a bit of a kerfuffle here. Listen, I'd love to help, but if this is about your bedroom problems... I am going to kill him, I snarled, and tried to take the phone back. Maggie held it out of my reach, and neither of us caught whatever else Eddie added to that sentence. Sweet Eddie, Maggie said, if that was even remotely the case, I would ask someone who knew anything about bedroom activities at all. Ouch, we heard him laughing. Okay. So what has you calling me on a late Saturday night? I have plans, you know. I'm pretty sure all the women in whatever bar you're in have different plans, I said. That's just hurtful. Hurts deep in my soul, and I bet you're calling for help on something. You need to teach him some manners, Maggie. Sure thing, Eddie. I'll get right on that. But again, we're in a bit of a bind here. Not much time, you see. Just check the damn local news on your phone, I added. Seriously, manners, man, he muttered, and then his voice vanished into the general noise around him as he did what I said. Crap. Is this for real? He asked as he put the phone back to his ear. It is, Maggie confirmed. And we have an issue. Our kind of issue, you understand? Yeah, sure thing, no problem. What you got? Takes a lot for him to become amenable if people have to be taken hostage first, I said, and crossed my arms. Is it possible to find out if Nate's phone has been hacked? There was a moment's silence, probably no more than a second. Then the line went dead.
Chapter 45. And here I thought he was warming up to you, I said after a few seconds of staring in silence at Nate's phone. At least we don't have to listen to him talk. Nate took the phone as I handed it back to him. I smiled at that. Eddie could be a handful, or an earful, but he was harmless, at least to affiliates. He wasn't exactly on the so-called right side of the law. He did, however, not use his ability for his more dubious business, and in turn risk exposing us, so blind eyes were turned all around, especially since he helped out when needed, which was why him hanging up like that was weird. But as Nate motioned to put his phone back in his pocket, he froze a moment and then fished my phone out, lights blinking as someone was calling me. I hit accept and then put the call on speaker. Yes, Eddie? I felt some relief at him calling back. Are you insane? He greeted me. Nah, my marbles are all there. No, that was plural, both of you. What's the matter with you? Calling me from a hacked phone? Nate and I locked eyes a moment. We're not sure it's hacked, he said. Nevertheless, I could hear no trace of voices and music around him anymore. He must have moved to a quiet place between the calls. We think these people are after the decrypted file for some reason. They shouldn't know he has it, I said. They've taken everyone hostage because of that? Eddie made no pretense to hide the doubt in his voice. That's kind of overkill, don't you think? Not if we'd been taken with everyone else in the restaurant, Nate said. They're robbing every one of their belongings in there. My keys with the flash drive would have ended up in the pile. Came Eddie's voice through the phone. If that's the case, it's not enough for them to have the file themselves. They really don't want anyone finding it. Are you any closer to decrypting it? I asked. Yes, I am. I needed a key from never mind who. That's not important. Then why the hell aren't you doing that? Nate said. Because I have a life? How was I supposed to know you were going to choose tonight to be hostages? We're not, technically, I said. At least not yet. I heard a deep sigh or a huff. Fine. I'll send a link to your phone, detective. Click on it. Goodness, Maggie. You sure know how to pick the brainy ones, don't you? Eddie added with some thinly veiled sarcasm, and then hung up. I turned toward Nate and tried for a comforting smile. A thump from inside the fridge alerted us to Belle's agitated state. When I looked back, Nate, with some reluctance, got his phone back out again. As he did, a text alert appeared on his screen. Eddie knows what he's doing, I said, hoping to sound reassuring. Everyone knew not to click on links from untrusted senders. The doubt in Nate's eyes told me, with more than words, that for him, Eddie might be the president of that group. He opened the text and then stared at the link without doing anything. You need to click the link for it to work, I prompted. Maybe it's better not to know? Come on, it can't be that bad to ask for his help? Read the end of the link. He held his phone closer for me to see. The URL began with lots of numbers and letters and ended with, "You will regret this." I bit my lower lip. I'm sure it'll be fine. This is my work phone, too. Eddie won't do anything weird. He'll fill it with porn, won't he? I sighed and nodded. So much porn. Nate's finger hovered over the link, and then he tapped the screen. We agree on one thing, Eddie and I. I will regret this. I put a hand on his upper arm. The worst that'll happen is an IT or HR person who'll choke on their coffee. Don't worry about it. Nate did not look particularly reassured. He jumped off the counter and stuffed his phone back in his pocket. There is something that worries me more. He leaned a hand against the edge of the counter. If my phone has been hacked, how is it done? You don't have a habit of clicking links sent to you by upstanding citizens? A scoff escaped through an involuntary smile as my answer. Oh! Nate actually snapped his fingers as an idea struck him. The bedroom perv. What about her? That was probably why she was in there that night. To do something to your phone? Nate nodded. Like, clone it or something? Is that even possible? It's possible. Or she took it out of the bedroom, installed something, and then put it back. At some point in the process, we noticed her. Oh, I closed my eyes as realization hit. And then we texted Eddie about the last flash drive. Ah, crap. It really is hacked. Nate ran a hand through his hair in frustration. They knew we were going to be here because of our texts. They know about you and me. They probably didn't want to risk anything by alerting the community through you. And if we had been good little hostages, we likely would have been none the wiser, I said. The robbers would simply have taken his keys with his wallet and phone, as they did with everyone else. It would have seemed perfectly understandable under the circumstances. But the circumstances were really blown out of proportion. Nate seemed to be on that track as well. Double crap, he began pacing in front of me. Eddie was right. Should we call him and tell him you said that? Nate ignored me. This whole thing is excessive. Wouldn't it have been easier to rob me on the street or something?
it would have had the same effect. I could see the usual cogwheels at work in his brain, churning around and around. There has to be something more to choosing the Marbella. Why else would they take this chance? Hell, how are they going to get out of here? The whole area around the building has been cordoned off by now. I couldn't argue with that. He would know the routines and strategies of the police in a situation like this. It did raise one question, though. How are we going to get out unseen? It was too late now. We'd been delayed several times during our descent from the roof, trying to evade the robbers. Whatever chance we'd had surely passed. Nate stopped at my question and looked at me, his eyes unreadable. Let's not worry about that now. A thump against the inside of the walk-in fridge sounded again. It was followed by a few more. Nate walked over and banged his fist on the door from the outside, signaling we were still out there. If she was going to alert someone who could let her out, she was going to have to wait. It worked. We heard a frustrated cry of anger from in there, muted by the thick door, and then silence. And to top it off, we've begun taking hostages ourselves, Nate remarked, as he crossed his arms over his chest. Now that is a matter of perspective, I argued. I wasn't sure if he was about to smile or grimace, but a noise reached us, the sharp bang of a door hitting a wall as it was pushed open too fast. I glanced at Nate, and we both moved. I jumped off the counter and ducked down on the floor, 2 more workstations between me and the entrance to the kitchen. The dress pinched around my hips and thighs at my unladylike position. I saw Nate move along the wall and slide in behind a large metal cabinet, stolen gun in hand. I clenched my baton in one hand and my phone in the other. If nothing else, I could hurl the latter at the intruder. Then steps sounded near the entrance. Someone was coming in from the bakery shop. The steps slowed down when inside the door. "Anything?" someone yelled. It was not the person in the kitchen. "Nah, all clear, Ian." "No names, you idiot," the first voice responded. They were both males, the second one sounding British. An excuse was uttered as the man nearest us walked out again. Nate and I waited a few minutes before we dared move. When the silence began feeling real, I exhaled and moved from my uncomfortable crouch to sit down, my back against the side of the counter. The floor didn't bother me. I was half covered in flour anyway. "They're looking for us," Nate pointed out. I heard the soft rustle of clothing as he secured the gun in his waistband under his suit jacket. "Or simply patrolling in case other strays are about. They seem to have rounded them up now." He walked past me, and I heard him rummage around in some shelves. "True, I think we messed up their plan. At least something went right for us tonight." I smiled and leaned my head back against the cool metal. For once, I don't think either of us can be blamed. "Agreed. Anyway, this isn't a chocolate fondant, but—" He came around the corner of the counter and stopped next to me. In his hand, held out for me, was a sizable cupcake, dark with big chocolate chips sticking out of the frosting. I couldn't help the smile that broke out on my face as I accepted it. "First a baton and now a cupcake, sir. You know how to woo this woman." "Grade A, I hope," he said with a chuckle as he sat down next to me. I broke off a piece, put it in my mouth, and sighed. A+. It was dark but not bitter, sweet and velvety, soft and fresh-tasting despite having been kept in a fridge, judging by the cool temperature since closing time. No wonder this bakery was popular. "There's a whole tray of them," Nate volunteered, apparently in case I needed more than one. It baffled me sometimes how his mind worked. "And you didn't bring one for yourself? What's wrong with you?" He only smiled and shook his head. "You're amazing, you know." I chewed with haste. I swallowed. "No, I don't know." Here we are, trapped in a confined space with armed robbers who are not afraid to shoot, and still you manage to enjoy the good things. It is tasty. Want some? No, I don't mean literally good flavor. I mean, you always seem to make the best of the most unfortunate situations, including appreciating what life has to offer in between with an ease that's
Ridiculous? Admirable. Never thought about it that way. I broke off another piece and popped it into my mouth. I guess that's the point. You don't think about it. You simply do it. How? I eyed him a moment as curiosity got the better of me. To me, it was the way life was. When your days were spent with people who wanted to beat you to a pulp, or wring your neck, or mess with your mind, it did make you appreciate better situations more. Well, I began as I broke off another piece and lifted it to his mouth. He ate it more out of reflex than anything else. What if that was the last piece you'd ever eat of anything so sweet? I rested the tip of my finger on his lips a moment. Wouldn't you want to savor it? But it's not just... He glanced down at the tasty treat in my hand. Cupcakes. You went to that knitting thing with Tegan. The knitting festival, yes. You hate knitting. You don't even know how to do it. I had to listen to you complain about it for days, but there was never a question about going, and you seemed so happy when I saw you after. Tegan really wanted to go. She loves it. Sure. And I pursed my lips sideways a moment. It was fun having tried it, I guess. I mean, the needles are still more useful to me as a weapon. Naturally. But I don't know. I sighed and lowered the cupcake. I suppose I can cross it off my list. He shifted his position beside me, as if he realized he'd stepped into a territory he didn't like thinking about. Most of us don't grow old, you know. I turned my head to look straight at him. He didn't flinch facing that truth, but those light blue eyes seemed sad. Mender's, you mean? I nodded. So postponing things is not a good plan. It's best to live as much as you can in between, I suppose. Nate pulled his knees up a little and leaned the back of his head against the cool metal as well. Maybe that's a good lesson for most of us. It was clear he didn't like my words about missing out on old age, but he did agree with me. There was too much resignation in his voice for anything else. Anyway, I cleared my throat. The knitting festival itself was boring. It was the people there. They were so happy, spending the day together doing and talking about something they absolutely loved. How can one's spirit not be lifted by that? I sighed and lifted the cupcake again as I broke off another piece that had my eyes widening. And who says I didn't get my fondant? I added as I stared right at a core of creamy chocolate filling. Try it. I held a piece out for him again and smiled at his slight hesitation. Come on, Nate. Don't be such a sensible person all the time. You're like the little devil on my shoulder, aren't you? There was a definite twinkle in his eye. Maybe, I'll never tell. He smiled and bent his head, but instead of letting me pop it into his mouth, he placed his hand on mine to keep it there. My heart rate accelerated as his lips enclosed around my fingertips, sticky with chocolate, and licked it off, first one and then the other, his eyes on me the whole time. God, the man knew how to eat a cupcake when he wanted to. Sure, he agreed, his voice a smidgen deeper than usual. Enthusiasm and enjoyment can be contagious. Mostly, that's a good thing. The cupcake fell out of my hand and onto the floor, completely forgotten, as he leaned in and his lips found mine. A sigh escaped me, and then he turned away so abruptly I remained with my eyes closed a moment before I realized he'd heard something. He was facing the door, but I could see no one. Do you hear that? He whispered. I strained to pick up whatever sound he was referring to, but couldn't pinpoint anything. Then Nate got up and began moving toward the door. I grabbed my phone and baton and went after him. He waited by the door, a wide-open metal monstrosity that led out into the bakery itself. It was placed to the side of the counter with its now empty shelves. Tables and chairs lined the open space between the counter and the large glass walls and door that led out into the glass section between the brick buildings. And out there, walking casually across the tiled floor, not caring about the flicker of light cast from the police cars outside, 3 masked robbers were headed straight for the bakery.
Chapter 46. Maggie and I stepped back as the robbers yanked the door to the bakery open and walked inside. We managed to move behind a large metal cabinet that was placed next to the door, a horrible hiding place if they came inside the kitchen. "We have some time yet," a male voice said. "Doesn't matter. I still don't like crossing that open space." "You always expect being shot." I assumed they were talking about the glass section between the buildings. Despite the walls being covered with red brick outside the glass walls, the massive glass roof left ample opportunity for someone to look inside. They had to have gotten the drone out by now. "Shouldn't we be in the brewery?" a female voice chimed in. There was something familiar about it. "We will be. Best not to let any witnesses see our interest, though. There's a door here." There are bloody doors everywhere in this place. Well, it used to be a factory, not several small businesses. "Spare us the lecture, Professor. Just lead the way." We heard them walking, and, by the sound of it, away from the kitchen. "Hurry up and pick that lock, will you?" Maggie immediately made a move to follow. "What are you doing?" My whisper was so low it was barely audible, but she heard me. "Following them? Maybe we can figure out what they're after. Besides you, that is." Lots of thoughts flew through my mind regarding how ridiculous that was, but damn it, I was curious. None of this made any sense. "Fine, but we keep our distance." Of course. That would have sounded perfectly reasonable if it hadn't been for the smirk that made a reappearance. "Your lips betray you." Maggie shrugged. "Must be your second favorite thing about them," she teased with a wink, and was off. I followed her, and as we peeked around the door frame, we saw a narrow door slam shut on the opposite end of the bakery, between a soda fridge and a coffee machine. "Into the brewery?" she asked me. "Must be." We stepped into the bakery with care, both of us staring toward the restaurant that lay opposite in the other building. There wasn't much to see. They kept their hostages away from the doors. Only piles of valuables lay on the floor over there. 3 in the brewery, 1 in the fridge, I said. 6 left to go. At least 1 out somewhere patrolling the upper floors of the buildings. We heard him, remember? I did. That leaves 4 or 5 guarding the hostages. Must be a couple of hundred, Maggie said. The Marbella was busy tonight. We stared out into the glass foyer some more, but there was no movement to be seen. This was probably going to be our best shot. We walked quickly to the door the robbers had left through and turned toward the restaurant again. There were still no hostage guards to see. No one who'd noticed us passed by that huge glass wall that was the bakery's storefront. We couldn't linger by the door, though. Both of us pressed our ears to it to listen. But in the end, we had to chance it. It was a bigger risk to remain where we might have been seen. I opened the door with care not to make a sound, but the silence that greeted me on the other side told me that was unnecessary. The robbers were gone. We stepped into the little microbrewery shop. Every wall was covered by shelves stacked with all kinds of beer bottles. The shop did not only carry their own brand. The best thing was the fully stocked shelves along the glass walls, nice advertising of their wares, perfect cover for us. Maggie gave my elbow a nudge and pointed toward a door behind the counter. It had been left ajar. At least they're making it easy, I mumbled as I walked over there. Yet again, there was no need to be cautious. The robbers had walked through the door and headed to wherever they were going. We passed through the little microbrewery itself, a break room, and a small storage room that belonged to the shop before we found a staircase. We glanced down the metal stairs. There was light down there, but not a sound to be heard. Maggie shrugged. If nothing else, maybe there's a way out down there? I highly doubted it. Not that there was a way out. There likely was. But getting Maggie out unseen was not likely with all the cops outside. Was I being crazy attempting this? There was no scenario where I could see her escaping the same kind of scrutiny everybody else would go through. Unlike the rest of us, her identity would raise all kinds of flags. Maybe I wasn't crazy. Maybe I was selfish. I didn't want to see her have to flee town. And yes, I didn't want her hurt, alone, and never able to find a home. But mostly, I wanted her here with me. I stopped in the middle of a dank hallway and turned to her. Her dark eyes were alert as she scanned the area around us, ready for anything. The The dark brown color of her eyes turned soft almost instantly as she stopped and looked at me with a smile. "What's on your mind?" she asked. Yes, I was probably both crazy and selfish, and though I saw little hope, I had to try. Isn't that what crazy people do? Try the same thing over again, hoping for a different outcome? "Do you want to end up like any other Mender?" I asked instead, going back to our conversation in the kitchen. She smiled wider, those gorgeous red lips lighting up her face even when the subject was less than comfortable. Resignation could do that. "I don't have a death wish if that's what you're asking. But Annalise is Annalise. I'm me. But surely you can understand." She stepped closer and ran her hand up along my forearm before she rested it on my elbow. "Aren't police officers driven by a need and want to help? To make things better?" "Well, yes. My version of that is simply more chaotic than yours. When emotions and great powers are mixed, crazy stuff happens. Can you imagine the damage I could do if I set my mind to it?" "Uh-huh. I meant with my ability." "That too." I smiled down at her. She shook her head as she smiled and then rested her forehead against my arm. "So that's it then? You don't get to have any semblance of normalcy? Is that why you asked if this was even a relationship?" "Relationships can be problematic. Is there some kind of rule against it?" "No rules." She sighed and looked up at me. "Only experience." That made no sense to me. Did these communities simply expect their enforcers to give up their whole lives for them? Shorten said lives even? "I don't care," I said, angry at what seemed an accepted truth. Maybe that makes me naive, but I don't care. Her lips softened into a relaxed smile then. "Neither do I." Maybe we were both naive. At least we were being it together. One thing was finding out about her world and dealing with it. It was not going to control me. A bang sounded somewhere far off and broke the moment. Maggie's head snapped sideways as she tried figuring out where it came from. "That was here in the basement." "Yes," I agreed, "but far from here. Still, we shouldn't be so out in the open." I glanced around the hallway, as it were. The basement was only an array of hallways that led to a multitude of small rooms that were not in use anymore. Paint peeled off the walls, and there was a definite, pungent smell, like that of mildew. Only as we reached another staircase did we find a room that was in use. Two, actually, if one counted the little break room next to it. Both spaces had been remodeled with plastered walls and tiled floors. The furniture was new, and the equipment in the main one was certainly not a remnant from the past. "A surveillance room," Maggie uttered as she walked inside. There were monitors displayed in 2 rows of 8 screens altogether. They showed nothing but static noise and then changed to even more pixelated snow on a regular basis. "Where are the security guards?" "Among the other guests is my guess." I stepped in after her and eyed the screens. They must have cut the feed at some point. "What point?" I turned toward her, an eyebrow raised. "When did they cut the feed? I mean, it'd be nice to know how much we show up on camera, don't you think?" "Bill and I should have investigated you further, shouldn't we? You sure sound like a criminal." Maggie smiled wider and waved me off. "You flatterer." "Fine, let's see." I took a seat in one of the chairs and went to work. The surveillance system was a newer version of the one at the station, but it didn't take long to figure out. A few minutes later, we could see the various rooms in the Marbella, plus the outside, come to life. "It was daylight," Maggie commented as she swiveled around in her chair, bored by rewinding through nothing but static. "Yeah, this was recorded a couple of hours before we arrived." "That's good, right?" It was for us if we wanted to make sure no questions were asked about Maggie. It was even better for the robbers who wanted to use their abilities without revealing them to the rest of the world. But it was weird. Why hadn't the security sounded some alarm when it happened? I searched some more. "Oops," Maggie exclaimed as she bumped into the table at the same time I found what I was looking for. "Oh, would you look at that?" She turned her chair and leaned her elbows on the desk as she watched the monitor in question. It was undoubtedly a woman at the back of the building, wearing a long coat with a hood over her head. Her hands showed dark skin, and long black hair emerged in a thick braid from her hood. She worked on access to some box I couldn't quite see on camera, and when she'd pried it open, she took a small box and some tools out of various pockets of her coat. "Who needs Dax when she can do it the old-fashioned way?" Maggie said. "In my world, that is not old-fashioned. Those are some high-tech skills. She must have done something with her hacking to prevent security from calling the police. It must have shown up as a normal glitch. And, of course, 2 robbers had dressed as uniformed police. They had likely calmed down the security guards. So they increased their rounds while they tried to fix it? That's my guess. It didn't help them, though." I sat back in the chair. "Look at that. They only got the 2 buildings," Maggie said as she scrolled down on her phone. "You're reading the news now? When have Rob and Andy had more to write about? I'm so happy for them." The absurdity made me laugh. She was not one to cower in a corner, that was for sure. We were in a bad situation, and she didn't let fear guide her. She'd probably seen worse than this. And yet again, this appreciation for the little things. "I'm glad someone's getting something out of this. We should go," I added, and got up from the chair. "I do wonder, though, how the robbers secured the roof." "Why?" "It would be the best way to enter if the police have control of the nightclub." "Ah, the roof terrace?" "Yes. The robbers must have done something up there. There were only 10 of them. Not enough to guard the roof and all the hostages." "You know," she said as we found our way further along the corridors, "why are we still calling them that when we both know who they work for?" "That Yorov group, you mean?" "None other." There was a chill in her voice that made me look at her. I thought I recognized the woman's voice. It was Ivy, I believe. "You're probably right." "So are you. This isn't a normal robbery." From what I'd learned about this particular corporation, they put great resources into training and manipulating their operatives who did the dirty work to ensure the continued wealth and power of their employers. The cruel and filthy nature of such greed made me shudder, and I was glad Maggie was a step in front of me at the moment. She would likely have misinterpreted my sympathy for pity. She had spent a year of her childhood among them. "What did they do when you were with them?" I asked. I hadn't really done that before. She'd told me about it at a time when we weren't on the best of terms, and I'd let it lie. "Yorov, you mean?" I nodded an affirmative, and she stopped walking. "They gave me a place to live, fed me, clothed me, sent me to school." "That sounds normal." She smiled again then, though there was no humor in it. "I cannot, to this day, tell you where I was. We were never allowed outside. I didn't see many other children because they didn't let you until they were sure you were sufficiently turned." I winced at those words. Manipulation of the mind was something she'd mentioned about these people, especially if someone was taken at an advanced age, advanced being above the age of 5 or 6. Maggie had been taken around the age of 13. From what little I knew, she had been with them for a year after that. How did they determine that? She inhaled and exhaled as she watched me. "You know that, I think." "They used you." "Yes. For the year I was there was no way for anyone to fool our handlers." I nodded for a while as we stood still. Then she averted her eyes. "There are people who risk everything to save children from these people. I was saved as much for my own sake as for the other kids." I stepped closer to her. "You understand that it wasn't your fault, right?" "Intelligently? Yes. Emotionally?" She visibly straightened, as if shrugging it all off. "Come, I think I hear something." She began walking again. I highly doubted that, but followed nonetheless. I did not want to push this particular subject, and I had no doubt as to why this corporation wanted her back in their grasp. Hers was a powerful yet troubling ability. We had reached what had to be the end of the building when we actually did hear something. We'd encountered the last set of stairs that led up again, as we were also presented with a set that led further down. "A basement under the basement?" Maggie whispered as we now heard voices from below. A sign on the wall behind her caught my attention. A museum, it seems. The sign read, "Ashport Brewery Museum, Tuesdays 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'd say their location and hours are a horrible marketing strategy. Old and faded, she noted. The sign appeared as dusty and worn as everything else. Oh well, why not include a museum tour on our date? I was stumped a second. You still consider this a date? Why not? Isn't the point to spend some romantic time alone together outside one's home? I was stumped for another second. I can't really argue with that one. Ah, and you love to argue. If not for the voices downstairs, she looked like she would have laughed. Her eyes certainly were. At least our conversation a few minutes ago wasn't hanging over her any longer. She indicated the stairs with a sideways nod, and we began our descent in silence. At the bottom, we had to turn around and walk back in the direction we'd come one floor above. It was darker down there, and certainly danker, but the bright light from a room further down told us where to go. There weren't storage rooms to each side down here, only a large open space with a door on the other side. I noted the reinforced ceiling above, a telltale sign the space had originally been used to store beer that could but shouldn't explode. The room in front of us had to be the museum. I'd never heard of it. It was likely not open to the public at all. That assumption turned out to be correct. It had to be, because as we neared the entrance to the museum, we could see straight through to the smaller room on the other side. There, being worked on by a figure dressed in black, was a large safe that no owner would let any customer of any kind near.
Chapter 47.
That's a freaking Ellingham 721, I whispered. My statement was followed by absolute silence behind me. The kind of silence you knew said it all. I turned and looked up at Nate. In the dark space outside the tiny museum, he appeared to be looming over me. The light from the museum let me see the raised eyebrows, though. There were so many unspoken things there. What? I know things. About safes? I didn't answer that and refocused on the scene in front of us. When it came to safes, it was more about who I knew, and Nate did not need to know that. But the safe in there, that was a safe it took some time to crack. As far as I knew, there were no abilities that did that. That safe has no computer components in it, so a technokinetic person is of no use. And telekinesis is difficult when you don't see the components. They have to crack it the usual way. It won't be done in a heartbeat. And how is it you know this? It's kind of cute that you keep on asking questions like that, Detective. From what I could see, the little museum was more newspaper clippings and documents than artifacts. There were some glass cases with old-timey beer bottles on display, and a big apparatus with some metal containers and rubber tubes stacked on top what looked like a part of a machine. My best guess was some old-timey brewing equipment. I was also pretty sure old-timey was a time period of its own. What interested me the most was the curtain of faded dark blue velvet that hung off the table the contraption was placed on. It was of far more use to me. I eyed the adjoining room where the man was kneeling in front of the safe. The voices in there told me he wasn't alone. I took a step forward and was promptly pulled back. "What the hell are you doing?" Nate seemed to have trouble keeping his voice to a whisper. "I need to get in there. I can't hear what they're saying from here." "We agreed to keep our distance. These people are insane." "I'm one of those people, remember?" I didn't know where those words came from. A remnant ember of our conversation earlier? "You know damn well that's not what I mean." "Right." "Right." He echoed, though, without the sarcasm. "Are you holding a couple hundred people hostage at gunpoint?" Oh. That was what he thought insane, not the reality-defying abilities we all had. It couldn't be helped, though. "I need to know what they're up to. It doesn't seem to be me they want this time, and if that's the case, it means they want something with someone in my town. I have to know." I couldn't help anyone if I went into this blind. I heard him huff, but that was the extent of his further protest. "Fine, tell me what you're up to." He didn't like it. Of course he didn't. But he followed me nonetheless when I deemed it safe to sneak into the museum. The safecracker sat with his stethoscope in deep concentration, his short auburn hair illuminated from above by a lamp. Nate and I headed for the brewing apparatus and flicked the velvet aside before we crawled under. It was a tight space, and Nate visibly rolled his eyes at the sight before he moved under it, drawing up his long legs in one fluent motion. There was no time for careful placement, and I went after him, crawling on top of him. It probably took us a span of 5 seconds. I immediately checked the curtain and stopped it moving. I felt Nate's hand on the back of my neck, pulling me down to him, his breath tickling my ear. It made me catch my breath a moment. Then he whispered so low it was barely audible. "For the love of... move your knee, woman." Oh, didn't mean to. I scrambled to do so, my dress not cooperating much when it came to moving my legs. A moment later, though, I heard him draw a breath in relief. I carefully arranged for a narrow gap between the curtains at the corner of the table above us. As I lay my head down on Nate's shoulder, I could see out into the museum. So could he when he turned his head. The conversation in the other room was lacking any pertinent information, though. They all seemed to let the safecracker work. A flare of light from my hand lit up the dark space we were in, and I noticed a text had come in from Eddie. I read it and turned the screen to Nate. "Phone hacked." I shut them out. Encryption still not decrypted. Must be a hell of a code for him to use this much time. My voice was as soft a whisper as I could get it, and still make a sound. I shoved my phone back into Nate's pocket. The thought of Eddie and the phone had Nate move his hand so he could reach his own phone. "Will you hurry it up, Ian?" A loud voice sounded from the safe room. The voice was filled to the brink with frustration and impatience. "I know what I'm doing, and you yelling into my ear doesn't help when I'm listening here, now does it?" There was a restraint to the safecracker's voice, as if he was subordinate to the other man and didn't like it one bit. "What the?" Nate whispered. I turned my head to see him scrolling on his phone. Judging by his expression of incomprehension, Eddie had clearly done something. "What kind of porn is it?" I tried to see. "Did he email it to your family?" "No." "The chief?" I hoped not. Eddie was not above embarrassing people, but that could get Nate fired. "No." "Then what?" "It's so weird. Kittens." "Kittens?" "Yes." "Like the adorable meowing kind?" He turned the screen for me to see and tap on. He was right. There were kittens as far as the eye could see. Every photo and icon had been replaced with the furry little things. "I don't like leaving this up to only Nora for so long," the female voice came. Nate was right. It sounded like Ivy. "Clowns?" Nate whispered, halfway in his own world. "Oh, I see." "What?" "Every cop on my contact list has a picture of a clown on them." I had to stifle a laugh. Then I wiped it from my face. "I don't understand what he means by that at all. Cops are not clowns." Nate's narrowed eyes were clearly visible in the blue light from the phone. "Then make yourself useful, Ms. Allister," said the unseen male voice from the safe room. "I'm not doing enough already?" "You have a phone on you, no?" "Yes." "Then take pictures of all the documents in our little museum." "Seriously? Do I sound like I'm jesting?" There was a distinct huff before the sound of footsteps neared. "What the hell are metal cats?" Nate whispered, and then noticed we were not alone in the room. He put his phone away and tried getting a glimpse of the robber through the gap in the curtains like I was. We could only see her when she passed by that corner of the table, but it was Ivy all right. Her shoulder-length blonde curls had been pulled back into a little knot that was more comfortable during an evening under a ski mask. Said mask hung from her belt for the time being. With no cameras recording and no witnesses down here, they could all take their masks off. "I do not see the point in this, Blakey," she said, as she moved back and forth, snapping pictures of every piece of framed paper that hung on the walls. "I know you don't," the man answered as he entered the room. He wore a gray armband and looked like the distinguished historian in Rob's surveillance tape, excluding the black garb, of course. "But times are changing. The more information I have, the more comprehensive our ledger will be.
I'm more concerned about it being in the wrong hands. Of course you are, dear. It's how they trained you to think. Like you're any different, Ivy snarled. She did not quit her task, though. As she walked past the gap again, I saw she wore a pink armband. How cute. My way of thinking is different, and our higher-ups approve. Ivy scoffed and didn't care to hide it. Blakey might be in charge, but his two companions weren't happy about it. For now, your brilliant plan has us in this situation with 3 people on the loose. We should leave. Not until I have the Phillipson papers. I startled at the name. What? Nate whispered next to my ear. The sensation gave me shivers I should not have had in that situation. Old family? Remember Michael? He nodded. How could he forget the poor boy who'd been rendered in a waking coma? By a rogue Yorov operative, by the way. The Phillipson family had lived in Ashport for generations. Their line was flushed with abilities, some of them so strong it would indeed be an interest for Yorov. But they had not been in that organization's spotlight before. So many papers, I'm wondering why you didn't bring more pencil pushers instead of us, Ivy was saying. What was that? There was a pause. Nothing. As I thought. Got it, the safecracker Ian called out. All yours, Professor. Stop calling me that. Blakey walked back to the safe. What an ass, the safecracker said as he came over to Ivy. How are you getting on? He spoke with a British accent, though not a posh one. He was a couple of inches taller than Blakey and sported a trimmed, short beard that matched the auburn hair and was only a shade or two darker. The guy was fit, muscular, and carried himself like he knew how to defend himself. Belonging to Yorov, I had no doubt he did. I have 3 more of these left, Ivy said as she passed him outside the gap. His outstretched hand toward her waist spoke of familiarity, not entitlement, but the woman's continued walk away from him spoke of something else. Ouch, Nate whispered in my ear at the sight. We should get back, Ian, who wore a blue armband, went on, the hurt pride hidden. I'm not the one taking my time. There, done, she declared, and stuffed her phone in her pocket. Come on, Blakey. Just a minute, came his voice. I could hear the rustling of papers. That damn list, Ian said, almost under his breath. Everything seems to go wrong with it anyway. It was your and Nura's job to get the damn cop first. For crap's sake, Ivy. He wasn't there. How many times have I got to... I'm ready, Blakey's voice interrupted. Does that mean we can set our exit plan into motion? Ian asked. Yes. What about our wayward hostages? My bet is the cop and the Mender got out. We still have that dumbass that beat up Jesse to deal with, Ivy chimed in. Neither of us had done that, which only left the suave gentleman in the fancy suit. Sterling, Nate whispered as if he could sense my struggle to remember the man's name. Nevertheless, Blakey went on, let's get back. Masks on. Nate and I lay still as we heard their footsteps fade out in the hallway. We didn't hear them go up the stairs, so we waited some more. But they were cautious people. That much was clear. It made sense for them to keep quiet. At least we know what that encrypted file contains, Nate said after a while. The list they were talking about? He nodded. That man, Blakey. He called it a ledger, I think. Oh no, I blurted and pushed my forehead into his shoulder. The Phillipson family. What about them? He's making a list of affiliates in town. I felt Nate's chest expand under me as he drew breath. Even he understood the ramifications of that. A list of affiliates with their different abilities was like a damn menu card for these people. They could simply pick and choose who they needed. I deemed the museum safe enough and moved off of Nate and under the curtain. The bright light made me squint a moment, and a second later, when my eyes adjusted, it was too late. I was still on my knees, one hand flat on the floor, the other curled around my collapsed baton, when I noticed the open tool bag that stood in front of the safe. No safecracker with any pride would leave that behind. Never mind the possibility of leaving DNA and fingerprints to be found. He'd need it for his next job. There always was one. The blast hit me before I could turn properly. I slammed into the floor, grunted in pain, and rolled around despite the aches in my back. I had no time to do anything as the safecracker advanced upon me. "Damn Menders," he snarled as he bent down toward me. A shadow from the left crashed into him and took him with him, but not before he struck me with full force again. It felt like a shockwave of pain that pushed me back on the floor until I crashed into the base of one of the display cases, causing it to topple over and crash all around me. I didn't care about the glass or the fact that I couldn't draw breath as it had been knocked out of me. I saw Nate deliver a punch to the man's face that would have left most unconscious, but not this one. He hit back and managed to swipe hard enough at Nate's shoulder so as to unsettle him. As he regained his balance, I saw Ivy come running inside, drawn by the noise. "Nate!" I managed despite my dazed head and lack of air. As he turned, she grabbed his shoulders and hauled him back from Ian, who immediately got to his feet. As Nate landed on his back, Ivy launched a kick toward his head, but his arms shot up and blocked her. He grabbed her foot and yanked, causing her to land on her ass as the safecracker came again. Nate kicked up and hit him in the gut, and the man staggered sideways, not down at all. Nate slammed his hands to the floor, pushing himself up, his hand going for the gun under his jacket, and, "Stop!" The next thing I saw flashed of pink as Nate was hit and sent sprawling along the floor. I looked up to see Blakey, palm held out, fingers pointing up. "Oh, The rays of force hit me next, paralyzing me in pain a moment. I could only watch as he sent a second load straight for Nate, pulsating pink rays that shot from the man's hand to cause that agony. I hated it when people had such useful active abilities. Useful for them, that was.
Then things settled, and the only two who got up were Ivy and Ian. "Thanks," he said and panted. Then he exhaled deeply and went to retrieve his tools. "Left the building, huh?" Ivy said. Blakey shrugged. "Seems I was wrong on that score." Judging by the woman's face, she thought the older man was wrong about a lot of things. I put my hand flat on the cold floor and tried to push myself up, but Blakey turned in my direction, his outstretched hand as much of a threat as any gun. "Who'd have thought it?" He glanced between me and Nate. "A cop? You have odd tastes, Ms. Evans." Ivy's eyes pinched. "It's like that parasitic wasp and zombie cockroach symbiosis thing." "Ugh, that's gross," Ian said as he returned with his tool bag. "Exactly." "Ian, search him," Blakey said. "Find that damn flash drive." The safecracker did, but for some reason he came up short. Lots of stuff in his pockets, no drive. He took Nate's stolen gun and stepped back. Blakey shook his head in frustration as he pressed his lips together. "Fine, we don't have time for this. Bring him along. We'll get him to talk on the way." Both Nate and I made to move, but guns were pointed at us this time. "Really?" Blakey's voice dripped with condescension. "What about her?" Ian asked. "I'd rather not finish her off. She is too useful, remember?" The comment made the younger man avert his eyes from me. So at least these three had been informed of how I used my ability then. "Don't worry, Ms. Evans. We can pick you up when our job here is done." He actually sounded like he thought I was sorry not to be kidnapped right away. He nodded at the other two, and with a gun pointed at him by Ivy, Nate had no option but to go along. My breath hitched as they locked the door behind them. Due to a small window up on the wall, high above the door, I heard them going up the stairs this time. I knew they wouldn't keep Nate alive long after he told them. Whatever escape plan they had, I was sure it didn't entail bringing extra people with them. Unfortunately, I didn't think he'd tell them anything either, which would cause him a lot of harm. I balled my fists together and tried to get my stunned brain into gear, but it wouldn't obey. What the hell was this? The mere thought of what they could do to him had me shutting down. Why? Because of what I would miss. It dawned on me then, what I should have known a long time now, how a smile would spread across my face simply because he walked in the door. How I paid attention to where he was, for no other reason then wanting to know he was okay and to be near him. How I wanted to share things I'd seen or heard with him, or to express my gratitude to the man who'd held me upright in the shower that first day after I came home from the hospice. I hadn't been able to stand for longer than 10 seconds without falling down. Never mind his clothes had been soaked. He hadn't cared because my need had been too important to him. And I'd started to care about things that mattered to him, to even appreciate his pride and need in his chosen vocation, because his choice to help others was who he was. Pull yourself together, Margaret. Freezing up is not the way to keep all of that in your life. It wasn't. I knew I was right. That didn't mean I wasn't shocked by it all. One thing at a time. I got up on my feet, careful to avoid the shards of glass all around me, and gave a cursory glance back at the safe. It was full of papers, probably even the ones regarding the Phillipsons. It was easier to carry a phone with pictures than a stack of papers. I would bet money the family had owned the original brewery at one point. Why else would there be information about them here? A list? A freaking list? Yorov had never attempted such a thing before. It required their people to snoop around for too long in one place. That usually meant their people vanished when affiliates in the local communities caught on. I was beginning to fume as I ran over to the door to get a better look at the window, though running wasn't quite the right word. I halted to a stop and walked back into the little room with the safe. It was stacked with all kinds of stuff to each side of the safe itself, and I stepped back to have a look. It was mostly garbage, empty paint buckets, pieces of carpet and wallpaper, forgotten furniture and lots of empty beer bottles. And a knife. A blessed knife under a chair overloaded with old newspapers. The tool was not rusted. I grabbed it and stepped back into the museum where I had some room. They had to be going to the roof. That had to be their way out. Nate and I had headed downstairs to find a quick exit first, and then maybe find a place where we could wait out the cops. But 10 people? There was no chance. No, it had to be up for them. I grabbed the hem of my dress, shifted my grip on the knife, and got to work.
Chapter 48. Keep him there, Ivy said, now back behind her mask like the rest of them. Gladly. Belle tightened the rope they'd procured around my wrists a little too tight for any veins trying to send blood through to my hands. Lovely. Someone must have found her and let her out in the end. They'd all begun gathering on the top floor in the middle building after the business with the safe. I could count 8 masked robbers around me, including Red, who hobbled, supported by one of the others. His thigh was bandaged but soaked through. Still, if he was conscious at this point, no artery had been hit. Now will you be a good little copper and tell us where you hid that flash drive? Ivy asked as she came back from a quick word with Blakey. I noticed him talking into a small radio. Next to him stood a masked woman with the same build and skin tone as the one on the surveillance tape. I had no doubt that the cops outside wouldn't be able to pick up whatever transmission this was. She seemed to be their resident Eddie. Likely a lot more tolerable, too. Come now, detective, Ivy pressed and grabbed hold of my chin to get my attention. I twisted out of her grip. I don't think he likes you, Pink, Belle said. I don't much want to end up running headfirst into a wall, I said, remembering how she'd touched Jordan before he died. You killed Jordan Halen. Ivy paused a moment, and the mask made it difficult to read her. The man in the cell? He killed himself, I believe. Of course you do. Easier that way, isn't it? This is the problem with cops, Belle said before Ivy could respond. They're too damn nosy and they always throw around accusations. Tell us about the flash drive, detective, and we'll send you down to the rest of the hostages. Yeah, right. I was pretty sure any kind of information about that would end with me not breathing. I had not forgotten the death of Andrea Kirby by a different crew working for the same corporation. She had been killed because she could identify them, and the people in front of me now had no reason to think I wouldn't cause trouble for them. That's what they thought the police did to them, like it was personal. I kept my mouth shut. 5 minutes, Blakey shouted as he lowered the radio. Everyone in the hallway scrambled to attention, even Red and Green, who seemed worse for wear, like someone had pummeled Green thoroughly in some altercation. He was hunched over and moved slower than the others, with the exception of Red, of course. "What do we do with him?" Belle asked as Blakey called Blue, Ian, over. With all the talking around me, I had no chance to follow what they said to each other. After a few brief words, Ian took a team of 3 with him up the last stairs and out onto the roof. "If he won't talk, we'll take him with us. I think Orange needs more than 5 minutes to get any words out of him." That didn't sound ominous at all. "And how exactly are we going to leave? Not like I can climb off the roof like this." I twisted my shoulders to emphasize my hands tied behind me. "Maybe we'll simply tumble you over," Ivy said. I could tell by her eyes that she was smiling under that mask now. "Care to tell us who you gave a copy of the file to?" So they didn't know about Eddie, or at least his identity. He probably protected his phone too well for that. A shot sounded from the roof. Then another. "Don't look so concerned, Detective," Ivy said. "That was your drone being shot down. Can't have anyone watching us, now can we?" If they were going to climb down from the roof, they would need a hell of a distraction. Something that would force the guys outside to either retreat far enough away or gather somewhere where they didn't have full control of the area around the buildings. The answer was shouted out 2 minutes later as Ian and his team returned. They only stopped halfway down the stairs, ready to head back outside. "Someone defuse the bombs!" Ian shouted. It made all the robbers inside the corridor stop and stare at him like they couldn't believe those words. "All of them?" Blakey asked. "At least 4. I inhaled sharply. Bombs. That would cause a hell of a distraction. And a lot of destruction. Blakey began shouting orders, sending everyone up, including the wounded ones. Only 2 were told to wait with me. Belle and Orange. 3 minutes left. I don't want him outside until we're ready. You got that?" Blakey turned and ran up the stairs after Ivy, without waiting for Belle's affirmative. "It's that guy that beat up Green, isn't it?" Belle asked Orange, as she made sure to point her gun at me. There was a distinct tone of worry in her voice, and it grated on the other man. "Shut up, Yellow. Just wait." "Oh, I know her name," I said. "You revealed that willingly enough, didn't you, Belle? Maybe if I could distract them enough, rile them up, I could get a chance to bolt." Belle's eyes flared behind her mask. "Shut up." "What the hell? Why did you talk to him?" Orange turned to her, shoulders pulled back, gun at his side, as one pointed at me was deemed enough. He trusted her with that. "It wasn't him. It was that damn Mender. She reads minds." "No, she doesn't." Orange's reaction was one of utter disbelief, which struck me as odd. They could all do impossible things, after all. But Maggie's gift was rare. I understood that much. Still, it seemed only Blakey, Ivy, and Ian knew about her ability. Was that some kind of need-to-know basis? "They would have told us about that kind of threat," Orange went on. I discreetly eyed a door further down the hall behind me. I didn't stand a chance. I needed them to get into a full-blown fight, and I didn't know enough about them to push the right buttons in such a short time frame as Blakey had given. My best bet was to reach the door with a bullet hitting me and hope for the best. Those were poor odds. Better than going with them. "Yeah, because we always get all the intel we need," Belle spat at Orange. My attention was diverted from the arguing robbers as I noticed the door atop the stairs opening slowly. Strange that. None of the robbers had bothered to move quietly so far. It wasn't one of them. Sneaking inside and closing it shut was a man in an impeccable suit, even after the night he'd had eluding these people. Sterling caught my eye, and I gave a quick nod. There wasn't much I could do with my hands tied behind my back, but the man needed a distraction. He was unarmed, and his hand was bleeding. Had someone shot the gun out of his hand? That was some expert marksman's shooting, if so. There was no time to think about being unarmed and outnumbered by 2 guns. I kicked off from the wall I was standing by and ran straight for Belle, veering to the side to avoid her gun if I could. Her finger wasn't on the trigger. I slammed into her, heard her yelp, and crashed into the wall. She took the brunt of the hit and fell down like a rag doll and lost her grip on the gun. Not that I could do much with it. As I kicked it away from her, a gunshot reverberated through the hallway and I ducked instantly, not knowing where it was aimed. When I glanced up, I saw Sterling stagger back, his hand on his right side, blood seeping out between his fingers. Orange was trying to get up from the floor. Had Sterling jumped from the stair and hit him? Orange appeared more dazed than Bell did. He swayed a little as he gathered his legs under him, gun pointing at Sterling with shaking hands. I still had no other weapon than myself, so I ran before Orange, or I, had any more time to think. He heard me before the hit, started turning as I jumped. I needed height to topple a guy that size, and I got it. My chest hit the back of his head, and I remember thinking this was going to hurt as we both hurtled to the ground. The side of my head smacked against the floor, and I felt Orange crash harder under me, a sharp cry of pain cut off. I fought back the confusion the smack to my head threatened to cause. I did not have the luxury of that now. Luckily, Sterling stepped in and pried the gun from Orange's hand. I rolled off him, twisted around, and sent a kick to the man's head that left him lifeless. "Don't," was Sterling's only word to Belle. I turned my head and saw she was crawling toward her gun. Sterling stepped over me and picked it up. "You all right?" he asked me. "Am I all right? What about you?" The man was bleeding from 2 wounds now, the one in his side the worst. Still, he managed to stand without flinching at the pain. To lessen the threat, he smacked Belle's head with one gun. She stood no chance and remained still on the floor. "I'll be fine," he said, likely keeping it together until he could lie down. "Okay." I got to my feet, using the wall for help without my hands. "There are explosives up there, and, I defused those bombs." I blinked. "Of course you did. Everyone knows how to do that." That made him laugh, a short bark. "There were 2 I didn't get to. Those bastards started shooting. Had to double back and sneak around them." He shook his head and then admitted defeat. "I need to sit down." "I should think so." He crossed to the wall opposite the stairs so he could see the door up there. Then he put one gun down beside him and kept the other in his blood-slick hand. "Sorry," he said. "I'd give you the other, but—" I shrugged as best I could with my hands restrained like that. "You don't happen to have a knife, do you?" Sterling shook his head and then ran a hand through his graying hair, leaving a red, uneven stripe through it. "I'm afraid not." That problem, however, was resolved moments later, when another shot sounded from the roof, probably a warning shot to keep the police at bay. It drew my attention from the hallway and to the roof. When the door down the hallway slammed open, I turned too late to see the last 2 masked robbers, white and purple armbands, emerge, ready for the escape. Which meant whatever was going to happen up there would happen now. The hostages were, after all, left to themselves. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sterling raise his gun as a figure appeared behind the 2 robbers. "No!" I shouted at him, startling him enough to look at me. Not the masked men. It also drew their attention, as Maggie whacked the first of them over the head with her baton. The man seemed to try and turn, but she hit him again on the backswing, fury in her eyes. As White fell down, Purple had had the time to react by turning, gun raised, yet too late. Maggie moved her other hand so fast I only saw the reflected glint of the blade as she sliced into the gun hand in front of her. Purple cried out and stepped back, but she didn't relent. She slashed again, slicing across the man's chest before she slammed the baton into his knees. He cried out once more as he fell before she silenced him with an unforgiving kick to his head that sent him sprawling backward. There was a second's silence as she surveyed her opponents. She stood with her baton and bloody knife as she caught her breath. She must have run up the stairs in a hurry, following the last robbers. Her dress no longer hindered her as she'd cut 2 slits down the sides of her thighs, allowing her to move properly. I was so relieved to see her safe, I had to swallow down all the things I wanted to say. "You actually brought a knife to a gunfight?" I said instead, and brought her back to us. She glanced up at the sound of my voice and then surveyed the rest of us. From me to Sterling, Belle, and Orange. "Well, you didn't bring any arms by the looks of you?" "Fair enough. Care to use that knife for something other than stabbing?" Her smirk appeared. I'll make an exception for you. As she freed me from the ropes, a motorized sound reached us. What the hell are they doing up there? She asked and moved toward the stairs. Maggie? Just a peek, I swear. You check on Mr. Bond. Sterling, the man himself croaked from the floor. You're bleeding pretty badly, I said as I checked his wound. His white shirt was soaked red on his right side. I've had worse, was the stoic answer. Who hasn't? He laughed again and then began coughing. Don't make me laugh. Listen, I know I'm fine. It hurts like hell, but from what I can tell, I'll have some damage that needs fixing and a couple of broken ribs. You're your own x-ray machine, are you? No, used to be a medic. Nate, Maggie Whisper shouted from the top of the stairs. I could see the door was opened to allow a narrow gap for her to see through. That's your date? Sterling asked. Yes, she's not high maintenance. Dinner, hostage situations. She's game. Please stop, he coughed. I can't laugh. Nate, she urged and waved for me to join her. Just a sec, I told Sterling and ran up the stairs. The motorized sound, rhythmic and steady, grew louder as I reached her. Even though I recognized it, I didn't really believe it until I saw it. I think I know what your sister was looking for. Maggie pointed out the narrow gap. It didn't matter that it was dark outside. The sight of a chopper flying over the town and reaching the Marbella was hard to miss. The light on the chopper itself and the light from the glass building between the middle building and the darkened third one with the nightclub could not hide that it belonged to the Air Force. The name spelled out more than clear enough. Blakey was not playing around. He and his crew gathered on the roof, safe in the middle, where they wouldn't be seen and shot as easily. It can't land here, can it? I shook my head. No, and if it doesn't land, it can't be shot down either. The damage it will do to the town is too much. The chief will never allow it. If she was in charge down there, of course. I had no idea. Nate, Maggie said as she collapsed her baton and stuck it in my pocket, this is our way out. I thought I might have misheard her due to the roaring engine that hovered above the roof. I know it's totally crazy pants, completely bonkers, but please listen to me. How? I asked. Because yes, it was so crazy, I didn't know any other way to respond. I could have said no, of course. That's what sane people would do. Masks, she said, and ran down the stairs. I followed and saw her rip the masks off Belle and Orange, who were closest. She tossed one to me. Joining them? Sterling asked. Sorry, Mr. Sterling, Maggie said. But we have to go. Will you manage? I'll stay awake till help comes. Of course you will. At least you remembered my name. Which one of you don't want to be found here? The question was so spot on, we both froze a moment. It's not that guy. Maggie gave me a sideways nod before she put the mask over her head. Fine, Sterling said. Mum's the word. You helped me after all. By the way, he added, and used his shaking hand to retrieve 2 cards from a pocket, which he handed over to us. I like resourceful people. If you need jobs... I glanced at the card. Next to a bloody thumbprint were the words, Sterling Investigative Consulting. I'd heard of this company. No wonder the guy went around defusing bombs and disarming people. Nate, the chopper. I sighed and put the mask on. Both Maggie and I grabbed each our gun from the floor and then headed for the roof. There was no need to talk through any plan. There was only one way this could go. Blakey's crew were expecting 4 more of their own, and as we ran outside, the last of the first 6 had finished climbing up into the hovering machine above us. The rotors roared and whipped up a wind that made it hard to move. In the darkness, though, no one inside the chopper noticed our lack of proper attire for a robbery. There was no time to think, no time for more than a short nod to each other. I barely registered the flicker of red and blue lights that reached up to be seen even from the middle of the roof. It was best not to think about it. Best not to think about much. I grabbed hold of one of the ladders that had been thrown out, one on each side to get Blakey's crew on board faster. I knew they weren't above leaving their own behind. I had seen that when Ivy left Dax and Clea to be arrested by my sister. But they waited now as they thought some of their own climbed up. The masks helped. It allowed me to get far enough up to point the gun at the passengers before they could react. I could see them all stiffen, and draw back in their seats as they noticed me. Then a shot rang out, and a cry of pain sounded even through the roar of the rotor. A gun fell to the floor, between their feet and bags of stolen valuables, taken for appearance's sake. Opposite me, Maggie had reached the same level, her gun still pointed at Red, who'd drawn his weapon despite the shock. I gave her a quick nod so she could climb all the way in first, my gun staying any itchy hands in there. Seconds later, I was on board as well. Maggie stepped toward the cockpit, shoved the gun in the pilot's face, and jerked her head sideways, a silent order to get the hell out of there. Thankfully, he obeyed, and we all had to grab on due to the abrupt movement sideways as the pilot took us away from there. Ivy yanked her mask off and stared at me. Then her eyes darted sideways, and she snatched a small box from the hands of the woman next to her. It had to be the one they called Nura. Maggie started forward, but before she reached Ivy, the blonde woman withdrew the box, like a remote, from her reach. She hit a button. The sound of the explosions drowned out the noise from the chopper as the flames burst into the air behind us. With one eye on the robbers, I saw the glass ceiling between the restaurant and the bakery and microbrewery burst into flames that crawled over each other to reach the sky. God, I hoped no one was near enough to be hurt. It might just be the glass roof, but it would surely fall down. I forced my full attention back to the robbers. They all drew their masks off as they stared at their chaotic work, all except Ivy, who smiled as Maggie yelled something unintelligible at her. The smiles on the other 5 faces, even Red, who now clutched at his other leg as well, told me what I needed to know. The roof would fall down near all those hostages, and the cops outside would have no choice but to focus more on saving people than launching a full-fledged chase. Well, crap. We forced them to land on a field outside of town, made them throw their weapons out before we so much as took a step outside ourselves. No need to be shot as they took off again. We stood in silence, braced against the wind as we watched them fly away. Then we pulled our masks off. With the fierce winds caused by the chopper gone, the rustle of the natural one felt soothing. It was still dark, but dawn was impending, a small orange strip on the horizon. Did we just... I clicked my tongue. Did we just hijack the hostage-taker's chopper? Yes. She answered so matter-of-factly, I turned and stared. She was watching me intently, probably wondering if I was going to start panicking or something. I only nodded instead. Simply hijacked a chopper full of people with mystical powers. I shrugged, like that was nothing. I wouldn't exactly use those words, but sure. Okay, only checking. Glimpses of the area around the Marbella flew through my mind. Police cars everywhere, lights blinking, friends trying to figure out what was going on inside, trying to help. Are you okay? I asked Maggie, looking her over, and to my relief, not seeing any injuries. Are you kidding me? What about you? She was fine. No injuries, no terror to be seen. Only Maggie, safe and here. I nodded again. Yes, perfectly fine. Okay then. She handed me her gun. We shouldn't leave the ones we used. Do you mind? She handed me the mask next and kept the knife. I had no idea how she'd managed to bring it on board via the ladder. There's nowhere to keep anything in this dress. She withdrew Sterling's bloody business card from her bra and then froze. There's a flash drive in my bra. She took that out as well. And here I thought you were being handsy under that table, not pragmatic. Figured I'd hide it where no one but me would look. Ooh, sure of ourselves, are we? Somewhat. She smiled, winked at me, and handed me the flash drive. The worst thing is, we don't even need it. They don't know about Eddie. Maggie shrugged, like it didn't matter. Not like we could change anything, so why cry over it? Ready for another hours-long walk back to town? I knew roughly where we were, and we had a mile to go just to reach a road to begin with. In these shoes, I'd rather go to that seminar on work-appropriate language Mulligan wanted to send everyone on. She had a point, not about the seminar, but her heels had to have caused some discomfort all night. There's a farm not far from here, she volunteered. a mile and a half past that grove and the field behind it. Let me guess, you've got one of your caches there. God, no, Lenny Barse lives there. I can only imagine. Ugh, I don't want to. Suffice it to say, I think he'd sit around and smell my clothes. Sounds like a stand-up guy. Except that he's harmless, and he owes me a favor. Of course he does. Well, she prompted, her beautiful dark eyes beaming despite the harrowing night. I shrugged. I knew by now I'd follow her anywhere. Lead the way.
Chapter 49. Says here they found the chopper out by Level Marsh, burned out. Nate's voice came monotone as he scrolled down on my phone, his eyes focused on the news he was reading. For some reason, his phone was missing every app except the call function. After an unusual amount of swear words, he'd vowed to buy a new phone tomorrow and change his number, SIM card, and every password for everything. Probably a smart idea. Level Marsh, I repeated, and turned south. Yep, there it was, far in the distance, a plume of black smoke. Seems about right, I added. Nate glanced up, saw where I was looking, nodded, and returned his focus to the phone again. He was done staring at the wreckage of the night. Or maybe it lost its wow factor after the escape we'd made from the Marbella. I smiled in gratitude at the thought as I watched him. He'd actually gone with my crazy plan. I knew how much he'd risked by doing that. Not only his life, either. The cool breeze around us made me pull my borrowed jacket closer around me. Besides Lenny's truck, I'd borrowed a black jacket belonging to his sister that at least reached below my hips. The cut-up dress wasn't doing me any favors in neither the wind nor the cool temperature. We'd parked by the side of a narrow road south of town, just outside it. We'd stayed off the main road and retreated to a bench that stood on the bare rock that rose from the sea below. Only a few tufts of grass grew in small crevices, dancing in the wind. The crash of shallow waves on the beach down there sounded oddly soothing after the chaos that had dominated the night. Nate sat on the bench, his long frame in a relaxed position, his back to the town. I stood in front of the bench, my mind in too much of a turmoil to sit down. Ashport spread out before me, her harbor dominant as it stretched almost from the south side of town to the north, following the coastline. I couldn't see the Marbella, but a plume of smoke rose from it as well, revealing where the damage had been done, coiling up into the air. It was a lighter gray than the smoke from the chopper, no fuel, and more time to have burned out. According to the news, no one had died. At least Blakey and his crew had had the sense to plan it like that. I doubted it came from a place of decency. Most likely, it was to avoid a bigger manhunt than they would face already. 4 arrests, Nate mumbled. They won't talk. He lowered the phone. They won't talk, I repeated. Not even to implicate us in anything. He thought about this a moment. Seems all of you have something in common there. I couldn't argue that point. He was right. But that was where the similarities ended. It's the way it is. And the list? I shook my head, the worry coiling in my stomach at once. I need to stop them. They can't be gathering this kind of information. There's no question what they will use it for. In not long, people will begin to disappear. That will raise alarm bells. Trust me, it will all be quiet, the right papers and forms filled out. Officially, certain people will simply move. Jordan was right to steal that file. I nodded. He must have taken quite the chance, copying it from Blakey's laptop in an unattended moment. Unfortunately, he must have been caught in the act. Knowing he had Yorov operatives after him, no wonder he'd let himself be arrested. Too bad it had ended the way it did for him. Since the Marbella was a stint at both the flash drive and the information in the basement, I think it's safe to say they're not done putting that list together. We should have some time yet. We? He smiled like that should be obvious. Of course. It was exactly what that beautiful smile conveyed. It shone through in his eyes.
It made me shudder, and I crossed my arms in front of me, clasping my elbows. Hey! He made a move to get up. If you're freezing, we should leave. I shook my head and told him to sit down. I wasn't cold. No, my body was on high alert, my brain shifting and analyzing it all in a heartbeat. In 15 minutes, the cold might get to me, but not now. I need to tell you something, I said, and then shut up. The sobbing of the wind and the waves combined was all that could be heard a little while. Well, Nate said eventually, you need to use words for that. Yes, I do need those. I pursed my lips sideways as I felt the soothing rays of the new sun coming in from the sea as it warmed my skin a fraction. I kind of wish I didn't look like roadkill that got up again. That made him laugh. God, Maggie, you look absolutely beautiful. He said it with such easy conviction, I believed that he, at least, thought so. My dress was stained and cut open, my shoes full of scuff marks and pinching my toes. Strands of my hair had come loose from the updo because of the ski mask, and I had small cuts on my legs. What a lovely picture. Nate, of course, looked like he had when we'd met outside the Marbella, minus a wrinkle here and there on his shirt. Exactly one scuff mark on his left shoe, even after walking across a few fields, and he needed a shave, which only made him look even better. Damn it. And yum. So? He prompted. I actually squirmed a little. And here I'd been scolding Marty because of the same thing only yesterday. Things weren't as easy as they seemed on the outside sometimes. Well, it's just that I stared out at the water a moment, watched the lazy movements of the waves before I turned back toward him again. He waited patiently, slightly leaning forward, eyebrows raised a little in encouragement. I gave an exasperated huff. I'm not very good at this. On the contrary, I think you're doing well. He knew, didn't he? How long had he known? Longer than me? I wouldn't put it past him. There was something about his face as he waited for me. That encouragement, though, helped me steel my resolve. Courage, Margaret, I told myself. My mouth felt dry as I watched him, but the words flowed easily, like they came naturally when I first let them. I love you. My breath caught a moment, and then it flowed anew. There it was again, that gorgeous smile that only made me want to smile back, only this time I didn't. I was too strung up, too vulnerable, too open to hurt. God, what a chance to take with another person. It made you stand on a precipice choosing between deep hurt and deep caring, only the choice wasn't really yours. You could only give, and then maybe have it given freely back. It came down to hope, not true certainty. But that smile was not cruel or pitiful. It was warm and gentle, caring and longing. It mirrored my own feelings, making that hope rise within me. Still, it'd be nice if you said something. Doesn't have to be the same, of course. I'll do you one better. What's that? I'll give you... He broke off and thought about it. 3 seconds should do the trick. Yeah, I'll give you 3 seconds. 3 seconds to what? To listen in. I nodded, and then froze as I realized what he'd actually said. It made me turn my eyes to the ground as my brain worked to figure it out. I felt myself step away from that precipice of uncertain hope, the warmth of another spreading through me as I wasn't alone anymore. I drew a deep breath as the wind whipped the loose strands of hair around my face and smiled. I couldn't help it. Then I looked up and straight into his waiting eyes.
Epilogue. The screaming green climbing hold felt grainy under my hand, like it had been coated with sand, glue, and paint. Most of them had. I glanced down and noted the height I'd gained by climbing steadily up the climbing wall. There was an array of colorful climbing holds below me, mounted to the wall that was painted to look like dark gray rock. I wondered vaguely if Blakey's crew had gotten their color code idea from this wall. Nate? I turned my eyes upward. My mind had gone away with me with all the changes in my life lately. Maggie was above me, hands and feet all on their holds as she paused. Her knee was level with my head. The belay rope fastened to her was slack to allow her movement, which meant she was holding herself there. As was I. The strain on my muscles wasn't overly exhausting, though. I'd followed her advice all the way, always keeping at least 2 out of 2 hands and 2 feet on the holds. Are you actually taking a break, or are you staring at my butt? Which do you prefer? Because I can do both. A man who multitasks. Excellent. Hold on. I climbed up until my head was level with hers. With her training clothes and her hair slicked back into a short ponytail, she looked the epitome of health, especially with her cheeks flushed from the exertion. I can't believe you talked me into this. In fact, her way of talking me into agreeing to come here had been to climb through my bedroom window in the middle of the night, a week after the Marbella, with a box of climbing shoes as a gift. Since it had been 4 a.m., I had agreed to come here only so as to be able to go back to sleep. I could barely remember it now, but she'd held me to that promise. Is it that bad? No, I grumbled, but usually people don't start with the most difficult wall their first time. Best way to test your level. I forgot sometimes that what counted as fun for her still had a level of survival practice in it. I suppose the height is an incentive to stay up here. I didn't think height bothered you. It doesn't. But that doesn't mean I don't notice it. How did they even afford to keep this place going, let alone build it? The fact that Ashport had an indoor climbing gym wasn't that odd. The fact that they hadn't gone bankrupt staying open the whole week was... Maggie licked her lips. There may have been a small donation. There it was. One of the things I still hadn't figured out. Where her monetary funds came from. For someone who didn't officially have a job, she never seemed to struggle. And speaking of jobs... Anyway, she went on, making it clear that was as much as she was going to say about that. Ready for the last bit? I obligingly took in the overhang above us. It loomed out and over us, the last hurdle before we could reach the top. The protrusions below had been easier than this was going to be. As ready as I'll ever be. All right, it'll be more of a strain holding on. My advice, see the pattern of the path before you start. I nodded and stared at the multicolored holds above me. Let your mind go blank, she added. I did, stared some more, and then began moving. The route spread out before me like a map in between the other inconsequential holds. The climb so far had adjusted my mind to thinking how to place my limbs, what distance and width were the easiest for me, and which holds that were actually possible to get a good grip on. There was a pattern set in there, as Maggie had said. She kept to her own route a little to my right, fully focused on her own ascent. When suddenly, my body, in a sense, tipped a little backward. That need of concentration and focus doubled. My brain and body working together to keep me from falling from the underside of the overhang. The sense of relief and, probably, climber's high as I passed the overhang to find myself once again climbing the last vertical part of the wall made me smile despite myself. Not far to go, my brain focused on the holds and the final route. Green, green, red, blue, pink, green, and so on. When I finally set my hand on the last hold, I exhaled and smiled at Maggie. Her eyes beamed back at me as she moved carefully to her left until she was right next to me. Now what? I asked. Rappel down? I usually enjoy reaching the top a little more. How? By seeing how long I can hold on before my hands can't take any more. She moved so she had both hands on a sizable red hold and then let her body hang without any support. Seriously? She stared straight ahead into the wall as she spoke, her voice strained. You have no idea how often this actually comes into play in my job. There it was again. Job. Okay. Fine. I did the same until I was hanging by only my hands, or fingers to be honest. The climbing holds were not big protrusions in the wall. Let's make it interesting, Maggie said. Let's see who can hold on the longest. $20? Why not? I should have concentrated more, but my head was spinning. Not with the height, no, that was fine, But this thing about work, it was settled now. I glanced sideways at her, so beautiful in her concentration. Her face was a blank and calm mask, as she had closed her eyes and was taking her focus away from the pain she was undoubtedly feeling in her arms. If I'd been able to, I would have shrugged. This was as good a time as any, wasn't it? As much as I could turn toward her, I did, and told her the truth. I handed in my resignation and took Sterling at his word. Her eyes snapped open, wide and confused. What? I quit my job. I saw her mouth open to say something. Whatever words they were supposed to be, all that came out was a yelp as her fingers slipped off the red hold and she fell. Despite knowing better, I gasped at the sight and felt something akin to a punch in my gut before my brain had time to connect the fact that she was falling with the fact that she was still fastened to the belay rope. I glanced down to see her swinging back and forth some 10 feet below me. Rudy, down on the floor far below, applied tension at the other end of her rope, keeping her up and safe. The look in her widened eyes was that of utter surprise, some of it probably due to her losing her grip. It was odd, I thought, as I moved my feet back to the climbing holds, that despite her obvious dislike of my job in general, the look she sent me now said nothing of the sort. If I didn't know any better, I would have sworn she seemed unhappy with the news.
This has been Persistence, Book 2 in the Ashport Mender series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2019 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production. Copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.